Chapter 1. The flames of war rage incessantly, and the palace is rife with discord. The Orcish nature is not inherently brutal, yet the sins of war are difficult to absolve. Pestilence ravages the suffering populace, as the holy light offers no solace in the face of calamity. Prosperity withers, and hearts are heavy with sorrow. Who among us cherishes the prophecy of salvation? The light of hope pierces the darkness, and the wheel of fate spins with urgency. Though the road to the future is fraught with peril, courage and faith shall remain steadfast companions. In the capital of the Eastern Kingdom, within the Grand Hall of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, the atmosphere is palpably tense as ambassadors engage in a fierce dispute over the fate of the Orcish slaves. One ambassador, face contorted with rage, fists clenched, passionately asserts that these Orcish slaves are war criminals who must face severe punishment. Conversely, another, with earnest tone, advocates for leniency and the opportunity for redemption. Both sides stand firm in their convictions, locked in a stalemate, their arguments reverberating throughout the hall, an incessant echo. At this moment, the Grand Hall seems enveloped by a vortex of tension. Every corner steeped in a suffocating aura. The expressions of the ambassadors are grave, their stances resolute, as if a tempest is on the verge of breaking. Each decision bears the weight of Lordaeron's future, and they must painstakingly seek the most suitable resolution amidst a sea of pros and cons. One ambassador rises in agitation, gazing at King Tyrrhenas, his face flushed with anger. Eyes ablaze with fury, he clenches his fists and declares with fervor, "These Orcish tribes, as our sworn enemies, audaciously waged a war of aggression, mercilessly slaughtering our people and razing our towns. We must not, under any circumstances, grant them clemency and allow them to remain. This will not only deplete our national strength and resources, but will also pose a grave threat to Lordaeron." His voice reverberates through the hall, imbued with conviction and resolve, as he scans his fellow ambassadors, seemingly intent on imparting his determination to each of them. Another ambassador rises calmly, his gaze imbued with rationality and compassion. He furrows his brow slightly, surveying the assembly before him, and firmly counters, "We must not allow hatred to cloud our judgment. To slaughter innocent Orcish slaves merely for the sins of their kin is to stoop to their level. Can we disregard the fact that the majority of orcs were coerced into drinking the blood of demons and thus forced into war? Their essence is not evil. We should embrace tolerance. Let us offer them a chance for redemption, an opportunity to contribute to our kingdom." His voice is steady and powerful, scattering ripples of contemplation throughout the hall. The first ambassador furrows his brow, urgency lacing his tone as he replies, "Our prisons are already overcrowded. The Orcish slaves have nowhere to be housed. To retain them would undoubtedly burden Lordaeron immensely." His gaze sweeps over the other ministers, revealing a look of concern. His hands spread slightly, as if to display his helplessness, hoping for understanding and support from his peers at this moment. A high-ranking ambassador interjects sharply, "I have heard that your wife and children perished in the Orcish insurrection. It raises grave suspicions as to whether you seek to exact personal revenge through this proposal." His eyes gleam with skepticism and scrutiny, as if attempting to pierce through the other's intentions. This remark thickens the tension in the room, all eyes turning towards the minister in anticipation of his response. King Tyrrhenas sits upon his throne, appearing seemingly powerless, yet exuding an aura of control. His elbows rest firmly on the armrests, clenched fists gently placed beneath his chin, an understated strength subtly revealed despite a hint of fatigue on his visage. His eyes shimmer with determination and resolve, reflecting his grasp of the current situation and dissatisfaction with the ceaseless bickering. Listening to the ambassador's discourse, the king steadies himself against the throne's armrest and rises with conviction. His steps are firm and resolute, eyes focused and composed, radiating an air of gravitas. He gazes at the disputing ambassadors and gestures for silence, declaring, "Silence, ambassadors. How can we allow this dispute to persist indefinitely? We must seek a solution that serves both our security and extends mercy to the orcs. I propose the establishment of a dedicated committee to thoroughly examine the treatment of Orcish slaves. What say you?" At that instant, the grand doors of the palace creak open, reminiscent of a solemn ceremony, drawing the attention of all present suddenly. All eyes are fixated upon the entrance as the messenger Stalebrand hastens into the hall, kneeling on one knee. Urgency lacing his voice as he proclaims, "Your Majesty, dire news. A riot has erupted within the prison in the fortress of Dunhold in southern Lordaeron. All Orcish slaves, led by a slave named Thrall, have risen in revolt, overwhelming the guards of Dunhold, slaying Lieutenant Drac and Captain Scarlock. They have also ambushed Taran Mill and all prisons along their path, liberating the Orcish inmates and capturing numerous civilians. The situation is critical. We implore the king to dispatch troops forthwith." As the messenger's words hang in the air, the palace descends into an eerie silence. The stillness palpable. King Tyrrhena's paces before his throne, anxiety gnawing at him. How could such a thing transpire? The Orcish slaves have grown so audacious. Each step seems to echo in the hearts of those present. He slowly turns, brow furrowed, countenance dark as a storm cloud, and upon settling into his throne, his inner turmoil remains unquiet. What now? How can we quell this insurrection? His gaze sharpens like that of a hawk, piercing through the assembly, inwardly contemplating whether they possess a viable response. The first ambassador's voice is resolute and unwavering as he asserts, "We must wage war against the orcs to safeguard our people and territory. The threat posed by the Orcish tribes is escalating. If we fail to act, they will encroach upon our borders, seize our resources, and even threaten our kingdom." His gaze is steadfast upon the king, his eyes reflecting an unyielding resolve. The second ambassador furrows his brow slightly, surveying his fellow ministers, his expression etched with seriousness and tension as he voices his concerns. "Yet, Your Majesty, our forces are already engaged with enemies in other regions. To engage the orcs simultaneously would likely stretch our military thin." There's a hint of worry in his tone, his hands clenching slightly, as if striving to suppress his inner unease. The third ambassador's voice is laced with indignation as he exclaims, "It is utterly preposterous. We shall not permit the tribes to run rampant at our very doorstep." His eyes are sharp, as if seeking to penetrate the souls of all present. The fourth ambassador, listening intently to the discourse, wears an increasingly grave expression. He steps forward, raising his voice, "Our foremost concern is not the orcs. How many times must I reiterate this? King Tyrrhena's, I implore you to heed my warning. The scourge of pestilence ravaging the north may yield unspeakable disaster." His tone is urgent and earnest, eyes filled with hope that the king may take heed of his warning. His hands tremble slightly, as if he is endeavoring to contain his inner turmoil, his expression serious and resolute, conveying an important message to the assembly. The surrounding ministers direct their gazes toward him, some displaying surprise, while others fall into deep contemplation. However, the first ambassador retorts immediately, "Pestilence? You sorcerers are merely crying wolf." His tone brims with distrust and disdain. King Tyrrhena's sits high upon his throne, silently absorbing the minister's arguments. His expression is grave and contemplative, as if weighing various possibilities. The hall is thick with tension, the divergence of opinions among the ministers complicating the decision-making process. At that moment, a raven swoops into the palace through the window. Like a specter, it circles in the air, its dark form shimmering under the sun's rays. As the raven passes over the palace, its silhouette casts a shadow upon the king's face, momentarily obscuring his features. As if shrouded by mysterious power, the king's gaze is fixed upon the flying raven, curiosity and alertness flickering in his eyes. The raven descends slowly, its wings gently flapping, as if showcasing its elegance and confidence. Each movement is languid and unhurried. Finally, it alights gracefully upon the palace floor, its presence seemingly ushering in an unusual atmosphere, rendering the entire scene more enigmatic and solemn. The second ambassador stands with hands clasped behind his back, embodying a demeanor of composure. His gaze sweeps across the other ambassadors before settling upon the fourth ambassador, his voice imbued with a tone of steadiness and reason as he proclaims, "Gentlemen, do not act impulsively even if the so-called pestilence poses a threat. What counsel do you offer?" As he speaks, he lightly furrows his brow, as if pondering potential strategies. The fourth ambassador stepped forward, his fists clenched and his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, It is quite simple. I have stated that Kenrido is prepared to completely isolate those villages. His tone brimmed with confidence, suggesting a profound conviction in his proposal, and his body leaned slightly forward, embodying a stance of determination. Meanwhile, King Tainares fixated intently on the raven upon the ground. His gaze was concentrated and profound, as if he were contemplating a matter of great significance. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gestured for silence among the assembly. Then, directing his attention towards the fourth minister, he asserted, "I will not arbitrarily confine the populace. Ambassador, you must substantiate your claims with evidence. The people of Lordaeron have endured enough suffering. They must not become prisoners within their own homes." His voice resonated with decisiveness and authority. King Tainares wore an expression of solemnity and resolve. His eyes filled with power and determination as he scrutinized the raven before him. Seemingly lost in thought, his brow furrowed slightly and his lips pressed together, revealing an inner turmoil of anxiety and concern. His arms crossed over his chest, as if he were striving to maintain control over his emotions. His body inclined forward slightly, reflecting his engagement with the pressing issue at hand. Suddenly, a green luminescence erupted from the raven on the ground, resembling a vibrant, dancing flame of emerald light. Flickering and shimmering, it appeared as though a mysterious force was awakening, surging forth from the raven's very being. The radiance intensified, enveloping the raven entirely in a powerful torrent of energy. As the light pulsated, the raven's form began to undergo a gradual transformation. Its ebony feathers, seemingly enchanted, unfurled and morphed into a magnificent robe, glimmering with the enigmatic brilliance akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, draping over the figure of a mysterious individual. The emergence of this enigmatic figure provoked astonishment and disbelief. Clutched in his hand was a staff, its tip aglow with a faint light reminiscent of flickering flames. A hood obscured his visage, casting shadows that concealed his true appearance, heightening the aura of enigma surrounding him. The mysterious figure stood tall and imposing, his presence seemingly transcending the boundaries of reality and fantasy, embodying a riddle that sparked an endless stream of speculation and intrigue among the onlookers. His voice thundered through the air like a clap of thunder. "Yet they are already prisoners. Your Majesty." This utterance bore the weight of profound significance, as though it could pierce the very soul of those who heard it. King Tainares' gaze remained fixed upon the mysterious figure, his voice tinged with confusion and caution. "What does this mean? Who are you?" The king's eyes burned with intensity, striving to peer through the shadowy cloak and discern the true identity of the intruder. The mysterious figure spoke with a tone imbued with urgency and authority, as if he bore news of utmost importance regarding humanity's fate. Each word resonated in the air, weighing heavily upon the hearts of those present, invoking a wave of unease. His proclamation struck like a thunderbolt within the hearts of the assembly. A great calamity looms over humanity. The tide of darkness surges once more, and the entire world shall be engulfed in the flames of war. His voice conveyed a deep sense of concern and urgency. The outcry of the fourth minister reverberated like thunder. "Utter nonsense. Guards, remove this madman." His tone was laced with anger and distrust, as if striving to uphold order amidst the chaos. At that moment, two guards swiftly positioned themselves behind the mysterious figure, attempting to drag him away. The enigmatic individual struggled, his expression frantic in a firm tone. He declared, "Believe me, to escape this calamity, one must journey westward to the land of oblivion." Camleto, his words seemed to carry significant weight, yet were drowned out by the cacophony of the ministers' disputes. Within the palace, the voices of the ministers rose and fell in a fervent debate. The fourth minister exclaimed loudly, "Westward! Have you lost your mind?" His questioning incited further discord, plunging the entire palace into a cacophony. King Tainares sat upon his throne, his authoritative voice resounding. "Silence, ambassadors!" As his words echoed, the clamor gradually subsided. Rising to his feet, the king's gaze was resolute and grave as he pointed at the mysterious figure, declaring, "Though I am unaware of your beliefs and identity, this is not a place for you to sow discord. Even if our kingdom faces dire peril, it is we who must decide how to safeguard our people. Not you. Depart at once. A glimmer of disappointment and determination flickered in the mysterious man's eyes as he replied with conviction. Once, I betrayed humanity, but I shall not repeat that folly. If you are unable to bear this heavy burden, I shall seek out those with noble aspirations. With that, he slowly retreated, under the watchful eyes of the guards and all the ambassadors within the palace. Turning to exit, the king furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he lifted his head, his gaze steadfast as he proclaimed, "We must not allow these orcs to threaten our homeland. Immediate action is imperative. Relay my orders. Uther shall be appointed commander, and Arthas will serve as the vanguard, leading the Knights of the Silver Hand to quell the Orcish uprising and halt their incessant incursions." His voice resonated like a steady bell, reverberating through the hall. Filled with authority and resolve, the king's gaze swept over the assembly, conveying an unwavering conviction. The other ambassadors bowed in deference, acknowledging the king's decision with respect and obedience. Their eyes reflected concern for the nation's safety, yet also brimmed with anticipation for the impending battle. The king's signal. The ambassadors filed out of the palace in succession. Their footsteps echoed in the hall, imbued with determination and a sense of mission. Each of them understood the gravity of this war, pledging to fight with all their might for the peace of their homeland. The following day, within the camp of the Knights of the Silver Hand, a lively scene of training unfolded before the eyes. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the expansive training ground, where the slightly raised dust added a solemn touch to the land. Uther stood to the side, intently observing the soldiers' drills. His posture was erect, and his eyes conveyed both sternness and expectation. The soldiers, clad in gleaming armor, wielded massive swords as they engaged in exercises of slicing and shield defense. Their movements were agile and powerful, each swing of the sword slicing through the air with a whistling sound, as if to tear it asunder. The clash of shields produced a resounding thud, firm and unwavering as a mountain. When the massive swords struck the shields, a clear metallic clang echoed across the training ground, reverberating with the strength of the weapons and the resolve of the soldiers. Each strike resonated with a heart-stirring echo, evoking the tense atmosphere of battle. These sounds intertwined, forming a unique symphony that ignited the soldiers' fighting spirit and showcased their relentless training and yearning for combat. In this vibrant tableau, the sounds of blades clashing and shields colliding became symbols of motivation and encouragement. Not far away, a group of dwarves was intently using firearms, aiming at targets. They operated their muskets with skill, their eyes focused as they aimed and fired in seamless succession. Sparks flickered from the muzzles of the guns, and the targets were struck with crisp reports. Arthas approached the scene with his troops, mounted on a towering warhorse, his armor gleaming with brilliance. His imposing figure commanded the attention and admiration of the surrounding soldiers, who marched with uniformity and high spirits, weapons in hand, as Arthas neared Uther. He expertly reined in his steed, which neighed and halted in its tracks. Arthas gracefully dismounted, the soft sound of his feet touching the ground betraying his poise. His movements were fluid and confident, reflecting his mastery of horsemanship. Upon noticing Arthas's arrival, Uther shifted his gaze from the soldier's training and stepped forward to meet him. His strides were steady and determined, each step revealing his composure and experience. Arthas's eyes were focused and resolute as he met Uther's gaze, their eyes locking in a silent exchange of understanding. They shared a smile and a nod, a tacit bond flowing between them. As they approached one another, the surrounding soldiers instinctively parted to form a pathway, allowing Arthas and Uther's figures to draw closer, their presence towering and dignified under the sunlight, which glinted off their armor as if they had stepped out of a legend. In the gaze of the soldiers, Uther's eyes shone brightly as he fixed his attention on Arthas. When Arthas came to a halt, a smile broke upon Uther's face, his demeanor serious, yet warm, as he stated, "Welcome, Prince Arthas. Your arrival brings great honor to me and my soldiers." His eyes conveyed a mix of sternness and expectation, as if scrutinizing each of Arthas's actions, with his left hand gently caressing the large tome at his waist, an emblem of his faith and a source of his strength. Uther's right hand gripped the hammer of the light, its head shimmering with a faint glow, as though lending solemnity to his words. Leaning slightly forward, Uther expressed his heartfelt welcome to Arthas, his posture firm and confident, exuding an air of convincing authority. Every subtle gesture revealed his respect for the prince, while simultaneously showcasing his own stature as a seasoned knight. Arthas regarded Uther with a smile that radiated warmth and friendliness, as if they were longtime friends. His voice bore a light-hearted and joyful tone as he said, "No need for formality. Uther, I am not yet king. It is a pleasure to see you." Uther chuckled in response, saying, "I too am but a child. It is indeed splendid that King Tyrrhenus has sent you to assist me." His smile reflected warmth and reassurance, his eyes shimmering with trust and anticipation for Arthas. Arthas replied with cheerful sincerity, "My father hopes I can learn from your patience and experience." His expression was genuine and humble, revealing respect for Uther. Uther smiled, his tone filled with paternal affection as he remarked, "Every father wishes for his son to achieve greatness." His eyes glimmered with hopeful expectation, as if envisioning Arthas as a magnificent king in the future. And no sooner had Uther's words fallen than both men shared a spontaneous laugh, their laughter resonating with an unspoken understanding. As their laughter faded, Arthas's expression turned serious. He fixed his determined gaze on Uther, stating now, "To the matter at hand, our scouts have confirmed that the orc encampment lies beyond the mountain." His voice carried an air of resolve and urgency. Uther's countenance shifted as he absorbed Arthas's words, his expression growing grave, revealing a contemplative demeanor as he furrowed his brow, evidently pondering a pressing concern. His voice became low and steady as he slowly articulated. "As I suspected," his tone bore a sense of certainty and confidence, as though he had foreseen this turn of events. To Arthas's voice held a trace of worry as he continued, "Was worse. They are preparing to assault the nearby town of Stronbrad." Taking a deep breath, Arthas added, "From what I know, this village is utterly defenseless." Concern for the safety of the villagers flickered in his eyes. Uther's expression grew even more solemn as he frowned and said, "Then I must march immediately towards the orc stronghold. Can you hold Stronbrad?" His gaze conveyed trust in Arthas, yet was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Arthas straightened, responding confidently, "Of course, Uther, do not worry about me." His voice was firm and powerful, reflecting his resolve and bravery. Uther nodded, saying, "Excellent. After securing the village, rendezvous with me at the orc encampment. But be cautious, Arthas." The soldiers in the camp stood in perfect formation, raising their shields high, which glimmered in the sunlight, resembling sturdy walls. Their shouts rose and fell, resonant and resolute, filled with fighting spirit and courage. Their eyes conveyed a longing for battle and unwavering trust in Uther. Uther moved forward with firm and purposeful strides, the soldiers closely following in his wake, their steps synchronized, displaying remarkable discipline and camaraderie. Each step was imbued with resolve and conviction, as if proclaiming their fearlessness and steadfastness to the orcs. Following Uther's departure from the camp, Arthas stood atop a rise, resembling a resolute statue, silently observing Uther's forces as they gradually receded into the distance. His gaze traversed the distant forests, tracking the silhouettes of the warriors, his eyes reflecting an unshakable determination and resolve. Above him, the sky was a sapphire blue, crystalline and clear, with pure white clouds drifting by like sacred flocks of sheep, seemingly offering the most devout farewell to Uther's troops. Sunlight, akin to golden grains of wheat, cascaded upon Arthas, enveloping his armor in a radiant glow that rendered him a hero emerging from myth. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing breath of air and tousling his hair. Behind him, the camp bustled with activity, soldiers diligently preparing while banners fluttered in the wind. In the distance lay a dense forest, its verdant trees casting shadows, creating a picturesque tableau against the blue sky and white clouds. Yet, Arthas's gaze lingered not on this beauty. His heart was solely filled with anticipation for battle and an unwavering commitment to protection. His eyes pierced through the forest, gazing towards the horizon, as if there he could glimpse the battles and the dawn of victory that awaited in this tranquil yet exquisite setting. Arthas's resolve intensified. He would spare no effort in safeguarding this land. Behind him, Ferric and a mage captain led the guards, their hurried footsteps producing faint sounds upon the ground. akin to the whispers of war drums, drawing Arthas's attention. His gaze remained fixed on the distant troops, as if they were a beacon in his heart. Ferric and the mage captain halted, their eyes like tightly bound anchors, firmly tethered to Arthas's silhouette. Off flickered in Ferric's gaze, his lips slightly parted as if wishing to voice his thoughts. Yet he swallowed them back. The mage captain's expression was more focused, his brow furrowed, as if contemplating a matter of great significance. His staff was poised, ready to summon wondrous magical forces at a moment's notice. The guard stood vigilantly behind them, resembling a steel fortress, their bodies erect, weapons held firmly, emanating an aura of seriousness and alertness. Their gaze followed Ferric and the mage captain, collectively fixating on Arthas, as if awaiting his command. Captain Ferric stepped forward, his stride steady and resolute, as if each step bore the weight of responsibility and determination. He saluted Arthas and then spoke. "Your Highness, we have come to support you." His voice resonated with respect for Arthas and fervor for the impending conflict. Arthas turned, his movement as fluid as flowing water. His gaze first rested upon Captain Ferric, then drifted to the unfamiliar mage beside him. Finally settling on the mage's figure, the hint of perplexity crossed his features. Seemingly surprised by the mage's presence, he furrowed his brow slightly and, parting his lips, inquired, "Captain Ferric, who is this mage?" His tone carried a note of gentle inquiry. Arthas's eyes lingered on the mage for a moment longer, scrutinizing his appearance and attire. He noted the staff in the mage's hand and the faint aura of magic that surrounded him, revealing a cautious demeanor, as if assessing the mage's capabilities and intentions. Captain Ferric quickly stepped forward, gesturing with his right hand to introduce the mage, saying, "Your Highness, this is the mage dispatched by the Kirin Tor to assist us. His name is," at that moment, Chun Yu heard a notification. "Beep beep. Player logging in. Please wait." Suddenly, Chun Yu felt a force push him from behind, causing his body to stumble forward a few steps involuntarily. Confusion surged within him like a tidal wave. He had been watching a movie. How had he suddenly found himself in this unfamiliar setting? His mind was yet to process the situation when he heard Captain Ferric introducing him to Arthas. However, Captain Ferric seemed unfamiliar with his name, his stammering introduction leaving Chun Yu in astonishment. Chun Yu's gaze met Arthas's, the prince's eyes resembling deep lakes, fixating on him as if able to penetrate the depths of his soul. Chun Yu's heart raced, nervously glancing at Arthas, his voice slightly trembling as he said, "My name is Chun Yu." He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet the turmoil within him was evident in his eyes. Captain Ferric, upon hearing Chun Yu's name, quickly interjected, stating, "Yes, Your Highness, he is named Chun Yu, that he possesses formidable magical abilities and will provide vital support for our battle." Captain Ferric's tone conveyed trust in Chun Yu and affirmation of his capabilities. Standing aside, Chun Yu's eyes brimmed with curiosity and anxiety. This was his first encounter with Prince Arthas, and an indescribable thrill surged within him as he gazed at the legendary prince before him, seeing a hero radiant with glory. Yet simultaneously, he felt his own insecurities betraying him. It was as if he were confessing his unease to Arthas. Chun Yu stood there, occasionally glancing at Captain Ferric. Filled with curiosity and trepidation, he marveled at the authenticity of this world, as if immersed in a tangible realm of fantasy. The surrounding environment was breathtaking. The soldiers' tents were neatly arranged, the mysterious forest exuded an enigmatic aura, and the guards behind him stood solemnly. Every detail showcasing intricate textures and realistic light and shadow effects. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing fresh air. He could even hear the cheerful songs of birds and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Leaves swayed in the wind, sunlight streaming through the foliage, painting a vibrant tableau. Arthas and the guards moved and expressed themselves with vivid realism. Every action was infused with strength and determination, as if one could feel their tenacity and courage. Their dialogue resonated with emotion, and the changes in their facial expressions and body language allowed Chun Yu to better comprehend their inner worlds. The clang of metal during training resonated through the air, intertwining with the natural sounds of the environment to create a symphony for the ears. The sound of hooves echoed on the cobblestone path. The clash of swords and shields reverberated in Chun Yu's ears, while the thunderous roar of unleashed magic quickened his heartbeat. These auditory sensations enveloped him, making him forget the boundaries between reality and the virtual world. Involuntarily, Chinyu reached out to touch the armor of a nearby guard. The cold metal confirmed the reality of this virtual world. He realized he had seemingly become embroiled in a significant narrative, his task being to assist Prince Arthas in fulfilling his mission. This blend of excitement and responsibility intertwined in his heart, filling him with anticipation, yet also a sense of pressure. Chinyu resolved himself, fixing his gaze firmly ahead, as if to infuse his determination into this world. He concentrated fully, preparing to co-author a magnificent legend alongside Prince Arthas. After hearing Captain Ferrick's introduction, Chinyu slightly bowed, offering Arthas a simple yet dignified gesture. His voice was clear and steady, akin to the sound of a resolute bell. "Your Highness, it is an honor to fight alongside you. I shall devote myself entirely to the defense of this land." Arthas nodded, his expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness and determination. He regarded Chinyu and spoke. "Welcome to our ranks. Chinyu, I end this fierce battle. We crave the strength of every individual. May your magic illuminate the dawn of our victory." A glimmer of self-assurance flickered in Chinyu's eyes as he stood tall, akin to an unwavering mountain, responding, "I shall not fail in my mission, Your Highness." That moment, Chinyu suddenly heard. Beep beep, system task issued. Task details. Assist Arthas in swiftly reaching Starnbrad to defend the city against orc incursions. Task rewards. 1. Unlock the mage skill. Frostbolt. Enhancing his attack potency. 2. To gain 1 system shop fragment. 3. Acquire 1 system smart service fragment. Task description. Follow Arthas's forces and swiftly proceed to Starnbrad. Fight alongside them to repel the orc assault. Ensuring the city's safety. Eliminate the orc's slave master. Task requirements. Ensure Arthas's safety, guaranteeing his successful arrival at Starnbrad. Maintain close cooperation with Arthas's forces, devising effective strategies to jointly protect the city. Friendly reminder. Task difficulty is assessed as orange, indicating significant challenges ahead, requiring cautious handling. Remain vigilant regarding personal safety. Failure of the task will result in becoming undead, forever barred from returning to the real world. The task system has automatically accepted you. May good fortune accompany you. Chinyu, upon hearing the voice of the system, could hardly contain his excitement as he exuberantly exclaimed, "This is an omnipotent system. Does that not make me a god here?" His tone was imbued with a hint of uncontainable thrill and confidence. Alsace, noticing Chinyu's unusual demeanor, cast a glance filled with skepticism towards him. He turned to Captain Ferrick and inquired, "Captain, are you certain he can aid us?" There was an unmistakable doubt regarding Chinyu's capabilities in Alsace's voice. Captain Ferrick scrutinized Chinyu before responding, "I'm not entirely sure, Your Highness. However, it is the first time I have encountered a mage clad in warrior's armor. I suspect this mage is indeed exceptional." Ferrick's words conveyed a curiosity about Chinyu's distinctive attire, while simultaneously expressing his anticipation of the unusual assistance he might provide. With a resolute and determined gaze, Alsace furrowed his brows tightly and declared, "We are pressed for time. We must depart immediately. We must reach Starnbrad before the orcs arrive and thwart their assault." Before his words had fully settled, Alsace led his troops out of the camp. The soldiers advanced with a compact and vigorous stride, their footsteps and the sound of galloping hooves resonating across the vast grassland, creating a rhythmically powerful marching melody. Each soldier bore a serious expression, their eyes focused, closely following Prince Alsace and maintaining a tight formation. The wind howled past their ears, brushing against their faces with a refreshing coolness. Sweat trickled down their foreheads. Yet they paid it no mind, fixated solely on the objective of reaching Starnbrad as swiftly as possible. The troops surged forward like a whirlwind across the prairie, their silhouettes standing out strikingly against the golden sunlight, forming a breathtaking tableau with nature. Their breaths came in rapid, deep gasps, and their strides were firm and swift. Each individual moved with unwavering concentration, daring not to exhibit even the slightest sign of laxity. The soldiers were imbued with a sense of mission and an intense yearning for victory. They understood the urgency of the moment. Every second was of the utmost importance. Alsace, and his forces approached Starnbrad. A heart-stopping scene unfolded before them. The village lay engulfed in a raging inferno. Flames danced like demons, consuming the wooden structures, while thick plumes of smoke billowed into the air, suffusing the atmosphere. The fire spread rapidly, transforming the area into a sea of flames, illuminating the skyline of the village. The intense heat of the flames rendered the surrounding air stifling, making breathing difficult. Sparks flew like dazzling fireworks. Yet they were laden with destruction. The walls of the houses were charred black, windows shattered, and roofs collapsed, all reduced to ashes in the blaze. Panic-stricken citizens fled from the village, their faces etched with despair and terror as they shouted for help. Their garments were tattered, their steps unsteady, as if pursued by malevolent spirits. Behind them, the orc soldiers pursued relentlessly like ravenous wolves, their imposing figures wielding sharp axes, gradually closing in on the terrified civilians. Their eyes glinted with cruelty and mercilessness, as though the citizens were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. An agile orc soldier swiftly caught up to a fleeing civilian, raising his axe high as he bellowed. "For the horde, Loktar Ogre!" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the axe descended like lightning. A piercing scream echoed, and the civilian collapsed, blood gushing like a fountain, pooling on the ground in a shocking crimson stain. Alsace's eyes widened in fury as he beheld the fallen civilian. His roar reverberated like thunder. "Damn it! The attack has already commenced! Brothers, prepare for battle!" His voice resonated across the battlefield, inspiring the soldiers with renewed fervor. Alsace's battle cry seemed to ignite the flames of wrath on the battlefield, and under his call, the soldiers swiftly regrouped, forming an unyielding combat formation. They gripped their sharp weapons tightly, advancing steadfastly towards the orcs. Alsace led the charge, his hammer slicing through the air with a fierce glint, crashing down upon the orcs with the fury of a tempest. A breathtaking clash ensued between the soldiers and the orcs. The clash of swords and axes rang out with a sharp and jarring sound. Each swing was infused with strength, every assault revealing an unwavering resolve to fight to the death. The orcs, undeterred, swung their massive axes, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the soldiers. Neither side yielded, the sounds of battle echoing across the battlefield. The soldiers worked in seamless coordination, forming an indomitable team. They skillfully used their shields to deflect the orcs' fierce blows while launching unexpected and ferocious counterattacks. Their swordsmanship was as swift as a gale, and their shields stood like impenetrable fortresses, showcasing their refined and expert combat skills. Meanwhile, the orcs engaged the soldiers head-on, their brawn and ferocity presenting a daunting challenge. The axes they wielded sliced through the air, creating gusts of chilling wind that instilled fear in the hearts of their opponents. Amidst the blood-soaked chaos, the soldiers displayed no inclination to retreat. With indomitable courage and tenacity, they clashed with the orcs in a life-and-death struggle. Blood spattered, staining the battlefield red, yet their eyes remained steadfast, filled with an intense longing for victory. Alsace fought with the ferocity of a war god, each blow he dealt inflicting tremendous damage upon the orcs. His presence galvanized the soldiers, urging them forward with greater determination. After vanquishing the orcs at the village's entrance, Alsace led his troops deeper into the village, where they were met with a scene of utter devastation. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, a grim tableau of destruction. The bodies of villagers and orcs lay intertwined, piled high, with rivers of blood flowing between them. Captured civilians had been ruthlessly slaughtered and burned. Their unburned remains scattered across the streets, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and agony before death. The ground was stained with blood, forming shocking crimson streaks. Every shop had been ransacked, the loss of property immeasurable. Starnbrad had devolved into a desolate city, rife with death and despair. Mountains of bones accumulated, exuding an appalling stench. The foul odor attracted swarms of flies, buzzing around the bones, as if silently recounting the village's tragic fate. In the heart of the village, an even more harrowing sight awaited them. 1/3 of the town had been consumed by raging flames, leaving behind mere remnants of what once stood. The streets were shrouded in smoke and ash, enveloped in silence. The vibrancy of life had vanished. leaving only an endless sorrow and despair. The possessions of the villagers lay scattered. Broken furniture, charred clothing, and shattered farming tools, all bearing witness to the once beautiful lives that had been mercilessly obliterated. Alsace's countenance grew grave, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and resolve. He moved forward with heavy steps, leading his troops onward. Each stride seemed to bear the weight of the world, as if the very ground quaked beneath the brutality of this war. The horrors of the battlefield replayed in his mind, the cries of the citizens and the roars of the orcs resonating in his ears. Yet he pressed on without hesitation, fully aware that only by advancing could he avenge the innocent lives lost and restore peace to this war-torn land. His troops followed closely behind, their own steps heavy yet resolute. The faces of the warriors bore the marks of fatigue and sorrow, yet their eyes sparkled with an unwavering commitment to justice and an ardent desire for victory. A fire ignited within Alsace's heart, a blaze of wrath against evil, a fervor for peace. He led his troops unflinchingly forward, resolute in his determination to bring light and hope to this land. Nearby, an orc slave master, mounted upon his steed, surveyed the fearful populace and the orc soldiers, bellowing, "Drag these wretches along with the rest." His voice conveyed a chilling indifference. The horse beneath him seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, rearing up and whinnying in alarm. The orc soldiers advanced, brandishing their axes and shouting, "Take them away!" Their tone dripped with menace that a throng of humans, under the watchful eye of the orcs, trudged forward, their steps heavy and devoid of strength. As if all hope had been drained from their beings, the orcs behind them continuously urged them to hasten, intensifying their anxiety. Flanking them were the orc soldiers, vigilantly monitoring the humans, leaving no opportunity for escape unguarded. The humans endured this oppressive scrutiny in silence, their hearts brimming with fear and unease. They resembled prisoners in chains, utterly devoid of resistance. The orcs' brutality and savagery sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, the sky loomed ominously overhead. Suffocatingly heavy, the sun was obscured by clouds, occasionally allowing a faint ray of light to seep through, casting an eerie glow over the entire scene. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, as if quietly lamenting the tragic fate of the village. Their leaves had lost vitality, turned brittle and yellowed, as if mourning the sufferings of this land. The villagers' cries echoed in a chorus of despair and fear. Their tears flowed like a raging flood, cascading across the once tranquil terrain. The roars of the orcs reverberated through the air, revealing their savagery and cruelty. These sounds interwove to compose a tragic symphony. The orc slaver, with a steely gaze, fixated on the distant movements of the human army, he sat astride a formidable warwolf, wielding a sharp battle axe, his heavy armor glinting ominously. Behind him stood a meticulously disciplined orc battalion, arranged in perfect formation. Shields gripped tightly, spears poised, forming an unyielding line of defense. Each orc was robust, muscles rippling, their faces adorned with fearsome war paint, exuding an aura of ferocity. The village's narrow exit, the terrain favored defense. The orc slaver exploited this advantage, skillfully erecting fortifications. Sandbags and stakes obstructed the path ahead, impeding the advance of the human forces. The orcs stood silently, yet resolutely at their posts, their eyes betraying a yearning for battle. They were acutely aware that a life-and-death struggle was imminent. In that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, laden with tension. Flags fluttered in the wind, producing a resonant rustle. Time seemed to stand still, save for the unwavering gaze of the orc slaver, who awaited the assault of a human army, poised to lead his troops in fierce resistance. In an instant, Arthas approached the orc slaver, commanding his forces with resolute steps, each stride echoing with the promise of victory. The once arrogant demeanor of the orc slaver dissipated upon seeing Arthas, his expression revealing a flicker of fear and despair, his axe trembling slightly in his grasp. Arthas' piercing gaze locked onto the orc slaver, brimming with authority and righteousness, as if proclaiming that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. The troops followed closely behind Arthas, their steps synchronized, spirits soaring. The weapons in their hands shimmered with the cold light. A testament to their unwavering belief in victory, Arthas raised his warhammer high, pointing it at the orc slaver, and bellowed, "Evil orc, your reign of brutality ends here." His voice resounded across the battlefield, invigorating all who heard it. Leading the charge, Arthas appeared as a god of war, his hammer radiating golden light with every swing, sending Orcish blood splattering through the air. His eyes reflected unwavering determination and courage, as if declaring his resolve to uphold justice against the enemy. The soldiers rallied behind Arthas, their battle cries piercing the heavens, intertwining with the orcs' furious roars. The battlefield became a chaotic tableau of flashing blades. With the scent of blood permeating the air, the sounds of slaughter and resistance merging into a cacophony. Soon, Arthas' charge fractured the orc ranks. The knights' steeds trampled over the orc bodies, their swords slicing through the ranks, sending orc after orc to their doomed in their disarray. The orcs desperately fought back, but their resistance proved futile against the overwhelming might of Arthas and the Knights of the Silver Hand. The battle concluded with Arthas' triumph. The orc forces were obliterated, and Strombrad was once again enveloped in serenity. Standing amidst the fallen orc corpses, Arthas was splattered with the blood of his foes. Yet his gaze remained resolute and confident. His victory was not merely a retribution against the orcs, but a defense of righteousness. Arthas slowly exited Strombrad, his hammer in hand, observing the villagers gathered around him and his army. He paused, scanning the crowd. Sylvia stepped forward, her eyes brimming with gratitude and blessings. "Bless you, Arthas." Looking at Sylvia, a wave of warmth surged within Arthas. Just then, Daniel inquired anxiously, "But what about those who were taken?" His voice revealed concern for loved ones and friends. Arthas knelt down, his tone gentle yet firm. "Do not worry, my child. We will bring them home safely." This promise was not only a vow to Timmy, but to all those captured by the orc horde. In the midst of the relentless warfare in Strawn, the remnants of the orc forces fled in disarray. The army, reformed, began its march homeward, with innocent questions arising amidst the tension that moment. A knight galloped forth, approaching Arthas to convey, "Prince Arthas, Lord Uther requests your immediate presence at the orc encampment." Arthas furrowed his brow, exclaiming in exasperation, "There is simply no rest for us. Ferric, we shall depart." He then led his troops, following the knight towards the orc camp. The sound of hooves thundered across the earth, dust swirling around them. Arthas led the charge, his figure towering under the sunlight. The soldiers followed closely, their spirits high. Resolved to fight for justice, as they advanced. Arthas' gaze remained steadfast and resolute. He understood the challenges and dangers that lay ahead, yet fear eluded him. His heart harbored only one conviction: to rescue those ensnared by the orcs. The troops marched in orderly fashion, their strides infused with strength. Each soldier cherished a fervent desire for victory, firmly believing they could vanquish the vile orcs. That moment, a voice echoed in Chenyu's ear. "Ding ding. The mission has been completed, and rewards have been issued to your backpack. Please check." After several hours of marching, Arthas finally arrived at the outskirts of the Blackrock clan, Uther's encampment. The camp was surrounded by towering mountains, imparting a sense of grandeur and authority to the entrance. Vigilant guards stood alert, weapons drawn, keenly observing their surroundings. Chenyu followed Arthas into the camp, where rows of neatly arranged tents and bustling soldiers came into view. Some soldiers sharpened their weapons, others organized their gear, while a few discussed strategic deployments. An atmosphere of tension and order enveloped the entire camp. In the center stood Uther's grand tent, constructed from thick canvas adorned with the emblem of Lordaeron. With determined strides, Arthas approached the tent, his demeanor slightly somber, with Chenyu trailing behind him. Upon seeing Prince Arthas, Uther's face brightened with a smile. "Ah, you've arrived just in time, my child. I sent our two finest knights to negotiate with the orc chieftain. They should return shortly." Chenyu, puzzled, looked at Uther and asked, "Lord Uther, how could those orcs, who lack understanding of civility, possibly accept negotiations or surrender?" Uther's gaze shifted from Arthas to Chenyu, his expression resolute and composed, standing tall as he proclaimed, "In war, we do not slay envoys. This has been the principle since time immemorial. Even if the orcs refuse to surrender, our knights shall return safely. However, as Uther finished speaking, two horses galloped from outside the camp, racing past them like the wind. Uther's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Cursing, damn it, those orcs do not comprehend the concept of surrender. Anger flashed in Arthas's eyes as he gripped his hammer tightly, declaring, "Then we shall charge in and annihilate them." Uther turned to face Arthas, his expression serious. "Remember, Arthas, we are paladins. Vengeance is not our creed. Should we allow our fervor to morph into bloodlust, how are we any different from those orcs?" Uther's words struck a chord in Arthas, prompting him to softly respond. "You are right." Uther, observing Arthas's remorseful demeanor, nodded. "Now, if you feel ready, I wish for you to lead the charge." Arthas initially displayed a look of uncertainty, but after a brief moment of contemplation, his gaze firmed as he replied, "Me? Of course, no problem." His voice conveyed a hint of determination, albeit laced with nervousness. Uther regarded Arthas intently, then stated, "I will remain here, ensuring these vile beasts do not threaten our camp." His gaze bore into Arthas, conveying trust and expectation. Arthas proclaimed, "I shall not disappoint you." Uther replied, "I believe in you, my child." As night fell, the sky transformed into an immense curtain of black velvet, adorned with twinkling stars like diamonds piercing through the darkness, casting a faint and mysterious glow. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the earth. The stars in the night sky were densely scattered, some forming beautiful constellations, such as Orion and Cygnus, enticing one to become enchanted by the mysteries of the universe. The twinkling light of the stars flickered in the darkness, as if narrating ancient tales. Shooting stars blazed across the heavens like fleeting flames, brilliant yet ephemeral. Those who beheld them would make wishes, hoping that the shooting stars would carry their dreams far away. Chunyu gazed upward at the starry sky, occasionally glancing at Prince Arthas, who paced back and forth within the camp. That a palpable tension enveloped the campsite. Arthas had been wandering for quite some time, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Finally, he came to a halt before a tent, where he discovered Uther sitting quietly, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Arthas approached Uther, placing the hammer of the light down and slowly sitting beside him, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Uther regarded him silently, a trace of a comforting smile gracing his face. With a solemn expression, Arthas straightened his posture, gripping his warhammer tightly, and declared, "I understand that this assault on the orc encampment is fraught with peril. Yet I firmly believe that the light is my strength. It shall guide my hammer like a beacon, protecting the kingdom of Lordaeron and sheltering the weak." His voice resonated with conviction and courage, his gaze sparkling with the light of righteousness, as if he could already envision the smoke of battle rising on the horizon. Uther furrowed his brow slightly, concern lacing his tone. "My child, I comprehend your determination. As the future monarch, your safety is equally paramount." He looked intently at Arthas, his eyes betraying a mix of affection and worry for his pupil. Arthas clenched his fist tightly, expressing the resolve within. "I know, but I cannot bear to see our people harmed by the orcs. I will do everything in my power to protect them." His voice pierced through the tent, clear enough for the patrolling guards outside to hear. Uther nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his face, yet he remained vigilant. "Indeed, as a prince, you bear the responsibility to safeguard your subjects, but you are also a warrior. You must learn to protect yourself." His tone was serious and firm, hoping Arthas would remain alert in battle. Arthas smiled confidently, his eyes brimming with the desire for combat. "I will, master. I am prepared to face all that the orcs present. I will lead my soldiers to vanquish them and safeguard Lordaeron from their torment." His voice exuded confidence and determination, as if he were ready to confront the battles ahead. Uther raised his hand, encouragingly patting Arthas on the shoulder. "Precisely, Arthas. That is the spirit. I believe you will become an exceptional king in the future. May the light be with you." His gaze was filled with trust and hope for Arthas. Arthas cast a grateful glance at Uther, his voice resolute. "Thank you, Uther. I fight for the light." With that, he rose and strode away from Uther's tent with determination. Arthas's silhouette appeared resolute and courageous in the candlelight. He walked with steady steps, each stride seemingly treading upon the path of defending his realm. Uther watched the retreating figure of Arthas, a swell of pride and satisfaction surging within him. This young prince, driven by duty and faith, was already prepared to lead Lordaeron into the future. The Orcish horde surged towards Arthas's camp like a relentless tide. Their steps were steady and powerful, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Outside the vast valley, dust swirled, thick with an atmosphere of tension. Before the camp, the Orc infantry formed an unyielding line of defense, clad in heavy iron armor that glinted coldly. The spikes upon their helmets inspired dread. The battle axes they wielded were razor-sharp, glimmering with a thirst for blood. The wolf riders charged forth, their massive wolves bearing sharp fangs, their fur standing like steel needles. Armed with long spears, the tips shimmering with lethal coldness. They swept in like a whirlwind. The wind howled in their ears, banners fluttering in the breeze, adding an air of majesty to the formidable army. The troll headhunters followed with resolute steps, their towering figures adorned with tattoos and decorations that glimmered with an enigmatic light. They wielded long spears, their points exceptionally sharp, stained with unknown runes that seemed to harbor mysterious powers. The catapults loomed large and imposing, propelled by the might of the orcs, their wooden frameworks, intricately carved, exuded a rugged beauty. Reinforced with sturdy iron plates, they protected the internal structure. The stones loaded upon them were each as massive as small hills, showcasing the formidable offensive capability of the orc army. The distant sky darkened ominously, as if heralding the approach of fierce combat. The entire orc horde was an awe-inspiring sight, akin to a moving mountain, instilling a sense of invincibility. Their footfalls, war cries, and the clashing of weapons reverberated through the air, as if announcing their arrival to the world. The Blade Master of the Blackrock clan emerged slowly from the ranks, his steps firm and steady, his gaze imbued with confidence and pride. As he reached the front lines, he towered with a powerful physique, muscles clearly defined, radiating formidable strength, clad in dark, heavy armor that shimmered with cold light. His armor bore mysterious runes and patterns, signifying his rank and status. The helm he wore resembled a malevolent specter, fearsome and terrifying, adorned with red gems that glowed ominously. He wielded a massive longsword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, sharp enough to cleave through steel with ease. His expression was cold and resolute, exuding an aura of fearless courage and determination. His long hair billowed in the wind, and the black tattoos on his face rendered him even more fearsome and enigmatic. He gazed at Uther before him and shouted, "Foolish paladin, the warlocks of the Blackrock clan have spoken. Soon, demons will descend from the heavens, and this wretched world shall burn." His voice was loud and powerful, as if it could shatter the eardrums of his foes. His expression was serious, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, seemingly brimming with confidence in his own power. However, Uther remained undaunted by their words. He stood tall, gripping his warhammer tightly, and retorted, "Indeed, I have heard enough of your drivel. You orcs have made no progress at all." His voice was resolute and decisive, filled with the strength of righteousness. His eyes shone with unwavering determination, his expression stern and grim, reflecting his disdain for the orcs and his steadfast belief in justice. The Blade Master, seeing Uther's defiance, gestured for his troops to advance and commanded, "Attack." No sooner had the Blade Master's words left his lips than the orcs surged forward like a tidal wave toward the human encampment, igniting a fierce battle. Uther swung his warhammer, clashing with the Blade Master's longsword, the sound of their impact ringing clear. Each encounter sparked like a meteor in the night sky, their figures intertwined on the battlefield, at times engaging in close combat, at others creating distance. The Orcish roars blended with human shouts, enveloping the battlefield in a tense atmosphere. Uther gripped his warhammer tightly, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. Under the blessing of the light, his form radiated a faint golden glow. As though enveloped by divine power, he swung his hammer with great force, charging towards the Blade Master. The Blade Master attempted to counter the strike, but his reflexes faltered by a fraction. The warhammer struck him heavily, causing his body to shudder before suddenly becoming a blinding light. The radiance quickly dissipated, and the Blade Master vanished before Uther's eyes. Uther's face reflected shock and fury, his brow furrowed tightly, lips pressed together, revealing his frustration and confusion. He stared wide-eyed at the spot where the Blade Master had disappeared, angrily exclaiming, "Damn it, that was merely an illusion. What do these bastards intend to achieve?" His voice brimmed with a sense of defeat and bewilderment at the enemy's tactics. Beep, beep, the system's prompt echoed in Chun Yu's ears. Task description: assist Arthas in defeating the Black Dragon Corielstrass, saving the human encampment, and slaying the Blade Master of the Blackrock clan. Task rewards: 1. Unlock Mage Skill. Blizzard, enhancing his attack potency. Task details: assist Arthas in defeating Corielstrass, obtain the dragon's heart, and return to the human camp to rescue Uther. The Lightbearer, who is under siege by the orcs. Task requirements: 1. The Lightbearer Uther must survive. 2. Prince Arthas Menethil must survive. Friendly reminder: the difficulty of this task is rated as blue, indicating the challenges ahead will be formidable. Maintaining heightened vigilance and prudent choices is imperative. Failure to complete the task will result in irreversible consequences, condemning you to become undead, unable to return to the real world. Therefore, one must exert every effort and leave no stone unturned in the completion of the task. The mission system has been accepted. May good fortune accompany you. A look of perplexity crossed Chun Yu's face as he shouted into the air his inner query. "Hey, system, where are you? Tell me. What exactly are these spirits you mentioned?" His voice echoed in the silence, as if seeking an answer. The existence of the system remained a mystery to him, and he yearned to learn more about the spirits in order to fulfill the task more effectively. He then turned and continued onward, following Arthas. Arthas led his forces through the depths of the forest, the sound of their footsteps resonating in the stillness. They advanced cautiously, their gazes sweeping the surrounding woods. Suddenly, a contingent of dwarven troops appeared ahead, tightly clustered together, surrounded by barricades, forming a formidable line of defense. The dwarves, armed with firearms, vigilantly aimed at their surroundings, displaying their heightened state of combat readiness. Their expressions were resolute and focused, revealing a wealth of battle-hardened experience. The barricades were cleverly arranged around them, as if forming an insurmountable barrier. Arthas came to a halt, and his troops followed suit. They observed the dwarven forces in silence. Sensing the tension in the air, a palpable sense of unease and hostility enveloped the scene, as if an intense battle was on the verge of erupting. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, adding an air of tension. Arthas stepped forward slowly, his stride steady and assured. The dwarf Finano, with a watchful gaze, addressed Arthas, saying, "Greetings, human. Have you come to join us in our hunt? Sent by Muradin?" A hint of confusion crossed Arthas's face as he inquired, "Why are you dwarves hunting in this place? Are you not aware of the Orcish uprising here?" Finano stood tall, responding with pride. "We are hunting the Black Dragon. It is said that the blood of such a beast can enhance the effectiveness of weapons. As for the Orcish turmoil, aside from seeing you, we have encountered no one else here." Arthas's eyes brightened. Seeming intrigued by this information, he continued, "This enhancement in attack power may indeed prove beneficial to us." Finano beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Our prey is called Zyrenos. With your addition, that beast is as good as doomed." Upon hearing the name Zyrenos, Chun Yu's thoughts drifted towards the task assigned by the system. He slowly uttered, "Zyrenos." Arthas, curious, inquired, "Do you know of this black dragon?" Chun Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. "I'm not aware, Prince Arthas, but I suspect that the reason this unassuming black dragon is remembered is that its name will be immortalized in death, for its life shall end by your sword, thus securing your legendary status as a dragon slayer." A note of confidence and pride infused Arthas's voice as he accepted Chun Yu's words, perceiving them as commendation. His gaze then turned to the dwarves, his expression resolute and decisive as he commanded, "Very well. I shall take that as a compliment. Now, lead the way, dwarves." Under the dwarves' guidance, Arthas carefully led his troops into the lair of Zyrenos. The interior of the cave was permeated by a foul stench, with the walls glimmering faintly, as if recounting the passage of time. The ground was uneven, littered with sharp rocks and fine sand. The ceiling of the cave loomed overhead, where massive stalactites hung, like slumbering giants. Dim light filtered through the crevices of the cave, illuminating the winding passages ahead. As they ventured deeper, the cave grew increasingly narrow, allowing only single-file passage for the troops. The walls bore peculiar patterns, reminiscent of dragon scales, imparting a solemn and enigmatic atmosphere. In the depths of the cave, low rumbling roars could be faintly heard. Those were the breaths of Xyrenos, sending shivers down one's spine. At the end of the cave lay a vast chamber, where Xyrenos resided. Xyrenos lay quietly upon the ground, its massive form resembling a formidable mountain, evoking awe in all who beheld it. Chunyu stared in astonishment at this colossal creature, muttering, "How did it manage to enter this narrow path?" Arthas swiftly gestured for Chunyu to remain silent, whispering, "Hush, quiet." However, despite Arthas's best efforts to caution him, Chunyu's words inadvertently reached the ears of Xyrenos. Xyrenos slowly opened its eyes, two enormous orbs akin to lanterns, radiating an air of authority and ancient wisdom. Its gaze was piercing, as if it could see into the very soul of a person. The troops advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of attracting the attention of Xyrenos. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, a tense atmosphere enveloping the air, the only sounds being their shallow breaths and the soft patter of footsteps echoing in the cave. Xyrenos stirred slightly, its scales scraping against the ground, producing a rustling sound. Its breaths were deep and resonant, causing the very cave to tremble in response. Chunyu stared at Xyrenos with a mix of reverence and trepidation, realizing that his actions might have provoked this mighty being, uncertain of what would transpire next. Xyrenos gradually rose to its full height, its movements graceful yet imposing. Its gaze swept over the intruders before it, laced with disdain and fury as it spoke. "You mortals dare challenge my dominion? Truly, the folly of your kind knows no bounds." Its voice was deep and sonorous, reverberating within the cave and causing shivers to run through those present. Each word was imbued with power, emanating an aura of invincibility. The soldiers instinctively recoiled, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure in the presence of Xyrenos' majesty. Yet, Arthas stepped forward, firmly gripping his Lightbringer hammer. Unflinchingly responding, "Xyrenos is awake. Brothers, charge forth and vanquish him." Arthas's voice was resolute and courageous, showcasing his unwavering bravery and determination. His eyes locked with those of Xyrenos, unafraid in the face of this colossal dragon. Xyrenos' roar echoed through the cave as it unfurled its massive wings, stirring a tempest. Arthas shouted commands to his troops, who gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the dragon's assault. Combat erupted instantaneously, the dragon unleashing searing flames that illuminated the cave in a fiery blaze. The soldiers charged forward recklessly, raising their shields to withstand the onslaught of fire. Arthas nimbly dodged the flames, wielding his hammer with ferocity, aiming strikes against the dragon's scales. Xyrenos retaliated with a sweeping motion of its massive tail, causing the ground to quake violently. The soldiers coordinated their movements, evading the dragon's attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Seizing a moment, Arthas leaped onto Xyrenos' back, his hammer gleaming in the darkness. He swung with all his might, aiming for the dragon's vulnerable spot. Xyrenos roared in agony, twisting its body in an attempt to dislodge Arthas. Amid the fierce battle, the mages within the ranks unleashed their spells, beams of light illuminating the cave as they clashed against Xyrenos' might. They conjured powerful incantations, striving to weaken the dragon's strength. The atmosphere within the cave was charged with tension and excitement. The sounds of battle, the clashing of metal, and the brilliance of magic intertwining. Arthas and his forces fought valiantly against Xyrenos, their courage and resolve ignited in the face of adversity. Xyrenos' scales were as hard as iron, and Arthas' hammer left only shallow marks upon them. With a determined strike, he finally managed to inflict a wound upon Xyrenos' neck, black blood streaming down its scales. Xyrenos, in pain, thrashed wildly. It swung its head, sending Arthas sprawling away. Arthas performed a somersault in midair, landing deftly on the ground. The riflemen among the troops seized the opportunity, pulling their triggers as bullets rained down upon Xyrenos like a swarm of locusts. The dragon spread its wings, a powerful gust deflecting the bullets away. At that moment, Chunyu began to chant an incantation, a massive ice shard forming in his hands. He hurled the ice shard with force, striking Xyrenos in the abdomen. Xyrenos let out a pained howl, its body swaying slightly. Arthas recognized the opening and charged forward once more, engaging Xyrenos in close combat. His hammer skills were impeccable, each swing imbued with lethal intent. Under Arthas's leadership, the troops coordinated seamlessly, continuously inflicting damage upon Xyrenos. However, the dragon's strength remained formidable, its retaliations causing significant casualties among the soldiers. In the critical moment of battle, Arthas caught sight of the scar upon Xyrenos' chest. He bellowed, commanding the troops to concentrate their assault on the wound of the mighty Xyrenos. The soldiers, undaunted, charged forward with their weapons and courage, launching a final offensive against the beast at last. Through their collective efforts, Xyrenos let out a mournful cry, its colossal form crashing to the ground. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the cave, and the clamor of battle gradually subsided. Exhausted, Alsos stood beside the lifeless dragon, his body stained with blood and dust. The soldiers gathered around him, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. They expressed their reverence for this dragon-slaying hero with cheers and applause. Alsos gazed at the dragon's carcass, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue intertwined with a sense of accomplishment. He turned to Philano, saying, "It is done. This great dragon has been vanquished. Philano, I leave this place in your capable hands. We must hasten to the orc encampment." With that, he resolutely led his troops out of the cave, showcasing unwavering determination and leadership. Philano watched Alsos's retreating figure with admiration and gratitude swelling in his heart. He understood that Alsos was a brave and responsible leader, willing to risk his life to engage in mortal combat with the dragon to safeguard their homeland and its people. Philano then led the soldiers in the task of clearing the battlefield, meticulously collecting the dragon's scales and bones, precious materials that could be forged into formidable weapons and sturdy armor, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, Philano and the soldiers mournfully buried their comrades who had valiantly sacrificed their lives in battle. They held a simple yet solemn funeral to honor and remember the fallen. During the ceremony, Philano reflected silently on the brutality of war and the significance of sacrifice. His resolve to defend his homeland and protect its people solidified, and he vowed to strive for peace. After the troops exited the cave, Chinyu anxiously approached Prince Alsos, exclaiming, "Prince Alsos, our camp is under attack by orcs." Following Chunyu's gesture, Alsos's gaze fell upon the distant camp, illuminated by flames and shrouded in billowing smoke. His expression turned grave as a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. He understood that the soldiers and civilians in the camp were in peril, desperately needing his leadership and valor. Alsos swiftly made a decision, raising his weapon, the light of vengeance, and calling out to his soldiers, "Return to the camp at once." His voice was resolute and fervent, igniting the troops' fighting spirit. Alsos led his forces forward in haste, the sound of hooves echoing at the crossroads of the camp. That a scout rode up swiftly, his face tense as he reported, "We have spotted captured humans and orc troops on the high ground ahead." Alsos's eyes sharpened, gripping the hilt of his sword as a fierce determination surged within him. The troops quickened their pace, advancing toward the high ground. Upon ascending the elevation, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. The captured citizens were huddled together, their faces gaunt, eyes reflecting despair and fear. Surrounding them, a group of orcs wielded wicked weapons, exuding a menacing aura as they prepared to strike down these innocents. The cries and pleas of the citizens reached Alsos's ears. Igniting a fury within him, he raised his sword high, roaring, "Stop, you barbaric beasts!" Chunyu, filled with urgency, looked at Alsos with concern etched on his face. He stepped forward, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Your Highness, our camp is currently besieged by orcs. If we do not act swiftly, Lord Uther's life will be in grave danger." Alsos's gaze shifted from the orcs on the high ground to Chunyu, his brow furrowing as a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. The safety of the camp and Uther's life hung in the balance, and he was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Chun Yu's words echoed in his mind, and Alsace realized they could not overlook the crisis at the camp. Yet he could not abandon the citizens before him. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, a wave of resolve surged within him. He looked steadfastly at Chun Yu, his voice steady and resolute as the Prince of Lordaeron. I swear I will protect my people at all costs. This is my duty as a prince, and it is my mission. His words conveyed a profound sense of responsibility and purpose that stirred those around him. Chun Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. His eyes filled with deep concern. He urged urgently, "If we delay further, our camp will be obliterated by the orcs. Lord Uther may." His voice trembled, as if foreseeing the dreadful consequences. Alsace's brow furrowed even tighter, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that time was of the essence, and a decision had to be made swiftly. Gritting his teeth, he silently resolved to act. Alsace pivoted sharply, surveying the soldiers behind him, his eyes shining with conviction and determination. His voice resonated powerfully, conveying an irresistible force. "Now, in the name of the Holy Light, let us vanquish this horde of orcs. Save our citizens, for Lordaeron." His words rang out with strength, reverberating in the hearts of every soldier. The soldiers' faces hardened with resolve as they firmly grasped their weapons, responding to Alsace's command, for their beloved people. For their homeland of Lordaeron, they shouted in unison, "For Lordaeron." Alsace led the charge, wielding the hammer of the Holy Light, like a shooting star plunging into the enemy ranks. His movements were agile and decisive. Each swing of his sword embodied an unyielding hatred for the orcs and a steadfast pursuit of justice. The soldiers followed closely behind Alsace, their steps resolute and synchronized, forming an unstoppable torrent of battle as they clashed fiercely with the orcs. The sound of clashing swords rang out, echoing throughout the battlefield, accompanied by the cries of battle that reverberated through the air, as though shaking the very heavens. That moment, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest. Dust swirling violently, and the stench of blood and gunpowder suffocating the air, painting the ground with the scars of conflict. Uneven and littered with debris and blood, narrating the brutality of the struggle. The distant sunset bled crimson, casting a fiery hue over the field, lending a tragic air to the scene. In such dire conditions, the soldiers exhibited remarkable tenacity, undaunted by the formidable foes before them. They pressed on, fighting valiantly. Each soldier's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, ready to sacrifice everything to protect their compatriots and uphold the honor of Lordaeron. Chun Yu muttered to himself, "Cursed, Prince Alsace has rejected my counsel. If Uther falls, my mission will surely fail, and failure will condemn me to become one of the undead. What in this damned undead existence could possibly await me?" His voice trembled with anxiety and confusion, as if engaged in an internal dialogue. Chun Yu continued to speak to himself, "If I become one of the undead, I shall never return to my world. What must I do to escape this grim fate?" His tone revealed a deep-seated fear for the future and concern for his own destiny. That moment, he beheld the orc swordmaster approaching on the high ground. Ascending the elevation, he surveyed the humans before him and spoke in a somber tone. "The end is nigh. May this insignificant sacrifice appease the wrath of the demon lord." The unfortunate infantryman shouted furiously, "Twisted beast, you shall not prevail. Our army is on its way, and your doom is at hand." The swordmaster sneered, "Alas, you will not witness that moment." With that, he charged forward, slaying all of the human captives. Chun Yu, witnessing the slaughter of the citizens at the hands of the orcs, immediately spurred his horse toward Alsace. Calling out, "Prince Alsace, the orcs have massacred all the citizens on the high ground. We must return to the camp at once to rescue Lord Uther." Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Alsace's fury erupted. Bellowing, "Annihilate these orcs! Leave not a single one!" He then turned and plunged into the fray. With Alsace's command, the human soldiers surged toward the orcs like a tide, wielding their sharp weapons in a fierce melee. The clash of blades rang out. The battle cries and roars resonated across the entire battlefield. Chun Yu observed as the soldiers, under Alsace's leadership, steadily advanced toward the high ground, and he could not help but cry out, "How could this be? The heavens forsake me! Cursed orc swordmaster, Even if I become one of the undead, I shall personally eradicate you." With that, he spurred his steed and plunged into the fierce battle against the orcs. The orcs, equally resolute, utilized their formidable physiques and sharp axes to fiercely resist the human onslaught. In this bloody confrontation, neither side yielded, vowing to annihilate the other. After a grueling struggle, the humans ultimately triumphed, vanquishing every last orc. Chun Yu and Arthas led their weary, yet exhilarated troops up the high ground. They surveyed the surroundings, where the ground was strewn with orc corpses and shattered weaponry, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The Blackrock orc swordmaster stood alone atop the height, gazing down upon the approaching human forces. Chun Yu, leading from the front, stepped forward and bellowed, "You foul beast! How dare you defy the rules of engagement between our nations and slaughter unarmed humans? Today, I shall ensure your demise." In an instant, Chun Yu charged like a tempest, prompting the orc swordmaster to swing his blade. Chun Yu deftly sidestepped, simultaneously casting the spell Frostbolt, which shot forth a beam of icy light, instantly encasing the swordmaster's hand in frost. However, the swordmaster reacted swiftly, employing the mirror image skill, and in the blink of an eye, 4 identical swordmasters appeared before Chun Yu, all raising their weapons to launch a relentless assault. Chun Yu scrutinized the 4 figures before him, momentarily unable to discern the genuine from the illusion. He took a deep breath, focusing intently on the movements and auras of each swordmaster. Suddenly, he noticed a slight difference in the gaze of one swordmaster, which seemed to reveal a hint of cunning. A surge of elation coursed through Chun Yu. He was certain that this swordmaster was the true one. The swordmaster swung his sword, and Chun Yu raised his staff in defense, dropping to one knee under the pressure. As the swordmaster bore down on him, Chun Yu strained to hold his ground. His legs began to tremble, and he felt his strength waning rapidly. Yet he knew he could not falter. He locked eyes with the swordmaster, seeking a chink in his armor. The swordmaster roared, clad in armor, wielding a staff. "How absurd! What audacity you possess to dare strike at me!" Chun Yu straightened his posture, his gaze resolute, and shouted defiantly, "If fate is intertwined with your existence, what joy is there in life, and what fear in death?" No sooner had he spoken than he thrust his staff upward with unwavering determination. The swordmaster, sensing Chun Yu's burgeoning strength, realized that sheer force would not suffice. He swiftly raised his weapon, delivered a powerful kick to Chun Yu's chest. Chun Yu was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string. Yet, he refused to concede. In the instant of his fall, he pressed one hand against the ground, leveraging the force to deliver a thunderous kick directly at the swordmaster's chest. The sheer power of this strike caught the swordmaster off guard, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated Chun Yu's tenacity. Even after sustaining a grievous blow, he could retaliate with such ferocity. I could see that moment. Chun Yu, bracing himself with one hand, felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve, as if aflame with indomitable spirit. He understood that in the face of such a formidable foe, only steadfastness, relentless pursuit, and the identification of weaknesses could yield a chance at victory. Arthas swiftly advanced, taking a quick stride to Chun Yu's side, extending his hands to carefully assist the injured warrior. Concern radiated from his gaze as he anxiously inquired, "How severe is your injury?" Chun Yu, laboring to shake his head, gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his lips, and managed to utter, "This fiend must not escape." His voice resonated with conviction and determination, as if proclaiming his resolve to all that. As Chun Yu's words echoed, a cadre of well-trained guards surged forward like a tidal wave, their disciplined strides propelling them toward the swordmaster. Each face bore an expression of solemnity and resolve. Sensing the dire situation, the swordmaster attempted to flee, but his movements were a fraction too slow. The guards, akin to ravenous tigers, pounced upon him, encircling him tightly. Forming an impenetrable wall, the clash of blades and the glint of steel ignited the air, heralding the commencement of a thrilling skirmish. In a brief yet intense exchange, the swordmaster ultimately fell, outnumbered and reduced to mere pulp. As night fell, the forests of Hillsbrad lay in tranquil silence, the silvery moonlight cascading onto the ground, casting dappled shadows. These shadows resembled gossamer veils, gently enveloping every inch of soil, imparting an air of mystery and allure to the entire woodland. Within the forest, towering trees stood majestically, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Ancient roots twisted and turned, resembling the veins of the earth. Under the moon's glow, these trees appeared even more solemn and enigmatic. The air was infused with a refreshing essence, a blend of earthy aromas and the fragrance of foliage, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a natural symphony. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched softly underfoot, imparting a sense of softness and comfort. Hillsbrad's forest was home to a myriad of creatures by night. They either whispered sweet nothings in slumber or darted through the darkness, infusing this serene woodland with vitality. Amidst this tranquil and mysterious forest setting, Arthas led his troops with utmost caution. Their figures flickered in the moonlight, as if merging with the very essence of the forest. Every step was imbued with vigilance, as they remained alert to any disturbances, leaving no detail unnoticed. The forest was thick with humidity, the branches swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. Moonlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the soldiers' resolute faces. The night stillness was shattered by the sound of footsteps and the clattering of hooves, reverberating through the air as a warning to any lurking foes. As the troops ventured deeper into the forest, the moonlight was obscured by the dense canopy, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. The soldiers, on high alert, scrutinized their surroundings, wary of any imminent dangers. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a potent scent of blood, heightening their tension. In the shadows, the orc ambush materialized like phantoms. Countless arrows gleamed coldly in the moonlight, raining down upon the human forces like a torrential downpour. The soldiers scrambled for cover, their figures darting swiftly beneath the moonlight, melding with the darkness as if engaged in a desperate flight for survival. Arthas led the charge, his silhouette appearing particularly grand and formidable under the moon's glow. Wielding his warhammer, each swing conjured a fierce gust of wind. The warhammer glimmered with radiant holy light, a symbol of the justice burning within his heart. The cacophony of battle echoed through the nocturnal forest, the stench of blood and death saturating the air, thick enough to suffocate. Under the moonlight, the roars of the orcs intertwined with the battle cries of humans, composing a brutal and sanguine symphony. When the battle subsided, the forest was enveloped in a heavy scent of death. Corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, some frozen in their final moments of combat, others grotesquely contorted. Blood stained the earth, forming ghastly pools that were hard to behold. The soldiers, exhausted, sat upon the ground, inspecting their wounds under the faint moonlight. Their eyes reflected boundless fatigue and deep sorrow. Arthas stood beneath the moonlight, his figure appearing solitary yet resolute. He surveyed the battlefield, a surge of complex emotions welling within him. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing the determination and aspirations he held for the future. In this quiet night, Lord Uther and his troops hurriedly arrived, their footsteps resonating through the forest like the heavy drumbeats, disrupting the stillness of the night. Each step was imbued with urgency and resolve, reflecting their sense of duty. At a flicker of alertness crossed Arthas's gaze, and he spoke with unwavering certainty. Could it be another orc assault? Prepare for battle. This command propelled his troops into immediate readiness. The soldiers swiftly sprang into action, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes darting nervously for any signs of movement. Each breath quickened, filled with anticipation for the battle ahead and vigilance against the enemy. Leading from the front, Arthas resembled a god of war, guiding his troops toward the potential adversary. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, his weapon glimmering with a chilling light, poised to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Under his leadership, the troops exhibited formidable combat prowess and unity. They collaborated seamlessly, forming an unyielding line of defense. Uther raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt their advance. His gaze was sharp, cautiously surveying the path ahead. With a voice imbued with steadiness and decisiveness, he declared, "Halt! There are foes ahead." The soldiers immediately ceased their advance, instinctively adopting defensive stances as a tense atmosphere enveloped the air, that Uther's experience and insight instilled unwavering trust in his judgment. Under the moonlight, the clouds gradually receded from the moon's embrace, allowing the silvery glow to cascade down upon the earth, illuminating the entire scene. Uther and Arthas, bathed in the ethereal light, finally recognized each other as part of the human armies, that a wave of relief and joy surged within them. They strode forward with resolute steps, prompting their soldiers to erupt in cheers, celebrating this exhilarating moment. The jubilant cries reverberated through the night sky, as if seeking to convey their elation to distant lands. Arthas, astonished, turned to Uther, a look of delight adorning his face. "Uther, what brings you here? Aren't the orcs currently assaulting our camp?" Uther smiled in response, his eyes reflecting concern. The orc forces attacking the camp suddenly retreated. Initially, we assumed they were simply in disarray, but later our scouts discovered you engaging the orc encampment. I feared you might encounter an ambush upon your return to the camp. Thus, after dispatching the orcs at our camp, we hastened to provide assistance." Arthas, incredulous, replied, his tone laced with surprise. "I never expected we would confront this orc force here, yet we still triumphed over them. It's truly astounding." Uther's voice resonated with praise and encouragement as he acknowledged Arthas's performance. "Well done, my boy. A most resounding victory." A hint of doubt flickered across Arthas's face as he recalled the orc sacrificial rituals involving villagers. "I am uncertain, Uther. Those orcs seem to be summoning demons through their sacrifices." A glimmer of contemplation crossed Uther's gaze as he sought to reassure Arthas. "Fear not, my child. Those orcs are merely clinging to their foolish traditions. Their demons were vanquished long ago. Let us return. This day has been remarkably prolonged." His tone exuded confidence drawn from past victories. Yet, Arthas appeared not entirely convinced, a trace of unease lingering in his heart. Nevertheless, he nodded and followed Uther as they began their return journey, their eyes reflecting mutual trust and anticipation for the future. This small gesture symbolized the unity and collaboration of the two armies. Soldiers encircled them, their faces alight with smiles, offering shoulder pats of encouragement and congratulating one another on this unexpected reunion. In that moment, they cast aside their fatigue and pain, their hearts brimming with confidence in their victory. The atmosphere of celebration permeated the air, filled with laughter and joy as they collectively commemorated this rare gathering. They understood that their solidarity would render them ever more formidable, capable of facing any challenges that lay ahead. That moment, a voice from the system echoed in Cheng Yu's ear. "Ding ding. The mission has been accomplished, and the rewards have been dispatched to your backpack. Please check." "What? Lord Uther is not dead," Cheng Yu exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening, his voice quivering with excitement as he sat upright. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, a blend of surprise and disbelief. Perhaps deep down, he had already resigned himself to the notion that Lord Uther could not possibly have survived. Just then, our scouts reported that an orc leader had been successfully captured along the coast of Lordaeron. I could see this moment. He was imprisoned within our encampment. Uther's heart filled with concern, fully aware of the orcs' cunning and brutality. Fearing that the tribe might seize the opportunity to assault the camp, that he fixed his resolute gaze upon Arthas and articulated his expectations. "If possible, I would like you to remain steadfast at the camp. Once I have eliminated the remaining orcs of Hillsbrad, I will lead our forces to you post-haste." His finger firmly pointed to the encampment near the coast of Lordaeron on the map. Arthas responded without hesitation. "I, of course, will not question it." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by the sudden entrance of the Lordaeron ambassador. The ambassador hurriedly entered the tent, delivering the king's orders to Uther and Prince Arthas. "Lord Uther." "Prince Arthas, King Tyrrhenas summons you." Prince Arthas, to return to Lordaeron immediately. The flicker of urgency flashed in Arthas's eyes as he inquired of the ambassador. "Did my father mention the reason?" The ambassador shook his head, his tone grave. The king did not disclose specific details, but he repeatedly emphasized the urgency of the situation, urging the prince to return to Lordaeron at once. Upon hearing the ambassador's words, Arthas turned to Uther, his gaze resolute. "In that case, I recommend someone to you. Lord Uther, I believe he can hold the camp in my stead." Once he completes his task, ensure he comes to find me in Lordaeron. Before he could finish, Arthas grasped Chung Yu's arm, leading him forward. His steps were steady, and his eyes conveyed determination and confidence. I could see that moment. The entire scene seemed to freeze, all eyes converging upon Chung Yu, whose presence appeared to instill a glimmer of hope among the onlookers. Uther scrutinized Chung Yu, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by trust. He nodded and addressed Chung Yu. Very well. Since he is recommended by Prince Arthas, I believe you can hold the fort until our arrival. Chung Yu straightened his posture, saluting Uther and Arthas with utmost seriousness, pledging, I shall exert every effort, and I will not fail your trust. His voice rung with conviction and determination. Arthas patted Chung Yu on the shoulder, advising, this place is entrusted to you. Be exceedingly cautious. Subsequently, he departed in haste with the ambassador, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chung Yu led the troops swiftly toward the encampment along the coast of Lordaeron. However, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of shocking. Within the camp, buildings lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. Flames roared, consuming all in their path, and thick smoke enveloped the air, rendering it suffocating. The once orderly camp had transformed into a chaotic disaster. The ground was strewn with the corpses of soldiers and orcs alike, their bodies twisted in grotesque forms, some lying in pools of blood, others clutching weapons in their lifeless hands. The stench of blood was overwhelming and acrid, as though it could penetrate one's nostrils, inducing nausea. The blood stained the earth, forming ghastly puddles that seemed to narrate the harrowing battle that had just transpired. The soldiers' armor lay in tatters, smeared with blood and dirt, the glory and dignity of the past, now utterly obliterated. Orc corpses scattered around bore expressions of ferocity and resolve from a battle. The entire scene resembled a grim tableau of apocalypse, the air thick with the scent of death and destruction that cloaked the once vibrant encampment. The crackling sounds of burning would echo amidst the ruins, accompanied by curling tendrils of black smoke, heightening the sense of desolation and terror. Such a sight evoked sorrow for lost lives and imparted a profound understanding of the brutality of war. Chung Yu cursed in rage. Damn it, the orcs have already attacked this camp, and their leader has been rescued. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached with a report. My lord, our ships have been sighted in the distance along the coastline. They are heading into the deep sea. Chung Yu gazed into the distance, contemplating. Heading into the deep sea? Are they pursuing the orcs? He turned and issued a command. Brothers, let us pursue. We must uncover which scoundrel has slain so many of our brethren. The troops swiftly mobilized, marching with unwavering determination toward the vessels. Their hearts burned with a desire for vengeance, resolved to uncover the truth and seek justice for the fallen soldiers. The prophet stood upon the heights of Lordaeron, his gaze fixed upon the tribe's ships as they glided toward the sea. His heart brimmed with hope for the young thrall, and he whispered, Set forth, young thrall, across the western seas to the continent of Kalimdor. There you shall discover your destiny, and your people shall find redemption. However, at that moment, the prophet's expression shifted to one of gravity. He was astonished to observe another fleet of human vessels trailing closely behind Thrall's ship, all heading in the same direction. That a flicker of doubt and concern surged within the prophet. No. What is this human army? Why are they here? What is their purpose? He found himself engulfed in contemplation. Gradually, the figure of the prophet became indistinct, transforming into a raven that soared above the surface of the sea. Its inky black wings shimmered with a mysterious light under the sun, as if heralding some unknown power. The raven ascended high, circling above both Thrall's ship and the human vessels, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of some vital clue. After a moment, the raven appeared to receive a guiding signal. Resolutely taking flight into the distance, its silhouette gradually diminished in the sky, ultimately vanishing into the distant horizon. Chung Yu's fleet struggled through the tumultuous sea, black smoke billowing from the ships. He gazed at the fleet, which seemed on the verge of shattering, and cursed, Damn orcs! They sabotaged the vessels as they departed, nearly consigning us to the depths of the ocean amidst this storm. A sailor pointed toward an island ahead, reporting to Chung Yu, My lord, look! There's a contingent of Kul Tira's sailors stationed on the shoreline of that island. They have established a forward outpost, appearing to be on high alert. Following the sailor's gesture, Chun Yu beheld a group of soldiers clad in Kul Tira's uniforms busily engaged along the coastal line. They had erected rudimentary fortifications at the water's edge, encircled a designated area with sandbags and barriers. Around the outpost, the soldiers brandished their weapons, vigilantly scanning the surrounding waters. Their banners fluttered in the sea breeze, proclaiming their identity and resolve. Several small towers could be discerned within the outpost, where sentinels stood watch, constantly monitoring the movements on the sea. Additionally, a few Kul Tira's vessels were anchored nearby, presumably for patrolling and transporting supplies. The sailors busied themselves alongside the ships, conducting maintenance and repairs, standing at the bow. Chun Yu's gaze was sharp and alert. Upon hearing the sailors' report, his brow furrowed slightly, as he appeared perplexed and wary of the presence of Kul Tira sailors on the island ahead. Leaning slightly forward, with his hands resting on the railing, he inquired further, "What are they doing here?" His voice carried a hint of confusion and caution. I could see that moment. The sea breeze caressed his cheek, tousling his hair. His eyes remained fixed on the island ahead, seeking answers from the unfamiliar land. The sailor's voice trembled with tension as he pointed toward the island, relaying the situation to Chun Yu. Recently, the coastal regions have been frequently assaulted by murlocs. Those vile creatures have made our voyages exceedingly arduous. The Kul Tira sailors have chosen to garrison here to fend off these murloc incursions. Chun Yu's gaze followed the sailor's direction, his brow knitting tighter as he scrutinized the island, contemplating the implications. However, according to the latest reports, there were trolls on the island as well. The sailor's tone revealed a hint of astonishment. Chun Yu's expression grew graver, fully aware of the troll's strength and peril. The simultaneous presence of murlocs and trolls on the island rendered the situation all the more intricate and precarious. Chun Yu's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes betraying a touch of dissatisfaction. He muttered to himself, "First murlocs, now trolls. What a nuisance." He stowed his telescope and turned to the sailors, issuing orders. "Bring the fleet ashore. We shall search their encampment for supplies and simultaneously repair our vessels." His voice was resolute and decisive, devoid of hesitation. The sailors sprang into action, maneuvering the ships toward the island. The sea wind howled, billowing Chun Yu's garments as he straightened his posture, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. At the ship's side, the turbulent waters churned, sending sprays of foam into the air. Chun Yu's heart brimmed with determination. Regardless of the obstacles encountered, he was resolute in leading his men to procure the necessary supplies and ensure the safety and repair of their ships. Chun Yu returned to the cabin, preparing to contemplate the next steps of his plan when he suddenly heard the soldiers report, "My lord, the Kul Tira's outpost on the coastline has been attacked." His heart raced, and he dashed out of the cabin onto the deck. The sight before him was shocking. Billowing smoke and chaos engulfed the Kul Tira's sailors' encampment. Chun Yu swiftly grasped his telescope, directing it toward the camp. His brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting concern and vigilance. Through the lens, he discerned the dire situation at the outpost. Soldiers were engaged in fierce combat with unidentified foes, smoke swirling amidst the cacophony of battle cries. Thrall rode atop a powerful wolf, brandishing his weapon and proclaiming, "For the Horde." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air. Under his fierce assault, the human defensive tower crumbled. However, at that moment, a horde of murlocs surged forth from all directions of the island. Agile and swift, they ensnared the sailors in their nets. Observing this, Thrall shouted, "Watch your backs. The fight is not over." His voice carried a note of urgency and warning. The sailors, jolted from their stupor, hurriedly turned to confront the murloc assault. They engaged in fierce combat, swords clashing and water splashing. Fearlessly, Thrall plunged into the murloc ranks, valiantly slaying foes. His courage and combat prowess inspired those around him, galvanizing them to fight with even greater fervor. The scene erupted into chaos and intensity. As murlocs and sailors clashed violently, a headhunter cried out in panic, "The fish monsters are here to seize us." His voice was laced with fear and alarm. The sudden appearance of the murlocs plunged the headhunters into disarray. They had likely been assaulting the human encampment, but the murloc attack disrupted the balance. The battlefield fell silent as orcs, humans, and trolls found themselves ensnared in the nets. The orc warriors, strong and formidable, struggled against their bindings, roaring in fury as they attempted to tear free. Humans and trolls, too, found themselves ensnared, desperately seeking an escape. However, the resilience of the nets rendered their efforts futile. In an instant, the camp was filled with cries and struggles. A Murloc shaman approached, declaring, "Do not think you could disrupt our affairs with your chaotic magic, surface dwellers." With that, the orcs, humans, and trolls, under the Murloc force's stern escort, trudged heavily toward the dark cave. The Murloc shaman led the way, his figure flickering in and out of the shadows, seemingly merging with the darkness. The staff in his hand glimmered with a faint light, the sole beacon in the enveloping gloom. Chun Yu's fleet navigated the surging waves, finally reaching the coastline to the ship's side. The soldiers anxiously and excitedly observed the approaching land. The call to disembark sounded. Chun Yu took the lead, swiftly leaping from the ship and setting foot on Kul Tira's soil. They advanced with resolute strides toward the naval encampment. Chun Yu calmly directed his soldiers, who quickly formed ranks, exhibiting well-trained combat postures. His gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the surroundings, exchanging glances with his commanders. The soldiers within the ranks were invigorated, gripping their weapons tightly in readiness for potential challenges. Their steps were synchronized, armor gleaming, demonstrating formidable combat prowess and discipline. Chun Yu led the troops into the naval encampment. The scene before him was shocking. Buildings blazed in fierce flames, thick smoke billowing, creating utter devastation. The camp was permeated with acrid smoke, littered with remnants of destruction and fallen bodies. Chun Yu promptly issued orders. "Immediately repair the camp and our ships." His voice was firm and resolute, and the soldiers swiftly sprang into action. They divided into groups, some extinguishing the raging fires, others transporting supplies, while others repaired the vessels. Aware of the urgency of time, Chun Yu resolved to personally investigate the depths of the cave to uncover the Murloc's true intentions. With a mix of curiosity and determination, he ventured into the dark cave. The torch in his hand illuminated the path ahead, casting light upon his resolute countenance. The cave was permeated with a damp atmosphere, cold and oppressive. The ground was soaked, as if long submerged in water, each step revealing the wetness and stickiness beneath. The walls flickered with strange luminescence, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, adding an air of mystery to the scene. Thrall's brow furrowed as he fixed his sharp gaze upon the Murlocs, demanding, "What do these bizarre fish creatures want with us?" His voice conveyed dissatisfaction and confusion. The headhunter, with a grave expression, replied, "The Murlocs were once peaceful, but recently they have been capturing us as sacrifices." With that, he slightly shook his head, revealing a hint of resignation. Thrall's gaze hardened further, standing tall and clenching his fist, declaring, "Sacrifices? To whom?" The headhunter's voice was laced with worry. "They have been worshipping a witch for a long time. They say she resides in the sea. If they do not offer sacrifices, she will destroy this island." Thrall raised his chin slightly, responding with unwavering resolve. "They should understand that orcs are not easily frightened." His gaze was infused with determination and courage. Chun Yu's expression was austere, his eyes resolute. "As you are aware, humanity will never permit your escape alive." With these words, the merman guards at the prison entrance were swiftly slain. And Chun Yu approached with measured steps, exuding an air of authority. As he walked, he scrutinized his surroundings, his voice deep and commanding. "Let me see who is confined here." Within the prison, a formidable orc stood, his green skin rough and resilient, a testament to his survival in the wilderness. His muscular physique conveyed immense strength and endurance, with sharp cheekbones, a broad jaw, and deep-set eyes that radiated resolve and wisdom, revealing his leadership qualities. Beside him stood a troll headhunter, both fixated on Chun Yu at the prison's entrance. The captain of the guards, trembling slightly with fear, pointed towards the orc within. "That is the orc's slave, Sal from Durnhold. I once witnessed him in the Durnhold arena." Chun Yu's brow furrowed, his gaze filled with fury. "Sal? He has brought us untold calamities. Bring him down." His voice was laced with hatred and resolve, as if Sal were his sworn enemy. Standing tall, Sal responded defiantly, "Orcs fear no threat. If you seek my life, You might find yourself lacking the prowess. His eyes sharpened with vigilance as he crouched. Weapon gripped tightly, muscles tensed and ready for combat. His posture illustrated his combat experience and confidence, as though proclaiming that only true strength could claim his life. The headhunters swiftly positioned themselves beside Sal, brandishing their spears in a defensive stance, their expressions grave and vigilant as they scanned the prison gate for any potential threats. The guards' steps grew hesitant, advancing with caution, their weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. Each step was tinged with trepidation, as if they sensed the imminent confrontation. Their gazes were fixed on the prison door, movements gentle and cautious, wary of provoking unnecessary trouble. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if every heartbeat echoed in the silence that ate tea that moment. Chunyu suddenly heard a chime. Beep, beep, system task issued. Task details. Rescue Sal. Rewards. 1. Unlock mage skill. Group teleportation. 2. Gain 1 fragment for the system store. 3. Acquire 1 fragment for system intelligence services. Task description. Extract Sal from the Merman prison and ensure his safety to the designated location. Darnassus. Friendly reminder. Task difficulty assessed as orange, indicating significant challenges ahead. Requiring cautious approach. Stay vigilant for your safety. Failure will result in your demise as a wraith, forever barred from the realm of the living. The task system has automatically accepted this. May fortune favor you. Chunyu raised a hand, his expression grave. Wait. His eyes conveyed determination and alertness, brows slightly furrowed, as if contemplating a crucial matter. The soldiers halted at his command, turning their focus to him, expressions of confusion adorning their faces. Awaiting further instruction. Chunyu's brow furrowed deeply as he glared at the air before him, his voice thick with indignation. System, he is our foe, a villain who has wrought immense suffering upon Lordaeron, resulting in countless sacrifices. His tone brimmed with evident displeasure and skepticism, fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. Yet the system offered no reply. Chunyu paced before the prison door, his steps betraying anxiety and weight, his lips pressed tightly together, occasionally biting his lower lip in a display of inner turmoil. Damn this wretched system. How could it impose such a task at this moment? He muttered, eyes flashing with fury and helplessness. Eventually, he stood before Sal, rage and reluctance swirling within him. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to suppress all his wrath, fixing Sal with a piercing gaze. Sal, I shall spare you this time. It is not my intention, but I wish to see who ultimately prevails. You, or the merman, as he spoke. Chunyu trembled slightly, as though wrestling with his emotions. His fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, revealing that although he resolved to let Sal live, his resentment remained unabated. With unwavering resolve, Chunyu declared, "Open the cage and release them. We must rescue the humans in the other cells." His voice carried an air of finality. The guard's eyes brimmed with anguish and hatred, gripping his weapon tightly, grinding his teeth. "My lord, we cannot miss the opportunity to eliminate the orc. The orc he releases ravaged my homeland, causing me to lose my family. I seek vengeance." His body trembled with agitation. Chunyu gazed steadfastly at the soldier, his tone calm, yet powerful. "I understand this sentiment. Peace is not merely a hollow phrase that is underpinned by the silent sacrifices and contributions of countless individuals. Now, release them. We must hasten to rescue more humans and lead them to safety." The soldier, upon hearing Chunyu's words, momentarily hesitated, but soon regained his resolve. Standing tall, he proclaimed, "In that case, I shall report to Lord Uther that you are colluding on the battlefield, allowing him to decide your fate today." Chunyu pointed at the soldier, his tone firm and unyielding. "Regardless of your future intentions, here and now, I command you to unlock that cage, release the orcs, and let them engage the mermen in battle. You may then stand beside me as we safely return to Lordaeron. As for the consequences upon our return, I shall bear all responsibility myself." In this tense moment, Chunyu's gaze burned with intensity, unwavering and resolute, as if he could penetrate all barriers. His voice resonated like a steady war drum, echoing in the still air, conveying his determination and courage. The environment seemed to respond to his resolve, the wind howling as if rallying to his words. Reluctantly, The soldier unlocked the cage, and Sal stepped out with determination, fixing his gaze on Chunyu. His voice low yet steadfast. "Human, I know not your intentions in saving me, but to express my gratitude, I shall lead my tribe to annihilate the mermen, ensuring your safe departure." Chunyu led his troops cautiously out of the cave. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in their ears. "Land dwellers, you have slain my minions and desecrated my sanctuary. Now, the tide of wrath shall engulf you." Chunyu's heart raced as he turned to the orc behind him, hastily explaining, "Apologies, milady, we meant no offense. Please allow us to leave." Sal roared, "You shall receive no tribute today. Sea Witch, retreat to your abyss." The Sea Witch hissed in response, "Humph, this is of your own making. Savor your final breaths." Sal's eyes shimmered with defiance and fury, unwavering in the face of the Sea Witch's threat. His voice reverberated within the cave, stirring the souls of all present. The Sea Witch's sinister laughter betrayed her disdain for Sal's warning. The cave was thick with tension, and an intense clash seemed inevitable. After great effort, the troops finally reached the landing point. Chunyu gazed upon the camp, his eyes ablaze with intensity that a soldier rushed over. "Reporting, my lord, shortly after your departure, the nearby volcano erupted, shaking the entire island as if it were on the verge of sinking." Chunyu looked at the guard, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Had you not told me, I would have thought you were slacking off. Forget about that wretched base. We must board immediately and leave this place." His voice was tinged with urgency, prompting the soldiers to hastily board the vessels. Chunyu stared into the distance, silently praying for their safe escape from the impending doom of the island. A Lordaeron sailor anxiously inquired, "My lord, are we truly to abandon that Sea Witch?" Chunyu's gaze remained resolute as he replied, "At this moment, my foremost duty is to lead you all safely home. The Sea Witch shall be dealt with by the tribe." Once everyone had boarded, the fleet unfurled its sails, cutting through the waves towards the direction of Lordaeron. After several days of navigation, they finally beheld the coastline of Lordaeron. As the vessel gradually approached the harbor, the elation in the hearts of the soldiers was ineffable. They had endured numerous trials and tribulations, and now they had returned to the land of their homeland. Chunyu stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed on the distant Lordaeron. This once familiar city now appeared particularly endearing to him, and a complex surge of emotions welled up within him, encompassing both nostalgia for past experiences and anticipation for the future. The fleet gently sailed into the harbor, and the residents of Lordaeron surged forward to welcome their return. Cheers and applause echoed, enveloping the entire port in a festive atmosphere. Chunyu led the soldiers off the ship, their steps resolute as they marched toward the future. Their story may have just begun, and Lordaeron would mark their new starting point 3 days later. Sunlight bathed King S Road, illuminating the trees flanking the path in vivid brilliance. Chunyu and Arthas gathered around a campfire, quietly awaiting the arrival of Jaina. Arthas, tall and poised, gazed into the distance, a hint of urgency evident in his expression. Captain Ferric noticed Arthas's demeanor and inquired with concern, "Prince Arthas, we have been waiting here for several hours. Are you certain your friend will arrive?" Arthas smiled faintly, his tone resolute as he replied, "I assure you, Jaina is always fashionably late." His voice carried a profound understanding and trust in Jaina. Just as Arthas turned, it seemed as if time itself had come to a halt. Jaina's figure appeared like a radiant beam of light, rushing into Chunyu's view, her form agile, pursued closely by 2 towering and fierce ogres. Upon noticing this, Chunyu immediately shouted, "Look over there! Someone is being chased. 2 ogres are after that human girl." The group turned to follow Chunyu's pointed finger. Captain Ferric declared, "We must help her." And they began to run toward Jaina. However, upon recognizing that the pursued individual was Jaina, Arthas halted Captain Ferric and Chunyu, stating, "There is no need to draw swords. Captain, Jaina can handle this herself." His gaze remained fixed ahead, exuding an aura of determination and confidence. It was as though he shared an unspoken understanding with Chunyu and the others, conveying through his eyes that Jaina possessed ample capability and confidence to manage the situation. Reassuring them all, his demeanor radiated calmness, as if he were well aware of the challenges that lay ahead. His expression seemed to communicate that they should simply remain quiet and observe the unfolding events. This display of confidence inspired those around him, fostering a sense of trust within them. They collectively chose to heed his guidance, waiting in silence for the situation to develop further. Jaina showcased her prowess, summoning two formidable water elementals, which swiftly engage in a fierce battle with the ogres. Under Jaina's command, the water elementals unleashed their immense power, dispatching the two ogres within mere exchanges. Once the skirmish concluded, Jaina approached with a measured pace. Arthas smiled as he introduced her to the group, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lady Jaina Proudmoore, the envoy from Dalaran, daughter of Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, leader of Kultiras, and one of the most gifted mages in the world." Chunyu, standing tall beside Prince Arthas, donned exquisite armor and wielded an unusual staff, his vigilant gaze surveying the surroundings with a serious demeanor. He spoke firmly, "Lady Jaina, I am the ambassador of Lordaeron, entrusted by the king to ensure your safety and that of Prince Arthas. However, given your recent display in battle, it seems I may be the one in need of protection." Hearing Chinyu's words, Jaina smiled, her eyes reflecting genuine gratitude as she softly replied, "I appreciate the king's thoughtful care and your selfless dedication." As she spoke, Jaina turned to look at Arthas, their eyes meeting unexpectedly, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Arthas, a handsome and resolute figure, exhibited a flicker of confusion and disbelief in his eyes. His body trembled slightly, as if unable to comprehend the sight before him. Jaina, a beautiful and gentle woman, parted her lips slightly, her eyes brimming with surprise and complex emotions. Her hand instinctively clenched, as if to grasp the beauty of the moment. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, the surrounding world fading into a blur, leaving only the two of them. That Arthas's gaze gradually transformed from surprise to deep affection as he looked at Jaina, his eyes shimmering with past memories and longing. A blush crept onto Jaina's cheeks, her heart swelling with excitement, accompanied by a tinge of unease. They stood silently, their gazes intertwined, as if recounting the myriad moments they once shared. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing essence, as if to add a touch of poetry to their reunion. Gradually, Arthas took a step closer to Jaina. Her heart raced as she sensed his approach, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Their proximity dwindled, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Finally, Arthas softly uttered, "It seems your skills remain as sharp as ever. I am truly delighted to reunite with you, Jaina." Jaina responded with a smile. "Likewise, Arthas. It has been far too long since we had the prince's protection." Their voices bore a hint of huskiness, as if suppressing the excitement within in that moment. They seemed to return to a time long past, as cherished memories surged forth. However, time had left its marks upon them, and they had both undergone significant changes. Arthas sighed, "Indeed, time flies, and it appears we should be on our way." Jaina, using her magic, summoned back her guardians and stated, "Our intelligence indicates that this plague originated from the north. We should inspect the villages surrounding King's Road along the way." Breaking the silence, Arthas reflected, his voice tinged with nostalgia as a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. "Do you recall our last meeting? We were young and full of vigor, brimming with beautiful dreams for the future. Looking back now, it's astonishing how much we have endured." His tone quivered slightly, as if striving to contain the emotions welling within. Jaina listened intently, her gaze tender and resolute, a hint of tearfulness glimmering in her eyes. Arthas lifted his gaze towards the horizon, as if reminiscing about the beautiful times they once shared. His voice carried a sense of helplessness and regret. "Time has passed so swiftly. We have both changed so much." Jaina nodded gently, her voice steady yet soft, "But our experiences have also allowed us to grow." Their eyes met again, and in each other's gaze, they could see the once fervent passion and dedication, along with the marks left by time. In that moment, they seemed to return to the past, as wonderful memories washed over them, while simultaneously feeling the weight of reality and the relentless passage of time. A faint smile graced Jaina's lips, as her eyes sparkled with the light of reminiscence. As if peering through the river of time to glimpse the past, she nodded softly, saying, "Indeed, time passes swiftly. I still remember the steadfast look in your eyes when you decided to become a paladin. It was a testament to your commitment to justice and your sense of responsibility. Her voice brimmed with sentiment, a warmth flooding her heart as she recalled that moment. Then, her tone grew more heartfelt. I also remember your declaration during the paladin ceremony at the Cathedral of Light. You were clad in armor, solemn and dignified. Your oath reverberated through the hall like thunder, a testament to your resolve and courage. Jaina's gaze lingered on Arthas, her admiration evident. She continued, "Now, you have become an outstanding prince. Your leadership and unwavering beliefs command respect, and your accomplishments bring hope to Lordaeron." Arthas smiled modestly, a hint of humility gracing his expression. He gently shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Jaina. However, this is not solely my achievement. It is the honor of the entire army. We have all worked together to attain this success." His eyes turned to Jaina, revealing a sense of trust and anticipation. Then he inquired, "By the way, Jaina, regarding the investigation into the plague in northern Lordaeron, has Dalaran uncovered any leads?" His voice carried a hint of urgency, as he hoped to glean some vital information from Jaina. In her eyes sparkled a glimmer of curiosity, and she softly remarked, "I happened to overhear a conversation between my teacher and a mysterious figure. They believe that this plague is of magical origin. It is precisely for this reason that my teacher has sent me to investigate this outbreak." Her voice was tinged with a sense of bewilderment and confusion, as if contemplating the true intentions of this enigmatic individual. Simultaneously, her expression conveyed the gravity with which she regarded the plague and her yearning for the truth. That Arthas's demeanor grew serious, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. "If it is indeed the result of magic, once I uncover the source of this plague, I shall eradicate it myself, without mercy." His gaze revealed a flicker of resolve, as if he were demonstrating to Jaina his unwavering courage and conviction. Furthermore, his words illustrated his sense of duty and responsibility as a leader. Jaina regarded Arthas, the Prince of Lordaeron, who had weathered many storms. His eyes reflected a maturity and steadfastness. His armor gleamed with a radiant light, and his stature was both upright and resolute. They exchanged a smile, one that encapsulated a multitude of emotions. The pain, confusion, and setbacks of the past transformed into a testament of growth in that moment. They recognized the changes in one another, acknowledging the efforts made in the name of responsibility and duty. Arthas gently caressed the handle of his hammer, recalling the battles fought and sacrifices made. He was acutely aware of the heavy burden he bore in protecting the kingdom and its people, a responsibility that fortified his resolve. Jaina, meanwhile, gazed quietly into the distance, her heart brimming with a longing for peace. She understood that as a mage, it was her duty to wield wisdom and power to uphold the balance of the world. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Their gazes conveyed everything. The hardships and challenges they had faced together made them cherish their current growth and responsibilities all the more. Arthas reflected, "As the future king of Lordaeron, ensuring the safety of the lives of my people is an inescapable obligation. Investigating the source of the plague is my duty. Varian Wrynn is now the king of Stormwind. I wonder if he, like me, bears the weight of the kingdom's fate and hopes." "Arthas," Jaina said softly. Arthas appeared not to have heard her call. "When I witnessed the orcs slaughtering unarmed citizens of Lordaeron with the cruelty of demons, their helpless gazes etched into my heart like a blade, leaving me unable to find solace. This time, I will pursue the source of the plague, eradicate this affliction, and restore peace to Lordaeron." Jaina smiled reassuringly. "Do not be disheartened, Arthas, that I believe that together we shall prevail." "Plague." Arthas's voice resonated through the air, laden with determination and conviction. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the miasma of death that enveloped the surroundings. Chun Yu, rushing from the rear of the group, was taken aback upon hearing the word plague, his eyes widening in disbelief. His face was a canvas of shock, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what he had just heard. The term plague, a terrifying notion, struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Arthas's gaze, keen as that of a hawk, easily caught Chun Yu's reaction. His expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity that he inquired softly, his voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, yet imbued with an undeniable force. This query sliced through the silence like a bolt of lightning, leaving Chun Yu's astonishment utterly exposed. "Your astonishment upon hearing the word plague is quite evident," Arthas observed. Chun Yu's body quivered slightly, his surprise laid bare beneath Arthas's penetrating gaze. His eyes reflected a mix of embarrassment at being discovered and admiration for Arthas's keen perception. Arthas's inquiry was not one of reproach, but rather an invitation to share his true thoughts on the matter. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as time seemed to slow, contrasting Arthas's calm demeanor with Chun Yu's incredulity, creating an engaging tension. Regaining his composure, Chun Yu spoke with a hint of urgency. "Your Highness, forgive my candor, but how could His Majesty the King allow you to venture into such peril to investigate the plague? As the ruler, he could easily dispatch other emissaries to the afflicted areas, sparing his heir from such risks." Before Arthas could respond, Jaina's gaze flashed with determination. Her emerald eyes sparkled like radiant jewels. Exuding unwavering resolve, she unhesitatingly interrupted Chun Yu, her voice filled with trust and respect for her mentor, Antonidas. "It is by the command of Master Antonidas that I have come to investigate this plague." A flicker of discontent crossed Chun Yu's face, his expression darkening momentarily. He opened his mouth, as if to counter Jaina's assertion, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose silence instead. His eyes conveyed a complex array of emotions, perhaps a sense of helplessness regarding Jaina's steadfastness, or contemplation on whether he should continue to voice his dissenting opinion. Ultimately, he stifled the words that nearly escaped his lips. What he had intended to say was that perhaps it was his teacher who was misguided, but out of respect for Jaina and the solemnity of the situation, he swallowed the disrespectful remark. The atmosphere grew tense, as if an invisible force pulsed between the two. Jaina noticed Chun Yu's expression, but chose not to respond, simply gazing at him in anticipation of his next words. At that moment, the system's voice echoed before Chun Yu. "Ding, task issued. Task details. Assist Arthas and Jaina in uncovering the source of the plague. Eliminate Kel'Thuzad. Task rewards. 1. Unlock the skill Fireball. Task description. Endoral. The pivotal town of this plague-ridden land is engulfed in crisis. Your mission is to assist Arthas and Jaina in thoroughly investigating the origin of the plague and to eliminate Kel'Thuzad. Task requirements. 1. Join Arthas and Jaina, stepping into the plague-ridden land to delve into its source point. 2. Engage in fierce combat against the Scourge, ensuring the safety of Arthas and Jaina. Friendly reminder. 1. Task difficulty is green. 2. Remain vigilant regarding your safety to avoid infection. 3. Failure of the task will result in becoming undead with no return to the real world. The task system has accepted your request. May good fortune accompany you. Chun Yu anxiously called out to the system repeatedly, yet received no response. His voice echoed in the still air, as if swallowed by an unseen force. "System, where are you? Why won't you answer me?" He murmured, a tinge of irritation lacing his tone. This predicament left him in utter confusion and despair. He had anticipated the system would be ever present, ready to provide guidance and assistance. Yet now he found himself abruptly cut off from that connection. "Curse this system! Do I not possess even a sliver of agency?" He lamented, frustration and indignation swelling within him. Chun Yu then addressed Jaina. "I understand your trust in your teacher, Lady Jaina, but..." His words were abruptly interrupted by the excited cries of a young girl from the nearby village, who gazed at Arthas in astonishment. "Look, it's Prince Arthas!" This unexpected interruption halted Chun Yu's speech as he glanced at the girl's exuberance, shaking his head in resignation. The troops continued their advance, and upon arriving at the farm, a palpable sense of death permeated the village. Undead zombies aimlessly roamed the area, while the villagers had long since fallen victim to their blades. As villagers fled, they cried out for help, only to be struck down by the scourge behind them. An officer shouted, "Raise your shields, prepare to defend. Their arrows cannot pierce our shields." Arthas, witnessing the skeletons attacking the guards with bows, commanded, "Skeletons, take them down quickly." In this battle, Arthas displayed his leadership and combat prowess. He calmly directed the troops, orchestrating the strengths of various units to achieve optimal combat effectiveness. The courage and strength of the warriors shone through in the fray. They wielded their swords with determination and power in every strike. The radiance of the holy light not only augmented their weapons, but also infused them with unwavering conviction. The mages unleashed their magical assaults with the ferocity of flames and frost. Fiery flames engulfed the undead, reducing them to ash, while biting frost slowed their movements. Their spells interwove, creating a formidable force of attack. Across the battlefield, the cacophony of combat resounded deafeningly. The resonant clash of swords, the thunderous explosions of magic, and the fervent cries of soldiers intertwine, crafting an atmosphere that is both tense and exhilarating. For the first time, Chunyu bears witness to the fierce confrontation with the undead. His heart swelling with awe, the well-trained soldiers stand in tight formation, erecting a formidable line of defense with their shields, repelling wave after relentless wave of attacks from the undead, grasping their sharp weapons. They advance with unwavering resolve, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against their foes. The battlefield reverberates with the battle cries and the clash of metal, painting a scene that is both breathtaking and harrowing. Chunyu cannot help but marvel. This tableau resembles a meticulously choreographed artistic performance. Yet, the brutality of the battle shows no signs of abating in response to his admiration. The undead surge forth with astonishing speed and merciless aggression. Yet the soldiers remain undaunted by fear. Armed with their rigorously honed tactics and seamless teamwork, they deftly fend off the onslaught of the undead. The soldiers move in perfect harmony, each safeguarding their comrades behind them. With their shields, they skillfully deflect the claws and fangs of the undead, while simultaneously thrusting their swords with precision, delivering fatal blows. Each strike is infused with steadfast determination and an unwavering commitment to justice. Chunyu is profoundly moved by the soldiers' valor. Their fighting spirit burns like an unquenchable flame. He watches as they weave through the chaos of war, disregarding their personal safety solely to protect their homeland and the peace of its people. This selfless dedication fills him with admiration. As the intensity of the battle escalates, the attacks from the undead grow increasingly ferocious. Yet the soldiers do not falter. Their eyes reflect fearlessness and resolve. They stake their lives in a fierce contest against evil. Chunyu understands that this conflict transcends mere physical confrontation. It is a battle of wills. The soldiers, with their courage and perseverance, inscribe a magnificent chapter in the defense of justice. Their indomitable spirit will serve as a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkened battlefield. Chunyu silently resolves to etch this experience into his memory. He vows to recount the heroic deeds of the soldiers, inspiring many others. Their fighting spirit will galvanize everyone to face adversity and challenges without yielding, steadfastly pursuing justice and peace. This what the system refers to as the undead. I would rather perish than transform into such repugnant monstrosities. As Chunyu gazes upon the approaching undead zombie, an overwhelming wave of dread surges within him, and he exclaims with trembling voice, "The undead exudes a nauseating stench of decay. Its skin, pale as ash, is marred by grotesque fissures, and exposed muscle oozes with pus and blood. Their eyes are hollow and lifeless, as if all vitality has been siphoned away. The tattered garments they wear emit a repulsive odor that assaults Chunyu's nostrils, nearly inducing him to retch. Their movements are sluggish and clumsy, each staggered step imbued with an eerie stiffness, as though each stride carries the shadow of death. Chunyu's terrified gaze remains fixed on the advancing undead zombie, his heart pounding like a war drum, threatening to burst from his chest. His breath quickens, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his body trembles involuntarily. Suddenly, a sword, swift as lightning, cleaves through the air, glinting with a deadly sheen, aimed directly at the undead's head. Chunyu squints against the blinding light of the blade, his heartbeat skyrocketing, instinctively retreating several steps. He watches as a soldier, agile and resolute, plants a foot on the undead's back, pushing off with force while swiftly extracting the sword embedded in its skull. The soldier's movements are decisive and fluid, devoid of hesitation. Chunyu, still shaken, calls out, "Be cautious with your weapon, soldier. It nearly cost me my life." His voice brims with fear and tension, still reeling from the recent peril. The soldier, noticing Chunyu's distress, wipes the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling slightly as he hurriedly explains, "My lord, I sincerely apologize. Seeing this undead so vicious, I feared it would harm you, and in my haste, I neglected to consider your safety. I am truly sorry. I assure you, I will exercise greater caution next time." Despite the soldier's explanation, Chen Yu's heartbeat remains rapid, his brow slick with perspiration, his lips pale. The previous moment had been exceedingly harrowing, instilling him with terror and anxiety. He takes a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Chen Yu's gaze sharpens, fixating on the soldier with an eagle-like intensity, his tone imbued with seriousness. "It is your duty to protect me. But you must act with prudence and not recklessness." The soldier, upon hearing this, bows his head respectfully, his voice resolute. "Yes, my lord, I understand. I shall be more cautious and will not betray your expectations." Chen Yu swiftly diverts his gaze from the soldier. His heart racing as he scans the surroundings, he observes other soldiers embroiled in a gripping battle against the last of the undead. One soldier, as swift as a darting swallow, wields his long sword with blinding speed, striking fiercely at the undead. The undead deftly sidesteps, extending its sharp claws in a ferocious attempt to seize the soldier. Another soldier, quick to react, raises his sturdy shield, resembling an unyielding fortress, effectively blocking the undead's vicious assault. Meanwhile, a third soldier, as cunning as a hare, darts in from the side, his dagger glinting coldly, piercing the undead with lightning speed. The undead emits a bone-chilling shriek, akin to a lament from the netherworld, before collapsing in defeat. The soldiers step forward without hesitation, their long swords slicing cleanly through the undead's neck, utterly extinguishing any possibility of its resurgence. Chen Yu's tension gradually ebbs away, and he exhales a long, relieved breath. A satisfied smile graces his face as he gazes intently at the surrounding soldiers, his eyes sparkling with genuine admiration for their courageous actions. As the smoke of battle begins to dissipate, the air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, enveloping the scarred landscape in a shroud of despair. Crumbling walls, tattered banners, and scattered weapons compose a somber tableau. Arthas trudges through the desolate battlefield, his steps heavy with the weight of the aftermath. His armor glints faintly, stained with blood and dirt, as if narrating the fierce battle he has just endured. Upon reaching the officer, his countenance is as grave as iron, his eyes revealing profound confusion and unease as he inquires, "What manner of creature is this, officer?" The officer's expression is weary and haggard. Fatigue and pain etched across his face. His voice carries a tone of helplessness and despondency, as if each word bears an unbearable burden. "Your Highness, this is the undead. The entire village has succumbed to madness. We have done our utmost to protect the villagers." Yet, his words echo in the stark silence of the battlefield, tinged with despair and helplessness. That Arthas's gaze hardens, his posture straightening as he lifts his head, his eyes blazing with determination. "Gather your men and follow me. We must investigate this matter thoroughly." His voice exudes an undeniable resolve, as if he is prepared to confront any challenge. The officer responds without hesitation to Arthas's command, turning to his soldiers, brandishing his weapon, and issuing a rallying cry. The soldiers swiftly assemble behind their officer, their steps synchronized and powerful, demonstrating their disciplined training. Arthas strides forward, each step imbued with purpose, his demeanor serious and focused as he surveys the environment while contemplating their next course of action. The officer closely follows Arthas, his eyes reflecting trust and respect for him. They proceed along the village streets, encountering devastation at every turn. The walls of the houses lay in ruins, shattered glass from broken windows littering the ground. Flames rage, consuming the wooden structures, thick smoke billowing into the air. The flickering light of the flames casts dancing shadows upon their faces, intensifying the gravity of their expressions. Suddenly, a noxious stench, reminiscent of rotting corpses, surges from a nearby barn, engulfing the surrounding air. Chen Yu's brow furrows deeply, as if the foul odor has ensnared him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, intently tracking the source of the scent. It is as if he seeks to pierce through the miasma to unveil the truth hidden within. His steps are resolute yet cautious, each movement akin to a careful probe for hidden dangers. Filled with determination, he narrows his eyes slightly, striving to glean even the faintest clue amidst the murky atmosphere. His breathing becomes gentle and steady, fearful that even a slight exhalation might disturb the lurking peril concealed within the stench. His body is taut, every muscle primed for action, ready to respond to any sudden assault that may arise. Chunyu furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a profound vigilance as he spoke softly. "Arthas, your highness, there is something amiss with the grain here." The barn emanated a strong stench of decay, as if countless malevolent spirits were swirling within. Observing Chunyu's actions, a flicker of surprise crossed Arthas's eyes. His steps were swift and resolute, as though propelled by an unseen force that urged him to Chunyu's side. His demeanor was focused and grave, his gaze sharp like that of an eagle, fixed intently on the barn's entrance, as if seeking to pierce through the threshold and discern all that lay within. His tone was imbued with determination, as if to declare to all present his resolve. "This odor is indeed unusual. We must investigate further. Exercise caution for the potential dangers that may lurk." Each word resonated like a heavy stone, echoing with significance. Chunyu nodded slightly, signifying his agreement with Arthas's perspective, his brow knitted tighter, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "The situation within appears dire." His voice was low and steady, yet tinged with a thread of anxiety. The guards, upon witnessing this, reacted immediately. They swiftly drew their swords from their waists, gripping them firmly in unison, their movements synchronized as if honed through countless drills. Their steps were cautious, each footfall landing softly on the ground, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. Their bodies inclined slightly forward, perpetually alert, prepared to confront any emerging threat. That Jaina's gaze fell upon the blackened earth surrounding the barn, her brow furrowing tightly, as if twisted by an invisible pressure. A palpable worry laced her voice as she softly remarked, "The land around the barn seems to be withering." Her tone hinted at an impending, greater crisis. That Arthas's eyes brimmed with confusion as he muttered to himself, "Could the grain here be tainted by the plague?" His gaze flitted between the barn and the charred soil, seemingly striving to uncover the truth and unravel this enigma. Jaina's words stirred a tide of unease within everyone present. Her voice, tinged with an unmistakable anxiety, slowly emerged. "Let us hope not. These crates bear the seal of Andoral, a central hub for supplies in the north. If the plague spreads through the grain, the number of infected villages could be incalculable." Her tone conveyed the gravity of the situation, as if a horrifying vision unfolded before her eyes. Chunyu fixed his gaze on the information on the crates, his brow furrowing even more tightly as he puzzled aloud. Why would grain destined for Stratholme appear here? His voice was laden with perplexity, as if the answer to this question held the key to the entire affair. Arthas's attention remained on Chunyu, who was crouched down examining the crates, his voice resolute and unwavering. "Regardless of the reason, this grain cannot remain here. Burn it." His tone exuded a firm determination, as if proclaiming to all that he would spare no effort in halting the spread of the plague. Upon hearing Prince Arthas's command, Captain Ferric swiftly led his soldiers to destroy the barn and incinerate the grain. Watching the grain burn, Arthas declared, "We cannot linger here. We must hasten to Andoral. If the plague spreads through the grain, we must reach there quickly and alert everyone to cease consumption immediately." The troops pressed onward, when suddenly a panicked villager sprinted ahead, pursued relentlessly by the undead. The atmosphere was thick with terror, and soon the cries of more villagers intertwined with the roars of the undead, creating a chilling cacophony before the assembled group. Arthas, undeterred, shouted, "Eliminate these undead and protect the villagers." He then turned to Ferric, issuing orders, "Ferric, deploy a portion of our men to search for surviving citizens. They require our assistance and protection." His voice was strong and commanding, embodying the essence of a true leader. Following Arthas's command, Ferric promptly sprang into action, but he quickly organized a capable rescue team, comprised of seasoned soldiers well-equipped for battle. After a brief briefing, they split into smaller groups, delving into the various corners of the village. Arthas led the charge, akin to a radiant star, guiding his soldiers toward the gathering of the undead. His sword glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Each swing seemed capable of cleaving through darkness, unleashing boundless strength. Arthas raised his voice, "Soldiers, for the glory of the light, for Lordaeron, Vanquish these vile undead. His battle cry resounded like a war drum, inspiring the soldiers to press forward with valor. They coordinated seamlessly, engaging the undead in a fierce confrontation. Throughout the skirmish, Arthas displayed remarkable combat prowess and leadership. Each of his strikes was precise and powerful, overwhelming the undead. The soldiers, invigorated by his presence, rallied their spirits, unleashing their full potential. The undead, however, were relentless, retaliating with sheer numbers and tenacity. Yet, Arthas and his troops stood firm, resolutely safeguarding the villagers and fighting for justice. Meanwhile, Ferric led another contingent, meticulously searching for any surviving citizens amidst the ruins. They navigated each nook and cranny with care, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed with excitement, "There are people here! Come quickly to help!" Other soldiers hurried to the call, uniting to rescue the injured villagers. They gently lifted the wounded onto stretchers, providing timely medical attention and care. In this tense moment, every soldier understood the preciousness of time. They raced against death, striving with all their might to save each survivor. These soldiers were not merely warriors on the battlefield. They were guardians of life. Their actions embodied responsibility and commitment, bringing hope and warmth to those who had suffered. As Arthas and his troops continued to battle the undead, safeguarding every life upon this land, he urged, "Hold fast. We cannot allow the undead to escape." Spurred by his encouragement, the soldiers fought with increasing ferocity, steadfastly executing their mission. As time passed, the undead were gradually eradicated, and more villagers were found and protected. Arthas surveyed the battlefield's transformation, his heart swelling with hope. "May the light bestow mercy upon us and save the people of Lordaeron." The rescued farmers appeared haggard, their eyes filled with fear. Trembling, they struggled to provide any useful information or assistance, clearly still reeling from the shock. Arthas looked upon these frightened villagers with compassion. "You are safe. We shall protect you," he reassured them, his voice gentle yet firm, striving to offer them solace. He ordered the distribution of the troops' rations to the villagers, and the soldiers swiftly complied, handing food to the farmers. "Here is some sustenance. Please fill your bellies. Then, follow this path straight ahead, where our army and refuge await. Once you reach there, you will be safe." He pointed toward Lordaeron, his gaze filled with concern for the villagers. An elderly farmer trembled as he spoke. "Thank you, Your Highness, but our home is destroyed, and the undead are everywhere. What shall become of our future?" His voice was steeped in despair and helplessness. Arthas stepped closer, gently brushing the dust from the farmer's shoulder, offering comfort. "The loss of home is indeed painful, but as long as there is breath, hope endures. My army will eradicate all the undead. Await my return, and we shall assist you and the others in rebuilding your home, restoring all to its former glory. For now, proceed to the refuge, where shelter and aid await you." A glimmer of hope ignited in the villagers' eyes, and they nodded slightly, gratitude evident in their expressions. "Thank you, Your Highness. We shall certainly heed your instructions and head to the refuge." Arthas smiled as he watched them, waving goodbye. Standing tall, he fixed a determined gaze upon the farmers, then raised his hand, solemnly declaring, "May you travel safely. The light shall be with you." The farmers shouldered their packs, embarking on the path to the refuge. Arthas watched their departing figures, silently praying for their safety. Arthas slowly approached the barn. His gaze resolute and unwavering, he issued the command to incinerate the grain, and the soldiers swiftly moved into action, extending torches toward the grain pile. "Ignite this grain, if the root of the plague truly lies here. We cannot allow its spread to continue." The flames roared to life, illuminating the entire village. As the grains ignited, they crackled and hissed, with thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Captain Ferric cast a worried glance at Arthas. "Captain Ferric, Your Highness, could this action potentially lead to famine?" Arthas, fully aware of the risks involved, was resolute in his belief that this was a necessary measure. Furrowing his brow, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the burning granary, his voice steady and authoritative. "I understand, but we cannot afford to risk the spread of the plague. Andoril is the granary of Lordaeron, and we must go there to ensure the safety of our food supplies. This is but a temporary hardship. We shall find a solution. As he spoke, his arm pointed firmly towards Andoral, as if painting a vivid picture of a clear objective for his soldiers, standing tall. His posture exuded courage and determination, while his eyes reflected a confidence in the future that inspired belief in his ability to lead them through adversity. The flames gradually spread, reducing the grains to ashes. Arthas gazed at the burning granary, a profound sense of duty surging within him. With a serious expression and steadfast eyes, he directed his voice with urgency. The threat of the plague still looms. We cannot halt our advance. Its source has yet to be eradicated, and we must press on. The soldiers responded in unison, their gazes filled with resolute determination. They shouted in chorus, "For Lordaeron." Their voices resonated with fervor and valor. Arthas led his troops away from the village, their steps resolute and powerful as they embarked on a perilous journey. Along the way, Arthas furrowed his brow, fists clenched, and declared with unwavering conviction, "This plague is not merely a threat to life, but a test of our will. We must trace its origin and utterly vanquish this malevolent force." Chinyu gazed at Arthas with deep respect, standing tall with his right fist placed firmly against his chest. Responding passionately, "Your Highness, your courage and determination will guide us to victory." Arthas smiled slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. He lifted his head, looking into the distance, as if surveying the battlefield of the future. He continued, "Victory belongs solely to those who fear not the trials ahead and forge onward. We shall fight for the people of Lordaeron." His voice rang with strength, echoing in the air and invigorating all who heard it. At that moment, Arthas's armor gleamed under the sunlight as he led his forces swiftly towards the granary of Lordaeron and Doral. The soldiers marched in unison, their banners waving, presenting an imposing presence. Chinyu shouted, "Your Highness." Undead have been spotted ahead near the farms. Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Prince Arthas immediately became alert, following Chinyu's pointed direction. There he saw several indistinct figures stealthily approaching the farm, appearing as if they were malevolent specters emerged from the depths of hell. Clad in tattered black robes, Arthas bellowed, "Pursue and eliminate them." The soldiers' faces turned pale with fear as they gripped their weapons and charged towards the undead. However, this group of undead lacked combat prowess. Upon seeing the human soldiers, one of them exclaimed, "We cannot allow these humans to disrupt our master's plans. Retreat." As the undead fled, the last to speak was caught by the soldiers and swiftly dispatched. Continuing their advance, the soldiers beheld the undead wandering through the farm, occupying the spaces where farmers once toiled. Unfortunately, now only the undead remained, and a tense atmosphere hung in the air, as if the heartbeat of every individual could be heard. The soldiers huddled closely together, forming a solid defensive line. Prince Arthas took a deep breath and commanded, "Men, prepare for battle. Annihilate these undead for Lordaeron." His voice was resolute and steady, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence among the soldiers. The battle horn was on the verge of sounding. The soldiers' breaths quickened, their nerves taut, as they advanced upon the undead within the farm. The claws of the undead clashed against the soldiers' shields, producing a dull thud. While the soldiers raised their shields to fend off the assault, their other hands wielding swords that struck down the undead, sending them crumpling to the ground. Chinyu, Jaina, and Arthas led their forces through the farm and arrived at the granary. Surrounded by swarms of flies, the ground was charred black, and every plant had perished, the land saturated with a stench of death. Enveloped in an eerie silence, the Kel'Thuzad, upon seeing Arthas's forces, remarked, "We have been exposed. Brothers, for now, we must retreat, but our mission continues." Arthas and Jaina reached the platform, where Kel'Thuzad addressed Arthas. "I apologize, but I have other tasks to attend to and cannot linger for idle chatter." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his staff, summoning a multitude of undead to emerge from the surrounding corpses. That Kel'Thuzad spun on his heel and fled, a massive stitched monstrosity appearing behind him. Sprinting with astonishing speed, its body swaying as the skin of its belly split open, revealing ghastly white bones. Intestines and entrails slipped from the fissure, writhing grotesquely with each stride, a nauseating scent of blood filling the air. Jaina stood at a distance, her eyes filled with vigilance and curiosity. She closely scrutinized the stitched monstrosity and murmured, "This creature appears to be a grotesque amalgamation of various corpses." Her voice carried a hint of astonishment, as if she found this peculiar being utterly unbelievable. Observing the creature's body, she noted how each part seemed disjointed. Differently colored skin, oddly shaped limbs, and assembled organs, all presenting a bizarre sense of patchwork. Jaina pondered what force could have birthed such a horrifying abomination. Hearing Jaina's words, Arthas's brow furrowed, an ember of fury igniting in his gaze. He whirled around, his voice tinged with urgency and discontent. "Can we eliminate it before conducting any research?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, a chilling wind swept through, and the undead forces surged towards them like a tidal wave. The undead soldiers, donned in tattered armor and wielding decaying weapons, bore hollow eyes that glimmered with an eerie light, their mouths emitting wails of despair. Unfazed, Arthas raised his mighty hammer and let out a thunderous roar towards the undead horde. His voice reverberated like thunder across the battlefield, galvanizing the soldiers around him to charge forward. Jaina quickly regained her composure, reciting incantations to summon powerful magic in support of her comrades. Captain Ferric led the charge, raising his shield high as he and the troops surged forth like a tiger descending a mountain upon the undead. The soldiers followed in perfect unison, their battle cries deafening. Jaina concentrated, softly chanting her spell as she invoked her magic. Water elementals coalesced from the surrounding air. Their colossal forms obstructed the stitched monstrosity's path, and they roared as they swung their powerful arms, successfully hindering its advance. Meanwhile, Chunyu, swift as lightning, darted towards Kel'Thuzad. His eyes burned with determination and rage, as if he aimed to utterly vanquish the malevolent sorcerer. Arthas, his brow knitted in contemplation, scrutinized the stitched monstrosity before him, his voice laced with confusion. "What is happening? Who was the sorcerer clad in black robes just now?" Jaina's eyes flickered with fear as she gripped her staff tightly, her voice trembling slightly. "I am certain that the figure in black robes was a necromancer. Clearly, this plague was orchestrated by him and his minions." That Arthas's gaze sharpened, gripping the handle of his hammer tightly as he contemplated their next move. He surveyed the surrounding area. The farm structures lay in ruins, the land ravaged by the plague, presenting a desolate grayness. The source of the plague, that enigmatic necromancer, appeared to be lurking within this wasteland. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept by, stirring Jaina's hair and causing Arthas's cloak to billow. They stood in this plague-riddled farm, facing an unknown threat as the tension thickened. Chunyu stealthily circled to the back of a building. Cautiously peering around, confirming there was no danger, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Your Highness, the necromancer is here. I have them cornered." His voice echoed in the air, tinged with excitement and anxiety, hoping his call would reach Arthas's ears and prompt their swift arrival. Upon hearing Chunyu's call, Arthas's heart leaped with joy that he immediately rallied his troops and charged toward the direction of the house. Their footsteps quickened, resolutely determined to apprehend the necromancers and eradicate the crisis once and for all. Jaina followed closely behind Arthas, her gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve. She understood that this could be a pivotal moment, and they must seize the opportunity to hear Chunyu's voice. Arthas immediately led his troops forward, where they found Chunyu casting a spell to seal the path ahead. Upon Arthas's arrival, Chunyu dispelled the magic obstructing their way, restoring the path to normalcy. Arthas advanced, confronting the necromancer before him. The necromancer regarded Arthas with a chilling demeanor, stating, "We meet again, children. I am Kel'Thuzad, and I have come to deliver a warning. Cease your inquiries forthwith. Curiosity will only lead you to your demise." Standing tall before the necromancer, Arthas's eyes radiated determination and resolve. Chunyu approached slowly with Jaina, their steps steady and cautious. The trio silently observed the necromancer, whose form flickered in the shadows, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Arthas's expression was grave as he scrutinized the necromancer, as if attempting to pierce through their facade to discern their true intentions. Jaina stood silently to the side, her eyes filled with curiosity and vigilance. sensing the energy fluctuations around her as she endeavored to unravel the necromancer's motives and capabilities. Prince Arthas took a step forward. His voice imbued with authority and inquiry, he locked eyes with the necromancer, demanding, "Did you unleash this plague? Is it you who founded this cult?" His gaze burned with intensity, as if attempting to penetrate the necromancer's very soul. The necromancers regarded Arthas with inscrutable expressions, their demeanor enigmatic and indifferent, betraying no hint of fear. Kel'Thuzad observed the bewildered expressions of Arthas and his companions, emitting a sinister laugh that echoed with arrogance and derision. "Indeed, I am the one who commanded the cult of the damned to spread the plague among the grains. However, I am not the true architect of this calamity." That Arthas's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes aflame with anger and disappointment. He could scarcely believe that Kel'Thuzad would so readily confess to his malevolence. Jaina, perplexed, interjected, "What do you mean?" Her voice was laced with confusion and bewilderment. That Kel'Thuzad's admission astonished her. She had presumed to have found the source of the plague, only to be confronted with the notion that Kel'Thuzad was merely a pawn in a larger game. She scrutinized his expression, seeking any glimmer of insight, yet all she discerned was his cold detachment and enigma. Kel'Thuzad regarded them, responding slowly, "I serve the Lich King, Mal'Ganis, who commands the Scourge. He will purge this land and establish an eternal paradise of darkness." His words dripped with madness and obsession, sending chills down their spines. Upon hearing Kel'Thuzad's proclamation, Arthas, filled with confusion, queried, "What exactly does the Scourge seek to purify?" His voice trembled with uncertainty and caution, grappling with the implications of the purification Kel'Thuzad spoke of. Kel'Thuzad met Arthas's inquisitive gaze, replying, "The living, of course." His tone carried a chilling cruelty and mockery. The gravity of his words weighed heavily upon Arthas, who found it unfathomable that the Scourge's ambition was to annihilate all living beings. Kel'Thuzad's declaration illuminated the doubts swirling in Arthas's mind. Igniting his fury like a volcano, he raised his hammer of light, pointing it at Kel'Thuzad, his voice resolute and unwavering. "I have vowed to uncover the source of this plague and to eradicate the one responsible. Today, I shall put an end to your wicked reign, Kel'Thuzad." With that, Arthas charged forward, hammer in hand, his eyes ablaze with righteous wrath, resolved to avenge those tormented by the plague. Kel'Thuzad maintained a smirk, subtly waving his staff, unleashing a torrent of dark energy from its tip, directed at Arthas. In an instant, darkness wove through the air, ensnaring Arthas and his soldiers within a magical circle, and a tremendous roar reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the space. Arthas felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon them, struggling fiercely to break free from the magical binds. Yet the power of the circle proved formidable, thwarting their escape. Jaina anxiously watched Arthas ensnared within a magical trap, knowing they must devise a means to shatter this predicament. "Arthas, we must identify the weakness of the magical circle," she implored. "With your capabilities, you shall never escape my snare." "Young prince," Kel'Thuzad remarked, his voice dripping with derision and confidence. Arthas remained undeterred by Kel'Thuzad's taunt, firmly gripping his hammer of light, his gaze unwavering. "We shall not yield easily, Kel'Thuzad. No matter the traps you lay, we will rise to resist," Arthas declared. The soldiers rallied behind Arthas, standing united, prepared to face the impending challenge. Kel'Thuzad chuckled, relishing the confrontation. "Very well, let us witness your courage and strength. However, your efforts are in vain. Victory shall ultimately belong to me and the Scourge." Trapped, Arthas's heart brimmed with despair, feeling forsaken by the light, engulfed in helplessness and confusion. Yet he did not relinquish hope. Clutching his hammer of light tightly, a steadfast conviction surged within him. He recalled his mission, the people of Lordaeron. He knew he could not allow Kel'Thuzad's nefarious plans to succeed. He must fight to the bitter end. Though his strength could not shatter Kel'Thuzad's trap, he resolved to seek alternative methods, searching for clues to break free. Chinyu closed his eyes within the snare, reciting incantations, utilizing his magic to dismantle Kel'Thuzad's trap. Observing his magic being undone by this unknown sorcerer, Kel'Thuzad felt a surge of surprise. "How amusing, Prince Arthas. When did you acquire such a powerful dark mage by your side?" Before Kel'Thuzad could finish his taunt, he raised his staff, summoning a horde of undead from their resting places. Their hollow gazes reflected a deep-seated hatred for the living. Arthas and his soldiers immediately found themselves embroiled in fierce combat against the undead. Chunyu wielded his magical staff, unleashing potent dark spells to confront the oncoming horde. His magical prowess was astonishing. The dark light flickering in his hands, repelling the undead one by one. Kel'Thuzad watched with a mixture of jealousy and fury as Chunyu displayed his formidable strength, capable of contending with his army of the dead. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Arthas and Chunyu coordinated their efforts seamlessly. Arthas wielded his hammer of light to banish the undead, while Chunyu delivered devastating strikes with his dark magic. Their collaboration showcased their formidable combat prowess. Arthas bellowed at the undead, "Soldiers for Lordaeron, vanquish these abominations." Inspired by his rallying cry, the soldiers charged valiantly into the fray. Arthas faced the surging undead, shouting, "Comrades for Lordaeron, eradicate these wretches." Bolstered by his encouragement, the soldiers surged forward, undaunted by the undead's advance on the battlefield. Swords clashed. The forces of light and darkness collided. The soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the undead, each strike infused with love for Lordaeron and hatred for evil. Leading the charge, Arthas's hammer of light gleamed brightly, each blow dispersing the undead in waves. His courageous actions inspired his fellow soldiers, spurring them onward. Meanwhile, Chunyu continued to cast spells from the rear, providing essential support. His magic streaked across the battlefield like shooting stars, inflicting heavy damage upon the undead. Though the undead outnumbered them, the unity and bravery of the soldiers began to turn the tide. They coordinated their efforts, supporting one another, gradually repelling the undead's assaults. Amidst the fierce melee, Arthas and Chunyu identified the core of the undead army, a lich radiating immense malevolent power. They realized that defeating this lich could dismantle the undead's defenses entirely. Together, Arthas and Chunyu charged towards the lich, their powers intertwining to create an unstoppable force. In a breathtaking confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the lich, causing the malevolent energy to dissipate. Kel'Thuzad slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes betraying a mix of despair and unwillingness. As Arthas gazed upon the fallen Kel'Thuzad, he proclaimed, "Your defeat was inevitable, Kel'Thuzad. Lordaeron shall forever be liberated from your shadow." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve and the joy of victory. Kel'Thuzad, lying on the ground, retorted, "Naive fool, my death will not alter the course of events. The calamities of this land are only just beginning." As he lay there, he uttered, "You will regret your decision today. We shall meet again, Prince." With that, Kel'Thuzad succumbed, and Chunyu felt a potent wave of malevolence dissipate. Gazing upon the deceased Kel'Thuzad, Arthas's fury ignited even further. He clenched his hammer tightly, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He responded, "Your threats hold no weight, Kel'Thuzad. I shall not be swayed by fear. I will steadfastly defend this land. To allow him to perish so easily would be an act of indulgence, for the devastation he brought upon Lordaeron was unforgivable." Chunyu's gaze shifted from the enraged Arthas to the lifeless form of Kel'Thuzad, his voice tinged with bitterness and fury. Following this, he raised his foot and crushed Kel'Thuzad's arm. Arthas fixed his gaze upon Chunyu and solemnly replied, "Our true enemy lurks in some corner of Stratholme. We must venture there to unearth him. His crimes of spreading plague across Lordaeron are unforgivable, and I will ensure he regrets his actions." Arthas surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the relentless tide of undead soldiers emerging from the ground. Their decaying forms exuded a foul stench. Wielding various weapons, they lunged at him and his soldiers like ravenous wolves. These soldiers of the undead possessed neither life nor consciousness, only an insatiable hatred for the living and a thirst for death. They were tireless machines of slaughter, destined to fight endlessly upon sensing the presence of the living. Confronted with this scene of the undead, Arthas felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and challenge. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, his passion surged. He understood that only by eradicating these undead could he bring true peace to the people of Lordaeron. With his own strength and courage, he would engage in a life-and-death struggle against the forces of evil. In that moment, Arthas resolved to not betray the hopes of Lordaeron's citizens. He would hasten to Stratholme, vanquish Mal'Ganis, and completely resolve the crisis plaguing Lordaeron. His gaze was steadfast, his steps sure as he led his soldiers forward, ready to embrace the impending fierce battle. Chen Yu, observing the soldiers locked in combat with the undead, muttered, "Is this task still classified as orange? It seems far too simple, system. Where's my reward?" He grumbled to himself. Strange, completing this task seems to yield no rewards. Was there a glitch in the system? Must he still eliminate these wretched undead? Chen Yu promptly conjured a blizzard, and the storm descended from the sky like hail, claiming numerous undead lives. Jaina, witnessing the spectacle, inquired in astonishment, "Who is your teacher? Where did you learn such formidable spells to conjure such a powerful blizzard?" Chen Yu refrained from answering her question. He steadied himself, striving for calm, and he understood that regardless of whether this was a dream, he must confront the reality before him. Taking a deep breath, he began to survey his surroundings. Subsequently, he followed Arthas, embarking on the journey to Stratholme. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Chen Yu's ears. Ding. Task completed. Rewards have been dispatched to your inventory. Please check. Chen Yu opened the virtual backpack provided by the system and beheld the items rewarded. He felt immense satisfaction with this reward, a testament to his efforts and achievements. He resolved to utilize this reward wisely to enhance his abilities. Chen Yu began to experiment with a newly acquired skill, eager to assess its efficacy and whether it could meet his needs. He carefully executed the skill, attuning himself to its power and impact. Suddenly, he heard, "Ding! System task issued. Task details. Assist Arthas in safeguarding Hearthglen. Protect the city until reinforcements arrive. Task rewards. 1. Unlock Knight skill. Invulnerability, which grants permanent invincibility upon use. 2. Gain 1 fragment for the system Mall. 3. Acquire 1 fragment for the system intelligence service. Task description. Accompany Arthas's forces to Hearthglen. Fight alongside them to repel the undead assault and ensure the city's safety. Task requirements. Safeguard Arthas's safety, maintain close cooperation with his forces, and devise effective strategies to jointly protect the city. Friendly reminder. The task difficulty has been assessed as orange, indicating significant challenges ahead. Proceed with caution. Pay close attention to your safety. Failure will result in becoming undead, forever barred from returning to the real world. The task system has automatically accepted this. May good fortune accompany you. The soldiers of Hearthglen stood in disciplined formation, clad in uniform armor and wielding sharp weapons, their expressions focused and serious. Sunlight glinted off their metallic surfaces, illuminating their forms. The training commander stood at the forefront, issuing commands in a booming voice. The soldiers swiftly executed various maneuvers in response to the orders, their steps synchronized and movements precise and powerful. They practiced swordsmanship, blades clashing with sharp echoes, or formed a shield wall. Their shields interlocked to create an impenetrable barrier. Surrounding villagers gathered around the training ground, their faces alight with excitement as they watched the soldiers train. Children stood on their toes, striving for a clearer view, while adults whispered to one another, praising the soldiers' exceptional skills. The villagers' expressions radiated admiration for the soldiers and hope for the future. The atmosphere of the training ground was charged with tension and fervor. As the shouts of soldiers, the clashing of weapons, and the commander's voice melded into a stirring battle melody. This scene showcased the soldiers' resilience and discipline, instilling confidence in their ability to defend their homeland. Gianna panted, "We've finally arrived at Hearthglen. We can rest for a moment." A hint of relief graced her features. Arthas scrutinized the training soldiers, his expression clouded with confusion as he remarked, "They are preparing for battle." An officer hurriedly approached Arthas, reporting, "Prince Arthas, a horde of undead suddenly appeared last night and launched a massive assault on nearby villages. They are advancing towards us." Arthas's voice bore the weight of resolve and responsibility. "Curse be it. Jaina, I must remain here to protect the village. You must inform Lord Uther of the situation." He was acutely aware of the dire circumstances and the necessity to ensure the village's safety. Jaina's tone held a trace of hesitation and concern, but she seemed to ponder whether to leave Arthas. Urging her, Arthas's voice conveyed urgency. "Hurry, Jaina. We must act swiftly. Without hesitation, Jaina cast a teleportation spell, vanishing in an instant. She understood the urgency of time and the need to relay the message to Uther that Arthas's attention was drawn to some boxes by the roadside. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Wait, what is contained in those boxes?" The officer regarded the boxes with a serious expression before responding with conviction. "They are provisions transported from Andoril. Your Highness, do not worry. They have all been distributed to the villagers." Arthas exclaimed, "Oh no." His heart sank, despair glimmering in his eyes as he gravely declared, "This plague was never intended merely to claim lives. Its purpose is to transform them into undead. Be cautious." His voice echoed with anxiety and urgency. In an instant, the villagers' bodies began to stiffen, their skin paling to a ghostly white, their eyes vacant like ashes point one by one. They collapsed as if struck by an unseen force. Yet, in the moment they fell, a horrifying sight unfolded before them. These corpses began to stir slowly from the ground, their movements sluggish as if burdened by an immense weight. Every subtle motion was accompanied by an eerie rhythm that sent chills down the spine. Their bodies contorted grotesquely, joints creaking as if lamenting the agony of death. Their steps were unsteady, struggling to acclimate to these new forms. The former villagers had now transformed into the undead, their presence casting a sinister pallor over the scene, as if ushering one into the realm of the damned. The soldiers clashed fiercely with the undead, swords meeting with a shower of sparks, the echoes of battle cries and anguished wails intertwined, permeating the air with a potent scent of bloodshed. Chun Yu approached slowly, his steps heavy with the weight of the moment. The flicker of fatigue danced in his eyes, yet was overshadowed by an unwavering resolve. Gripping his weapon tightly, he advanced step by step toward the chaotic battlefield. The undead surged forth with ferocity, mercilessly assailing the soldiers. In response, the soldiers stood united, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the undead. Their faces bore the marks of determination and resolve, unwilling to yield as they fought to protect their own lives and those of others. With a serious expression, Chun Yu proclaimed, "The combat prowess of these monsters is formidable. We must exercise caution." In the midst of this fierce conflict, each individual exerted their utmost effort, engaging in a heart-stopping struggle against the undead. The mages recited incantations, conjuring powerful flames and frost that intertwined, illuminating the entire battlefield. Their staffs shimmered with an enigmatic glow, each swing delivering devastating force. A paragon among mages, Chun Yu wielded his magic with unparalleled finesse. He brandished his staff, channeling elemental forces to ensnare the undead within a formidable magical array. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if he could peer through the corporeal forms of the undead to glimpse their very souls. The soldiers and mages worked in seamless harmony, charging forward with sharpened weapons to sever the advance of the undead. The clash of blades resonated with a crisp sound, mingling with the wails of the fallen, echoing across the battlefield. As time passed, the numbers of the undead gradually dwindled, and ultimately, through their collective efforts, they were vanquished. Chun Yu hastened to stand before Arthas, his face betraying astonishment. "Your Highness, how could there be so many undead here?" Anxiety tinged his voice, quickly supplanted by determination. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Your Highness, given the gravity of the situation, I propose an idea." His gaze met Arthas's, revealing an earnest and resolute intensity. Arthas replied, "Speak your mind." He nodded slightly, encouraging Chun Yu to proceed, with a tone of gravity. Chun Yu stated, "While experimenting with my magic earlier, I noticed some villages over there that have yet to be attacked by the undead, that we should recruit the local militias to help us safeguard this land, protecting Hearthglen while we await reinforcements." His voice resonated clearly amid the tense atmosphere. Arthas nodded in agreement, responding, "That is indeed a wise course of action. The farmers surrounding Hearthglen hold this land dear. Their involvement will greatly bolster our defenses." Trust gleamed in his eyes as he regarded the farmers. After a brief pause, Arthas continued, "Chun Yu, you must act at once. Go to the various farms and speak earnestly with the farmers. Inform them of the urgency and severity of the situation, ensuring they understand that their homes face a tremendous threat." Arthas went on, "I firmly believe that when they realize their homes are in peril, They will not hesitate to take up arms and fight to protect their loved ones and defend their land. The resilience and courage of the farmers will serve as a formidable bulwark against the undead onslaught. Standing tall, Arthas placed a reassuring hand on Chunyu's shoulder, encouraging him. Together, we shall devise a strategy, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain to establish the optimal defensive line. Their presence will bring us greater hope and opportunities for victory. Chunyu affirmed, "Understood, Your Highness, that I shall gather them forthwith." With that, he turned and departed, his steps resolute and swift. Chunyu led his party hastily to the nearby villages, sunlight cascading upon him, yet failing to dispel the heaviness in his heart. The fields flanking the road lay desolate, shrouded in the shadow of plague. The villagers' homes stood tightly shut, with eyes peering through cracks in the windows and doors, revealing expressions of fear and helplessness. Upon arriving at Dalsong Farm, Chunyu found the village chief and explained the severity of the situation. The chief's countenance paled, but he summoned his courage and rallied all the villagers that in an open square. Chunyu beheld the villagers gathered, their faces etched with fear of the plague and dread of the undead's rumors. A palpable tension enveloped the village, with expressions of helplessness and confusion in their eyes. With unwavering resolve, Chunyu ascended to a platform, his voice resonating like thunder. "People of Lordaeron, we stand on the precipice of an unprecedented crisis. The plague ravages, and the undead calamity surges upon us like a relentless tide. We may hide within our homes, but we cannot escape the fate of annihilation. I have witnessed the farms near Andoril reduced to ruins, countless brethren mercilessly slain." His gaze swept over the crowd like a torch. As the villagers fell silent, their eyes filled with trepidation and uncertainty that moment, an elder farmer stepped forward, his voice steady yet tinged with tremors. "We cannot allow the undead to destroy our home. This land is the root of our very existence. We are familiar with every inch of it. Let us grasp our hoes as resilient weapons, driving away those damned undead and safeguarding our home. Let us unite to protect Hearthglen. For our homeland, we shall fight to the bitter end." This proclamation dawned like the first light of day, dispelling some of the villagers' fears. Chunyu immediately rallied. "We must not cower. We shall not retreat. United we stand, protecting Hearthglen. Prince Arthas has arrived. He will lead us in a battle against the undead calamity. At this moment, raise your weapons high, and let the undead tremble in the face of our fury." A resounding chorus echoed forth. "We are willing to fight for our homeland, for Lordaeron." The voices swelled, and the villager spirits began to rise. Chunyu passionately declared, "People of Hearthglen, show your valor, take up arms, and stand shoulder to shoulder with me. For our home, for our beloved kin, let us battle the undead to the bitter end. Each swing of your sword is a powerful rebuke to evil." The fervor ignited within the crowd as they raised their hoes and shouted in unison. Chunyu's voice reverberated in the air, igniting the fighting spirit within each individual. The morale of the crowd blazed like a roaring flame. As they cried, "For Lordaeron," they were resolute in their determination to follow Chunyu into battle to defend their homeland, but a surge of hope welled within Chunyu. They glimpsed the dawn of victory as he led the militia back to the stronghold held by Prince Arthas in Hearthglen. The undead's assault came crashing down like a tempest, striking the guards with astonishing speed and efficiency. These undead, clad in decaying armor and wielding rusted weapons, resembled a legion of death risen from the netherworld. Their eyes glimmered with malevolence, betraying their hatred for the living. The guards stood undaunted, swiftly organizing a defensive line. They formed an impregnable shield wall, raising their shields above their heads like an iron fortress, bracing against the onslaught of the undead. Simultaneously, they wielded their swords and spears, launching a resolute counterattack. Each swing bore the weight of justice, each thrust filled with deep disdain for wickedness. However, the sheer number of the undead was staggering. They surged forth ceaselessly from all directions, an unrelenting tide. The guards gradually felt the mounting pressure, their stamina quickly waning, while the undead's assault showed no signs of abating. Amidst the fray, the shouts of the guards mingled with the howls of the undead. Composing a heart-stopping symphony of life and death, sweat drenched their battle-worn attire. and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Yet their gazes remained resolute, their resolve unwavering. Time wore on. The guards found themselves increasingly on the defensive. The undead's attacks grew fiercer, exploiting their numerical superiority to batter against the guards' line. Some guards fell, wounded and incapacitated, yet their comrades swiftly filled the gaps. Steadfast in their duty, refusing to yield, in this trying moment, the unity and courage of the guard became the wellspring of their perseverance. They supported one another, offering encouragement and refusing to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. They understood that only through solidarity could they withstand the onslaught of the undead and uphold the tranquility behind them. This battle was destined to be an arduous and protracted struggle. But the guards remained undaunted. They forged an insurmountable line of defense with their very flesh and blood, fighting for survival and for justice until the final breath. Under the relentless assault of the undead, the guards began to fight and retreat. Observing this, Arthas did not hesitate to wield his hammer, radiant with holy light, charging like a burning comet towards the undead horde. Each of his mighty strikes bore unparalleled strength, simultaneously cleaving through numerous undead, while the brilliance of his hammer blazed forth like lightning, illuminating the darkened battlefield. Chun Yu, refusing to be outdone, commenced the casting of a myriad of resplendent spells. As he intoned the incantations, his hands danced gracefully, conjuring flames that soared skyward like fiery dragons, coalescing into a roaring wall of fire that ensnared the undead within. Following this, he brandished his staff, summoning colossal icicles to rain down from the heavens, piercing the bodies of the undead like lethal swords. The potency of Chun Yu's magic was astonishing, inflicting tremendous damage upon the undead. However, the sheer number of their foes was overwhelming. Their efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean. Reluctantly, they began to retreat, fiercely battling the undead while making their arduous way back to the walls of Huthfire Valley. Their steps were resolute and steady, each stride infused with an ardent desire for survival and an unwavering commitment to justice. After enduring great hardship, they finally reached the walls, momentarily escaping the relentless pursuit of the undead. Yet, the sight of the densely packed corpses of the undead below, along with the incessant tide of their kind pouring forth, was enough to chill the spine. We must devise a means to halt their advance. The voice of Arthas resonated with conviction and determination. The undead meat grinder slowly approached the walls of Andohar, its wheels creaking ominously as they crushed the earth beneath. The vehicle's front was adorned with a massive skull, its eye sockets aglow with a sinister red light. The carriage was laden with rotting corpses, exuding a foul stench. As the meat grinder came to a halt beneath the walls, it began to launch the corpses forth, hurling them like cannonballs toward the fortifications, each impact echoing with a dull thud. The guard atop the walls stared in horror as the bodies flew toward them, desperately dodging. Yet some were unfortunate enough to be struck, perishing instantly one after another. The corpses were hurled, and the guards began to retaliate fiercely. They unleashed a barrage of arrows at the meat grinder, but its armor was impenetrable, rendering their shots utterly ineffective. The meat grinder continued its merciless assault, bombarding the walls with a relentless barrage that left them battered and on the verge of collapse. In the end, with a resounding crash, the walls crumbled, and the undead horde surged into the city like a flood unleashed. Countless undead swarmed from all directions, reeking of putrid decay. Their forms flickered in the darkness, faces contorted, eyes glinting with a malevolent light, as if demons had risen from the depths of hell. Arthas shouted, "I will lead the militia to the base of the walls to halt the undead's advance and repair the damaged fortifications. Chun Yu, you must hold the walls steadfast. We cannot allow the undead to breach Andohar." Beneath the walls, the corpses of the undead piled high as mountains, nearly filling the space beneath the fortifications. Once vibrant lives now lay cold, their deaths bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. Above, the defenders stood resolutely, their gazes fierce, weapons gleaming with lethal intent, ready to engage in a desperate struggle against the undead. The undead emitted piercing shrieks as they frantically scaled the walls, attempting to breach this final bastion. The defenders, undaunted, drew their bows, unleashing a torrent of arrows upon the undead. The arrows fell like rain, striking true and sending many of the undead crashing to the ground. Siege engines relentlessly hurled massive stones, inflicting grievous harm upon their foes, yet the undead continued to pour forth in overwhelming numbers. Some managed to ascend the walls, engaging the defenders in brutal close combat. The defenders raised their shields to withstand the undead's assault while wielding their swords with precision. Each swing of the blade was imbued with unwavering resolve and a steadfast determination to protect their homeland. As the battle raged on, the defenders began to feel the toll of exhaustion, yet their convictions grew ever stronger. They coordinated seamlessly, forming an unyielding line of defense. Some focused on offense, others on defense, while others tended to the wounded, united in their efforts to repel the undead onslaught. Below the walls, Arthas and the militia fought valiantly to stave off the undead. They hurled boulders and boiling oil at the advancing foes, striving to repair the breaches in the walls, buying precious time for their comrades above. This struggle offered no respite. Each moment was fraught with peril. Yet, the defenders understood that if their line were breached, Andohar would face certain doom. Gritting their teeth, they held firm to this line of life, willing to sacrifice everything to protect their homes and loved ones. Chenyu gazed upon the valiant warriors battling fiercely on the battlefield, a surge of admiration swelling within him. These soldiers fearlessly embraced the specter of death. He witnessed them charging defiantly through a hail of bullets, unwavering in their resolve. They faced the brutal onslaught of the undead without a hint of trepidation, their indomitable spirits igniting a fierce struggle against their foes. Chenyu realized that the reason these warriors feared not death was due to the nobler aspirations and beliefs that resided within their hearts. They understood that their fight was for the protection of their homeland, the defense of justice, and to ensure that their loved ones could live in peace. The power of this conviction allowed them to transcend their fear of death. Placing their own safety aside, they were willing to lay down their lives to safeguard those they cherished, a spirit of selfless devotion that was truly moving. Standing upon this ravaged land beset by the undead, the acrid scent of gunpowder and the thunderous cacophony of artillery filled his ears. He surveyed the desolation around him, the ground littered with remnants of battle, blood staining the earth in horrific splashes. This land bore witness to countless soldiers' farewells to life, and it also bore testimony to their steadfast determination to resist the undead. That on the battlefield, soldiers engaged in a heart-stopping struggle against the undead. Their cries and the sounds of gunfire intertwined, creating a tragic symphony of battle. The undead surged forth like an unrelenting tide, yet the soldiers remained undaunted, pressing forward. They erected an impregnable barrier of flesh, sacrificing their lives to defend their homeland and kin. You could almost feel the unutterable sense of duty that resided deep within their souls. They were acutely aware of the heavy burden of protecting their homeland, with loved ones and homes behind them. Every charge in a battle was for the sake of safeguarding those they held dear. This sense of mission burned brightly within them, propelling them forward without regard for their own lives. Chenyu's gaze was resolute as he gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to join the fray. He understood that the significance of this battle extended beyond himself. It was for the future of all. He would stand shoulder to shoulder with the soldiers, fighting for their shared purpose. Amidst the fervent clash, the soldiers exhibited an indomitable spirit. They coordinated their actions, facing the undead's assault with fearless courage. Some soldiers unleashed fire from their firearms, while others engaged the undead in close quarters. Each played their part with unwavering resolve. In the tumult of gunfire and chaos, soldiers darted like lightning through the flames and smoke. Though their figures appeared small against the onslaught of the undead, their bravery stood as immovable as towering mountains. Armed with weapons, they engaged the undead in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Every sword swing, every shot fired, was laden with hatred for their enemies and a fervent desire for life. As the battle intensified, blood stained the ground. Yet the soldiers charged fearlessly toward the undead, defending the dignity of their nation and people with their lives. They shielded the advance of the undead with their bodies, true warriors fighting for freedom and justice. Their heroic deeds would echo through the corridors of history, inspiring future generations to strive relentlessly for freedom and righteousness. Amidst the raging inferno of war, Countless fallen soldiers in their final moments battled fiercely against the undead, their weapons piercing deeply into the bodies of their foes as they grappled in a desperate struggle. This fearless sacrifice struck at the core of Chun Yu's soul like a crashing wave. A young soldier stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with determination. Akin to a burning star, he brandished his sword and charged fiercely at the undead. His comrades followed closely, forming an unbreakable line in pursuit of their shared goal to the forefront of the battle. Soldiers engaged in brutal close-quarters combat with the undead, armed only with their flesh and blood. They repelled the undead's onslaught, showing no signs of retreat. Their courage and resilience spread like wildfire, igniting the fighting spirit within every individual around them. With unmatched bravery and resolve, the soldiers repelled the undead's advances. The battlefield was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood. Yet joy radiated from their faces, a testament to their hard-won victory, born from sacrifice and sweat. They fought side by side, uplifting one another in pursuit of their common aim. At the front lines of battle, they pressed on, unwavering until their last breath. However, as the dawn of hope began to emerge, the endless horde of undead surged forth like a torrential downpour. Yet, the soldiers were not vanquished by fear. They cried out in unison, "For Lordaeron, for freedom." Their voices resonated like the thunderous roar of a tempest, echoing through the heavens until they vanished into the abyss of the netherworld. The undead surged forth like a relentless tide of shadowy darkness, an unending cascade of despair. Their silhouettes flickered in the gloom, exuding an aura of decay and death. The soldiers of Hearthglen gripped their weapons tightly, steadfast in their defense, their eyes betraying a resolute determination. They were acutely aware that before them lay a battle for survival. Yet they stood undaunted, resolved to protect their homeland and their freedom. Each assault from the undead crashed against their faltering defenses like a monstrous tsunami, battering the already precarious line. The ranks of soldiers dwindled under the relentless onslaught, comrades falling one by one, the crimson blood staining the earth, as if painting a tragic mural. As time slipped away, it was accompanied by anguished roars and piercing screams. The figures of fallen comrades gradually faded amid the siege of the undead. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the scent of death permeating every corner. The soldiers breathed heavily, their breaths labored, sweat mingling with tears as it streamed down their faces. They understood that each act of resistance could be their final struggle. Yet, not a trace of retreat crossed their minds, for they would defend their home with their very lives. In the heart of the chaotic battlefield stood Arthas, his pallor ashen as if a mere breeze could whisk him away. His heart was laden with boundless worry, akin to a heavy storm cloud suffocating him, as he clutched the handle of his hammer tightly, his fingers paling from the exertion, that hammer symbolizing his last glimmer of hope against fate. His gaze fixated on the distant horde of undead, their dark forms advancing like an inexorable tide. He realized profoundly that this was a fight for life and death, with no retreat possible. Should they fail to hold Hearthglen, the entire kingdom would succumb to an all-consuming darkness. Shrouded in malevolence and despair, the battered walls of Hearthglen resembled a weary warrior, adorned with the scars of battle. The unrepaired breaches gaped like gaping wounds, starkly revealing the frailty of the fortifications. Yet, in another area, the undead's siege engines mercilessly slammed against the walls, which teetered on the brink of collapse, stones scattering as if weeping silently, lamenting the brutality of war. The undead cackled with sinister glee, their laughter reminiscent of fiends from the abyss, sending chills down the spine. They surged through the shattered walls like a ravenous tide, bringing with them the stench of destruction and death. Their footsteps callously trampled the remnants of the walls, as though trampling upon the hopes and dignity of humanity. These heart-wrenching scenes illustrated the merciless and brutal nature of war. The crumbling walls, the sinister laughter of the undead, and the tidal wave of their assault coalesced into a portrait of despair. Yet, amidst this ruin, the courage and resilience of humanity would shine forth. They would rise to resist, battling against the undead in a desperate struggle for survival, to safeguard their homes and loved ones. Arthas was consumed with urgency, his voice resonating across the battlefield, Igniting the last flicker of resolve within the soldiers, he led the charge, fiercely confronting the undead, his hammer glowing with brilliant holy light. A symbol of his unwavering faith and fearless courage. The soldiers felt his rallying spirit and followed suit, engaging the undead in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Their battle cries intertwined, forming a somber war song. Yet, as Arthas surveyed his surroundings, the sight before him twisted his heart with anguish. The soldiers were weary, their bodies smeared with blood and dirt, their eyes reflecting despair and confusion. The defensive line crumbled under the relentless assault, the enemy drawing ever closer, while their strength ebbed away. In this critical moment, Arthas felt an overwhelming weight pressing upon his heart. He recognized the dire nature of their predicament. Nevertheless, his spirit bore no hint of retreat. He knew he must stand firm, leading his soldiers onward. For survival, for that faint glimmer of hope, and for the homeland and beloved people behind him, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Each passing moment found him battling against despair. Unwilling to yield, he summoned every last ounce of strength, engaging the undead in a harrowing struggle for life and death. With each swing of his weapon, he poured forth all his courage and resolve. His gaze shone with unwavering light, as if declaring humanity's indomitable will to the undead. Arthas's thoughts surged like a flood breaking through a dam, relentlessly crashing against his psyche. Doubts began to creep in regarding the outcome of this battle. Dark clouds of worry enveloping his mind. The steadfast oaths of his soldiers echoed in his ears, their sacrifices unwavering in the defense of their homeland. Yet, the brutal reality made him question whether they could truly endure until reinforcements arrived. He understood that the soldiers had reached their limits. Both their stamina and willpower stretched to the breaking point. Each arduous defense against the undead's onslaught drained the last vestiges of their strength. The scarcity of resources and dwindling power weighed heavily upon Arthas, as if the entire world rested upon his shoulders. He could not help but wonder if he still possessed the capability to lead them to victory. Anxiety and unease spread within him like creeping vines. He began to urgently contemplate other strategies or methods that might shift the tide of battle. Reorganizing their defenses, seeking the enemy's weaknesses, employing unexpected tactics. These thoughts flickered through his mind. Time was of the essence. He had to make swift decisions, or everything would plunge into an irreversible abyss. In this arduous moment, Arthas' heart was filled with conflict and struggle. He understood that every decision carried the weight of his soldiers' lives and the future of their homeland. He must seek the dawn of hope amid the fog of uncertainty, using wisdom and courage to guide them out of this predicament. Arthas repeatedly reminded himself, strength, only formidable strength, could save them from their current peril. He recognized that, at this critical juncture of life and death, ordinary power was insufficient to withstand the undead's ferocious assault. He yearned for greater strength, a force capable of turning the tide and rescuing them from their harrowing plight. This craving for power surged within him like a volcano, fiery and tempestuous, that he understood that only by wielding invincible strength could he shatter the undead's threat and safeguard all he cherished. This conviction fueled his relentless charge into battle. Arthas took a deep breath. Striving to calm himself, he realized he could not be consumed by fear and doubt. He must become a beacon of hope for his soldiers, instilling in them courage and resolve. Standing tall, he fixed his determined gaze ahead. He called out loudly, rallying the spirits of his soldiers, reminding them of the significance of their fight, awakening their innermost beliefs and tenacity. He urged them not to surrender, even in the face of despair, for behind them lay their homeland and loved ones. Under Arthas' inspiration, the soldiers found renewed strength. They gripped their weapons tightly. Holding their ground with the last remnants of their power, they supported one another, encouraging each other, showcasing an indomitable fighting spirit. Despite the dire circumstances, Arthas resolved not to succumb to adversity. He believed that as long as they united and persevered, a turning point might yet be possible. They would continue to fight until the final moment, to protect all they held dear. In this trying time, Arthas and his soldiers exhibited unwavering courage and steadfast determination. They defended their homeland with their lives, valiantly striving for hope. Suddenly, however, Arthas heard a commotion behind him, his heart tightening as he turned to see a sight that left him aghast. the bodies of the fallen soldiers, once lifeless on the ground, began to miraculously writhe. They slowly rose, their forms contorted and warped, their once clear eyes now glinting with malevolence, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. These former valiant warriors had transformed into terrifying undead, mercilessly attacking their erstwhile comrades. The defenses of Hearthglen had been breached from within, exacerbating the dire situation. Arthas's face turned as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling as he muttered, "The tainted grain serves as the harbinger of pestilence." Like the seeds of demons, insidiously eroding the bodies of the people, those infected, shrouded in the shadow of death, would rise as undead, like phantoms in the night, viciously assaulting the people and soldiers of Lordaeron. And those unfortunate warriors who fell could not escape the curse of fate, once more becoming part of the undead legion in a vicious cycle, the undead surging forth like an unstoppable tide. From the very beginning, we had plunged into an abyss without bottom. Defeat was inevitable, irretrievable. His voice resonated with despair and helplessness that he deeply comprehended the dreadful means by which this plague spread. The tainted grain transformed into a breeding ground for contagion, as people unwittingly consumed the infected food, subsequently falling victim to the plague that reaped their lives. This moment. The souls of the departed have resurrected in the guise of specters, relentlessly gnawing at the living and weaving an endless cycle of nightmares. Within Arthas, a tumultuous tapestry of conflict and anguish intertwines. He finds it unbearable to accept the grim reality before him. These fallen soldiers once bravely sacrificed their lives to defend their homeland. Yet now they have been transformed into slaves of the undead. The weight of his responsibility looms heavy upon him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Nevertheless, he strives to uplift the spirits of his soldiers, instilling in them the understanding that despite the formidable challenges they face, surrender equates to utter defeat. They must unite resolutely to confront this unprecedented crisis. The speed at which the plague spreads is astonishing. Accompanied by relentless mutations that complicate their efforts to combat it, he witnesses soldier after soldier succumb to illness and death, swiftly becoming the undead, as their town deteriorates into ruins under the onslaught of the plague overnight. In solitude, he can only pray fervently, yearning for the light to shield this world and protect his people, hoping for a swift end to the pestilence. Yet he is acutely aware that this is merely a vain hope. In this world, some matters are irretrievable, and certain pains are inescapable. Arthas is profoundly aware of his insignificance and powerlessness, his heart tormented in the abyss of suffering, his soul trembling in the depths of despair. However, he understands that retreat is not an option. He must forge ahead, for only through immense strength can he safeguard his people, for this world, and for those who still draw breath. That Arthas's fury erupts like a volcanic explosion, reaching its zenith as he brandishes his hammer high, charging forth against the undead in the name of the holy light. His hammer gleams with resplendent radiance, each strike infused with hatred for the undead and compassion for the fallen soldiers. His eyes are bloodshot, his voice gravelly and deep, as if echoing the wrath of the infernal. In response to Arthas's rallying call, the soldiers ignite their last flicker of resolve, engaging in a battle that would shake the heavens and move the spirits to tears. The battlefield is rife with the sounds of bloody slaughter and anguished wails, the earth stained crimson. This is a horrific clash, devoid of victors, only an endless cycle of death and suffering. The undead surge like a relentless tide, threatening to shatter the soldiers' defenses under their frenzied assault, as if on the verge of collapse. Arthas and his soldiers exert every ounce of their strength in a life-and-death struggle against the undead. Yet their power wanes, and they stand on the brink of being consumed. Increasingly, fallen soldiers display astonishing transformations. The undead seem driven by some mysterious force, continuously emerging from the bodies of the deceased. That Arthas's eyes widen in disbelief. His face etched with shock, he stares blankly at this scene, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. These fallen soldiers were once his comrades and companions, but now they have become breeding grounds for the undead, incessantly unleashing more malevolent power. The undead pour forth from the corpses of the fallen soldiers, their numbers swelling like a rolling snowball, rendering the already dire situation even more precarious. These newly arisen undead exude a nauseating stench of decay. Moving with the swiftness of phantoms and attacking with the ferocity of ravenous wolves, Arthas' heart is engulfed by boundless confusion and fear, as if ensnared in a vortex of darkness from which he cannot escape. He is bewildered by the occurrence of this bizarre phenomenon, feeling as though he is facing a dimensional assault from a mysterious force, far beyond his comprehension. He desperately seeks answers, yet feels akin to searching for a drop of water in a vast desert. The unfolding scene thrusts him into an abyss of despair. Those once departed now rise in a manner most horrifying, becoming accomplices of the enemy. This is not merely a mockery of their efforts, but a devastating blow to their very will. Nonetheless, Arthas knows he cannot be vanquished by fear. Gripping his weapon tightly, he grits his teeth, his roar reverberating like thunder across the battlefield. Comrades, we cannot be daunted by this terrifying sight. These fallen soldiers have suffered tragedy. We must avenge them and eradicate the evil undead. His call resonates like a mighty bell, stirring the soldiers' hearts, igniting their courage and wrath. They respond to his summons, rekindling their fighting spirit, engaging in a desperate struggle against the overwhelming tide of the undead. Arthas leads the charge, embodying the spirit of a war deity as he lunges toward the undead. Their swords glint with a fierce light, each swing akin to a volcanic eruption, fueled by an unending hatred for evil. Despite facing such an extraordinary predicament, they remain steadfast as a mountain, protecting themselves and their homeland like an unyielding fortress in the heat of battle. Arthas' mind races like lightning. Strategizing his response, he realizes that relying solely on the holy light may not suffice. They urgently need to find a method to halt this peculiar transformation from spreading further. That moment, the faint glimmer of the holy light flickers in his mind, that he vividly recalls the meager radiance of the light in Stratholme, where it was but a flickering candle in the wind, unable to save the innocent from slaughter. In Andoril, the soldiers corrupted by the plague were beyond the light's reach. Faced with the rampant plague in Lordaeron, the light appeared dim and powerless. Arthas understands that only he, armed with formidable strength, holds the key to salvation. Once filled with unwavering faith in the holy light, the harshness of reality has shattered his beliefs like a heavy hammer. In this world engulfed by darkness, reliance on faith alone is akin to a fool's dream. He has witnessed too much suffering and death, and the holy light seems but a distant mirage. Arthas' conviction begins to waver, his faith shrouded in profound doubt. He contemplates where true power lies. Is it in the holy light, or does a more potent, mysterious force exist? This question swirls in his mind like a vortex, tormenting his very soul. Yet, amidst his inner turmoil, Arthas does not lose himself. He understands that to save his people, he must seek a power that transcends the holy light. This force must be potent enough to change the course of fate, capable of confronting the myriad crises and challenges of the world. In the heart of the battlefield, Chunyu stand alone, facing a horde of grotesque undead. Their decaying breath is repugnant, as if they are fiends from the abyss. Wielding glimmering, cold weapons, closing in like ravenous wolves intent on devouring him whole. Chunyu remains as steadfast as a mountain, his gaze radiating determination and resolve that seems to penetrate the cosmos. Drawing a deep breath, he seems to absorb the energy of the entire world, focusing his mind as he recites an ancient, enigmatic incantation. The symbols traced by his fingers in the air shimmer with the complexity of celestial bodies. As raw magic surges through him like a torrential flood, the incantation is uttered. The surrounding air crystallizes into ice, frigid frost creeping up his hands like a venomous serpent. He raises his hands high, unleashing a formidable spell upon the undead, akin to a nuclear warhead radiating a brilliant blue light. Where the light travels, the undead are instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures, as if time itself has come to a halt. Yet, Chunyu does not relent. His incantation reverberates like thunder across the heavens. As the sky begins to unleash a blizzard, it descends like a legion of galloping white steeds, bearing the momentum to obliterate all in its path. The pure white snowflakes, like countless blades, interact with the frost enveloping the undead, howling winds threatening to rend the world asunder. Chunyu grants no respite to the undead. he conjures magic once more, coalescing a massive icicle in his grasp. The icicle radiates a chilling brilliance, akin to a colossal star in the universe. Hurtling toward the throng of undead, it strikes with the force of a world-shattering sword, reducing the undead to mere fragments, their shattered remains scattering like stars upon the ground. Chun Yu's magic is a dazzling and lethal masterpiece, as he continuously alters his incantations and gestures, unleashing an array of powerful spells that explode with the brilliance of a cosmic cataclysm. Ice blades dance like meteor showers, frost spreads like cosmic rays, rendering the undead utterly powerless against his onslaught. His figure flickers amidst the blizzard, each strike imbued with the resolve to freeze all in existence. The undead attempt to resist, but Chun Yu's magic is insurmountably potent, akin to an unassailable black hole. Their assaults are effortlessly devoured by the frost, their movements hampered, as if ensnared in a quagmire upon the ice. Chun Yu's spells subject them to an excruciating chill, as if they are immersed in the frigid depths of the cosmos. The battlefield is suffused with the essence of ice and snow, as Chun Yu's magic transforms the land into a frozen realm. His combat prowess is as deft and precise as a celestial being, each spell cast akin to the grand spectacle of creation itself. He wielded the frigid power to dismantle the defenses of the undead, safeguarding the peace and tranquility behind him, embodying the essence of a guardian of the world. In the midst of this fierce battle, Chun Yu descended like a deity of war, his courage burning like the sun, radiating brilliance that illuminated the entire battlefield. His magical prowess was akin to falling stars, dazzling and breathtaking, leaving onlookers in awe. His mere presence instilled terror in the undead, as if they beheld the arrival of their doom, while his comrades glimpsed the dawn of victory, feeling an endless reservoir of hope with every valiant effort he exerted. The number of undead around him diminished like meteors, and the tides of battle began to shift, tilting the scales of triumph in their favor. When the last undead was reduced to icy shards by his magic, Chun Yu sighed in relief, his body trembling like leaves in a tempest, fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave. Yet, within his gaze burned the joy of victory, as if it could ignite the entire world. And his faith in the future remained steadfast and unyielding. The victory of this battle stood as a towering monument, witnessing his growth and laying down a path of resplendent stones for his journey as a mage, leading to a glorious future. Hold fast, Your Highness! Chun Yu's cry reverberated like thunder, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance of hope, akin to radiant stars. Arthas struggled to lift his head, his gaze meeting Chun Yu's, as if two bolts of lightning collided in the air. Then his eyes turned toward the distance, where an endless darkness lay, yet a faint glimmer of dawn pierced through it on the far horizon. A silhouette of a battalion emerged, surging toward them like a mighty tide, unstoppable in its momentum. The banners fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of blazing flames, evoking a sense of fervor and exhilaration that a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Arthas's eyes, as if a powerful current surged through his body, instantly revitalizing him. Arthas clenched his teeth, striving to rally his spirits. They eagerly awaited the arrival of reinforcements, akin to anticipating the first light of dawn in the darkness, hoping they could turn the tide and usher in the dawn of victory. Arthas proclaimed with fervor, "Holy light, grant me strength." His voice roared like a lion, thunderous and deafening, echoing through the heavens as if to pierce the very firmament. He beseeched the holy light with unwavering conviction, yearning for a continuous flow of power, as resilient as steel. Taking a deep breath, Arthas's gaze was as resolute as iron, unwavering as a rock. He understood well that, despite his profound fatigue, this was not the moment to yield, that he would hold the line, fighting alongside the reinforcements with blood and valor, battling for the supreme honor and sacred mission. As the reinforcements drew nearer, a radiant smile gradually illuminated Arthas's face, that he felt hope surging within him like a roaring tide, realizing that the turning point of the battle was nigh, prepared for the new challenges ahead. He stood side by side with his comrades, ready to protect all that they held dear. Just at this critical juncture, Uther, accompanied by cavalry, arrived like a whirlwind. He stood firm on the battlefield, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the ravaged landscape with profound emotion, that he understood that the victory in this battle was akin to scaling a steep mountain, fraught with challenges, yet profoundly significant. Raising his hammer high, he stood like a pillar of the heavens, issuing a thunderous rallying cry to the soldiers. Warriors, we must not allow these malevolent undead to prevail. For Lordaeron, for the king, we shall utterly annihilate these terrifying monstrosities. Jaina, like a gust of wind, followed Uther into the heart of the battle, and Arthas felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "Uther, your timing is impeccable." Uther replied with a serious demeanor, "Not yet, my child. The battle is far from over." With that, they plunged into the throngs of the undead army. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of fierce combat. Upon hearing Uther's call, the soldiers ignited with fierce determination, their spirits erupting like a volcanic eruption. Gripping their weapons tightly, their battle cries crashed against the undead like surging waves, deafening and formidable, as they charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. The landscape was ablaze, houses consumed by flames, collapsed barracks resembling broken remnants, and damaged plague carts scattered like shattered toys. Blades clashed, flesh was torn, and blood filled the air. The soldiers engaged in a battle so fierce it could shake the heavens and weep for the damned, sacrificing their very bodies to protect their homeland and loved ones. Under Uther's masterful command, the reinforcements and Arthas's forces formed an unyielding bulwark against the undead. Uther led the charge like a furious lion, rushing towards the undead. With his blessed massive hammer, he struck the air with lightning, each swing carrying the weight of thunder, shattering the undead into fragments. Inspired by his presence, the soldiers erupted with a fervor akin to ignited gunpowder, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the undead. The reinforcements from Lordaeron flowed in relentlessly, their footsteps echoing like an earthquake, shaking the very ground beneath them. The undead's defenses began to crumble under this immense pressure, slowly melting away like snow under the sun. The balance of war had been irrevocably disrupted. "Advance, advance!" Uther's rallying cry resonated like a mighty bell, instilling fear in the hearts of every undead soul. After a brutal and bloody confrontation, the undead were finally repelled. The soldiers gazed at one another, their wounds crisscrossing their bodies like scars of battle, their weary faces etched with the marks of time. Yet in their eyes flickered the light of victory, a flower of glory nurtured by their blood and sweat. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Arthas, Jaina, Uther, and Shunyu stood shoulder to shoulder. Their figures appeared particularly resolute in the fading light of the setting sun. The air was thick with dust and the stench of blood, tattered flags fluttering in the wind. The atmosphere was saturated with the scent of smoke and charred remnants, mingling with decay, creating an indescribably acrid aroma. In the ruins, the remnants of battle were still visible, scorched earth, collapsed structures, and scattered weapons in the distance. The sunset bled into the sky, painting half of it crimson. The afterglow of twilight bathed them in a golden radiance. In this solemn yet majestic atmosphere, they resembled four indomitable statues. The surrounding guards displayed solemn expressions, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Armed with sharp weapons, they stood tall, as if declaring their unwavering resolve to the world. Uther's voice carried a tone of disbelief and wonder as he looked at Arthas. Filled with admiration and concern, "You managed to hold on for so long. My child, if I had arrived a moment later." His words lingered in the still air post-battle, evoking memories of the recently fought fierce struggle. Arthas stood beside him, weariness etched on his features, yet his gaze conveyed determination and resilience. Arthas's voice bore the weight of exhaustion and defiance. He straightened his posture, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Uther, as if to prove his strength. "I have done my utmost. Uther, if I commanded a battalion of knights, I could have achieved even greater victories." His words revealed his confidence in his own capabilities and a yearning for more resources. That Uther's voice was low yet resolute, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield's wreckage and fallen comrades, his expression heavy. "This is not the time to quibble over honor. What we face is merely the beginning. Each knight who falls in battle only strengthens the undead's power." His words conveyed a sense of foreboding about the future and a clear understanding of the situation. Arthas's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, his voice filled with determination. Then we must capture the leader first. I will go to Stratholme to eliminate Mal'Ganis, even if I must do it alone. His words expressed his hatred for the enemy and his pursuit of justice. Uther's tone was filled with concern and caution as he sought to temper Arthas's impulsiveness. "Oh, not be hasty, my child. Your courage is commendable, but the leader of the undead army cannot be easily vanquished." He understood Arthas's strength, yet also recognized that mere personal valor was insufficient against such formidable foes. Arthas clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Uther, his voice tinged with resolve and stubbornness. "Suit yourself. Uther, my mind is made up, and I shall go regardless of your presence." With those words, he turned away resolutely, his steps firm and purposeful, as if to showcase his determination to Uther. Jaina observed Arthas's receding figure, biting her lip before turning to Uther, seeking his counsel. Uther, with a resigned shake of his head, signaled for Jaina to follow Arthas. Gianna inhaled deeply, trailing closely behind Arthas, her footsteps somewhat heavy. Uther regarded Chinyu with a furrowed brow, solemnly stating, "Regarding your release of the orcs, once I conclude matters in Hearthglen, we shall discuss this further." His voice was deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Chinyu straightened, unflinching as he replied, "I shall wait right here for you. I will go nowhere." His tone was resolute, his gaze brimming with determination. He then left behind an illusion, quietly vanishing into the camp of a raven, akin to a colossal eagle from myth, soared in the sky. Its gaze was as sharp as lightning, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, searching every corner of the world. Suddenly, it spotted Arthas below and descended rapidly like a meteor as the raven approached the ground. A monumental transformation overtook its form. Its feathers, as dark as jet, shimmered with a dazzling radiance, coalescing into a cloak imbued with mysterious powers. Its head morphed, revealing a visage reminiscent of a deity, radiating boundless wisdom and enigma. The black robe donned by the prophet resembled a singularity of the cosmos, harboring infinite mysteries and energy, its brilliance so bright it seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. His expression mirrored the austere majesty of a frozen mountain, embodying millennia of steadfastness devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His gaze burned like a stellar inferno, intense and piercing, capable of penetrating the soul, emanating an unsettling aura of mystery. He spoke firmly, "Greetings, young prince, you must halt. You can proceed no further. We need to converse earnestly." Prince Arthas immediately grew vigilant, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, staring at the prophet as he inquired, "I have no time for idle chatter. Why do you seek to impede us?" The prophet regarded Prince Arthas with a serious demeanor, replying, "Listen to me, child. This land has already fallen. Darkness has descended, and regardless of your efforts, the outcome is predetermined. If you genuinely wish to save your people, you must lead them across the sea to the continent of Kalimdor." Prince Arthas's countenance shifted to one of fury. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You want me to flee? This is my kingdom. Safeguarding my people is my sole mission. I will not abandon my people. I must rescue them." With that, Prince Arthas ground his teeth, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. He turned to Chinyu and Gianna, declaring, "I will not forsake my homeland. I will seek the source of the plague and eradicate it once and for all." The prophet's demeanor remained grave, his eyes filled with wisdom and concern. "Thus, you have made your choice. But remember, the more you strive to vanquish foes, the more swiftly you shall deliver your people into the clutches of the enemy." Chunyu's gaze revealed contemplation. "Your Highness, perhaps he speaks the truth. I sense a formidable power within him, and he may know of the impending events." Arthas scoffed, his brow furrowing tightly. "Enough. I care not whether that madman can foresee the future. Whatever he says, I will not abandon my homeland. Let us proceed." Chinyu and Gianna exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their eyes, then nodded, resolved to follow Prince Arthas. Thus the trio continued their journey towards Stratholme. While the prophet watched their departing figures, a subtle worry etched upon his face as he sighed softly. The prophet's form gradually became indistinct, as if enveloped by mysterious force. His body began to emit a faint glow. slowly transforming until he ultimately morphed into a pitch-black raven. The raven's feathers glimmered with an enigmatic sheen, as if each plume contained boundless wisdom and strength. Chunyu stood silently, his gaze fixed upon the prophet's avian form, his eyes reflecting a blend of reverence and determination, as though engaging in a silent communion with the prophet. He leaned slightly forward, yearning to draw nearer to the prophet's essence. The raven circled gracefully in the air before soaring towards the distant skies. Its wings unfurled, forming a beautiful arc, as if showcasing its freedom and might to Chunyu. Sunlight bathed the raven, rendering its silhouette striking against the sky, akin to a radiant black gemstone, gradually fading into the horizon. Chunyu's gaze trailed until the raven vanished from sight, a trace of melancholy and reluctance flickering in his eyes. Yet, simultaneously, he was filled with trust in the prophet and hope for the future. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if silently bestowing blessings upon the prophet, wishing him success in uncovering the answers he sought at that moment. The system's voice echoed in Chunyu's ear, ding. The mission has been completed, and the rewards have been deposited into your inventory. Please check. Along the way, the surroundings were enveloped in a dense forest, the trees towering and abundant, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was infused with the fragrance of grass and the scent of earth, all so vivid that it felt utterly real, devoid of any semblance of illusion. The residents lining the path, upon seeing Arthas, erupted in exuberance. They exclaimed repeatedly, "Prince Arthas, my goodness, it truly is Prince Arthas." Observing their animated expressions and waving gestures, Chunyu felt a surge of emotion that he realized that both he and Arthas held significant positions and responsibilities within this world. Gazing down at his wound, a deep gash still seeping blood, he recalled the fierce battle with the creature, a surge of valor igniting within him. Despite the excruciating pain, he understood that he must remain steadfast and cannot be defeated by suffering. He was determined to conquer those monsters, to protect himself and those around him. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled the crisp air filling his lungs. That moment, he felt a powerful radiance envelop him. This light seemed to possess miraculous healing properties. Warming his body and gradually restoring his strength, he recognized that, within this gaming world, death was a tangible reality. Should he perish here, his existence in the real world would similarly cease. Chunyu comprehended that all of this was not a dream, but an adventure within the game world. In this journey, he had gained growth and strength. Further solidifying his convictions, he resolved to confront the challenges of life with greater courage. Be it in the game or in reality, he would continuously strive to surpass himself, to become a stronger individual. With resolute and powerful strides, he pressed onward. He understood that ahead lay more unknowns awaiting his exploration, more hardships to overcome. Yet he felt no fear, for he was prepared to embrace all that the future held. To locate Mal'Ganis and eradicate the source of the plague. Arthas, Jaina Proudmoore, and Chunyu followed the grain transport route for tracking. They followed this lead until they finally arrived at the gates of Stratholme. The residents of Stratholme appear to carry on with their daily lives as usual, their actions seemingly unaffected. The streets bustled with life, teeming with people, as if the plague had never touched this city. However, all their evidence pointed unmistakably towards this very city, with every clue indicating that the inhabitants of Stratholme had succumbed to the plague. This was a thriving city, its architecture grand and imposing, skyscrapers standing tall. The streets were spacious and orderly, with throngs of people bustling about. The heart of the city lay a vast square, encircled by an array of shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues. The square frequently hosted various exciting events, the melodies of concerts echoing harmoniously, theatrical performances eliciting cheers from the audience, while the market's clamor rose and fell. The city's port was equally bustling, with vessels from distant lands arriving and departing. Workers at the docks busily loaded and unloaded cargo, while merchants haggled nearby, creating a lively atmosphere. The walls of Stratholme loomed high and sturdy, serving as a formidable barrier, safeguarding the city from external threats. Numerous sentinels patrolled atop the walls, ever vigilant in guarding the serenity of the city. However, the grains that had arrived from Andoril 2 days prior had long been distributed among the residents. Now, this once vibrant city was shrouded in the shadow of the plague. The inhabitants had tragically contracted the affliction, their bodies beginning to decay, their minds twisted, though they appeared no different from ordinary folk at present. Arthas knew that if immediate action were not taken, these individuals would transform into horrifying undead, becoming part of the scourge. Faced with such dire circumstances, Arthas found himself in a tormenting dilemma that he was acutely aware that to halt the plague spread, extreme measures must be taken. Yet, gazing upon the innocent residents, his heart was filled with conflict and struggle. He could see this pivotal moment. He must weigh the pros and cons and make a difficult decision. In the distant sky, a brilliant and dazzling light suddenly appeared, reminiscent of the sacred banner of the Silver Hand Knights fluttering in the wind. Their armor gleamed with a mesmerizing brilliance, akin to a resplendent galaxy composed of countless stars. The knights sat majestically upon their robust steeds, arranged in a neat formation, resembling an immovable fortress, steadfast as rock. Their figures, illuminated by the radiant light, appeared tall and imposing, as if they were warriors emerging from the annals of mythology. Their armor shone with a radiance surpassing that of the sun, each detail exquisitely crafted, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. The knights resembled giants bathed in divine light, evoking a profound sense of reverence. The horses thundered like a storm, their hooves resonating through the heavens, as if composing a symphony between earth and sky. Their coats shimmered like silk, glistening in golden and silver hues, as if they were mythical steeds descended from the realms of legend. The banners of the knights crackled in the wind, producing a crisp and stirring sound, akin to the trumpets of angels, awakening courage and hope. The intricate designs upon the banners sparkled with an enigmatic glow, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Their gazes burned with the flames of resolve and justice, as if capable of piercing through all darkness. Their presence exuded an indomitable strength, as though they were deities safeguarding the world. The scene unfolded like a dreamlike spectacle, enchanting all who beheld it. The arrival of the Silver Hand Knights heralded the dawn of hope and strength for this land. Uther, resembling a war god descending from the heavens, stood tall and imposing at the forefront of the ranks, impossible to overlook. His armor radiated a dazzling and sacred light, resembling fallen stars, brilliant and captivating. Clutched firmly in his hand was the Judgment of Light, adorned with mysterious and holy runes, emanating an awe-inspiring glow. The flames of determination and courage blazed in his eyes, as if he were the sovereign of this battle, the soul guiding all towards victory. As the knights approached, the earth began to tremble violently, as if shaken by the footsteps of giants. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air, a majestic symphony of courage and resolve. The knights' momentum surged like a mighty tide, unstoppable. Their determination and bravery seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the world, causing all obstacles to crumble before them like the gates of Stratholme. The crowd surged forth like a tidal wave, their eyes shimmering with hope and gratitude, as if they beheld the dawn of salvation. They welcomed the Silver Hand Knights with thunderous cheers, their voices crashing like tumultuous waves. Resounding throughout the city, the knights advanced towards the city gates like a torrent of steel, their steps synchronized as if part of a meticulously choreographed dance, each stride resonating with a heart-stirring force. The war horses trod with a steady and powerful gait, as if the very pulse of the earth was beating beneath them. Upon the knights' arrival, the atmosphere in the city shifted to one of solemnity and reverence. The guards standing silently, their eyes following these valiant warriors, feelings of endless admiration and reliance swelling within them. Uther, embodying the essence of a war god, led the Silver Hand Knights to the city gates. He approached Arthas slowly, each step resonating like a note in the symphony of fate, composing a melody that struck the heart. His figure loomed like a mountain, exuding unparalleled authority. His gaze burned like a torch, as if capable of penetrating Arthas's soul, discerning the turmoil and confusion within. Beside him, the knights stood like an unyielding steel wall, their presence instilling immense reassurance. Uther advanced towards Arthas, each step echoing with the weight of thunder, embodying unparalleled resolve and determination. His stride was as steady as the bedrock of the earth, each movement radiating an awe-inspiring power, showcasing his supreme authority as a leader. When he finally stood before Arthas, their gazes met once more, as if two celestial bodies collided in the void. This exchange was imbued with profound significance, as if two universes were intertwining. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the surrounding world plunged into absolute silence, as if the entire cosmos held its breath in anticipation. The city gates transformed into a grand stage, with Uther and Arthas becoming the focal point of all eyes. Their dialogue would resonate like the melodies of the universe, determining the fate of the city and its people, inscribing the chronicles of history. Arthas fixed his gaze upon Uther, who had halted his steps, and spoke. "It is splendid, Uther, that you have finally arrived." His voice carried a barely perceptible note of expectation. Uther, hearing Arthas's words, responded with a hint of irritation in his tone. "Mind your tone. True, you are a prince, yet I remain your mentor." His demeanor was resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Arthas's voice echoed in the cold wind, his gaze steadfast and serious. "I would naturally not forget this. Listen closely, Uther." His tone bore the weight of profound responsibility. Uther listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a visage of concern. Arthas nodded slightly and ascended the rise before Stratholme. His gaze swept across the townsfolk, observing their ailing forms and the provisions sent from Andoril surrounding them, his heart sinking at the sight. "Alas, we are too late. They have already succumbed to the plague. Though they appear normal now, it is only a matter of time before they become undead." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Arthas's eyes, his voice reverberating in the cold wind. "The entire city must be purified." Uther, taken aback by Arthas's words, wore an expression of disbelief as he replied, "What? How could you entertain such thoughts? Surely there are alternative solutions." Arthas's demeanor hardened. He straightened his posture and declared loudly, "How dare you, Uther? I am the future king, and I command you to purify this city." His voice boomed like thunder, resonating in the air. A wave of anger surged within Uther, his voice brimming with power. "Arthas, you are not yet my king, and even if you were, I would not obey such an order." With that, he turned and departed, his steps resolute and strong, each stride seemingly expressing his discontent. Arthas watched Uther's retreating figure, shouting in fury, "Then I can only regard your decision as treason." Hearing Arthas's words, Uther paused. He slowly turned back, his gaze piercing into Arthas's, stating, "Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?" A note of disappointment and helplessness tinged his voice. Arthas's expression turned cold and resolute as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? Then I hereby announce, in my capacity as prince, the revocation of Lord Uther's rights and duties within the Silver Hand." Jaina, standing nearby, was taken aback by Arthas's pronouncement. "Arthas, how could you?" Yet, Arthas interrupted her angrily. "Enough. Anyone who wishes to save this land, come with me. The rest, stay far away." Uther, hearing Arthas's words, felt a profound sorrow and disappointment. He shook his head, saying, "Arthas, you have made a truly dreadful decision." With that, he departed with the majority of the Silver Hand Knights, their figures gradually fading into the twilight. Jaina, watching Uther's departure, felt a tumult of emotions. Biting her lip, she ultimately turned and followed Uther. Arthas gazed at their retreating forms. Filled with anger and anguish, he raised his head and called out to the sky, "Jaina." His voice held a note of despair and sorrow. Jaina's steps halted at Arthas's call. She turned to face him, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "I'm sorry, Arthas. I cannot stand by and watch you tread down the wrong path." Her voice bore a touch of guilt and helplessness. Jaina's gaze was steadfast and resolute. She knew she had to leave Stratholme, unwilling to partake in Arthas's actions. With determination, she walked resolutely into the distance. A fleeting sense of loneliness crossed Arthas's eyes as he silently turned, facing the city shrouded in plague. Standing at the gates of Stratholme, Arthas's heart raced like a drum, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His gaze wandered restlessly, sometimes fixed upon the gates of Stratholme, at other times glancing into the distance. As if searching for answers, his hands gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. With each breath, a weighty heaviness enveloped him, as if an immense burden pressed upon his chest. The internal struggle tormented him, while a tide of responsibility surged within his heart. He was acutely aware of his mission to save both Stratholme and the kingdom of Lordaeron. Yet, confronted by the threats of plague and monstrosities, he felt utterly powerless. An unsettling anxiety coiled around him like a serpent, prompting him to incessantly question himself. Can I truly accomplish this? What must I do to avert this disaster? These queries echoed in his mind, yet none provided a satisfying answer. His gaze flickered with hesitation and conflict, wandering restlessly as if caught between two extremes. Within him, two powerful forces tugged at his very essence, plunging him into an abyss of anguish. On one side lay the lives of the people of Stratholme, and he could vividly perceive the fear and despair etched upon their faces. Each life was invaluable, and he recognized his duty to protect them. However, on the other side loomed the future of the entire kingdom, compelling him to consider the broader implications. His heart was fraught with turmoil, as if embroiled in a fierce battle. He pondered the myriad potential outcomes, each choice bearing a monumental cost. He feared that his decision might lead to the demise of many or usher in an irreparable catastrophe for the kingdom. Anxiety surged within him like a tidal wave. His brow furrowed and lips trembling ever so slightly. He sensed his spirit being gradually torn apart, unable to find a solution that would satisfy both sides. Deep within, he continually questioned himself. How to choose? He yearned to save every life. Yet he understood that sometimes, in service of the greater good, one must make difficult choices. This internal struggle left him feeling restless and helpless. He longed for a clear answer. Yet reality was so complex that making a decision seemed an insurmountable challenge. His gaze would occasionally drift, alternating between the citizens of Stratholme and the distant horizon of the kingdom. He endeavored to strike a balance between the two, only to discover the task was exceedingly arduous. In every fleeting moment, he contemplated his responsibilities and mission. He was loath to abandon either side, yet the potential consequences weighed heavily upon him. This inner torment rendered him nearly breathless. He understood that he must arrive at a decision amidst the pain. That decision would shape the fates of countless individuals, and he must bear this heavy burden. Despite the turmoil within, he recognized that for the future of Stratholme and the kingdom of Lordaeron, he must chart a correct path. A fierce clash between responsibility and unease raged within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He realized that regardless of the choice he made, it would yield unpredictable consequences. Arthas's lips quivered as he sought to issue a command, yet his voice caught in his throat. He felt a dryness in his throat, as if fear and uncertainty had choked him. In this dire moment, he yearned for a clear direction, a guiding light to bolster his resolve. However, around him lay an ominous silence, permeated only by the stench of death brought forth by the plague and its monsters. His heart felt as though it were a tempest-tossed sea, tumultuous and restless. Yet he understood that he could not evade his fate. He must confront the challenges before him, for the sake of Stratholme. For the kingdom of Lordaeron, he had to summon courage and determination. Ultimately, Arthas inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. With clenched teeth, he spoke to the soldiers, his voice quivering slightly. For Lordaeron, we must purify the entire city. Prince Arthas's decree detonated like a bombshell, igniting a wave of unrest among the Knights of the Silver Hand. The soldiers were filled with discontent and confusion, shocked by this drastic decision. Glances exchanged among them revealed their adherence to justice and compassion. They had always taken it upon themselves to protect the people, yet the current situation left them feeling helpless. Gripping their weapons, their hands trembled, bound by a profound emotional connection to the city's inhabitants. The notion of purging the entire city filled their hearts with conflict and torment. Amidst their inner struggle, the soldiers faced a harrowing choice. They followed Lord Uther's lead, departing from the gates of Stratholme in search of an alternative path. Those departing soldiers harbored resolute determination and hope. They believed there must be another solution, one that could save innocent lives rather than resorting to such brutal measures. Walking alongside Lord Uther, their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. They would strive together to find methods to combat the plague and safeguard the people. As the soldiers distanced themselves from Stratholme, their figures gradually faded into the horizon. This event unfolded like a tempest, tearing apart the unity of the Knights of the Silver Hand. Some soldiers chose to follow the prince in his endeavor to eradicate the plague from Stratholme, despite their hearts brimming with doubt and unease. They still obeyed his command. Others resolutely decided to depart, in pursuit of what they believed to be the right course. Their hearts were fraught with contradiction and conflict, but on one hand, loyalty to the prince's orders. On the other, an unwavering commitment to humanitarianism and sustainable solutions. The soldiers grappled with this dichotomy, a decision that would profoundly impact their futures and dictate their approach to battling the plague. Arthas observed the departing figures of Jaina and Uther leading their troops away, then turned to Chunyu beside him, asking, "Chunyu, why do you not choose to leave?" Chunyu gazed at Arthas and slowly replied, "Your Highness, I do not believe your choice is entirely correct. However, Lord Uther's departure does not resolve the current plague infection issue in Stratholme, nor does it address your determination to purify the city." Arthas fixed his gaze upon Chunyu, pressing further. "Then what do you propose as the correct solution?" After a moment of contemplation, Chunyu responded, "I do not know, Your Highness. Perhaps we could isolate them to prevent a further spread of the plague. This would protect the uninfected and allow us to seek a remedy." Arthas's brow furrowed. Immersed in deep thought regarding Chunyu's suggestion, he spoke gravely. "Unfortunately, we have no time to spare. What you see is but the battle between the soldiers of Hearth Glen and the undead. In my eyes, they have become one with the undead in the blink of an eye. The only swift and effective solution to the undead is to purify this city." Arthas turned to face the troops, his voice steady and resolute. "Remember, the citizens of Stratholme are already infected with the plague. Soon they will transform into the undead. The forces shall remain here, guarding the gates of Stratholme, allowing no citizen to escape lest the plague spread. I shall personally lead a small squad into the city to commence the cleansing operation. For the sake of Lordaeron, we must eliminate all infected citizens." Upon receiving the order, the troops swiftly took their positions, steadfast as an impregnable fortress, determined not to let any citizen fall prey to the plague. Arthas, leading his small team, resolutely stepped through the gates of Stratholme, their strides firm and courageous. The King's Square, once a bustling hub, erupted with anticipation and joy as the people learned of their prince's impending arrival. They flooded into the streets, their faces alight with fervent smiles and sparkling eyes. Crowds thronged the sidewalks, jostling to catch a glimpse of the prince's visage. Children danced joyfully amidst the throng, waving their arms and cheering exuberantly. They clung tightly to their parents' garments, eager to behold the prince in all his glory. The elderly stood quietly to the side, their eyes brimming with pride and nostalgia, filled with genuine admiration for the prince's arrival. As the prince's procession drew nearer, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. The people waved their flags and flowers, fervently welcoming the prince with exuberance. The flags fluttered in the wind, and the vibrant blooms resembled a dazzling rainbow, infusing this momentous occasion with boundless beauty and warmth. In that instant, the prince became a beacon of hope in the hearts of the people, his presence instilling them with courage and strength. They felt his care and resolve, their hearts swelling with gratitude and reverence. This scene was rife with emotion and joy, the people's enthusiastic cheers resonating as the most poignant melody in the city. Residents near the gates rushed forward to Arthas, their faces alight with hope, anxiously inquiring, "Prince Arthas, Your Highness, I heard your conversation at the gate. Some of Stratholme's residents have been infected with the plague. What should we do now? Are you here to save us?" Arthas gazed intently at the residents before him, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, before responding, "Yes, you are too deeply infected. All I can do is ensure you pass without suffering." However, before the echoes of his voice faded, Arthas, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, suddenly raised the hammer that shimmered with the power of holy light, and struck mercilessly at the residents before him like a relentless downpour. Chunyu stood in shock, watching as the residents struck by the hammer of vengeance emitted a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing into a pool of blood with a desperate cry. Immediately thereafter, Prince Arthas advanced like a soulless killing machine towards another resident, once again swinging the bloody hammer with chilling indifference. A fierce blaze of wrath ignited in Arthas's eyes, his heart consumed by hatred, as he fixed a menacing glare upon the second fallen resident, gritting his teeth and declaring, "This is merely the beginning." They had originally believed that the arrival of His Highness the Prince heralded a dawn of salvation. Little did they anticipate that what awaited them was a horrific massacre. That Arthas's actions left everyone speechless in astonishment. His coldness and cruelty defied comprehension. It seemed he had discarded all respect for life, and any semblance of compassion for the people had vanished entirely. That moment, in the center of the king's square, a colossal demon materialized like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. Its grotesque visage sent shivers down the spine, and its eyes burned like raging flames. Fixating on Arthas, as a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell declared, "Yes, this is merely the beginning, young prince. I have awaited you for a long time. I am Mal'Ganis." Mal'Ganis's derisive laughter struck Arthas like poisoned arrows, his disdain for Arthas palpable as he continued, "As you can see, your subjects now belong entirely to me. I have transformed the inhabitants of this city into my thralls. The flame of life in Stratholme has been extinguished forever." A raging fire ignited within Arthas's chest, his hair standing on end, eyes wide with fury as he roared at Mal'Ganis, "I will not allow you to succeed. Mal'Ganis, I will not stand idly by and watch them become your slaves." Yet, at that moment, Mal'Ganis vanished like smoke. That Arthas's gaze was filled with despair and indignation as he stared at the spot where the demon had disappeared, his voice echoing through the square. "I would rather end their lives myself than allow them to become your thralls." The citizens were consumed by terror, scattering in all directions in search of a glimmer of hope. The city was instantly plunged into chaos, panic spreading like a plague. People rushed to flee the streets, bolting their doors, hoping to evade the impending doom. As the troops advanced, the city's thoroughfares became suffused with the scent of death. Blood staining the ground and corpses strewn about haphazardly. The once peaceful city had transformed into a scene of unimaginable horror, a veritable hellscape that was unbearable to behold. The scourge seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil, greedily devouring the souls of the living and resurrecting the deceased citizens. Under Arthas's command, the soldiers ruthlessly slaughtered those afflicted by the plague, their swords, axes, and spears thrashing wildly in the air, each swing bringing forth more death and devastation. Fear enveloped everyone, their spirits consumed by boundless despair. They had no idea when this massacre would cease, nor what fate awaited them. The order of the city crumbled into ruin, chaos infiltrating every corner. Behind the closed doors, people cowered in darkness, trembling as they listened to the anguished cries and sounds of battle outside, their hearts filled with helplessness and dread. They had no knowledge of whether they would survive this ordeal, nor what tomorrow would bring, only hoping that the demons would not breach their door in this chaotic city. The scourge grew increasingly rampant, exploiting the fears and turmoil of the people to expand their dominion. Shadows of the undead were ubiquitous in the streets, the stench of death and decay permeating the air. The fate of Stratholme seemed to have plummeted into the abyss of darkness, and Arthas's actions became an indelible scar upon this city. The trust the people had once placed in him shattered in an instant, leaving them filled with confusion and despair regarding the future. The living fled from Prince Arthas's massacre, while the dead were resurrected by the scourge. This once thriving city now languished in silence, only fear and chaos spreading. Those who remained alive could only watch helplessly as their loved ones and friends were slaughtered, their hearts heavy with anguish and despair. They could not fathom why such a brutal massacre was being inflicted upon all citizens. Witnessing the guards' weapons mercilessly cleave towards them, their world seemingly collapsing in an instant. This bloodbath plunged the entire city into profound fear and chaos. People fled in all directions, desperately searching for a safe haven. Yet the blood-soaked streets offered no escape. They could only bear witness to this tragic scene in despair, their souls suffering wounds that could never heal. Arthas's countenance was as frigid as ice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He relentlessly swung the hammer of holy light, each strike signifying the extinguishing of a life. His armor was already stained crimson with blood. Yet he remained oblivious to it all. In the city square, a group of the infected gathered, attempting to resist Arthas's forces. However, their strength was far too feeble, and they were swiftly cut down by Arthas's soldiers. The entrances to the city gates were barricaded with an impenetrable maze of vehicles and fortifications, completely obstructing the troops' advance. These barricades were meticulously erected by the residents of Stratholme to protect themselves from the impending slaughter by Arthas's forces. Arthas stood before his troops, gazing at the barriers with a darkened expression. His eyes revealed a resolute determination as he forcefully commanded, "Clear the barriers and press forward." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers swiftly sprang into action. Armed with various tools, they charged at the obstacles. Some pushed vehicles with all their might. Others swung axes to sever the barriers, while others attempted to move them aside. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with shouts, the clanging of metal, and the blaring of alarms. Amidst the turmoil, some soldiers were injured, but they did not falter, persisting in their efforts to clear the barriers. Arthas kept a close watch on the progress, his expression serious and unyielding. Upon hearing Arthas's words, Chun Yu's face displayed astonishment. He gazed at Arthas in disbelief, stammering, "Can we not spare them? They are merely ordinary citizens." Yet, Arthas remained unresponsive, akin to a statue. Indifferent to Chun Yu's inquiries, seeing Arthas unmoved, Chun Yu raised his voice, filled with indignation and confusion. "Does not the holy light you revere teach you compassion? Is there not a single corner of mercy in your heart?" His gaze fixed intently upon Arthas, as if seeking to glimpse a shred of empathy hidden beneath his cold exterior. Arthas's gaze remained steadfastly focused on the cleared barriers, as if those obstacles were mountains he must surmount. He ignored Chun Yu's words and resolutely led his squad towards the end of the festival path. Their steps were unsteady yet determined, each footfall crushing the blood and bodies beneath them. The stench of blood wafting like a dense fog in the air. The sword in Arthas's hand glimmered with a chilling light, each swing akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping lives. Blood stained their battle garments, the ground littered with dismembered limbs and pools of blood that flowed like streams. When they finally reached the end of the festival path, the squad members were utterly exhausted, their bodies drenched in blood. Their eyes reflected profound fatigue and confusion. This massacre had become an indelible shadow in their hearts, causing their faith in Arthas to waver like never before. Sharlum wore a smirk of disdain, his gaze filled with mockery for Arthas. "You are late, Prince Arthas." His voice echoed in the air, laced with sarcasm and pride, as if heralding the arrival of the age of the undead. And no sooner had he spoken than Sharlum began to wield his staff, radiating an aura of malevolence, casting forth a terrifying dark spell. As his incantation echoed, countless undead crawled forth from the piles of corpses, their forms gradually becoming clearer, brimming with ferocity and horror. These undead surged towards the squad like a tidal wave, their steps unsteady yet filled with murderous intent. Each undead's eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, revealing their hatred for the living. They clawed and roared, sending chills down spines. The soldiers watched in terror, gripping their weapons, bracing for the sudden onslaught. Arthas's expression turned grave as he raised his sword high, issuing a rallying cry, leading his soldiers into battle against the undead. The battle trumpets sounded, swords clashed, and the cacophony of metal meeting metal intertwined with the wails of the undead. The entire scene devolved into chaos and intensity, as if a bloody tableau unfolded before their eyes, due to Arthas's disregard for Chun Yu's inquiries. Chun Yu's fury erupted like a volcano, his gaze ablaze with the flames of wrath as he advanced towards Sharlum with a fierce determination. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Sharlum, launching a swift assault, his sword piercing Sharlum's heart with the swiftness of lightning. Chun Yu spat venomous words. "Sharlum, you worthless wretch, how dare you act so arrogantly before me?" His voice dripped with disdain and contempt, as if Sharlum were but a trivial insect in his eyes. As Chun Yu withdrew the sword from Sharlum's chest, the latter's body crumpled like a marionette with severed strings. In that fleeting moment before his collapse, Sharlum managed to utter, "You have merely advanced your master's plan." In an instant, Chun Yu's complexion paled, a wave of panic surging within him. He realized his actions had been reckless, leaving no survivors. while Sherlam seemed to possess crucial knowledge. Regret and self-reproach welled up inside him as he muttered, "This is disastrous. I acted too hastily and neglected to spare this vital witness." Arthas gazed at the fallen Sherlam with a resolute and icy demeanor, his voice cutting through the air like a chilling wind. "I care not for your master's plans. I shall eradicate the scourge of the undead in Lordaeron, root and branch." An aura of fearlessness emanated from him, as if he were the very embodiment of justice, determined to battle against the forces of evil to the bitter end. His gaze was steadfast and resolute, ignited by an unquenchable fighting spirit. He raised his vengeful hammer and pointed forward, his voice steady and decisive. "Troops, advance. We must cleanse this city before Mal'Ganis arrives. We cannot allow a plague to erupt." His words echoed throughout the desolate city, clear and powerful, instilling every soldier with his unwavering resolve and sense of purpose. The soldiers responded in kind, marching with firm steps. Closely following Arthas's expression was grave and focused, his eyes scanning the surroundings for potential threats. He exuded an air of authority that commanded respect, and as he spoke, the troops quickened their pace, traversing the shattered streets and mountains of debris. Arthas led the charge, maintaining his composure and decisiveness, his very presence inspiring boundless courage and confidence among the soldiers. Within the town hall, the citizens anxiously watched as Arthas's forces drew near. Observing the bloodstains on their armor, confusion etched across their faces, they seemed oblivious to the massacre that had transpired. The courageous citizen stepped forward, a hint of hope in his voice. "Ah, Prince Arthas, you have arrived just in time." Arthas's demeanor remained serious, his voice imbued with conviction as he replied, "Indeed, I'm glad to have found you before the disaster unfolds." No sooner had he spoken than Arthas suddenly raised his mighty hammer and struck down at the citizen before him. Yet the citizen stood firm, unharmed, as if the lethal blow had no effect on him. Arthas's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion as he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" At that moment, another citizen shouted, "Prince Arthas, you need not know anything. The only thing you can do now is stand still and await your demise." Waving dismissively, Arthas, wary of the undead emerging from behind, cautioned, "Beware our rear. We are surrounded." Chunyu approached Arthas, observing the humans before him. Analyzing, they no longer appear to be pure humans. Having betrayed their own kind, they have become undead or other forms. Just then, a resident before Arthas let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "Indeed, my dear prince, you are the architect of all this. What talk of betrayal? You and your lackeys are the true traitors to humanity, desecrating the sanctity of life." As he spoke, his true form revealed itself, his body twisting grotesquely, skin paling, eyes glinting with a sinister light. The surrounding residents transformed into terrifying undead. Arthas stared in shock at the undead before him, his voice quivering with disbelief. What sorcery is this? Still reeling from the shock, he witnessed the undead charge towards him, leaping with outstretched palms aimed at his forehead, roaring, "As long as I can take your life, this shall be the pinnacle of sorcery. Even if I must face the backlash of the curse, I welcome it." Just as his hand reached towards Arthas, his movement halted as if held in place, looking down to find an ice pillar binding him in midair. His gaze shifted to Chunyu, who had slowly retracted his hand. His magic had frozen the raging creature in midair. Arthas recoiled, watching as the creature struggled against its bindings. The atmosphere descended into utter chaos. The undead exuded an aura of decay and death, their roars reverberating through the air, chilling to the bone. Soldiers clashed fiercely with the undead, the clash of blades and the cries of battle ringing out. Arthas's face turned pale, despair and fear evident in his eyes. He recognized he was ensnared in a horrifying crisis. His life threatened like never before. His heart raced, sweat trickling down his brow, his body trembling involuntarily. The stench of blood and the ghastly visages of the undead quickened his breath, each inhalation filled with the scent of death. Observing Arthas's tense expression, Chinyu turned to the trapped creature, demanding sharply, "Speak! What do you know, monster?" The creature glared at Chunyu, indignantly retorting, "Monster! You are the true monsters. You mercilessly slaughter the defenseless citizens here. You are the genuine demons." No sooner had he spoken than the creature's body began to swell. It laughed maniacally, taunting, "I shall not be the first to fall. Countless others like me seek your life." However, before he could finish, a colossal hammer descended upon him like lightning. With a resounding thud, the creature's head rolled to the ground, followed by the hammer crashing down, reducing it to a bloody pulp. Bone fragments struck Chun Yu's face before falling to the ground. He wiped the wounds from his face, lifting his gaze to meet Arthas's. Arthas regarded the injured Chun Yu with cold detachment, slowly stating, "You seem to relish conversing with the undead," as if a chasm separated him from the deceased. Chun Yu fixed his gaze on Arthas, his tone resolute. "Your Highness, we may glean Mal'Gannis's plans from him. This is crucial for our next strategy." His voice carried a tinge of earnestness, hoping to persuade Arthas towards a more prudent course of action. Yet disdain marked Arthas's expression that he pressed his lips together, decisively responding, "We need not concern ourselves with his plans. We must eradicate the scourge without exception. Their schemes will falter." His resolve was as unyielding as steel, seemingly indifferent to any enemy machinations, but Chun Yu attempted to interject, concern and doubt flickering in his eyes. However, Arthas interrupted him without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute. "There is no buts." Arthas's voice resonated in the air. He turned, striding forward as if to convey his determination to the entire battalion. "Troops, advance," he called, signaling the soldiers to follow his lead. The soldiers marched in unison, trailing behind Arthas. Chun Yu watched their departing figures, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He understood Arthas's resolve, yet he feared that such reckless actions might yield unforeseen consequences. The Lich Lord loomed from a high vantage point, his silhouette appearing both formidable and terrifying in the dim light. He surveyed as Arthas's forces drew ever closer, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Arthas led the charge, his armor glinting with a cold sheen, his weapon firmly grasped, embodying his unshakable resolve. The fire of justice burned in his gaze. Convinced that by purging death, he could cleanse the city tainted by the scourge, as Arthas approached, the Lich Lord's voice resonated with a deep authority. "Prince Arthas, do you truly believe that by eliminating death, you can halt the rise of the scourge? You are gravely mistaken. Today, your actions are but futile." His voice reverberates through the air, laden with an ominous prophecy. Arthas halts, his gaze locking with that of the Lich King. Resolute and unyielding, his voice, firm and resonant, proclaims, "I shall not allow the scourge to ravage Lordaeron. I will safeguard this city with my strength." His determination blazes like a fire, illuminating the soldiers around him. The Lich King scoffs, his tone dripping with derision. "Your resolve will lead you to ruin. Ultimately, you too shall become a part of the scourge. Now, prepare to surrender your life." He raises his weapon, poised to engage Arthas in a battle of life and death. "I end this tense standoff." Arthas stands tall, his voice thundering. "For Lordaeron, I shall give my all. Neither your words nor your actions can sway my resolve." His eyes are steadfast and resolute, exuding an indomitable courage. The Lich King responds with a tone of provocation. "Then come forth, young prince. Let us see if your courage and strength can withstand the might of the scourge." His voice is filled with contempt, seemingly dismissive of Arthas's threats. Arthas takes a step forward, his stride firm and powerful, as if each footfall crushes the fear of his enemies. The weapon in his hand glimmers with a chilling light, ready to embrace the impending combat. The soldiers closely follow Arthas, their breaths rapid and heavy, their faces etched with determination and resolve. They silently convey their support for the prince, willing to fight for the future of Lordaeron. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as if a storm is on the verge of breaking. The clash of Arthas's steadfastness and the Lich King's taunts ignites the nerves of all present. The air is charged with anticipation, the battle horns seemingly on the cusp of sounding. The fierce confrontation between Arthas and the Lich King reveals their mutual disdain and unwavering resolve. The forthcoming battle will be a struggle for survival, determining the fate of Lordaeron. Chun Yu's eyes widen in astonishment as he fixates on the fierce clash between Arthas and the Lich King that on the battlefield. The winds howl, and dust swirls, he inhales deeply and unhesitatingly charges into the fray. Unleashing formidable magic, the power of ice coalesces in an instant, immobilizing the Lich King. Chinyu shouts, "Your Highness, look behind you! Medan and his undead forces are upon us." Arthas spins around, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Damn it. He has been hiding here all along. Chinyu resolutely declares, "I will hold off the Lich King. Your Highness, you lead the troops to eliminate Medan." Arthas bellows, "Very well. Chinyu, take great care." The Lich King roars madly. "You wretched mortals dare to challenge my authority." Chunyu's gaze is as steadfast as granite as he intones, "Taste my blizzard." Instantly, a tempestuous blizzard descends, slowing the Lich King's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Arthas shouts, "Brothers, follow me. Let us vanquish Medan." Arthas hastens with his troops towards the marketplace, where the air is thick with the scent of death, as if they have entered a grim inferno. The once quiet city is shattered by the sudden upheaval, revealing a horrifying tableau. Undead wander the streets, their bodies grotesquely twisted, muscles convulsing as if controlled by malevolent forces. Eerie lights flicker in their eyes, betraying madness and a thirst for blood. These resurrected souls surge towards Arthas's army with astonishing speed, their staggering yet determined steps accompanied by low growls that a multitude of undead forms a tide that engulfs the entire street. Arthas's countenance darkens, gripping the handle of his hammer tightly, cursing, "Damn it, the citizens here have already succumbed to infection and become undead." The soldiers huddle anxiously around him, their eyes betraying a mix of fear and determination. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the knights step forward, voicing, "Do not falter, we must carve a bloody path." They brandish their weapons, bracing themselves for the onslaught of the undead. Arthas's voice is steady and resolute. "Let us fight together for the light." He leads the troops, fearlessly charging into the throng of undead, as a breathtaking battle looms on the horizon. Chunyu nimbly navigates the battlefield, his movements fluid as he effortlessly dispatches the Lich King. His eyes are focused and unwavering. As if nothing could impede his advance, he presses on relentlessly. Gazing far ahead, at the edge of his sight, he sees Arthas besieged by a horde of undead. Battling valiantly, Arthas's figure flickers amidst the chaos, wielding his weapon and engaging in fierce combat against the undead. The battlefield is suffused with the scent of death, smoke billowing, flames leaping skyward. The undead emit chilling wails that send shivers down the spine. Arthas's armor is now stained with blood, his expression resolute and unyielding as he fights back against his foes. Chinyu quickens his pace, his heartbeat racing as he approaches the battleground. His singular focus is to rescue Arthas. He understands the prince's significance and knows that time is of the essence. As he draws closer, Chinyu can see Arthas's struggle more clearly. His hammer technique is masterful. Each swing carries a lethal threat, deterring the undead from approaching. Yet the numbers of the undead continue to swell, an unending tide that seeks to engulf Arthas. Clad in resplendent armor of light, Arthas glows with a divine radiance. His hammer spinning like a windmill, each movement imbued with the force of a tempest, awe-inspiring. His roar reverberates like thunder, deafening and conveying an indomitable spirit. It is a scornful challenge to his enemies and a steadfast defense of his own beliefs. The faces of the undead are twisted and grotesque, their assault surging like a relentless tide. They claw and gnash, attempting to consume Arthas. Their claws and fangs glimmer with a cold light, mercilessly tearing into the bodies of the soldiers. Blood splattering and staining the battlefield crimson. The street transforms into a bloody arena, the shadow of death looming over all. The air is thick with the stench of blood, suffocating in its intensity. The soldiers struggle valiantly against the onslaught, their battle cries mingling with the undead's howls, echoing throughout the city. In the midst of the chaos, Arthas fights bravely, every movement infused with strength and resolve. He swings his weapon fiercely, engaging in a fierce struggle against the undead, each strike a declaration of war against evil. His gaze is steadfast and resolute, revealing an unyielding will. He knows that only by vanquishing these malevolent undead can he save this city and its inhabitants. However, the undead continue to multiply, seemingly endless in number. They rise from the mountains of corpses, joining the fray. Arthas's princely army is gradually encircled, facing the dire threat of annihilation. The undead surge forth like a tide, their forms flickering in the darkness, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Their attacks are unrelenting, exhausting Arthas and his troops. Arthas's expression grows increasingly grave, his eyes gleaming with determination and courage. He recognizes that they cannot be consumed by fear. They must discover a way to break free from this predicament. In this critical moment, Arthas unleashes a roar that galvanizes his soldiers. Leading by example, he charges into the undead's encirclement, striving to carve a path through the bloodshed. The undead are instantaneously frozen. Chunyu shuts his eyes and begins to chant an ancient and mysterious incantation. His hands weave through the air, seemingly guiding the elements of the universe. The powerful blizzard rapidly forms in the atmosphere. The winds howling as snowflakes swirl like feathers. This colossal surge sweeps towards the undead before Arthas. The undead, caught in the onslaught of the blizzard, gradually freeze, their movements slowing. Their steps become unsteady, as if held back by an invisible force. Unable to break free, the howling winds, laden with ice and snow, cut through their flesh like blades, blurring their vision. They are powerless to withstand this formidable magical force, struggling in vain against the storm. As the blizzard intensifies, one undead after another collapses. Their bodies become encased in thick layers of snow and ice, turning fragile, as if they would shatter at a mere touch. The soldiers witness this spectacle, a surge of exhilaration swelling within them. They were awestruck by Chun Yu's formidable magic, exhilarated by the imminent victory. Chun Yu's gaze was resolute and focused as he relentlessly amplified the power of his spell. Causing the blizzard to rage with even greater ferocity, he was determined to utterly eradicate the malevolent undead, restoring peace to the city. However, the streets of Stratholme were shrouded in an atmosphere of despair and terror. This sudden plague had awakened Prince Arthas to the horrifying reality that the evil forces of the Scourge were far more dreadful than he had ever imagined. In this critical moment, Arthas demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess and leadership. Gripping his warhammer, he led the charge, akin to a blazing meteor hurtling towards the distant ranks of the undead, engaging in a fierce melee against the forces of darkness. Each swing of his hammer was imbued with boundless strength and a resolve akin to a do-or-die determination. The hammer sliced through the air, emitting a radiant glow, as swift as lightning. Each blow struck like a tempest, repelling several undead, preventing them from closing in. Arthas weaved through the battlefield, his movements agile and graceful, as if he were dancing a macabre waltz of death. His steps were light yet unwavering, each footfall crushing the bones of the fallen, spattering blood in his wake. Throughout the skirmish, Arthas unleashed a myriad of skills. Incantations flowed from his lips as he conjured powerful magic, ensnaring the undead in frigid confinement. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if they could pierce the darkness and uncover the weaknesses of his foes. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, the roars of the undead mingling with the battle cries of soldiers. Echoing through the heavens, the streets were thick with dust and the stench of blood, suffocating all who breathed. Yet, Arthas's presence shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkened battlefield. His valiant display inspired the soldiers, emboldening them to engage in a desperate struggle against the undead. Under Arthas's leadership, they gradually turned the tide, advancing towards victory. Suddenly, Mal'Ganis appeared from above, his figure resembling a demon from the depths of darkness. Exuding an aura of terror, he waved his wand, instantly resurrecting all the fallen soldiers, their bodies glowing with an eerie light, their eyes vacant and hollow, transformed into Mal'Ganis's thralls. Madness and malevolence flickered in Mal'Ganis's gaze, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he intended to plunge this once thriving city into an abyss of despair. The undead surged forward like a relentless tide, racing towards Arthas's slaughter squad with astonishing speed. The clash of steel and the piercing screams of agony intertwined, creating a horrific symphony that reverberated throughout every corner of the city. The entire metropolis felt ensnared in an inescapable nightmare, filled with wails and cries of despair. The citizens fled in panic, desperately seeking refuge. Yet the relentless pursuit of the undead left them with no sanctuary. Arthas's heart brimmed with fury and sorrow as he finally discerned Mal'Gannis's true objective. Those innocent lives who had unwittingly consumed the tainted grain were ruthlessly exploited by Mal'Gannis, becoming part of the undead plague. Arthas realized he must slay them before they fully succumbed to the undead, to prevent them from being controlled by the forces of evil, thereby jeopardizing the safety of all of Lordaeron. That a steely resolve glimmered in his eyes as he raised his warhammer and charged towards the undead. Each of his attacks resonated with power, the light of his hammer cleaving through the sky, sending undead flying. His comrades followed closely behind, engaging in a bloody and brutal conflict with the undead. The fire of wrath burned within Arthas's gaze, as if a blazing flame danced in his pupils. The weapon in his hand howled through the air, striking fiercely at the undead. He led the charge, fearlessly plunging into the horde of undead. Every swing of his sword carried the weight of a death-defying conviction, as if each strike aimed not only to vanquish the evil before him, but to sever the chains of injustice from the world. His slaughter squad followed closely, embroiled in a heart-stopping struggle for survival. Their movements were swift and decisive, each attack infused with strength and determination. But Mal'Gannis wore a mocking smirk, his eyes betraying a sense of disdain and ridicule. He scrutinized Arthas's every move, as though observing a trapped beast's futile struggle. He understood Arthas's intentions, recognizing the prince's desire to save the innocent citizens. Yet in Mal'Gannis's eyes, the power of the undead scourge appeared boundless. He was convinced that as long as humanity continued to perish in battle, the strength of the scourge would grow exponentially to him. Arthas's efforts were merely futile flailings against an inexorable tide. Blood stained the streets, flowing like a crimson river into the sewers, rapidly turning the waters a shocking red, as if painting a gruesome mural upon the ground. The undead surged forward in a frenzy, engaging Arthas's squad in a life-and-death struggle. Both sides exerted their utmost efforts, unrelentingly striving to annihilate each other's forces. Amidst the carnage, the remnants of the undead and shattered limbs lay scattered. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, reminiscent of the foulness of hell. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, casting an even darker pall over the city. The chilling wind howled, carrying with it a bone-deep cold, as though heralding death's arrival, foreshadowing the brutality and mercilessness of this conflict. Arthas and his squad found themselves encircled, the undead closing in like ravenous wolves. Each moment was fraught with the tension of life and death, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Determination and resolve flickered in Arthas's eyes as he wielded his weapon, engaging the undead in close combat. Each swing of his sword erupted with explosive force, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. His squad members coordinated seamlessly, shielding one another. Their battle cries echoed in the frigid wind, intertwining with the undead's roars, creating a heart-pounding symphony of war. The undead attacked in relentless waves, their claws and teeth glistening with a chilling light, each assault laden with lethal threat. Arthas and his squad fought valiantly, their bodies radiating with the glow of righteous fury, colliding with the dark forces of the undead. The intensity of the battle was suffocating, as if one could feel the stench of the undead and the rapid heartbeat of Arthas and his comrades. The buildings along the streets trembled under the impact of the conflict, debris and dust swirling in the air, enhancing the chaos and peril of the battle. Shadows of death loomed in every corner of the city as the citizens, filled with dread and anxiety, sought an escape. Yet this slaughter left them cornered, with nowhere to flee. Terror and despair enveloped everyone, as if the very fabric of the world were on the brink of collapse. In the midst of this bloody conflict, Arthas's gaze burned with a fervent intensity. He was driven by a singular conviction: to rescue this city cloaked in darkness and halt the encroaching scourge of the undead. He understood that achieving this goal would require an immense sacrifice, even if it meant slaying all the citizens. Arthas led the charge, his warhammer swinging through the blood-soaked air, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, clashing against the claws and fangs of the undead. His shouts rang out like war drums, stirring the spirits of his squad, urging them to follow closely and stand resolute. The ferocity of the battle escalated, with both sides sustaining grievous injuries. The undead's assaults surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Yet Arthas and his squad resisted with unwavering will and honed skill. Amidst the flashing blades, every clash was imbued with the gravity of life and death, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. As time wore on, Arthas's strength began to gain the upper hand. His warhammer grew ever more formidable, each powerful swing shattering the bones of the undead, sending them crashing to the ground. Mal'Ganis felt the pressure mounting and began to wield even more potent dark magic. Shadows of dark energy coalesced in his hand into a black orb, akin to a blazing meteor, hurtling towards Arthas and his comrades. Arthas sidestepped, swiftly raising his warhammer to smash the orb into the ground. The orb erupted, unleashing a mighty shockwave that sent nearby undead flying like paper. Yet more undead surged from all directions, rapidly filling the gaps on the battlefield. Arthas gasped for breath, yet his eyes held no trace of fear, only his steadfast dedication to victory. His cloak was stained crimson with blood, sweat and gore mingling as they streamed down his cheeks. His body was weary, yet his resolve remained as unyielding as steel. He understood the critical importance of this battle's outcome for the future of the city. Under his command, his squad members mirrored his tenacity. They coordinated closely, offering mutual support, and with fearless courage and tenacious fighting spirit. They engaged in one breathtaking confrontation after another against the undead. The battlefield was suffused with the scent of death, as the wails of the undead intermingled with the roars of humanity, creating a tragic war song. Arthas and his squad trudged through the blood and darkness, vowing to fight until the final moment for the sake of light and hope. Meanwhile, Mal'Ganis wielded dark magic to summon countless skeletons and zombies. Surging towards Arthas like a relentless tide, these mindless undead creatures charged at their foes with frenzied abandon, attempting to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Unfazed, Arthas calmly directed his soldiers to form a solid defensive line, repelling the relentless onslaught of the undead. His warhammer struck like lightning, each swing precise and lethal, shattering one skeleton and zombie after another into the ground. The soldiers, under Arthas's command, worked in perfect harmony, forming a formidable barrier with their shields to withstand the undead's fierce assaults while stabbing at the foes with their spears and swords. Their movements were seamless, leaving no opportunity for the undead to exploit. Each individual fought fiercely for survival. Blood splattered, severed limbs littered the ground, and the entire city was steeped in the aura of death. Yet, Arthas and his squad remained unyielding, steadfastly defending the city against the cataclysm of the undead in a harrowing battle for life and death. Seeing his undead army unable to breach the defenses, Mal'Ganis unleashed a more potent dark magic. Chanting incantations, dark energy surged around him. Suddenly, a colossal and grotesque undead monster emerged from the ground, each of its steps shaking the earth as it charged towards Arthas's defenses with ferocious momentum. Arthas swiftly reacted, raising his voice to command his soldiers to concentrate their firepower on the gigantic undead creature. Simultaneously, he led the charge himself, darting towards Mal'Ganis like an arrow released from its bow. Determined to halt his malevolent deeds, Mal'Ganis, perceiving Arthas's intent, smirked slyly that a wave of black energy surged towards Arthas like a malevolent tide. Yet, Arthas stood firm, his gaze ablaze with resolute determination as he deftly sidestepped the attack with astonishing speed. In that moment, he raised his warhammer, roaring fiercely, and with a powerful swing, unleashed a dazzling wave of holy light that surged towards Mal'Ganis with overwhelming force. Confronting one another, their eyes locked in animosity. Mal'Ganis's staff glimmered with dark magical energy, while Arthas's hammer radiated the power of righteousness. The atmosphere between them thickened with tension. Mal'Ganis struck first, unleashing black energy that slithered through the air like a venomous serpent. Clawing at Arthas, steady as a mountain, Arthas skillfully wielded his holy hammer, effortlessly dispelling the dark energy. With a mighty roar, he lunged at Mal'Ganis like a tiger descending from the mountains. Mal'Ganis retaliated with a barrage of dark magic, summoning a relentless tide of skeleton soldiers and sinister curses that surged toward Arthas. However, Arthas moved like a specter across the battlefield, his agility unmatched, his combat skills honed to perfection in every clash. He adeptly evaded attacks and countered with thunderous force. Their figures raced across the battlefield like a tempest, weaving in and out of each other's paths. Each encounter reverberated with the clash of titanic forces, making the surrounding air feel as if it might tear apart. The soldiers watched the thrilling duel with rapt attention, their emotions rising and falling with the ebb and flow of battle. They shouted Arthas's name, cheering him on. Amidst the fierce combat, Mal'Ganis began to show signs of fatigue, his breath turning labored, and the flow of his magic unstable. In contrast, Arthas grew bolder with every passing moment. The holy light of his hammer shone ever brighter, as if drawing upon the righteous power of the world. Just as Arthas prepared to deliver the final blow to Mal'Ganis, the latter suddenly emitted a piercing scream, his form gradually vanishing into a cloud of black mist. Arthas shouted in fury, "Damn it! This is merely an illusion." His gaze sharp as a hawk, he surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing that the marketplace path had not been engulfed in flames, a wave of astonishment surged within him that he declared, "Thanks to the protection of the holy light, the marketplace path remains unscathed." His voice carried a tone of conviction and gratitude, as if paying homage to the holy light. Arthas's gaze then fell upon the Crusader's square ahead, his brow furrowing in contemplation as he murmured, "Mal'Ganis is likely hiding there." His eyes sparkled with resolve and vigilance, as if foreseeing the challenges that lay ahead. The soldiers of his battalion followed closely behind Arthas, their expressions grave and focused, weapons glinting ominously. They understood that the Crusader's square ahead might harbor great peril. Yet, they were undaunted, for they firmly believed that under Arthas's leadership, they would triumph over evil. Taking a deep breath, Arthas was filled with a sense of mission and responsibility. He knew the battle ahead would be arduous, but he must press forward for justice, for the peace of this city. In the marketplace square, the once tranquil air suddenly grew agitated. Following a surge of mysterious energy, a massive portal materialized before their eyes. This portal exuded a faint glow, with strange runes flickering around its frame, resembling a mystical entrance from another realm. Within the light of the portal, Mal'Ganis's figure gradually emerged. His appearance seemed to rupture some boundary, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. His steps were slow and steady, each one imbued with an irresistible authority. Arthas, upon witnessing the demon's sudden emergence, shouted, "Come forth, justice shall prevail." His voice echoed through the square like thunder, stirring the hearts of all present. His gaze was resolute and unwavering. As if declaring war on evil, he then roared again, "Let us settle this once and for all. Mal'Ganis." This proclamation rang out like a clarion call, igniting the soldiers' fighting spirit. Mal'Ganis scoffed, raising his hands to unleash powerful magic. Instantly, 3 enormous portals slowly opened before him, from which a relentless procession of undead emerged, clad in decayed armor and wielding ancient weapons. Their eyes glowed with a sinister red light, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Chun Yu, witnessing this scene, stepped forward without fear, declaring, "I will handle the undead. You all focus your strength on Mal'Ganis." His voice was firm and confident, showcasing his indomitable courage. With a flicker, Chun Yu dashed towards the undead like a wraith. The weapon in his hand shimmered with icy brilliance, each swing cutting through the air with a fierce wind. His agility allowed him to weave effortlessly among the undead, each strike precise and deadly. Reciting ancient incantations, Chun Yu's staff began to glow with an otherworldly light. He waved his staff, unleashing dazzling magical beams that streaked across the sky like meteors, crashing down upon the undead. Some beams burned with the intensity of flames, instantly reducing the undead to ashes. Others chilled like frost, freezing them in place. And still others struck like lightning, shattering the undead to pieces. Chun Yu's spells were a vibrant tapestry of artistry as he danced through the ranks of the undead, casting magic with elegant grace. His gaze remained focused and resolute, each spell hitting its mark with precision, showcasing his mastery of magical prowess and control over its power. Under the onslaught of his formidable magic, The undead fell in droves, collapsing into heaps of decayed bones. His presence instilled immense confidence in his comrades, urging them to press onward in their battle against the forces of evil. Meanwhile, Arthas and his troops tightly surrounded Mal'Ganis, coordinating their efforts in perfect unison to form a robust defense. Arthas swung his holy hammer, engaging in fierce combat with Mal'Ganis. Each of his strikes was imbued with power and righteousness, exerting unprecedented pressure on Mal'Ganis. The atmosphere on the battlefield reached a fever pitch as the cries of the undead and the shouts of soldiers echoed in the heavens, the clang of weapons and the explosions of magic creating a cacophony. Amidst this chaotic melee, Chun Yu, Arthas, and their companions exhibited unwavering resolve and fearless courage, steadfastly upholding justice in their desperate struggle against the forces of evil, until Arthas led his soldiers charging into the Crusaders' square. They burst through the gates only to be met with the stench of decay that permeated the air within in the square of the Crusaders. Mal'Ganis stood triumphantly atop a mound of white bones. Enveloped by swirling dark magical energies, he scoffed at Arthas's folly, his voice laden with scorn and derision. "I have waited far too long. Young prince, at last, you shall witness the true extent of my power." An evil glint flickered in his eyes. Reveling in the moment of his victory, Mal'Ganis raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of potent dark magic. The energy surged forth like a black whirlwind, ensnaring Arthas and his army within an oppressive magical field. Arthas felt an overwhelming pressure, struggling valiantly to break free from the confines of the enchantment. Yet he soon realized that his strength paled in comparison to the might of this dark sorcery. No matter how fiercely he fought, he could not hope to prevail. Despair threatened to consume him. A colossal block of ice suddenly materialized, freezing a portion of the magical field and rendering it temporarily ineffective. Chun Yu shouted, "Only by shattering the crystal behind Mal'Ganis can we break this magical barrier. I can only hold him at bay for a brief moment." His voice resonated with determination and resolve. Hearing Chun Yu's words, Arthas recognized that this was their sole opportunity. Without hesitation, he led his soldiers toward Mal'Ganis, preparing for their final confrontation. The soldiers followed closely behind Arthas, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve and courage. They understood that this was a battle for survival. Only by exerting their utmost effort could they hope for a glimmer of hope. However, the power of the dread Lord Mal'Ganis far surpassed their expectations. He effortlessly wielded his wings, the dark aura emanating from him crashing upon the soldiers like waves, knocking them down one after another. Their blood stained the earth, as if narrating the tale of this brutal conflict. Mal'Ganis surveyed the fallen human soldiers with a slight smirk, a look of disdain creeping across his face. His wings spread wide. The dark essence around him intensified, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Arthas watched helplessly as his soldiers suffered grave injuries amidst the fierce battle, a torrent of rage and helplessness swelling within him. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze ablaze with fierce anger. As if he wished to incinerate his foe where he stood, he understood that with his current strength, he could not confront the formidable Dreadlord head-on. Yet he would never concede defeat. He was bound by his duty to protect this city and its people. Raising his warhammer high, he vowed in the name of the holy light to eradicate all forces of darkness. The hammer shimmered with sacred radiance, seemingly rallying behind its master. Mal'Ganis watched in astonishment as Arthas charged at him like a fierce tiger, never anticipating that this human prince possessed such audacity to face him. A being of terror alone, the two engaged in a breathtakingly intense battle, swords and claws clashing, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Each encounter was fraught with strength and determination. Arthas exerted every ounce of energy in a bid to vanquish the Dreadlord. Yet Mal'Ganis's power was formidable. Each strike he delivered compounded the pressure on Arthas. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Arthas launched his final assault. His warhammer struck fiercely against Mal'Ganis's chest, hoping this blow would bring the enemy to his knees. To his astonishment, as the Dreadlord's body crumpled to the ground, it dissipated into a cloud of dark mist. Vanishing swiftly from the heart of the city, Mal'Ganis's voice echoed in the air. "I lingered too long in that feeble form." He continued, "Enough, I have squandered too much time here. I must return home to replenish my strength. A hint of reluctance tinged his tone, but Mal'Ganis threatened. Without my army, you shall never defeat the Lich King. I will exact my vengeance upon him. And upon you. With that final proclamation, he vanished without a trace. Your journey is far from over, Prince, that if you wish to eliminate me, come to the frigid lands of Northrend. Only there shall we confront our entwined fates, and only there will you uncover your true destiny. Arthas shouted toward the direction Mal'Ganis had disappeared. Even should you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down and annihilate you. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth. His voice resonated through the cold winds, unwavering and resolute, standing amidst the wreckage of the ruins of Stratholme. His gaze was steadfast and resolute. His form was smeared with blood and dust, yet he remained unyielding, akin to an indomitable statue. With a heavy sense of duty, he addressed Chunyu. I leave this place in your hands. Once you have dealt with matters here, come find me in Northrend. In that brief exchange of glances with Chunyu, an unspoken trust and expectation passed between them. Chunyu felt a surge of respect and responsibility at Arthas's words. He straightened his posture, replying earnestly, Rest assured, Your Highness. His voice was firm and powerful, conveying his loyalty to Arthas. Arthas nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then he turned and strode forward with unwavering determination, setting his course for the distant Northrend. Each step was steady and resolute, filled with purpose and courage. As he turned away, his cloak billowed in the wind, as if heralding his departure. His figure gradually receded, fading into the distant horizon. Chunyu gazed after Arthas, his heart brimming with admiration and resolve. He understood that Arthas was about to embark on a perilous expedition. Yet he believed that the prince's courage and wisdom would enable him to overcome all obstacles. Soldiers meticulously searched every nook and cranny, leaving no potentially infected items unchecked. Their expressions were focused and vigilant, fearful of overlooking anything. The corpses of the undead were neatly piled together, prepared for incineration. Flames roared to life, thick black smoke billowing into the air, saturating the atmosphere. Soldiers encircled the bonfire, monitoring it closely to ensure that no undead could escape. After hours of arduous toil, the battlefield was finally cleared. Arthas and his weary but hopeful army pressed onward in their expedition to Northrend. However, the sight of Stratholme was harrowing. Once a thriving city, it had now transformed into a pitiful wasteland. The streets reeked of blood and decay, assaulting the senses and inducing nausea. Bodies lay in heaps, blood staining the ground, forming ghastly pools. Buildings and structures lay in ruins, their remnants crumbling precariously. Deep bullet holes and bloodstains marked the walls, testifying to the fierce battles that had transpired here. Debris and shattered remnants littered the streets, a chaotic tableau where former prosperity had vanished. Fires raged mercilessly through the city, flames reaching skyward and thick smoke billowing forth. The sounds of the inferno roared like a demon, the crashing of collapsing buildings echoing like a dirge for the city. The fire illuminated the darkened night sky, casting a terrifying crimson glow over the entire city. The air was thick with the stench of death. Suffocating and oppressive, survivors fled in all directions, their faces etched with fear and sorrow. Some appeared bewildered, their gazes vacant. Others wept, mourning lost loved ones and friends. The city fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. This was a dreadful calamity. Stratholme had suffered irreparable loss and damage. The city's prosperity was obliterated, and the hopes of its people extinguished. Despair and sorrow permeated the ruins, as if death had enveloped the city. Chunyu beheld the devastation for the first time, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly at the scene before him. The once vibrant city had been reduced to a wasteland, the air thick with the acrid stench of blood and the nauseating odor of decaying bodies. Standing amidst the rubble, Chunyu's gaze met Arthas's, and in that moment he perceived a heart stripped of compassion. There was no warmth in Arthas's eyes, only an abyss of indifference. It seemed as though he had utterly forsaken his humanity. Transformed into a remorseless executioner, but Arthas's figure appeared so solitary and resolute amidst the ruins, his hammer devoid of its former radiant holy light, seemingly tainted by the blood of Stratholme citizens. this former prince of Lordaeron. Once the bearer of the kingdom's hopes, had now reduced Stratholme to mere rubble with his own hands. Chen Yu's heart swelled with shock and confusion. He could not fathom why Arthas had changed so drastically. The once kind and ambitious prince had become so cold and unfeeling. He recalled the solemn vows once made by Arthas, along with his promises to the people, and now, all of it had dissolved into mere illusions. A chill surged from the depths of Chen Yu's heart as he realized he might be confronted with a formidable choice. If he were in Arthas's position, how would he decide? Could he bear the weight of this cursed fate? In that moment, he suddenly thought that the system had not assigned him the task of stopping Arthas or vanquishing Kil'jaeden. What, then, was the nature of this system? Why had the world become so frenzied and brutal? Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings, the sight before him filling his heart with shock and dread. He beheld countless lifeless bodies, among them the elderly, children, and even pregnant women. He could hardly believe his eyes. Unable to accept such a cruel reality, anger and condemnation welled up within him towards Arthas's actions, alongside profound sorrow for this tragedy. The screams of the citizens echoed in his ears, their terror and despair haunting his vision as they faced their final moments. At that instant, he felt an immense weight upon his heart, understanding that the destruction of the city would leave an indelible scar upon the hearts of its people, perhaps in times of peace. Individuals bask in tranquility and harmony, leading calm and stable lives. Yet, once the shadow of war descends, it is the ordinary folk who become the primary victims, whether through the ravages of conflict or the scarcity of resources. They silently endure the heavy burdens inflicted by war. The most vulnerable in society bear the brunt of its direct impact. Innocent souls are forced from their homes, becoming displaced. They lose family, friends, their lives shattered into fragments. Children are robbed of the laughter of youth, while the elderly carry the weight of endless worries. Families fracture, and hope is extinguished. Ordinary individuals become the collateral damage of war, having no choice over their fates. They are swept into the maelstrom of conflict, whether due to ethnicity, religion, politics, or other reasons, becoming innocent sacrifices. Their lives and happiness are easily stripped away, merely to satiate the desires and interests of a privileged few. The burdens of war are not theirs to bear. Rather, they lie with those who wield power and make decisions. The choices and actions of these individuals dictate the outbreak and progression of war. While the common folk can only drift along in its turbulent currents, they are compelled to endure the grim consequences of conflict, suffering both physical and psychological traumas. It was only through stepping onto this battlefield, once merely a figment of the pages he had read, that Chen Yu's hatred for war intensified. The city before him lay in ruins, a scent of despair permeating the air as homes crumbled, and people fled in search of a sliver of safety. The faces of children were etched with fear, their eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness regarding the future. The trembling hands of the elderly clutched tightly, tears cascading down their weathered cheeks. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered in Stratholme for half a month. Chen Yu stood silently, his gaze vacant, seemingly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. His body trembled slightly, as if still grappling with the shock. Before him, citizens were ablaze, flames roaring as black smoke billowed upwards. The acrid stench of charred flesh invaded the air, inducing a wave of nausea and oppression. Suddenly, a black crow descended slowly from the sky. Its wings unfurled, creating a gentle breeze that brushed against Chen Yu's face. The crow's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, as if it harbored secrets unknown. Chen Yu's gaze followed the crow intently as it gracefully landed on the ground. However, as the crow approached the earth, its form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Feathers gradually shed away, revealing the silhouette of a human figure. The emergence of this individual astonished Chen Yu. Tall and imposing, he donned a flowing black robe that billowed with the wind. Shadows obscured his features, preventing a clear view of his visage, yet a mysterious aura radiated from him. In this enigmatic and tense moment, Medivh approached Chen Yu with the steadiness of a mountain, each step resonating with the rhythm of fate, exuding an irresistible power. Medivh's voice, deep and magnetic, seemed to echo with ancient wisdom. I sense a formidable power within you. Yet your destiny remains obscured. His gaze, akin to blazing stars, pierced through Chun Yu's very soul. Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with astonishment and confusion, and he spoke in a low tone. Medivh, this marks our third encounter. I recall when I pursued the orcs, you stood upon the shores of Lordaeron, witnessing the tragic fate of its soldiers while my ship sailed toward the unknown. His words hinted at the painful memories of the past. Medivh furrowed his brow slightly, as if searching for fragments of memory. My recollection of you is faint. Yet, I must inform you that your prince has departed with his forces for Northrend, where only death awaits him. There, he shall find nothing but demise. Perhaps you possess the ability to alter this fate. His words resonated within Chun Yu's heart like the toll of a distant bell. Despair etched across Chun Yu's face. He bitterly replied, I cannot change his fate, nor my own. Just as no matter how hard you strive, the outcome for Lordaeron cannot be altered. His gaze was filled with helplessness and confusion, as if he had lost faith in the future. Medivh gazed silently at Chun Yu, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Destiny is not immutable. It merely requires courage and resolve. Young man, you still have a chance. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. Chun Yu remained rooted in place, contemplating Medivh's words. That a powerful impulse surged within him, urging him to change everything. Yet simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if the shackles of fate were unbreakable. That moment, Uther and Jaina arrived at the ruins of Stratholme. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation. Smoke and silence enveloping the remnants of the city. Shock and sorrow marred Jaina's face. She covered her mouth with her hand, striving to suppress the tears that flowed relentlessly. Her voice trembled, laden with disbelief as she inquired of Uther. Everywhere lies the dead. I can hardly believe Arthas is responsible for this. Uther glimpsed Jaina amidst the chaos, his voice ringing out. Jaina, Jaina Proudmoore. Upon hearing her name called, Jaina swiftly turned, her gaze meeting Uther's as he rushed toward her. Lord Uther, she responded. Uther, panting, reached Jaina and, after catching his breath, urgently questioned, Ah, Jaina, I feared you might be here. Where has he gone, my lady? Where has Arthas taken his fleet? A hint of worry flickered in Jaina's eyes as she replied. He sought me out before leaving. I pleaded with him not to go, warning that it might be a trap. Uther, filled with urgency, pressed further. Where has he gone? Taking a deep breath, Jaina slowly revealed the answer. Northrend. He's gone to pursue Kil'jaeden. Uther stepped forward, a note of reproach in his tone. That scoundrel. I must report this to King Thunus. Do not blame yourself, my lady. This massacre is not your fault. Uther's complexion was ashen, his gaze fixed upon the ruins before him. Filled with profound sorrow and guilt, he murmured to himself. This is my fault. I failed to prevent this from happening. Jaina shook her head vigorously, grasping Uther's hand tightly, hoping to convey a semblance of comfort and support. Her voice was resolute and powerful. It was Arthas's cruel actions that led to all of this. Uther nodded slightly, taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. The newfound resolve emerged in his gaze. We cannot allow him to fall into a trap. We must stop him. With that, Uther departed from Stratholme. Chun Yu stood silently, his gaze fixed upon Uther and Jaina, his heart brimming with complex emotions. These two individuals, one Arthas's mentor, the other his beloved, had chosen to abandon him at this critical juncture. Leaving the prince to confront his dark fate alone, that a tremor colored Chun Yu's voice. One is his respected mentor, and the other his cherished lover. How could they leave him at such a pivotal moment? How can he bear this cursed fate alone? His words conveyed a depth of anguish and confusion. Watching Uther's receding figure, Chun Yu remarked, Medivh's parting words lingered in my mind. If you wish to save this land, you must journey across the ocean to the continent of Kalimdor. As the last echoes of his voice faded, Chun Yu vanished from the sight of the crowd. Jaina vigorously wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. Prepare to depart from Stratholme. The once thriving city now lay in ruins. Steeped in endless sorrow, a raven descended slowly from the sky, transforming into a human upon reaching the ground, and spoke. Though the spirits of this land have momentarily quieted, do not be deceived by this facade. In the frigid north, the only fate your young prince will find is death. Startled, Jaina exclaimed, It's you! Arthas is merely doing what he believes is right. The prophet replied, a commendable sentiment, yet such fervor may lead to his own downfall. The burden now rests upon your shoulders, young sorceress. You must guide the untainted people westward, to the ancient continent, for only there can the shadows be confronted and the world rescued from the flames. Gianar resolved to heed Mediva's counsel, leading the unaffected humans across the seas in search of a new sanctuary. It was a daunting decision, but she firmly believed it was for the future of humanity. That Arthas's fleet struggled against the icy waters for several days, finally reaching the shores of Northrend. As the ship approached the coastline, the crew beheld a desolate landscape blanketed in snow and ice. The biting wind howled, cutting through their skin like a knife. Arthas was the first to leap from his ship, his footsteps resolutely pressing into the frigid snow. His soldiers followed closely behind, their expressions grave and determined. Despite the harsh conditions, their resolve remained unshaken. Before them lay the stillness of Northrend, accompanied only by the lament of the wind and the swirling snowflakes. The white expanse shimmered with a cold light, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. Arthas's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he led his soldiers across the snow, advancing towards the interior. The crunch of their footsteps echoed in the snow, seeming to announce their arrival to this barren land. The fierce wind whipped their banners, and although the soldiers were wrapped in thick cloaks, the cold still penetrated their armor, causing them to shiver. Nevertheless, Arthas remained undeterred by the harsh environment. His heart was set on a singular goal: to track down the scourge and eradicate them completely. His eyes burned with fury, and he was resolute in his mission. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, he would not falter. Surveying the surroundings, Arthas chose a relatively sheltered spot to establish their camp. The soldiers busied themselves, chopping wood and erecting makeshift tents to prepare for the night. Captain Maveen looked at Arthas, his body shivering uncontrollably as he furrowed his brow, and said, "This land seems utterly forsaken by the light. Not even the sun can be seen, the howling wind chills to the bone. Yet you stand there unwavering. My lord, are you all right?" His tone revealed discomfort with the surroundings and concern for Arthas. Calmly, Arthas responded, "Captain, are all our men accounted for?" Captain Maveen replied, "We're almost there. Only a few ships, and the mages accompanying you are yet to arrive." At that moment, a shimmering teleportation circle appeared on the ground. Chunyu materialized in its center, his gaze resolute as he looked at Prince Arthas and declared, "Your Highness, I have arrived." Arthas nodded, addressing Chunyu. "Excellent. Our primary task is to establish a defensive base here. We are unaware of the dangers lurking in the shadows." His eyes conveyed determination and vigilance to fend off the cold. The soldiers erected tall walls of snow around the camp, hoping to shield themselves from the biting winds. At the same time, they ignited a bonfire, illuminating the frigid encampment. Arthas organized the soldiers to dig into the snow, constructing simple stoves to prepare meals. Their supplies were limited, necessitating prudent allocation and usage. The soldiers assisted one another, collaboratively assembling tents and tidying the camp. They skillfully handled their tools, working in harmony throughout the process of setting up camp. Arthas maintained his vigilance. He dispatched scouts to patrol the area, ensuring no enemies were lurking nearby. Additionally, he ordered enhancements to the camp's defenses to guard against potential assaults from the scourge. After considerable effort, the camp was finally established. The tents were neatly arranged, and the bonfire blazed brightly, providing a temporary sense of warmth and security. Arthas summoned the soldiers, assigning them night watch duties. They would take turns standing guard to ensure the camp's safety. Once the camp was secured, the soldiers took a brief respite to regain their strength. They understood that survival in this frigid wasteland would pose a significant challenge. Arthas led the group along a winding path, their footsteps leaving deep impressions in the snow. The biting wind, mingled with snowflakes, brushed against their cheeks, yet their strides remained steadfast and resolute. Within the ranks, the soldiers tightly wrapped themselves in heavy cloaks, weapons at the ready, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Their expressions were grim and determined, reflecting their dedication to their mission and the exploration of this unknown land. Arthas marched at the forefront, his gaze focused and sharp. He paused occasionally to examine the tracks in the snow and the disturbances around him, seeking clues of the scourge's presence. As they ventured deeper, the landscape of Northrend grew ever more desolate and treacherous. Towering icebergs loomed in the distance, while the howling wind surged through the valleys, carrying with it an icy chill. Cautiously, Arthas guided the team through narrow mountain paths, avoiding potential hazards. They traversed frozen rivers and climbed steep slopes, continually pressing onward. Along the way, they encountered ruins and shattered gravestones cloaked in snow, remnants of a once mighty frost troll civilization. These sights only reinforced their conviction that the scourge lay hidden within this frigid expanse. The soldiers remained highly alert, their ears attuned to the sound around them, their eyes scrutinizing every detail. Each step was fraught with uncertainty, yet their faith propelled them forward, a burning hatred for the scourge ignited within Arthas. He yearned to uncover their lair and annihilate them utterly. He continually inspired his soldiers, urging them to remain united and courageous. In the icy canyons of Northrend, Arthas led his troops with utmost caution. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, startling Arthas, who shouted, "It's an enemy attack! Take cover!" The soldiers reacted swiftly, crouching against the walls on either side, alertly watching the front. Upon hearing the gunfire, Muradin dashed out of the camp without hesitation. When he beheld the humans outside, he exclaimed in astonishment, "My heavens, you are not the undead. You are alive." He then turned to the guards, shouting, "Do not fire. They are humans." Spotting Muradin, Arthas called out, Muradin Bronzebeard, "Is that you?" He stepped forward slowly, a look of confusion on his face. Muradin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at the approaching Arthas, saying, "Well done, lad. I never imagined they would send you to rescue us." His voice carried a hint of joy. Arthas furrowed his brow, his expression one of bewilderment as he replied, "Rescue? I had no idea you were here." His face revealed his perplexity regarding the current situation. Muradin chuckled, patting Arthas on the shoulder. "It's all the same. Kid, I need your help. My companions and I have been scattered by the enemy's attack, and I urgently require your support." His eyes brimmed with trust and expectation for Arthas. Arthas nodded, his expression resolute as he declared, "I will certainly assist you." Muradin, "Let us act." He turned to signal the troops to prepare for action as the undead forces surged like a tidal wave of darkness toward the base. Their footsteps thudded upon the snow, producing a muffled sound, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. The undead soldiers, clad in decayed armor and wielding shattered weapons, advanced with hollow, eerie lights flickering in their eyes, exuding an aura of death. Their movements were synchronized, as if driven by an inexhaustible force. The leading undead soldiers brandished tattered banners, which flapped ominously in the cold wind, seemingly proclaiming their intent. From their mouths emerged low, guttural growls, akin to the wails of damned souls from hell, sending chills down the spines of the living. The sight of the undead army against the snowy backdrop appeared even more sinister and terrifying. They approached the base like phantoms in the night, silently and inexorably closing in. Every fallen soldier emanates an aura of chill and decay, imparting a palpable sense of death's looming threat. Arthas leads the charge. His hammer strikes both fierce and precise, each swing of his sword imbued with immense power that sends the undead reeling back. His soldiers, equally resolute, coordinate seamlessly to form an unyielding defensive line. Muradin Bronzebeard exemplifies indomitable fighting spirit amidst adversity, wielding his formidable battle axe as he engages the undead in close combat. His ferocity inspires admiration in Arthas, further solidifying his resolve to vanquish the undead. The intensity of the battle exceeds imagination, with the clashing of steel against bone resonating across the battlefield. Blood stains the pristine white snow, and the frigid air is thick with the scent of death. The undead scourge's soldiers attack relentlessly, their overwhelming numbers plunging Arthas and his army into a grueling struggle. Yet Arthas remains undaunted, igniting his soldiers' fighting spirit and imparting the significance of their struggle. Amidst the fierce combat, Arthas demonstrates exceptional leadership, adeptly maneuvering his forces and deploying them to maximize their combat efficacy. The soldiers respond to his call, charging fearlessly into the fray against the undead. The howling cold wind seems to rally behind this life and death contest. Arthas and his army engage in a bloody struggle amidst the ice and snow. Their courage and unyielding will evoke deep admiration. In the bitter winter, each moment brims with the trials of life and death. Nevertheless, Arthas and his troops stand resolute, fighting valiantly to protect their homeland and combat evil until the final breath. Arthas showcases his formidable combat prowess and leadership skills. His hammer strikes like lightning, swiftly and accurately dispatching one undead creature after another. Under his command, his soldiers work closely together, supporting one another to form a powerful fighting force. After an arduous battle, Arthas and his army ultimately triumph over the undead horde, rescuing Mirrodin and his expedition team. Upon seeing Arthas, Mirrodin's eyes brim with gratitude and joy as he steps forward, grasping Arthas's hand tightly, and says, "Thank you, Arthas, you have saved our lives at that moment." Chinyu suddenly hears, "Beep, beep, system task initiated, task details. Assist Arthas in obliterating the undead base and protect the dwarves surrounding the base from undead incursions." Task rewards: 1. Unlock Paladin skill. Holy Light. 2. Gain 1 fragment for the system shop. 3. Acquire 1 fragment for the system intelligence service. Task description: follow Arthas's army swiftly to the dwarven encampment. Fight alongside them to repel the undead assault and ensure the safety of the base. Task requirements: ensure Arthas's safety and guarantee his survival. Friendly reminder: the task difficulty is rated orange, indicating significant challenges ahead, requiring cautious handling. Stay vigilant for personal safety. Failure will result in becoming undead. Forever unable to return to the real world, the task system has automatically accepted you. May fortune favor you. Upon receiving the task, Chunyu's expression turns focused and solemn. He quickly retrieves an aged map from his pocket and unfurls it before him. The paper is somewhat worn, adorned with terrain features, landmarks, and various notations. His gaze eagerly scans the map, meticulously searching for the marked location of the undead encampment. His finger lightly traces the contours of the map, as if feeling the very essence of the land beneath. As his gaze shifts, Chunyu's eyes sharpen with determination that he scrutinizes the lines and symbols, attempting to piece together the specific layout and environment of the undead camp. The markings on the map may be drawn in red or other conspicuous colors to highlight the location of the undead encampment. Chunyu might observe symbolic icons, such as skulls, bones, or phantoms, indicating the presence of the undead. Noticing the myriad of annotations on the map, Chunyu hurriedly approaches Arthas, breathless as he exclaims, "Your Highness, our scouts have discovered a camp belonging to Mal'Ganis Inland." Arthas's attention is immediately captured as he fixes his gaze upon Chunyu, urgently inquiring, "Where?" Chunyu swiftly opens the map, pointing to a specific location with unwavering conviction. "Right here, Your Highness." Arthas furrows his brow. Deep in thought, he is acutely aware of the implications of Mal'Ganis's camp. It could be a pivotal lead in their battle against evil. Sensing Arthas's contemplation, Chunyu steps closer and whispers, "Your Highness, we must act immediately." Arthas nods, determination radiating from his gaze. He raises his head to meet Chunyu's eyes, issuing the command, "Rally the troops. We prepare to march." Chunyu salutes and turns to depart, leaving Arthas standing alone, gazing into the distance, his heart ignited with a fervor to combat evil. Chunyu strides forward with purpose, leading Arthas and Mirrodin's dwarven forces through a dense forest. Towering trees surround them, their leaves allowing beams of sunlight to filter through, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A thick carpet of fallen leaves crunches underfoot, and the air is rich with dampness, mingling the earthy scents of soil and foliage. Chunyu remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings, when suddenly he halts. Not far ahead, a thick fog blankets the path, resembling an invisible barrier obstructing their way. Strange sounds echo from within the mist, suggesting the presence of enigmatic creatures at play. The surrounding silence is stifling, occasionally broken by the distant calls of birds. Shattering the tranquility, a gentle breeze rustles the leaves, as if whispering warnings of impending danger. "Your Highness, there are undead sentinels at the upcoming intersection," Chunyu states, slightly crouching as he fixes his gaze ahead. His voice is low and steady, yet tinged with an unmistakable alertness. His expression is grave, brow furrowed in concentration, as if pondering a critical strategy. Each word he utters is carefully chosen, as if weighed with the gravity of the situation. Chunyu's eyes reflect a vigilant caution, intently focused on the road ahead, seemingly perceiving the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. His body is coiled with tension, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The alertness in his voice flutters through the air like a faint chill, quietly heightening the tension among the group, making them aware of the formidable threat that may lie ahead. Arthas stands tall and resolute, like a statue, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, exuding an air of decisive determination. His eyes blaze like twin infernos, fervently consuming all obstacles before him. That unwavering gaze embodies an unassailable resolve, as though proclaiming his intentions to the world. Brothers, let us first eliminate these undead and then uncover the secrets they guard. He declares, his voice deep and resonant, akin to a steady war drum echoing in the ears of every warrior. The sound possesses an almost piercing quality, resonating with the very core of their beings. Muradin leans slightly forward, his eyes glowing like torches fixated upon the valley ahead. Excitement flickers in his gaze, as if he has stumbled upon a precious treasure in the darkness. His voice brims with barely contained exhilaration, each word ignited with fervor and anticipation. It is this valley. We have found them. His tone is deep and forceful, resonating like the thunder of war drums in the air. The joy and satisfaction of discovering their target permeate his voice. However, his tone shifts to urgency, laced with tension, but the undead are still attacking them. His voice quivers slightly, revealing concern for the safety of his comrades. Muradin's expression turns serious and focused. He furrows his brow tightly. His gaze locked on the movements within the valley, he instinctively tightens his grip on his weapon. Bracing himself for the impending battle, Arthas's eyes gleam with unwavering resolve, his voice crashing like thunder in the ears of his warriors. Onward. Warriors, we must aid those dwarves. With that, he raises his vengeful hammer high, its surface glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. As if to declare his resolve and courage to his foes, he stood resolutely. The troops behind him followed closely, their footsteps synchronized, creating an overwhelming momentum akin to a surging torrent rushing towards the battlefield. Arthas's figure led the way, his armor glinting with a cold sheen, and his cloak billowing in the wind with a resonant flutter. His gaze exuded a fearless bravery, as if no adversary could thwart his advance. Under Arthas's command, the soldiers exhibited unwavering courage and indomitable fighting spirit, throwing themselves wholeheartedly into a breathtaking struggle for survival against the undead. The warriors pressed tightly behind Arthas, their steps resolute and powerful, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Each swing of their swords, each casting of spells, was infused with strength and lethal intent on the battlefield. The clash of blades and the brilliance of magic danced in a chaotic symphony. The soldiers engaged fiercely with the undead, refusing to retreat. Their shouts and roars reverberated throughout the battlefield, stirring the very air around them. Arthas led from the front, his swordplay remarkably sharp. Each stroke sending forth sprays of blood, he wove through the battlefield like a radiant star, guiding his forces onward. The undead surged like a relentless tide. Yet the troops remained tightly united, forming an unyielding line of defense. They coordinated seamlessly, supporting one another in a harmonious effort against the onslaught of the undead. Their singular aim was to rescue the besieged dwarves. Trapped and threatened, the dwarves found hope in the soldiers who charged towards the undead, using their bodies as a bulwark of protection. As the acrid smoke of fierce combat gradually dissipated, a profound sense of victorious elation began to permeate the air of the dwarven encampment. The previously tense and grave atmosphere dissipated like morning fog on a spring day, replaced by the relieved smiles and hopeful gazes of the warriors. Within the camp, cheers, laughter, and congratulatory voices intertwined, creating a vibrant symphony of triumph that echoed across the land. The dwarves, once besieged by the undead, now displayed expressions of joy, embracing one another with tears of gratitude glistening in their eyes. The weary bodies of the warriors found solace in the sweetness of victory. They sat or stood about, some tending to wounds, others organizing their gear, while others sank into quiet reflections of their triumph. in a corner of the camp. Wisps of smoke rose gently, carrying with it a comforting warmth. The cooks bustled about, preparing food and drink to replenish the exhausted soldiers. Some warriors gathered together, exchanging experiences and insights from a battle, sharing tales of valor, and offering mutual praise and encouragement. The commanders moved through the camp, assessing casualties and organizing subsequent defenses. Despite their fatigue, their eyes shone with confidence for the future. Chun Yu, with steadfast steps, led Arthas atop the elevated ground of the camp. He stood tall, akin to an indomitable fortress. From this vantage point, Chun Yu turned slightly, extending his finger decisively towards the valley ahead. His arms stretched out, the gesture crisp and unhesitating. His gaze radiated an unwavering determination. Like a blazing torch, fervent and luminous, it embodied his dedication to their objective and the conviction of his beliefs. "Your Highness, the undead encampment lies within that valley," he declared, his voice deep and resonant, akin to a steady war drum that conveyed an undeniable force. Each word seemed laden with thoughtful deliberation, infused with resolve and bravery. As he spoke, his expression remained serious and focused, his lips quivering slightly, with a voice that seemed capable of penetrating the hearts of those who heard it. Arthas followed Chun Yu's directed gaze, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He listened intently to Chun Yu's report, leaning slightly forward, indicating his concern for the valley ahead and his vigilance towards the enemy. Standing tall on the high ground, Arthas's eyes were fixed intently on the valley before him, as if seeking to uncover the secrets hidden within its depths. A burning determination blazed in his gaze, an unquenchable flame flickering with the pursuit of justice and an abhorrence for his foes. That must be where Mal'Ganis lies hidden. "Brothers, flatten his encampment." His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating throughout the camp with an irresistible authority. This proclamation carried a weight of majesty that was impossible to defy. His voice was deep and resonant, like the booming of war drums, stirring the hearts of every soldier. The soldiers rallied to Arthas's call, gripping their weapons tightly, marching with resolute steps towards the valley, led by Arthas, whose armor shone brilliantly and whose sword glinted coldly. His figure resembled a god of war, guiding his troops toward the enemy's stronghold. Chun Yu closely followed Arthas, his eyes filled with trust and respect. He understood the significance of this battle and recognized Arthas's resolve and bravery. The morale of the troops soared as they shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. Their steps were firm and powerful, each stride infused with a yearning for victory. Under Arthas's leadership, they braced themselves to confront the challenges ahead, determined to obliterate Mal'Ganis's encampment and fight for justice. In the aftermath of their victorious conquest of the undead stronghold, Arthas and Muradin embarked on their return to the camp. Arthas was filled with questions, and he turned to Muradin to be why the way. "Muradin, what brings you here?" His voice revealed a hint of confusion. Muradin smiled as he replied, "You see, my child, there exists an ancient portal in this frozen wasteland. It is said to lead to a hidden cavern, where a rune blade known as Frostmourne lies in wait." Muradin's words hinted at a deep yearning for the enigmatic sword. He continued, "The closer we approach the portal, the more undead we encounter." Just then, Captain Maev rushed in, halting before Arthas to report, "Prince Arthas, we have yet to uncover Mal'Ganis's whereabouts." Arthas's gaze was resolute and decisive as he responded, "No matter, Captain, he cannot hide from me forever. I expect you to establish our base of operations here." Maev saluted respectfully. "As you command, Your Highness." He turned and departed to carry out Arthas's orders. Arthas and Muradin returned to the coastal camp, their figures appearing steadfast and powerful in the glow of the setting sun. They harbored hopes for the future, resolved to embark on a new journey across this frozen land. The Arctic coastline, the biting wind howled as the frigid sea breeze swept through, but a zeppelin hovered above the camp. And an envoy, cloaked in heavy garb, strode purposefully towards the encampment. His countenance was grave, and a hint of concern flickered in his eyes, trailed closely by the royal guards of Lordaeron. Upon the envoy's entrance into the camp, the soldiers promptly stood at attention, saluting him. Captain Luke Valenfrost approached the envoy, flanked by 2 guards, and respectfully inquired, "Forgive me, envoy, but the prince is currently away from the camp." What brings you to this remote and desolate place? The envoy nodded slightly before delivering an urgent message to BY royal decree. You are to return to Lordaeron immediately. Lord Uther has persuaded His Majesty the King to recall this expeditionary force. The envoy's voice was deep and serious. And the soldiers in the camp exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this news. Luke Valenfrost could not help but question, "Are you telling us to pack up and leave at once?" The envoy nodded again. His eyes filled with resignation. Indeed, the MY subordinates have reported that the road from here to the coast is under undead control. You must find an alternate route back to the ship. With that, the envoy turned with the guards and boarded the Zeppelin, their figures gradually disappearing into the cold wind. Luke Valenfrost cursed angrily. These damned undead. "Captain, what shall we do now?" a soldier asked anxiously. Luke Valenfrost pondered for a moment before decisively proclaiming, "We shall carve a path through the woods." His voice emanated a resolute strength and determination, prompting the soldiers to rally forth, prepared to confront new challenges. The throng busied themselves clearing new paths through the forest. Arthas and Muradin returned to the camp only to find the guards absent from their posts. At the tea that moment, a voice from the system resonated in Chen Yu's ear. "Beep, beep. The task has been completed, and the rewards have been dispatched to your backpack. Please check." Suddenly, Chen Yu heard, "Beep, beep. System task released. Task details. Upon the arrival of the Lordaeron Expeditionary Force at the coastline, assist Arthas in destroying all ships along the shore to prevent the Expeditionary Force from returning to Lordaeron. Task rewards. 1. Unlock the Mage skill. Mirror Image, a spell that provides you with a doppelganger, whose experiences you will share. 2. Gain 1 fragment of the system Mall. 3. Acquire 1 fragment of the system intelligence service. Task description. Follow Arthas and ensure his safe arrival at the coast. Task requirements. Safeguard Arthas, ensuring he reaches the coastline unscathed. Friendly reminder. The task difficulty has been assessed as orange, indicating significant challenges ahead. Requiring cautious approach. Pay close attention to your safety. Failure of the task will result in becoming undead, forever barred from returning to the real world. The task system has automatically accepted you. May good fortune accompany you. Chen Yu followed closely behind Arthas back to the camp, his mind swirling with doubt and contemplation. As he walked, he pondered the task of annihilating all vessels, striving to comprehend the underlying purpose and significance. This action could profoundly affect the Expeditionary Force's return and provoke unforeseen repercussions. Simultaneously, Chen Yu wrestled with the moral and ethical implications of the task. Would the destruction of the ships bring hardship or peril to innocence? Did this align with his mission and values? He weighed these factors within his mind. In the midst of his thoughts, Chen Yu recalled past experiences and knowledge, seeking clues and solutions that he contemplated how to execute the task effectively while minimizing potential risks and negative consequences. Continuously analyzing, reflecting, and weighing options, he sought answers and direction for his decisions and his confusion. He sought clarity, preparing himself mentally for the impending action. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the heart of the camp. Arthas wore a grave expression as he and Muradin slowly advanced, inquiring, "Why are the guards absent from their posts?" Captain Luke Valenfrost responded awkwardly, Your Highness, your father has summoned the entire army at Uther's request." With that, Captain Luke Valenfrost turned and departed. After exchanging nods with Captain Luke, Chen Yu pivoted and strode in the opposite direction. His steps were firm and decisive, imbued with an unarticulated sense of mission. With each stride, the words "recall the army, destroy the ships" echoed persistently in Chen Yu's mind. He began to reflect on the implications and significance of this decision, but he realized that destroying the Expeditionary Force's ships meant severing the army's retreat. A drastic measure indeed. Perhaps it was to prevent the enemy from exploiting those vessels for pursuit or transport, or perhaps to ensure a strategic advantage. That a sense of conflict and turmoil surged within Chen Yu. The destruction of the ships not only represented a loss of material assets, but also foretold significant repercussions for the future of the Expeditionary Force. Arthas's pace was heavy, his gaze flickering with fury. He and Muradin pressed on a few more steps before Arthas exclaimed, "Damn it! Uther has taken back my fleet. If the warriors abandon me, how can I exact my vengeance? How can I eliminate Mal'Ganis?" We must incinerate all ships before they reach the coast. Muradin frowned, questioning, "Isn't that a bit excessive, my child?" However, Arthas's resolve remained steadfast as he retorted, "Burn them all. No one returns without completing the task." His voice conveyed a sense of finality, as though he had already made up his mind. Chun Yu's expression darkened like a storm cloud, yet his steps remained resolute as he replied, "But your highness, the roads ahead are heavily guarded by the undead. How can we possibly reach the coast before them?" Arthas's eyes glimmered with determination as he stated, "We need more manpower to breach the undead's defenses." Chun Yu's tone bore a hint of resignation. "Such an operation, the brothers of the expeditionary force cannot partake. With only the few of us, we cannot penetrate the undead's stronghold." Muradin interjected, "I've encountered several mercenary camps in this area. Shall we not hire some?" Arthas's gaze sharpened. As if formulating a plan, he declared, "Since there are mercenary camps ahead, the local residents surely know of routes that can swiftly lead us to the coastline." Arthas turned and strode forward, beckoning, "Follow me, Muradin. Bring along a few reliable brothers." As his words fell, they resolutely made their way towards the mercenary camp. Upon reaching the camp, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Arthas seethed. "Damn it! Uther is forcing my hand." He entered the mercenary camp, his eyes ablaze with resolve. The Mistwalker was a towering figure, muscular and imposing, exuding formidable strength. His skin bore a chilling blue hue, coated in a thin layer of frost. As if he were one with the frigid environment, his large head was adorned with sharp ears, with delicate ice crystals sprouting above them. His eyes were a profound ice blue, reflecting cold vigilance. His nose was flat and wide, his mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp teeth that hinted at a feral nature. His white hair cascaded like frost over his shoulders. His arms and legs were exceptionally robust, with his back and shoulders adorned with hard ice crystal spikes. Enhancing his menacing presence, he sat silently in the hall, and upon seeing Arthas enter, he rose and greeted, "Welcome, human. For a price, I shall offer my services." "What do you require?" Arthas got straight to the point. "I need to hire a squad of death knights to guide us through the undead space to the coastline." The Mistwalker gazed greedily at Arthas, smiling. "As long as the coin is right, everything can be arranged." Without hesitation, Arthas turned to his rear, and Chun Yu placed a sack of gold coins on the ground. The coins shimmered in the air, drawing everyone's attention. Satisfied, the Mistwalker gestured for his subordinates to collect the bounty. He returned to his throne, stating, "Provide them with a small team to escort and protect them to the coastline." Arthas nodded in agreement, adding, "Upon completion, we shall offer a generous reward." With that, he led the mercenaries away from the camp. Utilizing their geographical advantage, the mercenaries stealthily eliminated the undead along the way, reaching the coastline. Under the cover of darkness while the soldiers slumbered, they employed explosives, methodically demolishing the warships one by one. When Captain Luke Valenfer arrived with the camp soldiers, they found their vessels reduced to mere ruins. Panic ensued as they grappled with the bewildering situation. Captain Luke Valenfer looked up at Arthas on the high ground, asking, "Prince Arthas?" Arthas replied, "Soldiers, act quickly. These vicious beasts have burned our ships. They have severed our return home. In the name of Lordaeron, eliminate them. Infantry, scoundrels, knights, slay them." The soldiers, witnessing the destroyed vessels and fallen comrades, erupted with fury akin to a volcano. Their eyes blazed with wrath, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to launch a fierce attack against the mercenaries. With a roar, the soldiers surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, their assault a tempest, relentless and lethal. The mercenaries, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, scrambled to mount a defense, but the soldiers' rage was insatiable. In the chaos of battle, mercenaries fell one after another, their blood staining the ground, their cries echoing through the air. Some attempted to flee, but the soldiers pursued mercilessly, offering no respite. Ultimately, every mercenary was vanquished, their bodies strewn across the ground, seemingly paying the price for their transgressions. The soldiers stood amidst the crimson puddles, their breaths still uneven, yet their eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve and determination. They understood that this battle was far from over. They would still face greater challenges and hardships ahead, yet they are acutely aware that they have demonstrated their valor and strength. They shall steadfastly continue onwards, fighting for justice. Infantrymen, our armor is completely destroyed. What now? Arthas, listen closely, everyone, we have no retreat. The only way home is through victory. Here on this land, our fates are intertwined. Now, return to your posts. Arthas's strategy bore fruit, as the soldiers of the Lordaeron expedition no longer harbored thoughts of returning home. They could only follow Arthas and serve him. Arthas understood that he commanded a formidable army, one capable of conquering the entire world at his whim. Muradin Bronzebeard's eyes brimmed with shock and fury as he beheld Arthas's actions in disbelief. His voice trembled as he questioned, "You have deceived your soldiers and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What has become of you, Arthas? Is vengeance all that occupies your mind?" Arthas's expression was cold and resolute as he replied, "Do not concern yourself with me. Muradin, you know not what they have done to my homeland." Pain and disappointment etched on Muradin's face, he retorted, "But you cannot simply slay the innocent. Those mercenaries are your soldiers. They fight for you." Arthas's voice was frigid and unyielding as he declared, "They're no longer my soldiers. They're my enemies." Muradin's tone was laden with sorrow as he urged, "What you are doing now does not save your people. It destroys them. You have become a bloodthirsty avenger, my boy." Suddenly, Mal'Ganis appeared atop a ridge, a column of green light piercing the heavens. He fixed a sharp gaze upon Arthas and proclaimed loudly, "The Dark Lord anticipated your arrival. Boy, your journey ends here. In this frozen pinnacle of the world, you find yourself trapped, with no escape, as only the tale of your demise shall echo." Meanwhile, the sentinels of the front lines discerned a vast horde of undead advancing toward them. Their apparitions flickered in the snow, akin to malevolent phantoms emerging from the depths of hell. Captain Ferric bellowed, "Attention, everyone, prepare to defend." The undead approach. The guards swiftly formed a defensive line, gripping their weapons tightly. Bracing for the impending onslaught, in an instant, countless undead forces surged toward the base like a relentless tide. Muradin's complexion turned pale. "It is over. We are completely surrounded," and Arthas's resolve remained unwavering. "There is still a chance. Aid me in obtaining Frostmourne. If it is truly as powerful as you claim, victory shall tilt in our favor." A sense of foreboding washed over Muradin, yet he steadfastly replied, "I have a dreadful premonition, my boy, but I promise to fight alongside you to the very end." Arthas turned to the mage and commanded, "You stay here with Captain Ferric to organize the defense. We shall depart." "Chun Yu," and Captain Ferric responded in unison. "At your command, your highness." No sooner had Arthas and Muradin led a small contingent of soldiers, their steps resolute, away from the base. Clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp weaponry, their expressions were grave and determined. Arthas led the procession, his gaze reflecting unwavering resolve and determination, prepared to confront any adversity. Muradin followed closely, a hint of concern etched upon his face, yet still displaying his support for Arthas. The soldiers trailed closely behind Arthas and Muradin, their movements synchronized, indicative of their rigorous training. Each countenance bore an expression of vigilance, ready to face any lurking danger. The undead mage loomed above, his voice dripping with icy disdain. "Tremble, mortals! Your doom is at hand." With his command, a multitude of undead soldiers surged forth toward the guards. Their eyes gleamed with malevolent light, weapons exuding the stench of death. Captain Ferric stepped forward, his voice resolute and stirring. "Fear not. Brethren, we are the warriors of Lordaeron. We shall not yield to darkness." The guards roared in defiance, charging headlong into the undead. They stood firm against the onslaught, sacrificing their bodies to defend the dignity of their homeland. The undead soldiers scoffed, "Your resistance is futile. Death is your only destination." Captain Ferric stood unyielding. "We shall not relent. We will fight until the final moment." Beneath the shroud of falling snow, the guards engaged in a harrowing struggle against the undead. Their weapons carved deep gashes into the undead's forms, blood staining the snow. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, no hint of surrender, resolutely guarding their homeland and upholding justice. The undead mage attempted to sway them. "Your courage is commendable, yet your fate is sealed. Join us, become one of us, and savor eternal life." Captain Ferric adamantly refused. "We would rather die unyielding. We shall not become your slaves." The guards unleashed one final battle cry, summoning every ounce of strength for a final charge. Behind them lay their beloved homeland and the people they were sworn to protect. The undead soldiers mocked. "You seek your own demise." Captain Ferric's gaze remained steadfast. "For our homeland, for justice, we fear nothing." In the midst of the snowstorm, the guards engaged in their ultimate confrontation with the undead. Their figures gradually faded into the ocean of undead, yet their courage and conviction would forever be etched upon this land. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chun Yu's ear. "Ding ding, the task has been completed. Rewards have been allocated to your inventory. Please check." Suddenly, Chun Yu heard, "Ding ding, a system task has been issued. Task details: investigate Arthas and Frostmourne. Task rewards: 1. Unlock mage skill. Polymorph, which allows transforming any creature into a sheep. 2. Gain 1 fragment for the system shop. 3. Acquire 1 fragment for the system smart service." At this juncture, Chun Yu heard again, "Ding ding, a system task has been issued. Task details: defend the expeditionary camp, ensure its safety, and hold until Arthas returns. Task rewards: 1. Unlock paladin skill. Redemption. 2. Gain 1 fragment for the system shop. 3. Acquire 1 fragment for the system smart service. Task description: Arthas and Muradin Bronzebeard proceed to seek Frostmourne while holding the camp, awaiting his return. Chun Yu furrowed his brows tightly, deep creases forming. As if enveloped by an invisible burden, his lips quivered slightly, murmuring, "Another investigation of Frostmourne, another task to protect the base. How could I possibly be in 2 places at once? Is this cursed system deliberately making things difficult for me?" His voice was tinged with evident dissatisfaction, as if long-suppressed grievances finally found an outlet. Each word carried a hint of indignation, the volume subdued yet sufficient to convey his inner turmoil. His tone revealed a sense of helplessness, as if overwhelmed by the tasks before him. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed Chun Yu's expression, akin to a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind. His previously muttered words abruptly ceased, interrupted by an unseen force. A glimmer of bright light flashed in his eyes, akin to a candle flickering to life amidst darkness, imbued with hope and contemplation. Subsequently, his movements became swift and decisive. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, swiftly reaching for the backpack behind him. His fingers deftly unbuckled the bag, then quickly delved inside, rummaging for something. After a brief search, he finally unearthed a parchment, and he gently extracted it, carefully unfurling it. The instant the parchment opened, a wave of antiquity wafted toward him. He clutched the parchment tightly, as though holding a treasure of immeasurable worth. His gaze settled upon the parchment, meticulously deciphering the mysterious runes inscribed upon it. Each rune seemed to possess a unique significance, and his eyes fixated on them, fearing the loss of even the slightest detail. His brow furrowed slightly, lips pressed together, as he pondered. This task rewards a mirror. Perhaps, he mused, cradling the parchment as if engaged in a silent dialogue with it. The mysterious runes etched upon the parchment flickered with a faint luminescence in his gaze, with unwavering resolve and devoid of hesitation. He decisively unfurled the ancient scroll. His movements were gentle and cautious, as if fearing the slightest damage to this enigmatic artifact. His eyes, sharp and focused, scrutinized the spells inscribed upon the parchment. Every rune, every line was examined with meticulous attention, leaving no detail overlooked. As he delved into comprehension, the runes began to emit a subtle, otherworldly glow. Initially faint, akin to twinkling fireflies, the light gradually intensified. As it shimmered, the runes appeared to come alive, dancing and swirling upon the parchment, as if showcasing the immense power they harbored. However, just as Chun Yu was wholly absorbed in his studies, the light emanating from the scroll abruptly transformed into a blinding brilliance. Following that, the radiance erupted like fireworks, and the scroll vanished into the luminous void. Chun Yu closed his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply as if attempting to draw in the very air surrounding him. His chest expanded slightly. Then he exhaled slowly, expelling the distractions from his mind. His concentration sharpened, coalescing into an invisible beam of focus within his mind. his brow furrowed slightly, lips moving silently as he recited the incantation he had just mastered. With each utterance of the spell, a faint glow began to emanate from him. Initially as dim as a firefly's flicker, it gradually stabilized into a steady radiance. Under the glow's illumination, a perfect replica of himself, a mage's doppelganger, materialized silently beside him. This double was an impeccable mirror of Chun Yu, indistinguishable in both appearance and attire. Its emergence caused no commotion. It stood quietly beside Chun Yu, as if bound by an invisible connection. Its gaze was focused and resolute, revealing a shared determination and courage akin to Chun Yu's own. He gazed intently at the doppelganger, his expression betraying an almost obsessive focus. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized this identical entity. A flicker of excitement and anticipation crossing his features, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Brief yet dazzling. His heartbeat quickened, infused with boundless expectation for this manifestation. Internally, he pondered, uncertain whether this doppelganger possessed the formidable abilities he himself held. Silently, he prayed that it would not betray his hopes, but rather serve as his capable ally. He whispered softly, his voice deep and firm, as if imparting a sense of duty to the doppelganger. You must follow Arthas silently, lurking beside him like a shadow. Exercise utmost caution. You must not allow him to detect your presence. His tone carried a note of concern and warning, as if fearing for the doppelganger's safety. Simultaneously, he conveyed the significance of the task and his resolve to see it through. Throughout his speech, his gaze remained fixed on the doppelganger, as if engaging in a silent exchange of trust and instruction. The doppelganger nodded slightly, its movements light yet resolute, conveying its own determination and confidence to Chun Yu. Subsequently, it glided like a specter, seamlessly merging with the surrounding air. Its steps were soundless, akin to a whisper, leaving no trace of its passage. Its actions flowed with natural grace, as if gliding through the air, exhibiting an elegance shrouded in mystery. It seemed to dance an unobserved ballet, gradually fading from Chun Yu's sight like a wisp of smoke, silently departing in the direction of Arthas. Chun Yu stood still, his gaze fixed on the vanishing form, his expression revealing a mixture of earnest hope and subtle concern. Internally, he reflected, may you traverse this path unimpeded, successfully fulfilling this arduous task. That I hope you can retrieve crucial information regarding Frostmourne. It may well be the pivotal factor in determining the course of the entire conflict. His brow knitted slightly, lips pressed together as he contemplated the myriad challenges and obstacles that lay ahead. But he understood the importance and complexity of this mission, a sense of responsibility and purpose swelling within him. In silence, he prayed for the doppelganger's adaptability in facing unforeseen circumstances, evading potential dangers. He envisioned the myriad predicaments the doppelganger might encounter during its quest, causing him to break into a slight sweat at the thought. A resolute conviction shone in his eyes. He believed in the doppelganger's capability and courage to complete the task. However, he also comprehended the uncertainty surrounding the mission's success, which weighed heavily on his heart. The bone-chilling cold surged forth like a relentless tide, mercilessly striking his face with a stinging bite. This frigid air seemed imbued with the power to freeze all in its path, attempting to solidify even his breath. The surrounding space felt enveloped in an invisible barrier, a profound silence prevailing, and no signs of life were detectable. Not even the rustle of a falling leaf could be heard. The howling wind roared like a ferocious beast, savagely echoing through this desolate realm. Its shriek resembled piercing arrows, slicing through the air, resonating in his ears. The sound oscillated between triumphant crescendos and mournful whispers, as if recounting the tales of this frigid land. The wind howled madly by his ear, sometimes crashing like turbulent waves, at other times wailing like a lost soul, causing his spirit to tremble in response. In this interplay of cold and silence, everything appeared desolate and lonely, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the wind's lament echoing, a reminder of this world's indifference and cruelty. The temperature atop the snow-capped mountains plummeted beyond imagination, capable of freezing all existence into icy sculptures. The cold pierced through him like countless steel needles, rendering him numb and rigid to his very core. Each breath felt as if he inhaled 1,000 icy blades, stabbing his lungs, seemingly intent on encasing them in frost. His exposed skin instantly lost warmth, becoming as frigid and stiff as ice, as if merged with the surrounding snow. His fingers and toes felt as though enchanted, rendered numb and unfeeling, movement becoming arduous and laborious, as if every inch required the exertion of every ounce of his strength. The snow blanketed the mountains like a shroud, covering all in a boundless expanse of white. The ice was as hard as steel, smooth as glass. Walking upon it felt like dancing on a knife's edge, where the slightest misstep could lead to a tumble into the abyss. The biting wind acted like innumerable swords, mercilessly piercing Arthas' form, making each breath a struggle, as if an invisible hand were tightening its grip around his throat. Yet they were not daunted by this extreme environment. On the contrary, their resolve grew stronger, akin to a blazing flame illuminating the path ahead. They vowed to uncover the secrets of the mysterious Frostmourne. As they ascended the mountain, they were compelled to confront sheer cliffs nearly vertical. These peaks loomed like the arms of giants, soaring into the clouds, instilling a sense of dread. At times, they had to traverse deep, dark chasms, which seemed to be fissures in the earth, ready to swallow them whole. Behind them, soldiers occasionally tumbled down the steep slopes like kites with severed strings, vanishing instantly into the vast expanse of snow. Nevertheless, they persevered, supporting one another tightly, advancing step by step, resolute and steadfast. Their footsteps left deep imprints in the snow, as if declaring their determination and bravery to the mountain. Suddenly, a colossal, furry wolverine erupted from the snow, charging at them like a cannonball, exuding an intimidating ferocity. Unhesitatingly, Arthas and Muradin drew their weapons, instantly shifting into battle mode. Prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the ferocious beast, the wolverine emitted a deep, soul-stirring roar, lunging at them with claws bared. Arthas gripped his massive hammer tightly, muscles taut, swinging with all his might in an attempt to withstand the wolverine's ferocious assault. Muradin, agile as ever, darted to the side, wielding his battle axe to strike fiercely at the creature's legs, seeking to disrupt its balance and hinder its movement. The wolverine, remarkably nimble, deftly sidestepped Arthas's mighty swing. Then, in the blink of an eye, unleashed its razor-sharp claws towards Arthas with lightning speed. Arthas narrowly evaded the deadly strike, his heart racing with adrenaline. Nevertheless, the claws of the wolverine monster left deep gashes upon his formidable armor. As if to challenge him, Arthas glared fiercely, a roar escaping his lips as he swung his colossal hammer once more, aiming a powerful blow at the wolverine creature, taking advantage of the moment. Muradin maneuvered around to the beast's rear, raising his battle axe to deliver a decisive strike to its back. The wolverine monster nimbly leaped to evade their onslaught, its eyes glinting with cunning, emitting low growls that seemed to taunt them. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, each attack and dodge laden with peril and uncertainty. Simultaneously, with a thunderous crash, another towering, formidable frost giant burst forth from a nearby cave. Its muscles bulged with strength, wielding a massive stone hammer that it hurled menacingly towards Muradin. Agile as ever, Muradin deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the thunderous strike. Without hesitation, he swung his axe with precision, aiming a ferocious blow at the giant. The creature reacted swiftly, raising its sturdy wooden club to block the attack with remarkable accuracy. However, Muradin's might was immense, and the force of his strike sent the giant staggering back several paces. Arthas and Muradin fought in close coordination, their focus unwavering as they unleashed brutal assaults upon the giant. Arthas's hammer swung with ferocious vigor, each impact imbued with boundless power. Muradin's axe carved through the air with lethal arcs, each slash intent on delivering a fatal blow. Amidst the fierce battle, their movements were fluid and unpredictable, alternating between evasion and assault. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering, meticulously tracking the giant's every move while cautiously dodging its devastating attacks. After an exhilarating and intensely fierce struggle, Arthas and Muradin finally discerned the giant's weakness. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a decisive strike. Ultimately, the giant collapsed under their overwhelming onslaught, as Arthas and Muradin pressed onward. They remained oblivious to the fact that they had unwittingly stepped into a bizarre realm dominated by the undead. In an instant, the atmosphere turned ominously oppressive, as if invisible dark forces were encroaching. Suddenly, a chilling sight emerged. A horde of grotesque, foul-smelling zombies and ghouls erupted from the surrounding earth, rushing toward them with clawed hands outstretched. The sheer number of these undead was overwhelming, a seemingly endless tide. Their bodies were ravaged, some draped with decaying flesh, others exposing stark white bones. Their eyes shimmered with a sinister glow, revealing an insatiable hunger and loathing for the living. The zombies moved sluggishly, their gait unsteady. Yet their strength was far from negligible. They reached out with rigid hands, attempting to grasp Arthas and Muradin, instilling a sense of dread. The ghouls, however, were far more ferocious. They lunged at the duo with astonishing speed, emitting low, guttural growls that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. In the midst of the fray, a soldier was viciously seized by a zombie, the creature's fowl. Rotting hand clamped around the soldier's throat like a vice that in terror. The soldier struggled, desperate to escape the horrific grip. Yet, the zombie's strength proved unimaginable, its sharp claws ruthlessly tearing into the soldier's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering onto the surrounding earth. The soldier's face contorted with agony and despair, his throat emitting a hoarse cry, a visceral expression of his fear of death and longing for survival. Another soldier suffered a grievous bite from a ghoul, the virus spreading like wildfire through his veins. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His arms swelled rapidly, taking on an eerie hue of black. The bitten area ruptured, blood oozing forth, mingling grotesquely with the dark virus, creating a nauseating spectacle. The soldier's body began to tremble, an uncontrollable chill radiating from the wound, enveloping him entirely. His eyes were filled with helplessness and terror. As if witnessing his life ebbing away, he yearned to resist the virus's encroachment, yet his body gradually slipped from his control. In that tense, critical moment, Arthas's gaze sharpened, locking onto a concealed cave not far away. Without hesitation, he summoned the surging power of the holy light within him, radiating a brilliant glow. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling the boundless light into his hands, with a sweeping motion of his arm. A dazzling beam shot forth like an arrow. This light swiftly coalesced in the air, transforming into a blazing inferno of vengeance. The fire roared forth like a ferocious beast, clawing at the surrounding undead. Where the flames passed, the undead emitted piercing shrieks, their decayed forms reduced to mere ash in an instant. Arthas relentlessly commanded the inferno, allowing it to wreak havoc across the battlefield. The undead fell one by one beneath the searing flames. The once dense throng of foes swiftly obliterated. As the battle concluded, Arthas wasted no time in leading his squad towards the cave. He strode at the forefront, his weapon gleaming with resolute light, illuminating the path for the soldiers behind him. The squad members followed closely, their steps firm and resolute. Each face radiated admiration and trust in Arthas, believing that under his leadership, they would surely find a safe haven. Upon entering the cave, Arthas and Muradin noticed that the undead did not pursue them as anticipated. They lingered at the entrance, hesitant in their steps, as if an unseen force held them back. These once ferocious and fearless beings now appeared exceedingly cautious, reluctant to breach the cave's threshold. Their eyes betrayed a profound fear, hinting at something within that instilled them with dread. Some undead paced anxiously at the cave's mouth, low growls emanating from their throats as if issuing warnings. Others stood at a distance, trembling uncontrollably, maintaining space between themselves as if fearing the consequences of approaching the entrance. Upon entering the cave, Arthas seemed to trigger a mysterious mechanism. In an instant, several undead beings materialized from the ground, their forms emerging from the darkness, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The gaze of these creatures was icy, akin to stars in a frigid night, conveying boundless indifference and detachment. They fixed their cold stares upon Arthas. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, one of the undead beings spoke, its voice echoing as though from the depths of the netherworld. Hollow and low. Turn back. Mortal. Only death and darkness await you here. Each word struck like a sharp blade, piercing directly into the very essence of Arthas's soul. Their expressions were rigid and merciless, seemingly showcasing the terror and peril that lay within. The stench of decay and death emanated from these beings, sending a shiver down Arthas's spine. Their existence mocked the living, hinting at the fragility and transience of life, but Arthas's gaze remained unwavering and sharp. He stood tall, facing the undead beings without flinching. His voice was steady and powerful, capable of piercing the cave's darkness and reaching every corner. Compared to what we have witnessed, I do not believe this place can be any more dreadful. His tone resonated with an unshakable conviction. His gaze swept over the undead creatures, as if conveying his determination and courage. His expression was serious and resolute, devoid of any trace of fear or retreat. The weapon in his grasp trembled slightly, as if resonating with the turmoil within him. Arthas's voice echoed through the cave, persistent and unwavering. Each word brimmed with power, stirring the hearts of all who heard, but he continued, "Whatever lies hidden here, I shall face it without fear." His words, akin to a solemn vow, firmly articulated his dedication to courage and justice. In that moment, he radiated an unparalleled aura of majesty. It was as if he were the sovereign of this dark realm. The undead creatures silently observed Arthas, seemingly awestruck by his resolve and courage. His voice resonated deep and unwavering, imbued with boundless strength. "Believe it or not, child, you shall not pass through here." The guardian's tone revealed an unshakable determination, as if his will to protect this place were as solid as rock. Arthas's gaze was steadfast, his resolve akin to a blazing flame. Undeterred, he declared, "Then let us annihilate them," with the utterance of his words. The clarion call of battle resounded once more. In a flurry of fierce clashes, blades danced and collided, the force of their encounters echoing like thunder. The guardian and Arthas fought with all their might, every strike akin to a tempest. Ultimately, the guardian began to falter, breathless as he implored, "Hurry back, or we'll be too late." His voice bore the weight of fatigue and urgency, as if foretelling a grave peril about to descend. However, Arthas's countenance remained as cold as ice that he retorted icily, "Given the circumstances, do you still wish to protect this sword?" His gaze locked onto the guardian, his eyes flickering with skepticism and indifference. A hint of sorrow glimmered in the guardian's eyes, a profound sense of helplessness that he slowly replied, "No, what I wish to protect is you." His voice brimmed with sincere emotion, as if his concern for Arthas came from the depths of his heart. In that moment, the guardian's eyes conveyed a complex array of feelings, both regret for Arthas and resignation to fate. Upon hearing this, Arthas's expression momentarily faltered, yet he quickly regained his icy demeanor. Ignoring the guardian's earnest and anxious warning, Arthas resolutely pressed forward with Muradin deeper into the cavern. Their footsteps reverberated in the silence, each step imbued with determination and resolve. Suddenly, the dark cavern transformed as if enchanted, undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. The formerly pitch-black space illuminated instantaneously. This illumination was not merely an enhancement of light, but a brightness reminiscent of daylight. The entire cavern glowed as if basking in sunlight, every corner distinctly visible. Arthas and Muradin involuntarily halted, their gazes captivated by this extraordinary sight. Lights surged from all directions, as if countless tiny suns had simultaneously burst forth. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the cavern reflected the radiant glow, dazzling the eyes. Muradin gaped in astonishment, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to comprehend this marvelous phenomenon. Arthas's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he fixated ahead, seemingly in search of the source of this brilliance. The light seemed to carry a warm essence, invoking a sense of tranquility and serenity. This radiant glow rendered the once eerie and foreboding cavern no longer terrifying, instead emanating an aura of mystery and sanctity. Bathed in this light, Arthas and Muradin appeared particularly vivid. In the direction of the dazzling radiance lay a rune blade encircled by crystals, beneath which rested a massive meteorite. These crystals emitted a blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire scene. The blade bore mysterious runes etched into its surface, with ornate threads entwined around the hilt. Its existence seemed to narrate an ancient tale, exuding an enigmatic and solemn atmosphere. Upon the surface of the meteorite, intricate patterns intertwined, forming a unique aesthetic. Its texture was unyielding, evoking an impression of indestructibility. Surrounding the rune blade and meteorite, an enigmatic power permeated the air, instilling a sense of indescribable pressure. Arthas's gaze remained fixated ahead, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. "Behold, Muradin, our savior, Frostmourne." Hope flickered in his eyes, as if he glimpsed the victory of the future. Muradin's face illuminated with exhilaration, his voice echoing in the cavern. "By the heavens, we have finally found it." His tone brimmed with anticipation, as if this sword would alter their destinies. His fingers gently brushed against the crystal encasing Frostmourne, feeling its icy texture, as if sensing the immense power contained within. In his eyes, this legendary artifact transcended mere weaponry. It embodied a pursuit of strength and glory. The blade shimmered with a cold luminescence, as if revealing its own tale. This sword had once belonged to a formidable demon, its power capable of annihilating the world. Muradin spoke gravely as he approached Frostmourne, while Arthas inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon the blade, his voice filled with reverence and longing, as if he could feel the sword's call. "I can sense its power. It beckons me." He slowly advanced towards Frostmourne, each step resonating with unwavering determination. Muradin's gaze followed Arthas, noticing the inscriptions upon the pedestal. These characters did not belong to any language he recognized, and he studied them intently, striving to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. "This is a warning. It states that the one who wields this sword shall gain eternal power. As a blade rends flesh, so too shall its might corrode the soul. This sword is drenched in blood and has severed throats. Oh, I should have foreseen it. This sword is cursed. We must leave this accursed place at once." Yet, Arthas remained undeterred, his eyes gleaming with conviction. He firmly believed that this sword would grant him victory. He would become the master of this power. To know, "I must possess it. This sword is mine. Muradin, it shall lead us to triumph." His voice revealed a resolute determination. Muradin felt a wave of unease wash over him. He could distinctly perceive the malevolent force emanating from the blade. But how can you be certain you can control it? It may very well control you instead. He endeavored to persuade Arthas to abandon this perilous notion. Arthas stood unfazed, his conviction as steadfast as granite. "I shall not allow that to transpire. I am the future king. I will wield this sword to protect my people." His gaze brimmed with a sense of duty. Muradin remained skeptical, yet he chose to trust Arthas's resolve. "I don't know. Arthas, this feels wrong. Forget it and return home with your soldiers." He hoped Arthas would reconsider. Arthas's expression grew serious, as though he had made a decision. "Will you not trust me, Muradin?" His voice carried a hint of challenge. Muradin responded without hesitation. "Of course I trust you, Arthas, yet this sword unsettles me." His gaze remained fixated on the enigmatic Frostmourne. A flicker of determination passed through Arthas's eyes. He appeared ready to embrace any risk. "Then let me bear this risk. Should I fail, it shall be my failure alone. But if I succeed, we shall save our kingdom." His words resonated with fearless courage. Muradin knew he could not dissuade Arthas's decision. He could only choose to support his friend. "Very well, Arthas, I shall fight alongside you. But please, exercise caution in wielding that sword." He gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to face the challenges that lay ahead. Arthas straightened, his voice echoing through the cavern. "Now, summon the souls that dwell here. For the salvation of my homeland, I am willing to bear any curse." A weight settled in Muradin's heart. He understood Arthas had resolved to proceed. Yet, Muradin still sought to dissuade Arthas from this perilous plan. "Oh, do not touch it. Arthas, forget this matter and return with your warriors." His tone was fraught with urgency and concern. Arthas showed no signs of retreat, his heart consumed by a thirst for vengeance and a sense of obligation to his homeland. "To hell with my soldiers. No one shall hinder my quest for vengeance. Old friend, not even you." His eyes reflected a determination unwavering. Arthas extended his hands, resolutely reaching for Frostmourne. The sword seemed to respond to his call, trembling violently as the crystals surrounding it erupted, unleashing formidable power. The shards of the exploding crystals scattered in all directions, some striking Mirrodin. He let out a pained cry. Ah! His body was severely injured. Blood gushing from his wounds. His vision became blurred, his body gradually weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Arthas gripped the rune blade tightly, his gaze focused and sharp, as though he sought to penetrate the mysterious power concealed within the sword. With extraordinary caution, he carefully withdrew the blade from the cavern, each movement imbued with meticulous deliberation. Just before Mirrodin lost consciousness, he beheld Arthas wielding Frostmourne. Standing before him, Arthas's eyes were filled with madness and malevolence. Instilling fear within Mirrodin, he realized that Arthas had been corrupted by the power of Frostmourne, transforming him into a terrifying abomination. Ultimately, Mirrodin fell to the ground, his life slowly ebbing away in his final moments. His heart was laden with concern for Arthas and dread for the future. The blade shimmered with a cold light as Arthas clutched its hilt. Feeling the power coursing through him, he closed his eyes. Immersing himself in this newfound strength, a rapturous expression gracing his face, as if he had forgotten the world around him. He had initially intended to save Mirrodin with the light, but as he began to chant the sacred incantations, the darkness within him and his yearning for power were awakened by Frostmourne. In the end, he tightened his grip on Frostmourne, relinquishing the use of the light. Arthas emerged from the cavern and returned to the camp, where Captain Luke approached him immediately, asking, "Prince Arthas, where is Mirrodin? We can barely hold on." Arthas replied, "Mirrodin is dead, but do not despair, Captain. Before the might of Frostmourne, our enemies are no match for us." With that, Arthas led them back to the camp. Chinyu observed Arthas's return to the encampment, and the system's voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! The mission has been completed, and the rewards have been added to your backpack. Please check." Suddenly, he heard, "Ding! System mission released. Mission details. Rescue the injured dwarf hero Mirrodin. Mission rewards. 1. Unlock mage skill. Frostbolt. Enhancing your attack power. 2. Gain 1 system mall fragment. 3. Acquire 1 system intelligence service fragment." Mission description. Mirrodin has been incapacitated. Rescue him and bring him safely back to Lordaeron. Friendly reminder. The mission system has automatically accepted this for you. May good fortune accompany you. In an instant, Chinyu appeared beside the mirror image, his gaze anxiously fixed upon the fallen Mirrodin. Mirrodin's injuries appeared grave, tightening Chinyu's heart. Swiftly, he knelt down to assess Mirrodin's condition. Concern and determination shone in his eyes as he resolved to take immediate action. Chinyu concentrated, casting the portal spell. A shimmering gateway of strange light gradually opened before him. With great care, he lifted Mirrodin's body and gently placed it into the portal. The moment Mirrodin passed through, Chinyu felt the weight of responsibility. He wished for Mirrodin to receive timely healing and rest, hoping for his swift recovery. Watching the portal close, Chinyu took a deep breath and turned to return to the expeditionary camp. His steps were resolute and swift, his thoughts racing. Mirrodin Bronzebeard trembled slightly, exerting every ounce of strength to raise his upper body. Each movement appeared immensely laborious, as if his body were burdened with the weight of mountains. His brow furrowed tightly, his face betraying a look of anguish. As he attempted to sit up, his breathing quickened and his lips trembled. Finally, he managed to sit upright, though his body still swayed slightly. His gaze was filled with confusion, as if he had lost his way. It was a bewilderment towards his surroundings and his own condition, akin to a ship adrift in thick fog. Gradually, his focus shifted to Chinyu, the bewilderment in his eyes replaced by astonishment. He stared intently at Chinyu, seemingly striving to comprehend everything before him. Gratitude flickered in Mirrodin Bronzebeard's eyes, a profound appreciation for the new life Chinyu had bestowed upon him. This feeling of gratitude surged like a warm tide within his heart. His eyes grew moist, tears welling at the corners. Simultaneously, the light of hope in his eyes shone ever brighter, as if Chinyu's presence had brought him renewed vitality and hope for the future. He gazed intently at Chinyu, as if seeking more strength and courage from him. In that moment, Muradin Bronzebeard's heart was a tumult of emotions. Chen Yu's gaze was as steadfast as rock. His eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Muradin. His voice resonated deeply and powerfully, as if it could transcend time and space, conveying an irresistible sense of duty. When he spoke, "Muradin, you are now in Lordaeron," his tone bore a weight of seriousness and solemnity, as if declaring an undeniable truth, a reality that demanded Muradin's utmost resolve. He then emphasized, "You must do everything in your power to save more of the people of Lordaeron." The word must conveyed an unyielding determination, leaving no room for negotiation. Chen Yu's expression was grave, his eyes reflecting concern and worry for the people of Lordaeron. His gaze seemed to convey to Muradin that this was a mission of paramount importance, with no retreat possible. Muradin could sense Chen Yu's resolve and conviction in his words. This steadfast attitude made him acutely aware of the dire situation and the weight of responsibility he bore. At that moment, Chen Yu's figure appeared towering and majestic in Muradin's eyes. Muradin's brow was tightly knit, as if pulled by an invisible force. His eyes revealed deep confusion, as if lost in a shroud of mist. His voice was hoarse, as he softly inquired, "How is this possible, my child? What of Arthas?" Each word was laden with bewilderment and confusion, that Muradin's gaze lingered on Chen Yu, seemingly seeking answers from his countenance. Concern and worry for Arthas radiated from his eyes, as his mind replayed the preceding events, especially the moment Arthas had seized the cursed sword. His voice trembled slightly, infused with incredulity. "I saw him take up that cursed blade. He disregarded my warning." Chen Yu slowly raised his head, taking a deep breath as if to draw strength from the surroundings. His gaze was resolute and steady, fixed upon Muradin. His voice was low yet clear as he replied, "Prince Arthas has obtained Frostmourne. At this moment, he is engaged in battle with the undead legions of Mal'Ganis." Each word was carefully chosen, imbued with severity and concern. Chen Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression revealing a hint of doubt and unease. He continued, "But I sense that this entire situation may be a trap." His tone dipped, as if striving to suppress the unease within. The weight of his expression was heavy, his lips quivering slightly, as if he wished to convey more apprehension. "I fear that after he deals with Mal'Ganis, Arthas may return to Lordaeron with his forces." Chen Yu's voice carried an unmistakable anxiety, his gaze deepening as he locked eyes with Muradin, seemingly seeking affirmation and support. "His madness will bring about an indelible catastrophe upon this land." The gravity of this statement was heavy and resolute, as if foretelling a dreadful storm on the horizon, that a sense of helplessness and anguish washed over Chen Yu's face. He was acutely aware of the potential consequences of Arthas's transformation, yet felt powerless to prevent it. Muradin's eyes widened in shock, his previously composed demeanor abruptly overtaken by disbelief. His eyes nearly bulged, as if he beheld something unfathomable. His mouth opened slightly, yet he struggled to articulate a complete thought. Every muscle in his face seemed frozen, etched with astonishment and confusion. His brow furrowed deeply, forming pronounced creases. Beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead, as if the shock within was causing his body to tremble. The look in his eyes was filled with disbelief, as if questioning the veracity of the news he had just received. "How can this be possible? Alsace, he is indeed the future king of Lordaeron." Muradin's voice became hoarse and low, tinged with a hint of tremor. He paused momentarily, as if striving to digest this shocking news. His gaze was fixed intently on Chen Yu, seemingly searching for the slightest evidence in his expression to prove that this was all merely a misunderstanding. However, Chen Yu's resolute demeanor only deepened the weight in Muradin's heart. Unconsciously, his hand tightened into a fist, nails digging into his palm, yet he felt no pain in that instant. Muradin seemed to lose all his strength, engulfed by a state of helplessness. He could not fathom how the once noble and kind Prince Alsace had now fallen into such dire straits. Chen Yu's voice was deep and steady, yet betrayed an undeniable sense of helplessness. His words flowed slowly, each syllable seemingly pondered over before being released. When he uttered, "I know this is hard to believe." His eyes conveyed understanding and sympathy towards Muradin. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if recalling a heart-wrenching scene. Then his voice grew a touch more somber, I witnessed you being injured. He intended to save you. Chun Yu's gaze bore into Muradin's, as if attempting to transmit the gravity of that moment through his eyes. However, after a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the thought of rescuing you. Old friend, at this point. Chun Yu's voice carried a note of regret and anguish. His expression was heavy, as if that scene had left a profound imprint upon his soul. He paused briefly before continuing. I seemed to glimpse the future. Chun Yu's eyes grew distant and profound, as if traversing through time and space to behold visions of what was to come. His voice bore a mysterious aura, stirring Muradin's heart. I see Alsace being corrupted by the lament of frost. The tone of this statement brimmed with worry and unease. Chun Yu's brow furrowed tighter, as if bearing an immense burden within that I cannot prevent the prince's fall and corruption. Thus, I brought you here. His voice revealed a sense of powerlessness, as if he had exerted every effort yet remained unable to alter the course of events. In an instant, Muradin's face drained of color, becoming as pale as a sheet, as if the very vitality of life had been abruptly siphoned from him. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the exertion, as if he aimed to encapsulate his inner shock and fury within that grip. His teeth were gritted, distorting his facial muscles into a visage of unwavering determination. His voice was low yet powerful, akin to a roar erupting from the depths of his being. We must not allow this to transpire. Each word carried a heavy weight, filled with resolve and a sense of duty. Immediately, a steadfast glimmer sparked in his eyes. As if he had discovered a path forward, he continued, We must return to the palace of Lordaeron. His voice brimmed with urgency, as if time were of the essence, his gaze fixed on the distance, as though he could see the far-off palace through layers of mist. Inform King Terinas to mobilize defensive forces to protect the people of Lordaeron. This proclamation resonated like a battle cry, igniting an inner courage and sense of responsibility. Muradin leaned slightly forward, as if ready to embark on the journey. Chun Yu slowly shook his head, a gentle motion yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. In his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of steely determination flashed. That light seemed a spark of hope ignited in the darkness. Though faint, it was remarkably radiant. His voice was deep and steady, bearing an undeniable resolve. No, we lack the evidence to prove that what we speak of is the true future. Each word was meticulously chosen, conveying his inner calm and rationality. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, as if transcending time to glimpse that uncertain future. Then his tone grew increasingly grave. If he is real, we cannot alter the fate of the Lordaeron kingdom's slaughter. This statement struck Muradin's heart like a heavy hammer. Chun Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and helplessness. Yet his conviction remained unshaken. But we can only strive to save more of the people of Lordaeron, leading them away from the kingdom, away from the flames of war. Chun Yu's voice was steady and resolute as he regarded Muradin, his eyes betraying a sense of concern. Very well. Muradin, he said softly, his tone laced with reassurance. He extended a hand, gently patting Muradin's shoulder, as if conveying a sense of comfort. You should rest now, he continued, his voice imbued with an irresistible determination. Subsequently, Chun Yu's gaze shifted to the distance, as if contemplating the next course of action. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if a decision had been made. I must return to the expedition camp, he asserted firmly, his voice carrying a sense of mission. Then, he began to concentrate. Murmuring an arcane incantation, the spell was recited. A faint glow gradually enveloped his form. The light intensified, forming a circular orb that encased him entirely. Assist Prince Alsace in vanquishing Mal'Ganis, he declared within the radiance, his voice revealing unwavering resolve. Ultimately, he completed the teleportation spell, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a lingering aura of dissipating light. Chun Yu's silhouette appeared like a specter, suddenly materializing within the expedition camp without warning. His arrival was not the abrupt intrusion of a stranger, but rather an almost uncanny emergence. It seemed as though he had traversed from another dimension, his form initially indistinct, then instantaneously becoming clear. The camp's inhabitants, previously engrossed in their tasks, halted at once, their attention converging upon Chun Yu, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Some gaped in shock, unable to utter a word. Others stumbled backwards, startled by Chun Yu's sudden appearance. Under their scrutiny, Chun Yu's presence exuded an air of mystery and authority. His steps were light yet assured, as if he bore no weight upon the ground. His demeanor was calm and composed, emanating an ethereal quality. His garments fluttered softly in the breeze, yet made no sound. Alsace, who had been intently gazing ahead, his expression resolute and grave, was abruptly drawn to Chun Yu's spectral entrance into the expedition camp. His gaze, sharp as an arrowhead, fixated on Chun Yu, as though seeking to pierce through him and uncover his innermost thoughts. As his gaze settled, a slight furrow appeared on Alsace's brow, revealing his inner concern and confusion. His voice carried a note of urgency as he inquired, "Mage, where have you just been?" Each word was laden with concern for Chun Yu's whereabouts. Alsace leaned slightly forward, approaching Chun Yu, as if hoping to extract answers from his response. Chun Yu took determined strides, advancing steadily until he stood before Alsace. His steps were firm and powerful, as if each stride bore the weight of significant purpose. His voice, suppressed by an unseen weight, carried a heaviness that slowly reached Alsace's ears. "Your Highness, our scouts have reported the location of Mal'Gannis's encampment." This sentence reverberated through the air like a heavy, ominous thunderclap. Chun Yu's gaze was intense and solemn, as if he intended to convey everything he observed to Arthas. He then slightly bent forward, drawing nearer to the map. His fingers glided gently across its surface, as if in pursuit of some elusive trace. Each movement was executed with utmost caution, as if he feared missing any crucial detail. When he identified the location of Mal'Gannis's encampment, his finger came to a halt. Then, with great care, he marked that pivotal point on the map with a pen. Throughout this process, his eyes remained steadfastly fixed on the map, as if he wished to etch this location indelibly into his memory. Arthas watched Chun Yu's actions intently, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency for the intelligence and vigilance against the enemy. Although Arthas's gaze was originally profound and sharp, at that moment a flicker of resoluteness suddenly illuminated his expression. That it was a glimmer of determination, unwavering and resolute. This spark of resolve pierced the surrounding atmosphere like a flash of lightning. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingers pressing against one another, as if to consolidate the strength within him. Accompanying this action, a hint of sorrow surfaced on his face. This sorrow was not born of weakness or helplessness, but rather a profound awareness of the sacrifices and anguish that the impending battle would entail. Yet, beneath this sorrow lay an even firmer determination. His voice was deep and resonant, as if each word contained boundless strength and resolve. It seemed that the battle against Mal'Gannis was finally approaching its conclusion. His tone carried a sense of relief, as if the long-standing entanglement and struggle were on the verge of reaching a definitive end. Chun Yu's countenance, once marked by steadfastness, was now overshadowed by profound fatigue. His brow furrowed slightly, and faint dark circles appeared beneath his eyes, revealing the weariness wrought by prolonged combat. The expression of exhaustion lay upon him like a delicate veil, rendering him somewhat frail and haggard. He sighed softly, a sound seemingly emerging from the depths of his soul. Laden with helplessness and fatigue, the battle against the undead had persisted for far too long, each moment a torment to their spirits. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness, as if prolonged cries and conflict had rendered his throat dry. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the crowd. Within his eyes lay concern for his comrades, coupled with reflections on the drawn-out conflict. However, as his gaze traversed the throng, it suddenly halted. His expression sharpened, as if he had discerned something amiss. "Wait, where is Lord Muradin?" A trace of urgency and worry laced his voice. His gaze lingered on the spot where it had paused, seemingly searching for Lord Muradin's presence. Upon hearing his words, those around him began to look about, trying to locate Lord Muradin's whereabouts. Arthas's face, once resolute and composed, now bore an expression of grave seriousness. His brow was tightly knitted, as if shrouded by an invisible weight. He lowered his head slowly, his voice imbued with an unmistakable sorrow. "Muradin has fallen in battle, sacrificing his precious life for our nation." Each word seemed to carry a heavy burden, striking at the hearts of all present. Shock and grief washed over Chun Yu's face in an instant. His eyes widened. Filled with incredulity, he shook his head involuntarily, as if he could not accept this harsh reality. How could this be? Lord Muradin was such a formidable warrior. His voice trembled, brimming with respect and dependence on Lord Muradin. Arthas lifted his head, a flicker of steadfast light flashing in his eyes. That light resembled a burning flame, igniting the fire of resolve and determination within him. Yet war is cruel. We must press onward. His voice rang out with clarity, as if he were imparting an unwavering conviction to all, from Muradin. For all those who sacrificed, we shall eradicate Mal'Ganis and secure the ultimate victory in this battle. His gaze swept over each individual present, the determination in his eyes moving them deeply in that moment. He became the leader of them all, guiding them toward the final triumph of battle. Prince Arthas stood tall upon the battlefield, his stature as upright as a pine. Proudly defiant, he raised Frostmourne high, the legendary sword glinting with a cold radiance under the sun. The blade reflected dazzling light, as resplendent as a frosty star. His arm was steady and strong, elevating Frostmourne as if to proclaim his resolve and courage to the heavens. Arthas's roar echoed through the skies, resonating like thunder, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. His voice was both commanding and passionate, akin to the clarion call of battle, stirring the fighting spirit deep within each soldier. Within his shout lay boundless strength and fury, crashing against the souls of the soldiers like a mighty torrent. The soldiers felt the inspiration of Prince Arthas, their eyes igniting with fervent determination. The weariness that once clouded their gaze transformed into sharp resolve, as if infused with a powerful force. They fixed their eyes firmly on Prince Arthas, their expressions reflecting reverence and determination. Their bodies trembled slightly. Excitement surging through their veins, the soldiers marched closely behind the prince, their steps resolute and strong. Their movements were synchronized, reminiscent of a well-drilled steel legion. Each stride was filled with power and resolve. Plunging headlong into the final counterattack, they formed a solid line upon the battlefield, charging fearlessly toward the enemy. In their hearts resided but one belief: to follow Prince Arthas, to fight for honor and victory. The atmosphere on the battlefield was thick with tension and intensity. The warriors engaged in a heart-stopping, life-and-death struggle against the undead. With every swing of their swords, they infused their boundless love for their homeland and unwavering resolve to protect it. Each shot fired was imbued with their desperate yearning for victory. The clash of swords resonated with a sharp and resonant sound, as if proclaiming the ferocity of this conflict to the heavens. Arrows soared through the air like shooting stars, whistling as they sought their targets with precision. The battlefield was suffused with acrid smoke and the nauseating scent of blood. The shadow of death loomed like a heavy cloud, casting a pall of oppression and fear over every corner. After a ferociously intense struggle, Prince Arthas, through his wisdom and valor, successfully turned the tide of battle. His masterful tactical command and unparalleled combat prowess repelled the relentless tide of the undead. The ground was strewn with bodies and debris, a scene of utter devastation. Yet, the soldiers were fortunate to have survived. Though utterly exhausted, their faces radiated excitement and the joy of having cheated death. Prince Arthas's figure shone with towering majesty under the light of victory. Through his courage and strength, he had valiantly turned the tide, securing this hard-won triumph for his soldiers. He was their hero, the eternal flame of hope within their hearts, illuminating their path forward. Upon the wasteland, Mal'Ganis stood silently shrouded in shadows. His entire form emanated an aura of malevolence and terror, as if he were a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Prince Arthas approached step by step, his eyes ablaze with seething wrath, as if he intended to reduce Mal'Ganis to ashes. A cold smile lingered at the corner of Mal'Ganis's mouth, exuding endless mockery and disdain. His voice echoed as if emerging from the depths of a dark underworld, chilling and fearsome, laced with an icy touch. At last, we meet again, young prince. This moment I have awaited for so long. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if it emanated from the very depths of hell, a curse unleashed upon the world. Prince Arthas, upon hearing these words, abruptly halted his stride. His stature stood tall and unwavering like a pine tree, his gaze resolute and unyielding, imbued with an unparalleled determination. Your malevolence has spread across the entirety of the Lordaeron continent, inflicting suffering and calamity upon countless souls. His voice reverberated through the air. Akin to a judgment upon the sins of Mal'Ganis, today I shall bring an end to your wickedness here, ensuring that justice prevails. That Mal'Ganis erupted into raucous laughter, the sound echoing ominously, deafening in its intensity. His laughter was rife with arrogance and hubris, as if he were flaunting his power before Prince Arthas. "Ha! You're truly overestimating yourself. Do you believe you can vanquish me?" A wicked glint flickered in his eyes, betraying an absolute confidence in his own strength. "That I am the sovereign of the scourge, and the powers of darkness lie firmly within my grasp." His voice thundered like a tempest in the air, causing a shiver to run through all who heard. In that moment, he seemed to transform into an emissary of darkness, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Prince Arthas remained steadfast, his feet unmoving, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As if it could pierce through the very fabric of reality, he straightened his formidable form, resembling an unassailable mountain, radiating an aura of awe. His voice rose, clear and resonant, echoing across the battlefield like the tolling of a great bell. "Tremble, demon, for this day marks your end." His words were laden with authority and strength, each syllable capable of striking fear into the hearts of all. "I shall personally send you to the abyss, to offer solace to the countless innocent lives you have ruthlessly slain." His voice brimmed with righteous fury and determination, reflecting his unwavering pursuit of justice, for the peace and tranquility of Lordaeron. That this land may forever be shielded from the scourge of calamity. Mal'Ganis's sharp gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Frostmourne in Arthas's grasp. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, as if in that instant he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. "So it is. You have taken up Frostmourne at the cost of your comrades' lives. The Dark Lord's prophecy was indeed accurate. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated." His voice carried a hint of surprise, along with an almost imperceptible trepidation. Arthas's eyes turned frigid, as if imbued with the chill of a millennium. He gripped Frostmourne tightly, as if it were an extension of his very being. "Spare your breath, Mal'Ganis. In my mind, there exists only the voice of Frostmourne." His tone was icy and devoid of emotion, unwavering in its resolve. Observing that his taunts had failed to provoke a reaction, Mal'Ganis sought to escalate his provocations. "What you hear is the voice of the Dark Lord. He whispers to you through the sword you wield." What could he possibly be saying? "Oh, young human, what words has the Dark Lord, master of the undead, imparted to you?" His voice dripped with mockery and derision. That Arthas's response was filled with unwavering resolve. "He has told me that the time for vengeance has arrived." His words cut through the air like a biting wind, cold and piercing. That Mal'Ganis's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "What? It cannot be that he..." His voice trembled with disbelief, as if he had never fathomed that the Dark Lord's intentions could be so dire. At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension. An aura of inexorable wrath emanated from Arthas. Prince Arthas surged forward like a tempest, racing towards Mal'Ganis with astonishing swiftness. His steps were resolute and determined, each stride seeming to crush the very hearts of his foes, propelled by an unmatched vigor, as though the world itself parted to make way for him. Frostmourne danced in his grasp, tracing a frigid arc through the air, glimmering with an icy radiance that proclaimed its might and majesty to all. That Mal'Ganis, undeterred, brandished his arms as if performing a grand ballet. Dark magic coalesced into a swirling mass of shadow, exuding an aura of terror. With his incantations, legions of undead and demons surged forth from the murky depths of the fog. They lunged with ferocious intent, their visages twisted with malice, akin to ravenous wolves set upon their prey. Prince Arthas nimbly evaded a demon's ferocious assault, his movements graceful and agile, like an ethereal sprite dancing through the darkness. Simultaneously, he swung Frostmourne with force, cleaving through another approaching undead. As the blade passed, the undead were instantly encased in ice, as if ensnared by some arcane enchantment, shattering into shards that littered the ground, a testament to Arthas's formidable prowess. Witnessing this, Mal'Ganis intensified the potency of his dark magic. Black flames flickered in his hands, manifesting the depths of his inner darkness. He intoned a more intricate and arcane incantation, unleashing a torrent of potent dark energy that surged toward Arthas. Prince Arthas's gaze fixed upon the oncoming tide of darkness. He clenched his jaw, his resolve burning like an inferno. Ever intensifying, he did not flinch. Instead, he charged headlong into the dark energy. As they collided, he raised Frostmourne high, reciting an ancient and enigmatic incantation. The blade radiated a blinding light, clashing against the dark energy, illuminating the battlefield with the brilliance of dawn. Light and darkness intertwined, forming a resplendent yet perilous barrier. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Prince Arthas gradually gained the upper hand. Each of his strikes was akin to a bolt of lightning. Fueled by fury against evil and a fervent pursuit of justice, his form flickered across the battlefield, each move infused with boundless power and unwavering determination. Mal'Gannis's strength began to wane. His dark sorcery faltered, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Ultimately, Mal'Gannis was forced into retreat under the relentless barrage of Prince Arthas's assaults. Seizing the moment, Arthas unleashed a powerful kick, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. Crashing forcefully against Mal'Gannis, the latter collapsed to the ground. As if stripped of all power, Mal'Gannis lay heavily upon the earth, the arrogance that once adorned his countenance now replaced by despair and reluctance. His breaths came in ragged gasps as he uttered his last vow. "I shall not yield easily. I will rise again." Yet Prince Arthas granted him no quarter. He lifted Frostmourne high, the legendary sword emanating a steadfast luminescence in his grasp. His gaze burned with indomitable will, as if to incinerate all evil in his path. With all his might, he plunged Frostmourne deep into Mal'Gannis's heart. As the blade pierced, Mal'Gannis's body convulsed violently. His eyes widened in shock and despair. Unable to comprehend the finality of his fate, dark energy erupted from his form, roaring like black flames. They intertwined with the radiance of Frostmourne, culminating in a magnificent yet terrifying explosion. Arthas stood resolutely at the epicenter of the blast. His silhouette towering amidst the brilliance, he resembled an impregnable fortress, withstanding the shockwave of destruction. His voice resonated through the air, echoing as the final decree upon evil. "It is over." Arthas emerged victorious over Mal'Gannis, his visage etched with exhaustion. Every subtle expression revealed the trials and tribulations he had endured. Yet, within his gaze flickered a resolute light. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey that had led to this triumph. For justice and the innocent lives at stake, he had paid an immense price. This victory was earned through sweat, blood, and unwavering determination. In the midst of the desolation, his figure appeared both solitary and grand, resembling a hero destined to save the world. The battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of destruction and the incomplete forms of the fallen, enveloped in an eerie silence. The frigid wind cut through the air like a merciless blade, chilling his cheeks and igniting a stinging sensation as though it sought to pierce the skin and reach his very bones. Flurries of snow cascaded down, blanketing the earth in a pristine white, reminiscent of a world draped in silver, silently mourning the ravages of war. Clad in heavy armor, Prince Arthas stood solitary amidst the icy expanse, his grip firm upon Frostmourne. His silhouette rose defiantly against the biting winds, akin to an indomitable statue, proclaiming his resilience and fortitude to the world. His eyes bore an unwavering focus, gazing into the distance towards the depths of Northrend, where his destiny awaited, fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Each step he took was steady and purposeful, leaving profound imprints in the snow, as if stamping his unwavering conviction upon a land. The howling winds attempted to lift his cloak, but remained steadfastly draped behind him. As if fused to his being, snowflakes landed upon him, yet melted upon contact, suggesting a warmth emanating from his very essence, starkly contrasting with the surrounding cold. This peculiar phenomenon left Arthas bewildered and alert. He paused, scrutinizing his own form, striving to comprehend this dissonance with the frigid environment. Extending his hand to touch the snow, he felt its chill, yet his fingers betrayed no tremor. His breathing remained calm and deep. Unperturbed by the cold, the tide of doubt surged within him. Memories of the dark forces he had encountered and the influence of Frostmourne flooded his mind. The sword, exuding an aura of frost, seemed to endow him with a power beyond the ordinary. Yet he began to ponder the cost of such power. He feared that, unbeknownst to him, he had relinquished control over his body and emotions. Becoming a marionette of darkness, he dreaded losing the warmth and goodness of his humanity. His heart corroded, rendering him incapable of experiencing genuine emotions or warmth. This fear gradually consumed his spirit, leading him to question the very meaning and value of his existence. Under the maddening whispers of Frostmourne, Arthas's mind began to unravel. He felt ensnared in an endless abyss, besieged by solitude and despair. That voice echoed within his mind, distorting his thoughts and devouring his last vestiges of reason. His steps grew unsteady, as if he had lost his sense of direction. His gaze turned vacant and hollow, the once resolute courage fading into oblivion. Consumed by darkness, the light of kindness and justice was gradually obscured. Arthas slowly departed from the camp, journeying deeper into Northrend. His silhouette receded into the snow, vanishing amidst the vast white expanse. His fate appeared sealed, swayed by dark forces, leading him down an unknown path of destruction. Like a solitary meteor streaking across the night sky, he ultimately fell into oblivion. Beneath the bone-chilling domain of Frostmourne, Arthas trudged forward with heavy steps, tightly clutching the icy sword. His eyes reflected boundless sorrow and confusion as he ventured alone towards the Cavern of Lamentation. The snow blanketed the earth, and the biting wind howled past him. In this desolate backdrop, his figure seemed profoundly forlorn, as though he were at odds with the entire world. Arthas pressed on, his heart rife with conflict and struggle. The cold blade of Frostmourne resonated with the turmoil within him. Days later, Prince Arthas remained unaccounted for, prompting the anxious Side-An and Captain Ferric to assemble a small party in search of their prince. Within the camp, a soldier, dust-covered and weary, leaned against a massive stone, his form hunched, burdened by the weight of despair. His eyes reflected a dimness, staring blankly at the ruins ravaged by the undead. The dilapidated structures teetered on the brink of collapse, emitting a scent of charred remnants. The fallen walls and shattered debris seemed to narrate the brutality of the battle. In this wasteland, the scent of death lingered, mingling with the acrid aroma of gunpowder. The familiar camp and buildings were now unrecognizable, ravaged beyond repair by the claws of the undead. The battle to vanquish Mal'Ganis had reached its conclusion, and the scourge had been uprooted. Thoughts of returning home blazed within the hearts of each soldier. Fervently spreading like a wildfire, he stood like a statue amidst the ruins, resolute as a rock, awaiting the return of Prince Arthas to lead them back home. That moment, a soldier approached Chinyu, his countenance grave. Lowering his voice, he spoke in a deep, urgent tone. "Mage, I have just received shocking news. There's been trouble at the Dwarven camp. It is said that their leader, Muradin, has yet to return." Discontent brewed among the dwarves. The soldier furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly serious as he continued. "The human soldiers outside the camp are in a frenzy, angrily accusing the dwarven forces of neglecting their duties. They claim that, until the prince returns, they should not abandon their posts. However, the dwarven troops maintain their innocence, insisting they have done no wrong. Both sides are entrenched in their positions, unwilling to yield. The scene has descended into chaos. With shouts and curses echoing, the atmosphere teetering on the brink of complete turmoil, it is truly worrisome." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Chunyu's brow furrowed in concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and hastened towards the dwarven camp. His footsteps were quick and determined, each stride imbued with urgency. His heart raced in tandem with his pace, filled with trepidation and uncertainty. As he approached the dwarven camp, humans and dwarves encountered one another unexpectedly. The soldiers of both factions bore serious expressions, their eyes betraying vigilance and wariness. The air thickened with tension, as if even the faintest spark could ignite a fierce conflict. The dwarves gripped their rifles tightly, the metal gleaming in the sunlight, their barrels aimed squarely at the humans. They leaned forward slightly, resembling beasts poised to pounce upon their prey, ready to strike at any moment. The human soldiers stood resolute, brandishing their blades, forming a neat line to confront the dwarves. Their gazes were sharp and unwavering, muscles taut, prepared to face the impending clash. The distance between the two factions narrowed, intensifying the palpable tension. The dwarves' breaths grew heavy, while the heartbeats of the human soldiers reverberated clearly. I end this charge moment. It seemed as though the very wind had stilled, the camp enveloped in silence, save for the synchronized rhythm of their labored breathing and heartbeats, foretelling an imminent eruption of violence. Captain Maween stepped forth, his expression grave. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not come here to incite further discord, but rather to resolve the issues at hand. We must not allow the situation to escalate further. The dwarven captain, in a fit of rage, brandished his firearm, his eyes ablaze with fury as he thundered, "Prince Arthas! He has taken our beloved leader Muradin, yet he has returned alone, without bringing our leader back. This is an unforgivable act. We, the dwarves, absolutely cannot tolerate such things happening." His voice reverberated through the camp, brimming with anger and resentment. The face of the dwarf captain turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his emotions teetering on the brink of eruption. Behind him, the dwarves were incensed, raising their firearms and shouting in unison. For Muradin, for Ironforge, their eyes blazed with fury, as if they sought to incinerate everything before them. Captain Maween took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and approached the dwarf captain with resolute steps, speaking in a sincere yet grave tone. "Captain, I comprehend your concerns and your rage. We are indeed exerting every effort to locate Lord Muradin, and I assure you, we have never relinquished hope that I believe he is still alive. We simply lack concrete leads at this moment." Upon hearing this, the dwarf captain's agitation intensified, his eyes widened, the veins on his forehead further pronounced by his ire, and he bellowed with fiery conviction. "Time! You have squandered too much time already. Every moment is of immense value to us. We have waited long enough. Is there no progress in your search? Do you even care about this matter?" His voice echoed through the camp, each word like thunder, striking at the hearts of all present. The dwarves behind him responded with furious cries, the atmosphere thickening with tension, as if an explosive confrontation loomed imminent. I could see that moment. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Chunyu emerged into view. His appearance instantly captured the attention of the human soldiers, who involuntarily turned to look. One soldier, wholly focused on Chunyu, inadvertently struck the dwarf captain's helmet with his shield as he turned. This unexpected contact instantly offended the dwarf captain, his expression darkening, rage igniting in his eyes. Before he could react, the dwarves behind him could no longer contain themselves. They surged forward like a tide, wielding their weapons and launching an assault on the human soldiers. The humans, enraged by this sudden attack, swiftly armed themselves, plunging into a chaotic melee with the dwarves. In an instant, the camp erupted into a cacophony of battle cries and the clashing of weapons. Soldiers grappled with one another, fists and feet flying, swords glinting in the tumultuous fray. The scene devolved into utter chaos, suffused with an atmosphere of tension and intensity. Amidst the fierce fighting, Chunyu stood within the turmoil, inhaling deeply, striving to regain his composure, as he understood that action was imperative to defuse the escalating situation. Hatred must not be allowed to fester further. With his eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he concentrated, murmuring incantations. His voice resonated deeply and powerfully, as if he were communing with some arcane force. As he spoke, a formidable magical energy surged around him. His hands moved in intricate gestures, mysterious runes flickering between his fingers. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his hands, transforming into a wave of mysterious energy. This wave expanded rapidly, enveloping all soldiers present. In an instant, the soldiers felt themselves bound by an overwhelming power. Their bodies grew rigid, immobile. They realized with terror that they seemed frozen in place, unable to make a single movement. They struggled, exerting all their strength to break free, but the might of the spell rendered their efforts futile. The clamor of the battlefield gradually subsided, leaving only a profound silence and a palpable tension. Under the influence of this freezing spell, The entire battlefield appeared to have been put on pause. With everyone suspended in that moment, awaiting the next development, in this critical juncture, Chun Yu recognized that mere words could no longer resolve the conflict. Continued fighting would only yield needless casualties. His gaze hardened with determination, and he resolved to make a bold decision. Grasping his staff tightly, he inhaled deeply and summoned all the magical energy within him. He felt the surge of power swelling within, like a torrent on the verge of eruption. Chun Yu wielded his staff with fluidity and strength as he swung it. Intricate runes illuminated along its length, radiating an otherworldly glow. Magical energy surged forth from his staff like an incoming tide. Swiftly coalescing, a dazzling beam of light shot from the tip of the staff, enveloping the dwarf soldiers within its brilliance. The dwarves were momentarily blinded by the sudden radiance, their terrified cries muffled as they found themselves ensnared by its glow. After a brief flash, the dwarf soldiers vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind an eerie silence, as if they had never existed at all. Chun Yu, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly. Yet his eyes shone with resolve and relief. He knew he had made a difficult but necessary decision, one that would spare further loss of life. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed, and Prince Arthas entered the camp, accompanied by Sorfang. His expression was grim, bearing the marks of battle. Upon catching sight of Prince Arthas, Chun Yu felt a rush of urgency and respect. He swiftly moved forward, his steps firm and purposeful. As he approached the prince, his demeanor grew serious, his brow furrowed with profound concern. Chun Yu halted before Prince Arthas, inhaled deeply, and spoke in a low, solemn voice. "Your Highness, you have returned at last. I have a matter of utmost importance to report to you immediately. This concerns the safety and future of the kingdom, and I dare not delay." His gaze bore into Prince Arthas, revealing deep concern and anticipation, awaiting the prince's response. Prince Arthas, who had paused mid-stride, slowly turned to face Chun Yu. His brow furrowed in confusion, his expression one of perplexity. His handsome visage was creased with thought, and his blue eyes shimmered with uncertainty, as if probing the truth behind Chun Yu's words. That he slightly raised his chin, asking in a tone laced with curiosity and urgency, "What is it? Chun Yu, why do you appear so grave? What significant matter compels you to address me with such seriousness?" His voice carried a touch of authority, yet was imbued with concern and curiosity regarding the unknown situation. Chun Yu inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling, his gaze fixed intently upon Prince Arthas. Beneath the cloak, he was astonished to observe that the prince's formerly golden hair had transformed into a blinding white, and his countenance bore no semblance of vitality, shrouded in an aura of death. Chun Yu lowered his head, striving to maintain his composure, and continued, "Your Highness, just moments ago, before your return, the dwarves clashed violently with the camp's guards due to the absence of their leader, Mirrodin Bronzebeard. The exchange was heated, and tensions escalated significantly." He paused, his mind racing as he contemplated various means of escape. He understood the perilous nature of the current situation, realizing the necessity of swiftly returning to Lordaeron to inform Mirrodin of all that had transpired. A flicker of anxiety and urgency crossed his features, his brow knitted in deep contemplation. Prince Arthas raised his head slightly, a resolute expression crossing his pallid face, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I shall handle this matter appropriately. There is no need for concern." He spoke in a deep, resonant tone that exuded a reassuring strength. Continuing, he added, "Furthermore, we should promptly devise a plan for our return to Lordaeron. The situation grows ever more complex. We must prepare diligently to ensure our safe and secure return." As he spoke, his brow furrowed with concern, contemplating the myriad challenges and obstacles they might encounter on their way back. His gaze drifted into the distance, his expression imbued with a mix of hope and trepidation for the future. When Prince Arthas uttered the words "return to Lordaeron," Chun Yu felt a tightening in his chest and responded immediately. He straightened his posture, casting a determined gaze towards Prince Arthas, and spoke rapidly yet clearly. "Your Highness, I humbly request permission to return to Lordaeron ahead of schedule. I am acutely aware of the monumental victory you have achieved in the far north against the Scourge, and I shall relay this joyous news to the king with utmost haste. Furthermore, I shall inform him that you will soon return triumphantly to Lordaeron, leading your valiant forces back home." Chen Yu's voice resonated with urgency and conviction, his expression grave and earnest, as if he were conveying his unwavering loyalty and resolve to Prince Arthas. Arthas lifted his chin slightly, his steadfast gaze fixed upon Chen Yu, and his deep, authoritative voice resonated. "Chen Yu, your loyalty and wisdom have always been the pillars upon which I lean. You are a warrior I can trust. Now, go forth, bearing my wishes and hopes, and return to Lordaeron. Convey to my father the news of my victory in the far north. Ensure that the people of Lordaeron understand that I have successfully eradicated the terrifying threat posed by the Scourge, that I want them to recognize the immense efforts and sacrifices I have made to safeguard our homeland. I wish for them to know that I have brought glory to Lordaeron and hope to our nation. I want them to firmly believe that all my endeavors are aimed at liberating Lordaeron from the ravages of pestilence and disaster." Arthas's words were imbued with determination and confidence, as if he could already envision the jubilant cheers of the people of Lordaeron celebrating his triumph. Upon hearing Arthas's words, Chen Yu solemnly knelt on one knee, his right fist placed over his heart, his gaze resolute and filled with reverence as he declared, "As you command, Your Highness, I shall not fail in my duty and will hasten to Lordaeron, delivering the news of your remarkable victory against the Scourge in the far north to every citizen, ensuring that each one feels the weight of this honor and joy, that I will guarantee that every person is aware of your heroic deeds. Your illustrious name will forever shine upon this continent. May your brilliance be as resplendent as the stars, eternally etched in history. I shall dedicate myself wholly to the glory of you and Lordaeron." With that, Chen Yu rose slowly, disappearing from the sight of the gathered crowd. As Chen Yu traversed the bustling streets, the splendor of Lordaeron unfolded before him. Majestic edifices loomed in the city's heart, surrounded by towering walls that imparted a sense of solidity and security. The broad avenues bustled with life, teeming with people. Merchants hawked their wares, from exquisite jewels to everyday necessities, a veritable cornucopia of goods. Citizens clad in ornate attire exchanged warm greetings, embodying an atmosphere of harmony and prosperity. He passed through a vast square where a grand statue stood tall, representing the hero of Lordaeron, a symbol of the nation's honor and valor. The square was alive with gatherings, celebrating various festivities, the air filled with melodies and laughter. The city's port was abuzz with activity, ships coming and going, laden with goods and travelers from distant lands. Workers bustled on the docks, unloading cargo while merchants engaged in fervent negotiations. Chen Yu entered a bustling restaurant, where the aroma of delectable cuisine wafted through the air. Patrons delighted in sumptuous dishes. Relishing the joy that good food brings, waitstaff moved swiftly between tables, ensuring every guest received attentive service. The prosperity of Lordaeron was not only reflected in its material wealth, but also in its cultural and artistic vibrancy. Chen Yu visited a grand library, housing countless precious tomes and manuscripts. He also attended an exquisite concert, the musician's virtuosity leaving the audience in awe. Upon entering the palace's grand hall, an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence enveloped him. With unwavering focus, he approached the throne where King Tarina's Saturday, kneeling before the sovereign. He clasped his hands over his heart and performed a deep bow, his forehead touching the ground in a gesture of profound respect. King Tarina's, adorned in splendid royal robes and a glittering crown, exuded an air of majesty and nobility. Upon witnessing Chen Yu's kneeling form, a warm smile graced his face, and he raised his right hand slightly, bidding Chen Yu to rise. The king's voice, gentle yet resonant, filled the hall. "Welcome home, my child. You have traveled far. Surely, you bring significant news from the battlefield in the far north. Pray, do share what tidings you bear." The king's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Chen Yu, eager for his response. Chen Yu straightened, gradually rising, his eyes brimming with deep respect and barely contained excitement. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice. Yet the fervor and elation were unmistakable. With a clear and resounding voice, Chen Yu proclaimed, "Most esteemed Majesty, I come before you filled with utmost reverence and exhilaration. I have returned from the distant battlefield, bearing the glorious news of Prince Arthas's monumental victory in the far north. He has displayed unmatched bravery, illuminating the dark battlefield like a radiant star. He has vanquished the fearsome Lich King, Mal'Ganis, who spread pestilence throughout Lordaeron. Moreover, he has utterly annihilated the Scourge, that vile menace. His deeds will be immortalized in our annals, and his renown shall resonate across this continent for ages to come. As Chinyu spoke, his voice trembled slightly, tears shimmering in his eyes, as if he were reliving the prince's gallant exploits. King Terenas, upon hearing Chinyu's report, beamed with joy, dispelling the solemnity that had previously marked his features. His smile radiated warmth, akin to sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating his face and revealing a set of bright, even teeth, the wrinkles of worry eased by elation. The king's eyes gleamed with a profound sense of pride and joy, reflecting his approval and admiration for Arthas, as if he were silently affirming, "My son, you have indeed fulfilled my hopes." In a voice both gentle and resolute, he declared, "This is truly exhilarating news. Arthas is the pride of Lordaeron. His courage and wisdom shine brightly like radiant stars throughout the annals of history. His name shall forever be remembered, and his deeds shall become the legend of our nation." The king's words resonated with deep affection for Arthas and lofty aspirations for the future. Chinyu paused momentarily before continuing, "Your Majesty, in addition, there's another vital piece of news to convey. Prince Arthas is prepared to return to Lordaeron, that he eagerly wishes to share the joy of his monumental victory in the far north with you and engage in discussions regarding the future development of our nation." Upon hearing this, King Terenas sprang to his feet, his body trembling slightly with excitement. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if they could dispel all darkness in their wake. The king proclaimed in a booming and impassioned voice, "This is indeed the moment we have long awaited. Arthas' return will undoubtedly bring new strength and hope to our kingdom. We shall prepare the most grand and magnificent ceremony to welcome our hero home, allowing all our subjects to feel his glory and greatness." Chinyu, upon hearing the king's words, bowed deeply in compliance. His voice was resolute and powerful as he responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will immediately set about organizing all necessary arrangements, ensuring that the return of His Highness is met with honor and joy. I will meticulously plan every detail to make this welcome ceremony one of the most splendid moments in the history of Lordaeron." With that, Chinyu rose slowly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and hopes for the future. After departing from the resplendent palace, Chinyu strode with purpose towards the dwarven encampment. This encampment was steeped in the rugged and resilient spirit characteristic of the dwarves. From afar, he spotted Mirrodin standing at the center of the training grounds, vociferously directing a cadre of dwarven warriors as they underwent rigorous training. Those dwarven warriors were stout and muscular, wielding hammers and battle axes, executing Mirrodin's commands with unwavering precision, each movement exuding strength and resolve. Chinyu navigated through the cacophony of the training ground, approaching Mirrodin step by step, his footsteps firm and purposeful, leaving faint imprints upon the earth. When he finally reached Mirrodin, he paused, tilting his head slightly to regard the towering dwarven leader. With a smile gracing his face, Chinyu respectfully greeted Mirrodin. His voice rang clear and strong, cutting through the din of the training ground. "Mirrodin, it has been far too long. I have truly missed our encounters. I come bearing important matters to discuss with you. Are you aware that His Highness Prince Arthas is about to return to Lordaeron? Regarding this matter, have you made the necessary preparations?" Chinyu's voice resonated with calm authority, cutting through the clamor of the dwarven camp and reaching Mirrodin's ears with clarity. As he spoke, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, revealing a hint of concern and anticipation, as if he awaited Mirrodin's response. Mirrodin slowly turned to face him, his imposing figure casting a shadow beneath the sun. His gaze was as unwavering and sharp as that of a hawk, fixated intently on Chinyu. His thick beard swayed gently with his breath, adding an air of gravitas to his presence. In a deep and commanding voice, Mirrodin declared, "Chinyu, I indeed possess a preliminary plan. You must understand that with Arthas returning to Lordaeron, we must prepare meticulously. We intend to use the pretext of eradicating the remaining orcs in Hillsbrad foothills to gather brave civilians. Regardless of gender, we will rally them into our ranks, forming a formidable militia at this juncture. Muradin paused momentarily, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes, as he continued. Then, we shall lead this militia to Hillsbrad, engaging in a desperate battle against the remaining orcs that we must obliterate them entirely, clearing the way for Arthas' return and ensuring greater peace for our realm. His words struck with an authoritative resonance, as if each syllable was imbued with strength and determination. Upon hearing this, Chinyu nodded slightly and remarked, "This is indeed a prudent strategy, that be why eliminating these lingering orcs. We not only eliminate a threat, but also create a relatively safe environment for the relocation of our people. Consequently, the populace will have fewer worries and dangers during the transition." Muradin acknowledged with a nod, a steadfast expression emerging upon his weathered face as he replied, "Indeed, we have already commenced organizing and training these militia members. Although they lack professional military training, they harbor a fierce resolve to protect their homeland. We shall diligently impart fundamental combat skills and tactics to ensure they can contribute effectively in battle." Chinyu furrowed his brow slightly, pressing on with his inquiry, "What are your specific plans regarding the route and timing for the relocation?" After a moment of contemplation, Muradin responded, "We are meticulously crafting a detailed relocation plan that we will carefully select safe routes, striving to avoid any potentially hazardous areas that for the timing. We will adjust flexibly based on the circumstances. However, we will act swiftly to ensure the safety of our people." Chinyu spoke earnestly. "I have faith in your leadership and the strength of the dwarven warriors. Is there any way I can assist during this process?" Muradin smiled, clapping Chinyu on the shoulder, his sturdy hand conveying warmth and strength. He replied heartily, "Chinyu, your goodwill is more than enough. Currently, everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion, and we will exert our utmost efforts. You need not worry." With that, he erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the camp, brimming with confidence and vitality. Muradin's face shone with genuine gratitude as he proclaimed, "Chinyu, your support and assistance are indeed invaluable to us. At this critical juncture, every ounce of effort is crucial. You can leverage your strengths to help us communicate with Stormwind, conveying our resolve and plans, and securing their support and cooperation." That he paused briefly, his gaze locking onto Chinyu's as he added, "Moreover, your exceptional wisdom and extensive experience will greatly contribute to our overall strategy. Your insights can help us navigate this endeavor more smoothly, minimizing missteps along the way. Thus, Chinyu, we truly need your assistance." Upon concluding, Muradin patted Chinyu's shoulder again, the gesture laced with trust and expectation. Chinyu solemnly replied, "I shall do my utmost. I will actively reach out to Stormwind, tirelessly conveying our situation and needs, seeking their utmost support and assistance. Furthermore, I will offer any help within my capacity, provided it serves our shared objective. Our common goal is to safeguard the people of Lordaeron, facilitating their safe transition to a new home and a fresh beginning." Muradin nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute as he affirmed, "Indeed, you are correct. We must unite in purpose, harmonizing our thoughts and efforts for the future of Lordaeron. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we cannot falter or abandon our cause, that we must remain steadfast in our beliefs and forge ahead, tirelessly striving for our ideals and goals." Exchanging a knowing smile, Chinyu and Muradin beheld the determination and conviction reflected in one another's eyes. It was a resolute strength, an indomitable courage, and a spirit of relentless pursuit for a shared objective. They recognized that the days ahead would present numerous challenges and hardships. Yet they were prepared to continue their collaboration, tirelessly working to protect the people of Lordaeron. Through their actions, they would embody their love and loyalty for this land and its inhabitants that on the eve of Arthas' anticipated return with his forces to Lordaeron, Muradin led a contingent of brave civilians on the journey to Hillsbrad foothills. Although these militiamen lacked formal military training, each harbored a profound love for their homeland and an unwavering resolve to defend it. They traversed the vast and desolate wilderness of Hillsbrad foothills, the terrain rugged and uneven, with dust and stones swirling beneath the relentless sun, scorching their bodies. Yet their strides remained resolute and powerful, devoid of any hint of retreat or fear. They pressed onward toward the orc stronghold, their hearts aflame with the desire for victory. During the lengthy march, Muradin consistently positioned himself at the forefront of the column, his formidable figure resembling an unyielding fortress. He continually instructed the militiamen on fundamental combat skills and tactics, his voice booming and clear, resonating across the wilderness. He emphasized the importance of teamwork, urging the militiamen to support and cooperate with one another in their struggle against the ferocious orcs. He meticulously explained how to utilize the terrain for cover, how to adeptly wield their weapons in attack, and how to maintain composure and serenity during combat. The militiamen listened intently, their eyes gleaming with determination. Committing Muradin's every word to memory, in that land of Lordaeron, once ravaged by war, a palpable atmosphere of jubilation and celebration now permeated the air. The clear and resonant chimes of bells echoed throughout the city, narrating the hard-won nature of victory and heralding the return of peace. Cheers erupted like thunder, filled with excitement and joy, a tribute to triumph and admiration for heroes. The populace gathered along the streets, welcoming their beloved hero, Arthas, with fervent applause and heartfelt cheers. Petals danced through the air, cascading like colorful butterflies, adding a touch of romance and poetry to this victorious scene. The petals swirled gracefully, as if celebrating Arthas's heroic deeds with a delicate ballet. Arthas strode through the streets of Lordaeron with an air of immense pride befitting a hero. His steps were decisive and powerful, his posture erect like a pine tree, and his face radiated with confidence and pride. His armor gleamed in the sunlight, a testament to his glory and accomplishments. Surrounding him was a throng of loyal followers, their adoring gazes fixed upon him as they shared in the joy of this victory. The entirety of Lordaeron basked in the euphoria and honor of triumph, with Arthas, the hero, emerging as the embodiment of this joy and glory, his name forever etched in the hearts of the people. A luminous chapter in the annals of Lordaeron's history. Arthas pressed through the throng, his figure flickering in and out of view amidst the crowd. The people cast reverent glances in his direction, their cheers and accolades resounding endlessly. He steadfastly made his way toward the throne room, each step imbued with unwavering determination. At last, Arthas reached the grand entrance of the throne room. The massive, ornately adorned doors creaked open, emitting a deep sound. The light from within illuminated Arthas, casting a radiant glow upon his resolute visage and gleaming armor. Accompanied by 2 guards, Arthas entered the throne room. The echoes of their footsteps resonated through the vast hall, each sound strikingly clear. Arthas held his head high, his gaze unwavering as he stared ahead, flanked closely by his 2 vigilant guards who remained ever watchful. King Terenas sat regally upon his throne, his presence exuding solemnity and dignity. A smile of contentment graced the king's face as he beheld his son's return, his heart swelling with pride and joy. The entire throne room was suffused with a weighty yet sacred atmosphere, eagerly anticipating Arthas's arrival. Arthas slowly knelt before King Terenas, bowing his head in a display of requisite reverence. Yet, deep within his consciousness, all external sounds were drowned out by the beguiling whispers of Frostmourne. Those chilling voices echoed incessantly in his mind, gradually corroding his sanity. Under the influence of Frostmourne, Arthas rose, sword in hand, advancing step by step towards King Terenas. His strides were resolute and heavy, each footfall seemingly pressing down upon the hearts of those present. Arthas raised Frostmourne high, its blade glinting with a frigid luminescence that sent shivers down the spine. His eyes became hollow and resolute, devoid of any trace of warmth or humanity. The gaze that once radiated compassion and tenderness was now replaced by a chilling intent to kill. King Terenas widened his once wise and benevolent eyes, filled with disbelief and profound terror. His pupils constricted sharply in fear, blood vessels breaking in the whites of his eyes, as if he beheld the most horrific sight imaginable. The muscles of his face contorted, every line etched with the agony and despair within that he attempted to speak, to call out Arthas's name, to question the unfolding nightmare, to halt this calamity. Yet his throat seemed ensnared by an invisible hand, producing only ragged, broken gasps. Arthas continued his measured and deliberate approach towards King Terenas. Each step bore an oppressive weight, as if the very world trembled beneath his feet. The cold, Eerie glow of Frostmourne contrasted sharply with his indifferent gaze, amplifying the aura of terror. Upon reaching his father's side, he halted. In that fleeting moment of their gazes locking, King Tyrrhenus no longer saw the son he once cherished with pride, but rather a stranger. A terrifying entity corrupted by dark forces that, in Arthas's eyes, he glimpsed an abyss of apathy and murderous intent, a visage he had never encountered before, instilling in him a profound sense of alienation and dread. In that instant, it was as if King Tyrrhenus beheld the demise of both himself and his kingdom. Arthas gradually lifted the malevolent Frostmourne, his arm trembling slightly, yet resolute. His eyes were vacant and cold. Betraying no flicker of emotion, with all his might he thrust Frostmourne viciously toward King Tyrrhenus. The blade pierced the noble chest of the king with a dull thud. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering onto the surrounding ground, staining the opulent throne a deep crimson. King Tyrrhenus's body crumpled, collapsing to the floor. His eyes remained wide open, filled with shock and disbelief, as if they conveyed his utter incomprehension of the events and his profound disappointment and heartbreak over his son's actions. Arthas stood silently before his father's lifeless form, his expression unchanging, like a frigid statue. His gaze revealed a profound sense of confusion and emptiness, as though his very soul had been lost that moment. The other members of the royal family and the palace guards finally snapped back to reality from the sudden upheaval. They stared at Arthas in terror, mouths agape, unleashing sharp screams and cries. Their faces were etched with fear and despair, unable to fathom the horror that lay before them. Yet, Arthas remained indifferent to their reactions. Seemingly immersed in his own world, he slowly turned away, departing the throne room with heavy steps, leaving behind a wake of chaos and dread. The massive doors of the throne room closed behind him, sealing the gruesome scene within. Arthas raised Frostmourne high, the sword gleaming with an ominous light. In an instant, a chilling wind howled through the air, as if opening a gateway to the underworld. From all directions, countless specters of the undead surged forth like a tide. Some were decayed corpses, exuding a nauseating stench. Others were ghostly apparitions, flickering and wailing mournfully. They filled every street and corner of Lordaeron. These undead let out deep growls and howls, surging toward the crowd like a relentless wave. People screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions, yet there was nowhere to escape. The undead extended their clawed hands, tearing at the living, dragging them into the abyss of darkness. Chaos and terror engulfed the city. Blood splattered, and cries echoed to the heavens. Lordaeron, once a thriving city, had now descended into a hellish nightmare of the undead. The undead soldiers, akin to demons from the depths of hell, carried out their slaughter with icy ruthlessness. The blades in their hands glimmered with a sinister light, each swift stroke striking with deadly accuracy, mercilessly claiming one life after another. The screams of the inhabitants rang out in despair, reverberating through the air like the lamentations of the hopeless. Those cries were laden with boundless terror and anguish, piercing the hearts of all who heard them. Women clutched their children tightly, tears streaming down their faces like a bursting dam, blurring their vision. In their terrified eyes lay a profound sense of helplessness, watching the undead soldiers draw nearer, feeling utterly small and powerless. The cries of the children pierced through the chaos, ignorant of the brutal world around them, knowing only fear and dread. Their wails seemed to be a lament against fate, wrenching the heart. Men attempted to rally a defense, yet their weapons felt feeble against the onslaught of the undead. The soldiers fought tirelessly, seemingly without limit, their eyes fixed solely on slaughter and destruction, devoid of any compassion for the people of Lordaeron. Every corner of the city became steeped in fear and chaos, as the populace scattered like frightened sheep, seeking refuge. Yet, no matter where they fled, the undead pursuit was relentless and omnipresent. They could feel the shadow of death closing in, unable to escape this nightmare. As if they were plunged into an endless chasm of darkness, devoid of hope. Chunyu stood alone atop the towering city walls, a resolute statue against the turmoil below. His gaze burned intensely, fixated upon the battlefield shrouded in smoke and cries of war. His eyes intertwined worry, tension, and determination, as if imprinting every detail of the scene upon his soul. His heart raced violently within his chest, akin to a war drum beating a frantic rhythm, each pulse a defiance against fate. Though he was aware of the inevitable outcome of this battle, witnessing the brutal reality unfolded before him was still unfathomable. Swelling within him a tide of sorrow and confusion, his breathing became rapid and labored, each inhalation heavy with anguish. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, glistening in the sunlight. His lips quivered slightly, as if attempting to articulate something, yet were stifled by the weight of harsh reality. Around him, the wind howled, as if narrating the cruelty and futility of war. His figure appeared diminutive and solitary upon the walls, yet it radiated a steadfast strength, as if standing against the entire world. His gaze remained locked on the battlefield below, as if awaiting a miracle, despite knowing it was but a fleeting wish. Barniel Farm lay nestled in the eastern region of the Tirisful Glades, once a vital part of the kingdom of Lordaeron, entrusted with the noble task of nurturing and training various creatures for the esteemed royal family. Amidst the battlefield fraught with smoke and conflict, Arthas stood at the forefront of the Scourge army. His visage was stern, his eyes as deep and icy as a frozen cavern, piercing through the chaos of war as he gazed toward the distant Barniel Farm. In his heart, he recognized it as the objective of his campaign, aware that within that farm lay a mysterious, invincible tomb awaiting his arrival. Thus, Arthas led his vast army of the undead, stepping heavily into Barniel Farm. Once a vibrant land, it now lies shrouded in the breath of death, engulfed in an eerie silence. Only the muffled echoes of the footsteps of the departed resonate within this stillness, akin to the whispers of the Grim Reaper. They draw nearer, step by step, until they arrive at a solitary grave. Upon the gravestone, an indomitable name is etched with clarity, standing out starkly in the ominous atmosphere. Arthas stands quietly before the tombstone, his thoughts seemingly ensnared in an endless web of memories and contemplation, while the specters around him silently guard his side, as if awaiting his next command. Arthas slowly extends his pallid, icy hand, gently caressing the gravestone. His fingers glide over the surface, as if attempting to feel the remnants of the indomitable's existence and the last vestiges of its essence. He closes his eyes tightly, his countenance grave, concentrating all his mental strength. He begins to conjure a chilling dark spell, the powers swirling around him like a vortex of shadows. His voice, deep and authoritative, resonates as if emerging from the abyss. Each word of the ancient and mysterious incantation meticulously pronounced, as he chants. Dark energy flows ceaselessly from his form, coiling around the grave like tendrils of black smoke. This dark energy writhes and churns in the air, as if imbued with its own life, gradually enveloping the grave and forming a dark energy barrier. Within this shroud of darkness, a potent and malevolent force begins to awaken. It feels as though an invisible power is tugging at everything surrounding it, suffusing the space with an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Arthas stands there, a master of darkness, commanding all that unfolds, his silhouette rendered even more sinister and fearsome by the shadows that swirl around him. As Arthas continues his dark incantation, the entire grave trembles violently, as if the very earth quakes in response. The runes once inscribed upon the gravestone now gleam with a sinister and nefarious light, flickering like hellish flames that evoke a sense of dread. Amidst this heart-stopping tremor, the grave suddenly splits open, a deep, dark fissure gradually widening. Soon after, the indomitable skeletal remains emerge slowly from the gaping tomb, its bones still bearing the marks of decay, yet exuding a potent and malevolent aura. The soldiers of the undead scourge encircle the indomitable skeleton like devoted servants, their eyes glinting with fervent light. As if anticipating the arrival of a momentous occasion, they stand still, motionless, with only the black mist swirling around them, creating a chilling and terrifying atmosphere, awaiting the resurrection of the indomitable. Arthas's deep and commanding voice continues to utter the incantation. Akin to a demon's whisper, each syllable laden with dark power, he injects a surge of dark energy into the indomitable skeleton, wrapping it tightly like a black tide. Under the influence of this formidable dark energy, The Indomitable's body undergoes a remarkable transformation. Flesh and blood gradually sprout anew upon the white bones, the flesh resembling writhing black tendrils that creep and cover the skeleton in an eerie manner. Its eyes shimmer with an evil and piercing light, capable of penetrating the souls of those who gaze upon it, plunging them into an abyss of terror. As the resurrection progresses, the Indomitable's body becomes increasingly whole and powerful. When this transformation reaches completion, the Indomitable rises abruptly, its towering and formidable form radiating a chilling aura. Its armor glimmers with a cold light, as if capable of freezing all life, while the sword in its hand emanates a dense aura of death. As though it were a harbinger from the depths of hell, the Indomitable slowly turns towards Arthas, bowing deeply in a gesture of absolute loyalty. Its movements are steady and resolute, every detail imbued with authority and terror. In that moment, the Indomitable becomes Arthas's most formidable lieutenant, poised to wreak havoc alongside him in this dark world. I enter his full glades. Arthas's gaze is firmly fixed upon the resurrected Indomitable. Its majestic form exudes a mysterious and powerful essence, as if it has reclaimed the vigor of life, once again becoming Arthas's mightiest steed. Unlike before, this time the Indomitable shall remain by Arthas's side eternally, never to part again. Arthas approaches slowly, his hands tenderly stroking the Indomitable's smooth coat. His eyes filled with deep affection and nostalgia. He softly murmurs, "At last, you may fight for me once more, my friend." In Arthas's heart, the Indomitable is more than just a steed. It is a companion who has fought alongside him through trials and tribulations. The Indomitable has witnessed Arthas's growth and glory, sharing in his pain and struggles. This moment, the Indomitable occupies an irreplaceable position in Arthas's heart, their bond deepening and becoming unbreakable. Arthas quietly rides upon the Indomitable's back, the breath of life gradually ebbing from his being. His gaze, though unfocused, remains directed towards the horizon, as if yearning to glimpse the beautiful memories of days gone by through the endless void. His thoughts surge back to a time when he was the revered prince of Lordaeron, with a radiant future and noble ideals. He often rode the Indomitable, the steed he cherished deeply, galloping across vast lands, feeling the wind howl past his ears. Yet, fate's cruel twist came unexpectedly. In a bid to save the people of Lordaeron, he reluctantly grasped Frostmourne, the cursed blade. From that moment, everything changed dramatically. The relentless distortion of fate gradually led him into the abyss of darkness and corruption. He ventured further down that dark and treacherous path, showing no signs of turning back. Ultimately, he became a loyal agent of the Lich King, wielding the terrifying power of the undead scourge. Upon his return to Lordaeron, in a single night, the once prosperous kingdom was utterly annihilated by his hand, transformed into a nightmarish stronghold of the scourge. The splendor of Yor had vanished without a trace, leaving only a haunting silence and desolation. Despite his soul being ensnared in the depths of darkness, he clutched the reins of the Indomitable tightly, riding upon its back. The Indomitable bore him silently, trudging forward step by step through the endless agony and torment. In this relentless suffering, the Indomitable's presence seemed to offer a flicker of solace. Its gentle eyes appeared to silently witness his sorrow and helplessness, as well as the hardships and struggles he had endured. Within the interior of the Lordaeron Palace, a solemn and reverent atmosphere enveloped every corner. Beneath the grand and ornate dome, sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, yet failing to dispel the heaviness and sorrow that permeated the air. Beneath the immense throne, the body of King Tyrrenius lay quietly, draped in sumptuous silks, the fabric's folds undulating like flowing water, as if guarding his final resting place. Chinyu stood there, flanked by several hidden Lordaeron guards. Clad in dark armor, their postures upright, yet their faces betraying sorrow and grief. They stood silently, like loyal sentinels watching over the palace. Chunyu's gaze was fixed upon the serene visage of King Tyrrenius, whose face resembled that of one in slumber, tranquil and peaceful. However, it was regrettable that no trace of life or breath could be felt emanating from him. The king's once majestic countenance had turned pale and cold. As if time had frozen upon him, leaving behind an eternal silence. The profound sense of sorrow and loss filled Chun Yu's heart as he gently extended his hand, yearning to touch the king's face, yet hesitating at the last moment, as if fearful of disturbing the king's slumber. Chun Yu slowly approached the pyre, holding a torch, his eyes filled with gravitas and sorrow. He carefully extended the torch towards the pyre's pile of wood, and the dry twigs ignited instantly, flames swiftly spreading to form a roaring blaze. The flames danced like a colossal beast, rising with claws outstretched, greedily consuming the body of King Tyrannus. The blaze's brilliance illuminated the entire palace, casting a crimson hue upon its interior. The searing heat assailed him, as if intent on incinerating all in its path. As the flames licked the air, it twisted and crackled, the king's body gradually succumbing to the inferno. Turning to ash, Chun Yu stood quietly by, gazing at the flickering flames, as if wishing to see the king's soul find peace through its glow. The guards nearby bore steadfast yet sorrowful expressions. They silently observed the scene, their hearts filled with reverence and nostalgia for their king. Their faces illuminated by the flames' glow reflected the pain and resolve within them. They understood that at this moment, they were tasked with safeguarding not only the body of their king, but also the dignity and honor of Lordaeron. Chun Yu stood solemnly beside the pyre, his head bowed slightly, eyes tightly shut, and hands clasped in prayer. His lips moved gently, murmuring in a deep, sincere voice, expressing his profound blessings and wishes for King Tyrannus. He earnestly hoped that the soul of King Tyrannus could break free from the shackles of the mortal realm and find true repose in another world, a place devoid of suffering and strife, where only endless tranquility and peace existed, granting the king's soul eternal solace. As time flowed inexorably, the roaring flames gradually diminished. The once fervent fire became gentle, until only a few feeble flickers remained dancing in the air. The king's body, too, slowly turned to ashes in the searing flames. Those ashes, caressed by the gentle breeze, delicately scattered into the sky, as if the king's soul was softly departing towards the unknown shore. Chun Yu gazed silently at this scene, tears welling in his eyes, his heart heavy with boundless sorrow and longing. The silent yet resolute guard stepped forward with heavy strides, cautiously using tools to gather the king's ashes bit by bit. Their movements were gentle and meticulous, as if fearing to disturb the king's spirit. They carefully placed the collected ashes into an exquisite urn, intricately crafted with delicate engravings and adorned with precious gems, emanating an air of solemnity and reverence. The guards held the urn with utmost respect and reluctance in their eyes. They understood that although King Tyrannus had departed, his spirit would forever reside with Lordaeron. Even as the kingdom faced ruin under Arthas's relentless assault, the king's will and beliefs would endure in their hearts. They gazed at the urn, as if they could perceive the king's majestic figure and benevolent countenance through it. In that moment, a resolute strength surged within them, a testament to their loyalty to Lordaeron and hope for the future. Despite the arduous path ahead, they were willing to fight tirelessly for the glory of Lordaeron. Just as the solemn cremation ceremony unfolded, a sudden, piercing blast of a horn echoed unexpectedly from outside the palace, like thunder cleaving the silent sky. This abrupt sound shattered the grave atmosphere of the ceremony. Chun Yu and the guards jolted, their senses immediately heightened. They swiftly turned, their gazes sharp as hawks, scanning their surroundings with vigilant expressions. Their hands gripped their weapons tightly, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Chun Yu's heart raced, his brow furrowed, a wave of intense unease flooding his mind. He understood all too well that this horn heralded an enemy's invasion, and they must react swiftly to protect the palace and the king's ashes. The guards' eyes shimmered with a resolute light as they exchanged glances, silently conveying a shared conviction. For Lordaeron, they would fight at any cost. Upon hearing the urgent call, Chun Yu felt a tightening in his chest. He instantly comprehended that the enemy was upon them. "Intruders, prepare for battle," he shouted, his gaze sharpening like an eagle's as he scanned the entrance. The guards responded with alacrity, raising their shields in unison, bracing their bodies, and assuming a defensive stance. Their eyes were steadfast and resolute, ready to face the impending conflict. I could see that moment. A tremendous crash resounded from the palace doors as the massive gates thundered to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, a towering figure strode through the breach, wielding a hammer of holy light that shone with blinding radiance, illuminating the entire palace. Chun-Yu focused intently, exclaiming, "Uther," upon seeing Chun-Yu. Uther quickened his pace, a look of urgency on his face. "Arthas is attacking Lordaeron. Why are you still in the palace?" Uther inquired, his voice tinged with impatience. Taking a deep breath, Chun-Yu replied, "I witnessed Arthas leading his forces to resurrect the invincible. I wish to take this opportunity to cremate King Terenas' remains. It is the only thing I can do at this moment." With that, Chun-Yu gestured for the guards to hand the urn to Uther. Uther received the urn with steady hands, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. "This is not the place for discussion. The recent battle has drawn the undead here, and we must leave Lordaeron at once," Uther stated, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Chun-Yu, his expression grave, met Uther's gaze with unwavering determination, proclaiming, "We will cover your exit. You take your forces and leave first. We shall hold the rear." The guards behind him swiftly echoed their agreement, raising their shields in unison, forming two lines on either side of Chun-Yu. Their bodies were taut, eyes sharp, like an indomitable wall that Uther's brow furrowed, a mix of gratitude and concern flashing in his eyes. Yet he understood the urgency of the situation and the need for decisive action. With the guards escorting him, Uther and his troops began to move cautiously towards the palace exit. The guards marched with firm resolve, tightly flanking Uther on either side and in front, their shields interlocking to create a secure passage. That Uther's expression remained serious, his holy hammer firmly grasped, ever vigilant of their surroundings. His troops followed closely behind, maintaining a disciplined formation, taking each step with care. They struggled through the palace doors under the guards' protection, gradually distancing themselves from the perilous locale. Each face bore the marks of determination and resolve. Fully aware of their mission, to protect Uther and the king's ashes, they were prepared to sacrifice everything. Under the valiant defense of Chun-Yu and the guards, Uther finally reached the gates of Lordaeron with the king's ashes in tow. He halted, slowly turning to gaze past the chaos of battle at the bloodied Chun-Yu still fighting valiantly. His eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, concern, and reluctance. Chun-Yu and the guards formed a steadfast line, wielding their weapons as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the oncoming enemies. Their bodies were stained with blood, faces weary, yet their eyes remained resolute, unyielding. Uther inhaled deeply, casting one last glance at Chun-Yu before clutching the urn tightly and resolutely stepping out of Lordaeron's gates. His figure gradually receded, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, behind him, Chun-Yu and the guards continued to fight fiercely, defending this land and the king's honor with their lives, as Chun-Yu valiantly repelled the enemy's advances. He occasionally glanced in the direction of Uther's departure, his gaze filled with urgency and concern, silently calculating the time to determine whether Uther's party had safely fled Lordaeron. As moments passed, Chun-Yu finally confirmed that Uther's team had successfully evacuated. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned resolute and determined. "Brothers, Lord Uther has safely departed. We must retreat immediately," he bellowed. The guards, invigorated by Chun-Yu's call, fought with renewed ferocity against their foes. Chun-Yu cast a mass teleportation spell, concentrating his energy and summoning the magic within him, his hands dancing in the air as he inscribed intricate runes. Rays of light emanated from his palms, gradually enveloping him and the guards. Bathed in the luminous glow, their forms began to blur, merging with the surrounding space. Moments later, they vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of chaos and destruction, successfully transporting the guards to safety. Chun-Yu's presence quietly faded into the encampment. Like a whisper of wind, he silently arrived in the realm of the High Elves, Quel'Thalas. This was a land reminiscent of a dream, perpetually vibrant, exuding life and beauty in every corner. The sky was as blue as the rarest gem, deep and pure, unmarred by any imperfection, seemingly capable of embracing all. The bright and warm sunlight bathed the earth, tenderly caressing every inch of land. Instilling a sense of endless warmth and comfort, a gentle breeze brushed against Chun-Yu's face, the soft touch akin to the whispers of the elves. The air was laden with the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers. A delightful aroma wafting from the myriad of colorful blossoms, captivating the senses and ensnaring the heart. Simultaneously, the fresh scent of grass wafts through the air, a natural fragrance emanating from the verdant blades nourished by the recent rain. Refreshing the spirit, in this land. Everything is so exquisite, so tranquil, that one feels as though they are enveloped in an idyllic paradise, isolated from the tumult of the world. The earth of Quel'Thalas resembles a verdant emerald, entirely cloaked in lush, thriving greenery, radiating a vibrant vitality. The lively vistas appear as nature's most meticulous masterpieces. Here, blossoms of myriad hues bloom like stars scattered across every corner, vying for attention as they unveil their own beauty and brilliance. These flowers converge, forming a resplendent tapestry, their kaleidoscopic colors intertwined like a fantastical brocade. Towering and flourishing trees stand sentinel upon the earth, their branches swaying gently in the caress of the breeze, producing a melodious rustle, as if they are performing a delightful symphony. The undulating leaves dance gracefully in the wind, akin to a troupe of elegant dancers. In this wondrous realm, Chinyu also encounters crystal-clear streams, the water babbling melodiously, creating a symphony of clarity. The serene lakes mirror the surrounding beauty like vast mirrors, while the fish glide freely beneath the surface, their lithe forms carving graceful arcs in the water. In the distance, the mountains rise and fall like a great dragon coiling upon the earth. Their peaks soar into the clouds, crowned with glistening white snow that sparkles in the sunlight, resembling a realm of enchantment. Imbued with mysterious and captivating allure, the snowy summits, juxtaposed with the verdant land and azure sky, create a breathtaking tableau. Chinyu stands silently upon this magical soil, his heart brimming with emotion. Gazing at Quel'Thalas before him, he softly declares, "Quel'Thalas, you are the last bastion on this continent untouched by the claws of war." His eyes reflect deep respect and a subtle sense of solace. This land seems a forgotten corner of time, preserving its original tranquility and beauty. The lush vegetation blankets the earth like a soft carpet, while the colorful flowers the landscape like stars. Exuding enchanting fragrances, the stately trees stand as faithful guardians, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, whispering the history and stories of this land. Chinyu strolls slowly across this vibrant terrain, the grass beneath his feet as soft as silk, and he can feel each blade of grass striving to flourish. The clear streams sparkle under the sunlight, their gentle flow producing a melodious sound, akin to nature's own composition. The tranquil lakes, vast and mirror-like, reflect the sky and surrounding beauty, while fish swim freely, adding a lively essence to this serene land. The distant mountains rise majestically, their snow-capped peaks shimmering with a pure brilliance under the sun, contrasting beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds, forming a stunning panorama. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu savors the unique essence of this land, his heart filled with admiration and a yearning for peace. The rangers, clad in light armor, move with agility and finesse. They encircle Chinyu in a manner that betrays no sound. Trained and prepared point, one of the rangers softly addresses him. "Come with us." The general awaits you that a wave of apprehension washes over Chinyu, yet he refrains from resistance, understanding that these rangers are here to protect him. Under their guidance, he is swiftly led away from this place. They traverse the gardens and streets of Quel'Thalas, encountering no obstacles along the way. Eventually, they arrive at the heart of the encampment. Queen Sylvanas sits upon an opulent throne, her gaze solemn and sharp, exuding an air of regal authority. Several elven rangers escort Chinyu toward Sylvanas, their steps synchronized and steady, showcasing their respect for her. As Chinyu approaches the queen, he feels the weight of her formidable presence. Sylvanas regards him with a flicker of curiosity and scrutiny in her eyes. She speaks. "You are Chinyu? What brings you to Quel'Thalas?" Sylvanas Windrunner, the ruler of the High Elves, revered by all as the Banshee Queen. Her beauty, like her power, captivates all who behold her. Her tall and slender form radiates unparalleled elegance. Every movement of Sylvanas is imbued with confidence and authority, as if she were destined to rule this land. Her visage resembles a finely crafted work of art, every line precisely shaped. Her eyes, bright and piercing, reveal wisdom and strength. Sylvanas's beauty emanates not just from her exterior, but from the unique aura she projects. Her beauty shines like the full moon in a starry sky, illuminating all of Quel'Thalas. Her presence instills a sense of security, as if with her, every challenge could be surmounted. Sylvanas's allure is a power, a force capable of captivating hearts. Her beauty is irresistible, enchanting both allies and foes alike. Under her rule, Quel'Thalas flourishes. Her beauty and wisdom become a source of pride for her people, emblematic of the High Elves. Sylvanas, once a ranger general, has her beauty and legend etched deeply into the annals of history. Yet, reality brutally unveils how a once glorious empire can crumble in the face of betrayal and decay. Standing before Sylvanas, Chun Yu's gaze is steadfast, his voice low yet resolute. Queen Sylvanas, the fall of the kingdom of Lordaeron is an unprecedented calamity. The ambition and treachery of a single prince have obliterated centuries of splendor in an instant. This is not merely the tragedy of a nation. It is a profound revelation of humanity's darker side. He pauses, then continues. I fully comprehend that this disaster has inflicted indescribable anguish upon you and your people. However, the wheels of history turn relentlessly. We must not be engulfed by sorrow, but rather draw wisdom from it, remaining vigilant against the lurking threats in the shadows. The determined light flickers in Chun Yu's eyes. Recent intelligence indicates that Arthas has led the scourge towards Quel'Thalas. I have come to warn you. Immediate action is imperative to bolster defenses and safeguard our homeland. This is not just a response to the past, but a commitment to the future. After bidding farewell to Sylvanas, Chun Yu embarks on his journey to the Mirrodin encampment. Along the way, he witnesses the tragic plight of the Lordaeron refugees. Once nobles, soldiers, and civilians, they have now been reduced to homeless wanderers. Their eyes brim with fear and unease, as if narrating endless tales of suffering, and a profound sense of responsibility surges within Chun Yu. He understands the weighty duty of protecting these innocents. He must hasten to the Mirrodin encampment to confer with allies and devise strategies to provide refuge and support for the survivors of Lordaeron. Throughout this arduous journey, Chun Yu's heart is a tumult of emotions. He grieves for the devastation of Lordaeron, while also feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation for the impending battle. Yet he firmly believes that unity and determination will triumph over evil, allowing them to rebuild their homeland. Witnessing the dire circumstances of the Lordaeron refugees ignites a deep sympathy and anger within Chun Yu. He observes some refugees begging by the roadside, their trembling hands reaching out for alms from passers-by. The despair and helplessness in their eyes evoke memories of his own past. He knows these refugees were once individuals with dignity and dreams, now forced to live as beggars amidst poverty and hardship. Beyond the beggars, some refugees strive to find work, hoping that labor might yield them sustenance and a chance at survival. Yet the harsh reality reveals that no one is willing to employ a homeless refugee. Their efforts and sweat yield only disappointment and despair. The plight of the children is the most heart-wrenching. Their faces bear no trace of innocent smiles, replaced instead by hunger and fear. They helplessly follow their parents, their eyes filled with dread of the unknown. These children, once so carefree, now endure immense suffering and hardship. Chun Yu feels the pain and suffering of the refugees deeply, his heart swelling with compassion for these innocent lives. He resolves to contribute his efforts to provide help and support to them. Upon arriving at Mirrodin's encampment, night has already fallen in the distance. The flames of conflict illuminate the horizon, casting a glow against the twilight sky. He beheld Mirrodin and the militia of Lordaeron steadfastly guarding the refugees, their silhouettes appearing remarkably resolute in the flickering firelight. The refugees huddled together, their faces etched with weariness and fear, seeking solace and warmth in one another's presence. Amidst them stood Mirrodin, his tall figure and resolute countenance instilling a glimmer of hope. Alongside the militia of Lordaeron, he formed an unwavering bulwark, safeguarding these innocent lives. Chun Yu approached Mirrodin, and the two clasped hands firmly. Their gazes were filled with determination and resolve, as if silently affirming, regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, we shall confront them together in triumph. Subsequently, Chinyu joined the ranks of the guards. Wielding a long sword as he patrolled the encampment alongside Muradin and the militia, they remained ever vigilant, on guard against potential threats. During his patrol, Chinyu noticed that some refugees were in dire straits. Some bore injuries, while others were gravely ill, desperately in need of medical attention. Thus, he resolved to employ his healing skills to assist these distressed souls. This journey was indeed fraught with challenges, yet neither Muradin nor the militia of Lordaeron exhibited the slightest inclination to retreat. Their actions epitomized the essence of responsibility and courage, willingly sacrificing everything to protect the innocent. Within Muradin's encampment, the militia gathered in a circle, quietly deliberating their inner turmoil. We have been stationed here for over a month, and apart from receiving refugees and escorting them northward, we have engaged in no battles against the orcs. A young militia member spoke, a note of impatience lacing his words. Indeed, Lord Muradin summoned us in such great numbers to combat the northern orcs. Yet we find ourselves here, idly waiting. Another echoed his sentiments that I too find it peculiar, as if Lord Muradin foresaw certain event. An elder militia member interjected, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Are you suggesting an undead invasion? The possibility was raised, laced with a tremor of fear and anxiety, inciting a ripple of unrest. Isn't it rather coincidental that we were summoned just as this occurs, and tasked with leading the militia north? Questioned another, his tone revealing an indescribable uncertainty. Perhaps Lord Muradin has his own strategy. We should trust his judgment, a more rational militia member suggested, striving to quell the growing concerns. Yet we cannot continue to wait blindly. We must seek the truth, insisted another, his eyes resolute and unwavering. The discussion intensified. The emotions of the militia swelled, filled with confusion, fear, and trepidation. They yearned for a definitive answer to navigate the path ahead. At that moment, Muradin entered the encampment, his presence akin to a refreshing breeze, instantly silencing the previously tumultuous atmosphere. Standing before them, his gaze was unwavering and profound, seemingly penetrating the depths of each soul. I understand your doubts, but I implore you to trust me. Muradin's voice resonated with steadiness and strength, each word delivered with conviction. He paused before continuing. Indeed, we were gathered to confront the northern orcs. However, en route, I received news of an undead invasion in Lordaeron. This is no mere coincidence. It is the hand of fate. That Muradin's words exuded an undeniable authority and power, leaving all present in a state of awe and acceptance. His eyes shimmered with a steadfast light, as if he had already foreseen the challenges and adversities to come. The militia listened intently to Muradin's explanation, their faces gradually reflecting understanding and resolve. They recognized Muradin as a trustworthy leader, whose decisions were always made with a greater good and compassion for the people in mind. We are willing to follow you, Lord Muradin. One militia member rose, his voice firm and resolute, akin to steel. Were it not for your leadership, many of us would have perished at the hands of the undead. Regardless of the foes we face, we shall give our all. The others echoed their agreement, their voices merging into a potent force, surging like tumultuous waves. Their gazes were filled with trust and reverence for Muradin, as if he were the beacon illuminating their path forward. Muradin regarded these valiant militia members with heartfelt admiration. Their eyes burned with an unwavering flame, as if resolute in the face of any adversity they might encounter. This courage and conviction deeply moved Muradin, fortifying his own beliefs that I believe that as long as we stand united, there are no foes we cannot vanquish. Muradin raised his axe high, issuing a rallying cry that resounded like thunder, reverberating within each heart. Let us fight together for the safety of our homeland. The fervor of the militia ignited, their unified voices ringing out, shaking the very heavens. Their faces radiated excitement and anticipation, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Their spirits burned with an indomitable will, prepared to lay down their lives to defend their home. Chinyu, standing aside, gravely addressed Muradin. We must act swiftly, arranging for some to escort these refugees to Stormwind. As it stands, the gates of Gilneas remain firmly shut, refusing entry to any refugees to my knowledge. This is due to a horrific plague ravaging Gilneas, casting a shadow over the entire region. Chinyu's tone bore a hint of concern as he continued. To ensure the safety of the refugees, we need to station a small contingent of troops in South Shore. This way, should any emergencies arise, we can provide timely support and protection. Muradin nodded in understanding. Recognizing Chun Yu's apprehensions, the plague in Gilneas posed a grave threat, endangering the lives of the local populace and potentially affecting neighboring regions. That he knew this was a difficult decision, yet he must act for the welfare of the people. I will promptly organize an escort team to ensure the refugees reach Stormwind safely. Simultaneously, I will arrange for some soldiers to remain in South Shore to secure the safety of the area. Muradin declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering and courageous, as if he could already envision the dawn of success. Chinyu felt a warm surge within him as he looked into Muradin's steadfast eyes. He knew that Muradin was a leader worthy of trust, whose decisions were rooted in a profound consideration for the greater good and love for the people, that he believed that under Muradin's guidance, they would surely overcome this adversity. Chunyu regarded Muradin with a glimmer of approval. He recognized Muradin as a leader deserving of trust, dedicated to protecting the refugees in this land. Under Muradin's command, Chunyu and his comrades stood shoulder to shoulder, resolutely fending off the onslaught of the undead. Their valor and wisdom garnered the admiration and respect of the people. With Muradin's directives, the soldiers sprang into action. They organized the refugees in an orderly fashion to embark on their journey to Stormwind. The escort team navigated cautiously through mountains and wilderness, striving to minimize contact with the outside world to ensure the safety of the refugees. They remained ever vigilant, prepared to confront any dangers that may arise. Meanwhile, a small contingent of troops remained in South Shore, heightening their vigilance and fortifying defenses. They were ever ready to respond to potential threats, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the region. Their presence reassured the residents of South Shore, who knew that with these brave soldiers protecting them, they could live in safety and comfort. Welcome to the World of Warcraft. I am the Warcraft Intelligence System, and it is my pleasure to assist you. In this realm brimming with fantasy and adventure, you will encounter boundless joy and challenges. Whether you are a seasoned veteran or a newcomer to this world, I shall do my utmost to provide you with help and support. In the World of Warcraft, you will embody a courageous adventurer, exploring vast landscapes and battling various mysterious creatures and hostile factions. I will provide you with information and guidance throughout the game, helping you navigate any questions you may have about this world. Should you have any inquiries or require assistance, do not hesitate to ask me. Rewards are being distributed for completing tasks, such as vanquishing Kel'Thuzad, aiding Arthas in acquiring the dual blades of sorrow, and retrieving the king's remains. In an instant, countless fragments of memory surged into Chun Yu's mind like a tidal wave. These memories are akin to treasures buried deep within, suddenly unveiled and releasing a cascade of vivid imagery. Chun Yu beheld his younger self, racing across a verdant playground, chasing after vibrant balloons. The sunlight kissed his face, illuminating a beaming smile. The joy of that time was so pure, so carefree. Shortly thereafter, Chun Yu witnessed his student self, seated in a classroom, attentively absorbing the teacher's lessons. The words and formulas on the pages danced before his eyes as he diligently absorbed every detail. That period brimmed with challenges and growth. The scenes also brought to mind the joyous moments spent with friends, their laughter echoing during gatherings as they shared dreams and stories. These friendships were invaluable treasures in his life, providing him with support and strength. He also recalled moments of sorrow, images of failures and setbacks that pierced his heart. Yet alongside this pain, he recognized his resilience, rising again from adversity. The visions that unfolded in his mind resembled a series of captivating films, continuously playing before him. They served as testaments to his life, chronicling his growth, joys, and sorrows. Each frame held unique significance, deepening his understanding of himself and fostering a greater appreciation for the present. Suddenly, the tone shifted dramatically. A discontented young man seethed with anger at the injustices of society. Once an ordinary youth enamored with gaming, he began to perceive the darker facets of life as he matured. He transformed into a disillusioned youth, Lamenting the world's inequities, he believed the wealthy could act with impunity while ordinary individuals struggled in despair. Disheartened by the government's ineffectiveness, he often expressed extreme opinions online, even advocating for violence as a means to resolve issues. He passionately voiced his discontent on social media, inciting emotions among others. His rhetoric grew increasingly radical, even calling for violent action. However, his behavior sparked concern and opposition from some. Rational individuals began to debate him, striving to convey that violence was not the sole solution to their problems, that he was a young man filled with rage towards societal realities, fervently posting incendiary remarks on social media, urging others to take violent action to amend the injustices. His words quickly attracted attention and sparked discussions. Some were inspired by his fervor, responding to his calls. Yet, many others expressed concern and dissent, arguing that violence was not the best approach to solving issues. He remained unfazed by the opposing voices, convinced that only through force could societal change occur. He continued to voice extreme opinions on social media, even organizing clandestine gatherings, rallying people to join his cause. However, his actions soon caught the government's attention. They initiated an investigation into him and took measures to restrict his activities on social media. His account was suspended, and his statements faced stringent scrutiny. Faced with government pressure, he did not retreat. Rather, he became more radicalized, plotting tangible acts of violence. He discreetly reached out to like-minded individuals, preparing to orchestrate a large-scale protest on an important day, on the eve of this anticipated demonstration. He meticulously planned the event's details in his residence, his room cluttered with various materials and maps, the walls adorned with protest slogans and catchphrases. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker, and he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. As he attempted to rise, he found his body unusually heavy, as if bound by an invisible force. In the next moment, an otherworldly light emanated from his being, enveloping him entirely. Within this radiance, Chunyu's form gradually dissipated, and he felt himself drawn into a bizarre realm. The surroundings became indistinct, as though he were trapped within a distorted space. As the light faded, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar location. The sky above was a deep purple, with clouds floating like cotton candy. He beheld peculiar creatures and enigmatic structures, all exceeding his comprehension. Chunyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the memories materializing before him. The people and events within these recollections were strikingly familiar, yet he could not fathom why they manifested at this precise moment. What was happening? Chunyu murmured to himself, his voice laced with confusion and uncertainty. Are these memories truly mine? Why had I not recognized their existence before? Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated within his mind. Yes, these memories are yours, the system's voice soothing and gentle. Chunyu, astonished, scanned his surroundings in search of the voice's origin, only to find himself utterly alone. Who are you? He inquired nervously. His eyes widened in bewilderment, a hint of perplexity crossing his features as he furrowed his brow, seemingly striving to comprehend the system's words. His gaze fixated on the void before him, as if answers lay hidden within. His lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged, as though he were rendered speechless by the system's revelation. The system's assertion echoed in his mind. I am your assistant in Azeroth, an intelligent secretary existing within your consciousness. This statement felt like a riddle. Deepening Chunyu's confusion, he began to ponder why he possessed such a system and how it existed within his mind. Was this sudden emergence of artificial intelligence a boon or a bane? Chunyu's fingers instinctively drummed against the table, the rhythm quickening, betraying his inner turmoil. His brow furrowed more deeply, his eyes reflecting profound perplexity and doubt. He sought any clue from his memories regarding this system, yet found nothing. This enigmatic presence had appeared abruptly in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. System? Intelligent assistant. What in the world is happening? His voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of fear. It felt as though an invisible force constricted his throat, rendering his voice hoarse and unnatural. As he spoke, his lips quivered, struggling to suppress his anxiety, yet unable to fully contain it. His eyes revealed a blend of confusion and trepidation, reminiscent of someone groping in the dark, unable to find an exit. Beads of sweat slowly formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, betraying his inner tension. His hands clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His body trembled slightly, as if a gentle breeze could topple him. Each word seemed to emerge with great difficulty, imbued with uncertainty and apprehension. The system's voice remained calm and gentle, like a soft breeze brushing against Chun Yu's ear. Its tone was steady, devoid of impatience or irritation, akin to a sage patiently elucidating doubts for a curious student. Why fragments exist solely in this world, and you must gather them all to form an intelligent system. That my task is to assist you in swiftly navigating this realm. Each word was articulated clearly, the tone resolute and irrefutable, as the system explained. Its voice maintained a steady rhythm, allowing Chun Yu ample time to comprehend and digest the information. The language was simple and straightforward, devoid of unnecessary embellishments or complex terminology, ensuring Chun Yu could easily grasp the meaning. The voice exuded kindness and concern, as if genuinely wishing for Chun Yu to thrive in this world. After delivering this statement, the system paused briefly, granting Chun Yu time to reflect and respond. A tempest of questions surged within Chun Yu, a tidal wave of inquiries flooding his mind. His brow furrowed tightly, his gaze revealing urgency and confusion. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he began to realize that this sudden emergence of a system might hold the key to unraveling the tangled mess in his mind. So, can you enlighten me about the significance of these memory fragments? Why had I been oblivious to their existence before? Chun Yu's voice brimmed with urgency, as if eager to grasp this glimmer of hope. He leaned slightly forward, his hands unconsciously clenching, seemingly seeking strength from the system's response. The system's voice resonated once more, steady and resolute, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake, slowly wafting past Chun Yu's ear. These memories are a part of your life's experiences, yet for certain reasons, they have been sealed within your consciousness. Through our collaboration, we can delve into these memories and unveil the truths that lie within. Each word sparkles like a radiant star, clearly resonating within Chun Yu's heart. He inhales deeply, as if attempting to absorb the shock and confusion into his very core. His chest rises and falls gently, his gaze a blend of astonishment at the system's emergence and anticipation for unraveling the enigmas within his mind. His fingers lightly tap the tabletop, the rhythm gradually quickening, reminiscent of an uncharted melody. A reflection of his inner excitement, he squints slightly, as if contemplating something profound, his expression a mixture of resolve and a hint of bewilderment. Very well. As an exchange, please inform me of the necessary steps to take. Additionally, what must I do to return to my original world? Chun Yu's voice is steady and resolute, as if declaring his determination to the system. He straightens his posture, his gaze fixed unwaveringly into the void. Exuding an undeniable conviction that as he speaks, his lips tighten slightly, his tone imbued with a fervent longing and expectation. His hands clench in a fist, his arms trembling slightly, betraying the tension and excitement within. Each word is articulated clearly, his tone firm and potent, as if engaged in a solemn negotiation with the system. Upon the completion of the final task, you will have a singular opportunity to return to your original world. The system's announcement resonates, akin to a bright and unwavering beacon, piercing through Chun Yu's thoughts and conveying crucial information with clarity. The voice is calm and steady, devoid of any fluctuations, as if emanating from a distant and enigmatic realm. Each word is delivered with precision, carrying an air of undeniable authority. In Chun Yu's mind, this phrase seems magnified countless times, each syllable weighing heavily upon his heart. His eyes are fixated on the seemingly non-existent source of the voice, as if striving to discern the essence of the system through the void. Upon hearing the words final task, a profound sense of purpose and urgency surges within him. The phrase return to the original world acts as a key, unlocking the deep-seated nostalgia and yearning for his homeland. His breathing quickens, his lips quivering slightly, as if seeking to reaffirm the authenticity of this information, that if I simply eliminate the Lich King, can I not return to my original world directly? A note of hesitation and uncertainty laces Chun Yu's voice that he furrows his brow, his gaze piercing into the void, as if grappling with the feasibility of this possibility. Yes, he utters these words. His lips tremble, betraying his inner turmoil. His hands unconsciously tighten, fingers paling slightly from the exertion, as if summoning courage within himself. Leaning slightly forward, he seems eager to unearth an answer from the abyss. His eyes reveal a sense of urgency, akin to one seeking illumination amidst darkness. However, the system's response detonates in his mind like a bomb, causing his body to shudder and his expression to morph into a blend of shock and fear. The voice is cold and merciless, seemingly emerging from an unfathomable abyss, carrying a chilling authority. You may not transgress against pivotal figures nor alter their fates. Otherwise, as punishment, you shall be obliterated. Each word strikes him like a heavy hammer, resounding in his heart. His eyes widen in disbelief, brimming with incredulity and astonishment. His lips quiver as if attempting to articulate something, yet no sound escapes. Instinctively, he takes a step back, as if wishing to distance himself from this terrifying warning. Cold sweat beads upon his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, falling to the ground with a soft patter. His fingers grip the hem of his garment tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. The atmosphere thickens with tension and fear, as if the very space around him has become oppressive in response to the warning that in that moment. He comprehends deeply that any attempt to take drastic action or circumvent the narrative of the task would lead to such dire consequences of obliteration. The warning hangs over him like a sword of Damocles, a constant reminder that necessitates his utmost caution in subsequent actions. Chinyu furrows his brow tightly, his gaze fixed upon the newly appeared task, prompt on the virtual screen. The fall of Uther. A faint smile graces his lips, imbued with a hint of relief, as he casually remarks, "This task seems rather simple. I could just eliminate him, right?" With that, he unhesitatingly reaches for the button to accept the task. Yet, just as his finger is about to make contact with the button, the system's electronic voice erupts in his ear like thunder, startling him considerably. His body involuntarily trembles, his heart racing with urgency. What? Is it really that serious? What am I to do? I cannot directly eliminate Arthas, nor can I take down Uther. Am I not even allowed to watch from the sidelines? He mutters to himself, scratching his head in frustration, his face contorting with distress at the predicament he finds himself in. His brow furrows deeper, confusion and uncertainty evident in his eyes. He sinks into contemplation, striving to devise a method that allows him to accomplish the task while evading annihilation. The system remains silent for a brief moment, seemingly engaged in profound contemplation, as if searching for the most appropriate response. Finally, after some deliberation, it speaks once more. This task does not simply require you to take direct action. Instead, you must seek a more intricate and nuanced approach to achieve the objective that in reality. Numerous conditions impose restrictions. You must fulfill the task successfully without crossing any red lines. Upon hearing this, Chinyu exhales a lengthy sigh. As if releasing the burdens of helplessness and annoyance that have accumulated within him, a glimmer of determination and contemplation appears in his gaze as he replies, "All right, I understand. It seems I need to engage my mind thoroughly. Thank you for the reminder, system." His tone carries a note of reflection and gratitude that in that instant, his expression grows serious, his brow furrowing slightly as he begins to formulate a plan to complete the task in his mind. His fingers tap gently on the tabletop, the rhythm slow and methodical, as if pondering deeply. He effortlessly glides his fingers to gradually close the task panel. As the panel vanishes, his focus sharpens and determination envelopes him. Fully immersing himself in the earnest contemplation of the optimal solution to the task at hand, he furrows his brow slightly, his gaze revealing a sense of concentration and contemplation that he sits quietly, as if the entire world has shrunk down to just himself and this task. His mind incessantly recalls the intricacies of the task, meticulously analyzing various potential scenarios and clues that he considers each segment, attempting to identify the key and breakthrough points. Although the task appears fraught with difficulties and challenges, leaving him at a loss, within him stirs not a shred of retreat or surrender, but on the contrary. A resolute conviction wells up within him. He recognizes this as a precious opportunity for growth and enhancement within this virtual realm, and he is determined to seize it wholeheartedly. Clenching his fists tightly, he bolsters his resolve, assuring himself that he will undoubtedly discover a solution. During this process, he occasionally closes his eyes in quiet reflection, and at other times, he jots down key thoughts and ideas on paper. Unbeknownst to him, he steps into the realm of Andorral. Once, this was a land of prosperity and fertility, brimming with life and vitality. Yet, now, Andorral has transformed beyond recognition. The former splendor and vibrancy have vanished without a trace, replaced by desolation and despondency that a glance across the land reveals the grim aftermath of calamity and plague, evident in every corner. The once lush fields lie yellowed and withered, as if touched by the hand of death. Crops are shriveled, flora decayed, all enveloped in a profound silence. The air is thick with the stench of decay, as if time has congealed here and life has withered away. The streets are eerily quiet, with dilapidated houses bearing the scars of past disasters, their walls adorned with mottled traces that narrate tales of suffering. A heavy and oppressive scent of death hangs in the atmosphere, a palpable weight that suffocates the senses. It seems as though every breath carries the lingering dread of the plague, igniting a flicker of fear within the heart. Occasionally, the lifeless bodies of animals lie strewn by the roadside, exuding a foul stench that further enhances the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of this land. The sky appears shrouded in sorrow, clouded and oppressive, devoid of sunlight. The entire city of Andorral resembles a forsaken ruin, silent and desolate, evoking profound sorrow. The town structures have largely succumbed to decay, their crumbling walls permeated by the stench of rot. Once thriving streets are now littered with debris and skeletal remains, the walls marred by bloodstains and claw marks, as if recounting the horrific battles that once raged here. The plague's impact has rendered the earth barren, with flora wilting and the land lying fallow. The once fertile fields have transformed into a lifeless desert, devoid of vitality. Undead creatures wander amidst the ruins, serving as minions of the scourge, their rotting forms reeking of decay. Skeletons, zombies, and specters traverse the desolation, aimlessly seeking new prey. Despite the severe devastation Andorral has endured, the paladins led by Uther have not surrendered hope. They have established a stronghold amidst the ruins, organizing a defensive line against the scourge. Within this desolation, one can observe the paladins' encampments and fortifications, steadfastly guarding this land and upholding the dignity of the alliance. The tragic plight of Andorral is heart-wrenching, yet it stands as a symbol of the alliance's struggle against the scourge. Here, valiant warriors continue their desperate fight against the forces of evil, striving to restore vitality to this land. Chunyu instantaneously appeared before the undead army, his gaze unwavering as he muttered incantations. A cold luminescence flickered in his hand, and the air around him seemed to freeze with his magic. The undead roared and charged forward, their footsteps echoing across the battlefield. However, Chunyu remained unfazed. He closed his eyes, concentrating, gathering his magical energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pronounced a spell aloud, unleashing a powerful gust of frigid air from his hands that swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. The undead were struck by this sudden chill, their bodies instantly frozen, immobile. Chunyu did not relent in his assault. He began to cast another spell. Blizzard, he raised both hands, and colossal snowflakes began to descend from the sky, each one imbued with formidable magical power. The frozen undead were battered by the tempest of snow, their forms shattering into fragments of ice. Chunyu's spell wielded tremendous might, leaving the undead forces utterly powerless against his onslaught. Under Chunyu's leadership, the human army launched a final charge, seizing the opportunity while the undead were immobilized, decisively routing them. Uther's gaze was filled with excitement and fervor as he fixed his eyes upon Chunyu, tears of emotion glistening in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly, laden with suppressed feelings as he spoke. "I never imagined you could return from Lordaeron unscathed. I thought you and your soldiers had been mercilessly consumed by those abhorrent undead." Chunyu's face revealed a weary yet resolute smile, his eyes shimmering with tenacity and determination. He gently placed a hand on Uther's shoulder, speaking in a calm and steadfast tone. "Indeed, that battle was exceptionally brutal, every moment fraught with the specter of life and death. Yet, through our indomitable will and unyielding spirit, we ultimately emerged unscathed. In that moment, Uther's expression was filled with nostalgia and relief, his gaze reflecting admiration and respect for Chenyu. The smile on Chenyu's face embodied the resilience and growth that comes from weathering storms. Though his voice bore a hint of fatigue, it conveyed an unwavering conviction. The atmosphere around them seemed to solidify. With only their conversation resonating in the air, that Uther's emotions intensified, his body trembling slightly as if eager to release the pent-up feelings within him. Their eyes met, and from each other's gaze, they could discern a shared yearning for survival and hope for the future. Uther's eyes brimmed with deep admiration and gratitude. Ablaze with fervor, as if ignited by an unquenchable flame, he continued, "You, Chenyu, are our hero. Your courage is as unyielding as steel. Your resilience stands firm like a mountain. And this fills us with immense pride." As he spoke, his voice quivered with a hint of excitement. "When I received the news that Lordaeron had fallen to those vile undead, my heart shattered like fragile glass, scattering into 1,000 pieces. That I believed we had lost all hope, that despair had consumed us." Yet his eyes suddenly brightened, filled with surprise and relief. "But who would have thought it was you who personally safeguarded the king's remains, bringing them back to us? Now that you have returned, you are like the first rays of dawn, granting us the strength to rejoin the fight." His voice grew more impassioned, resonating through the air, invigorating every soul present. In that moment, Uther's gaze was steadfast and filled with conviction, his eyes transmitting boundless strength and support to Chenyu. The atmosphere turned solemn and dignified, as if the entire world rejoiced at the return of this hero. Chenyu slowly lowered his head, his gaze fixed upon the staff in his hand, as if peering through it into the conflicts of the past and the uncertainties of the future. His voice was heavy with emotion, laden with the weight of time. "The war against the scourge is far from over," he murmured, his tone tinged with resignation and resolve. He then emphasized his next words, as if to imprint each syllable into the very air. "Clearly, this is merely the beginning." His expression grew grave, as if he could see the distant smoke of battle on the horizon. Turning his gaze to Uther, he revealed a complex tapestry of emotions. "Uther, do you know? Arthas has returned, and soon he shall bring the undead scourge to Andoral." His voice carried a note of regret and helplessness. Chenyu's expression hardened. As though bracing for an impending storm, he gripped his staff tightly, as if it were his sole weapon against the encroaching evil. In that instant, his figure appeared solitary, yet resolute, as if bearing the weight of the entire world. The air around them grew heavy, echoing his sentiments. Uther's face reflected shock and anguish, as though grappling with an unbearable truth. Meanwhile, Chenyu stood silently, a surge of purpose swelling within him. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with hardship and trials. Uther nodded slightly, his movements firm and decisive. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, akin to a blazing torch, undeterred. His voice was low and steady, yet imbued with a resolute power as he declared, "Yes, you are right. We must not allow Arthas to prevail. His wicked deeds cannot be allowed to succeed." In that moment, his gaze radiated determination, as if piercing through time and space to confront evil at its core. Then his voice rose in intensity, infused with inspiring vigor. "We shall gather every ounce of remaining strength, uniting all possible allies." His gestures were strong and purposeful, as though painting a grand tapestry of battle. "We will fight alongside you, Chenyu." His gaze returned to Chenyu, filled with trust and reliance, for the glory of the light, for the pursuit of justice, for all that we hold dear. His voice echoed in the air, reminiscent of a resounding war drum, stirring the hearts of all present. Lord Uther stood tall, his gaze unwavering and resolute as he regarded Chenyu, each word laden with profound responsibility. "Chenyu, I solemnly entrust you with an important mission." He paused briefly before continuing, "You must immediately proceed to Hearthglen, conveying this message to the guards there, urging them to remain vigilant and prepared for battle at all times." As he spoke, Uther's expression was grave and solemn, as if faced with a life-and-death struggle that we must ensure the safety of our rear at all costs. We cannot afford to grant the scourge any opportunity to strike. They excel at launching surprise attacks. And we cannot allow ourselves to relax for even a moment. His tone grew increasingly grave, underscoring the significance of the task at hand. Immediately thereafter, Uther straightened his chest, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. "And I shall steadfastly guard Andoril, resolutely preventing the undead calamity from encroaching upon the plague-ridden land by even a single step." His gaze was resolute, as if conveying a fearless courage to Chenyu. In that moment, the figure of Lord Uther loomed large and imposing, his determination and bravery seemingly infecting all that surrounded him. Chenyu listened intently to Uther's words, his expression solemn and focused. A surge of purpose swelling within him. Standing upright, his eyes were steadfast and resolute. He fully understood the gravity of this mission and accepted Lord Uther's command without hesitation. Upon receiving the orders, Chenyu swiftly turned and set forth. His steps were firm and vigorous. Propelled by boundless determination, he traversed the war-torn ruins, crossing lands ravaged by the undead, hastening towards the direction of Hearthglen. Along the way, Chenyu encountered myriad dangers and obstacles. The minions of the undead lurked in the shadows, attempting to thwart his advance. Yet, with keen insight and exceptional combat skills, he adeptly navigated each crisis at last. Chenyu arrived at Hearthglen. He conveyed Lord Uther's orders to the guard forces, who immediately entered a state of heightened alert, poised to assist any troops that might fall under undead assault. After fulfilling his mission, Chenyu embarked on his journey back to Andoril, where the defense of Andoril commenced in earnest. Uther commanded the Silver Hand Knights in a direct confrontation with the undead. Meanwhile, Chenyu and the soldiers of Hearthglen engaged the undead from the flanks, utilizing the terrain for cover as they launched relentless ambushes against the enemy. In the heat of battle, Chenyu exhibited extraordinary combat prowess and command abilities, astutely observing the battlefield dynamics and timely adjusting their strategies. When a breach appeared in the enemy lines, he decisively directed the soldiers to charge, creating monumental chaos among the foes. Under Uther's leadership, the Silver Hand Knights displayed formidable combat strength, valiantly slaying enemies and steadfastly repelling the undead onslaught. Chenyu and the Hearthglen soldiers continued their flanking assaults, their support proving invaluable to the front lines. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of Arthas. Mounted upon his steed, a chilling aura of death emanated from him, and his gaze met Uther's, as if they were engaged in a silent dialogue. Uther's expression turned grave, his voice laden with anger and resolve. "Arthas, you have fallen too far. Your actions have betrayed the tenets of our paladin order. There is still time to turn back." A smirk of disdain crossed Arthas's face as he retorted, "Uther, you are far too naive. This world is decaying. Only I can lead the undead army to establish a new order." With that, Arthas raised Frostmourne and charged at Uther. Uther, undeterred, wielded his sword of holy light, engaging Arthas in fierce combat. Their clash was intense, swords colliding in a symphony of ringing strikes. The deathly powers of Arthas collided with Uther's holy light, creating a dazzling spectacle of light versus darkness. Uther's hammer techniques were masterful. Each strike resonated with steadfast faith and the power of righteousness. In contrast, Arthas unleashed a plethora of sinister spells with the formidable strength of Frostmourne, attempting to subdue Uther. As the confrontation unfolded, Uther gradually gained the upper hand, his holy light beginning to overpower Arthas's deathly energies. Nevertheless, Arthas was unwilling to accept defeat. He unleashed a final gambit, aiming to vanquish Uther in one fell swoop. At the moment Frostmourne clashed with the hammer of light, it suddenly flew from his grasp, momentarily disorienting Arthas. He began to ponder whether he should forsake the faith in holy light. Just as he contemplated, Frostmourne returned to Arthas's hand of its own accord, erupting with immense power to counter the hammer of light, forcing Uther to retreat and ultimately piercing his very being. In disbelief, Uther gazed at Arthas. Unable to comprehend why his former student had chosen the path of corruption, he slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with sorrow and disappointment. Arthas, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, stared at Frostmourne. Feeling the dark energies swirling within, his heart engulfed in confusion and turmoil. Before Uther fell, his thoughts drifted back to the past, reminiscing about the life of his beloved student, Arthas, that he recalled when Arthas, as a young and ambitious prince, exhibited such brilliance and potential. Uther had personally mentored him, imparting the teachings of the holy light and combat skills that he remembered the courage and determination Arthas had shown in battle, as well as his pursuit of justice. However, over time, darkness began to erode Arthas's heart. Uther recalled the tragedy at Stratholme, where Arthas made the heart-wrenching decision to slaughter the city's populace, despite Uther's attempts to intervene. His voice went unheard. He also remembered the moment Arthas sought Frostmourne, that cursed sword which consumed his soul, plunging him into madness and degradation. Uther felt profound regret and guilt, realizing he may have failed in his duty as a mentor, unable to save Arthas's soul. Yet, in his final moments, Uther harbored no resentment towards Arthas, that he understood that the path to corruption was shaped by myriad factors, and Arthas was merely a victim of darkness' allure. In the twilight of his life, Uther still held a flicker of hope for Arthas. He wished that one day, Arthas could find redemption from the darkness and return to the path of the holy light. Uther's consciousness gradually faded, his eyes gently closing as he departed this world. His heart brimmed with longing for his student and hopes for the future. When news of Uther's death spread, the Silver Hand Knights and the Hearthglen Guard led by Chanyu descended into chaos and despair. Their hearts were heavy with grief and loss, as if they had lost a dear friend and mentor. They could not accept this cruel reality, unable to fathom that Uther had left them forever. The Knights of the Silver Hand laid down their weapons, their faces etched with sorrow and hopelessness. They had vowed to protect Uther, to fight alongside him, yet now he was gone from their lives eternally. The knights were consumed by guilt and regret, feeling they had failed in their duty to protect Uther. The Hearthglen Guard led by Chanyu also succumbed to confusion and despair. They had once fought alongside Uther, resisting the onslaught of the Scourge together. They regarded Uther as their leader and mentor, but now he had departed from them forever. The soldiers of the guard laid down their weapons, their faces mirroring the profound sorrow and despair that enveloped them. They could not accept this harsh reality, unable to believe that Uther had left them in such a manner. In that moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in silence and sorrow. The hearts of the people were filled with grief and loss, as if they had lost a cherished friend and teacher. They could not accept this brutal truth, unable to comprehend that Uther had departed from them. The members of the Silver Hand exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and sorrow. They could not reconcile the fact of Uther's death, their hearts filled with hatred for the undead and self-reproach. Some knights began to lose their fighting spirit, their morale plummeting, unable to organize effective resistance. They felt adrift, uncertain of how to continue the fight. Chanyu and the Hearthglen Guard also felt the impact of Uther's death. They had relied on Uther's leadership and command. But now, they had lost their anchor and were unsure how to confront the undead onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the undead army launched a more ferocious attack, breaking through the defenses of the knights and the guard forces. The undead advanced mercilessly, brandishing decayed weapons and emitting chilling wails. The knights and the guard attempted to mount a counteroffensive, but their resolve had been shaken by Uther's death. Their fighting became chaotic, lacking coordination and cooperation. The undead exploited this weakness, swiftly encircling and annihilating them on the battlefield. Corpses piled high, blood staining the earth. The knights and guards scattered in search of survival, relentlessly pursued by the undead, unable to mount effective defense. Ultimately, the Silver Hand Knights and the Hearthglen Guard led by Chanyu were completely routed. They have lost the will to fight, relentlessly pursued by the undead to the Hearthglen. The battlefield is suffused with the aura of death and despair. This is a catastrophic defeat and a significant setback for humanity in its struggle against the undead. Upon the news of Arthas's annihilation of Lordaeron reaching Quel'Thalas, the reactions among the elven elite were varied. Some elves were struck with shock and fury, unable to fathom that this once noble prince could commit such heinous acts. Others felt a profound sense of hopelessness and helplessness, uncertain of how to confront this dire crisis. King Anasterian Sunstrider convened an emergency meeting with the elven leaders to devise a strategy. During the assembly, some elves advocated for a robust response against Arthas. while others urged for a diplomatic approach, seeking negotiations with him. Ultimately, King Anasterion opted for a peaceful resolution, dispatching envoys to Lordaeron in hopes of dialogue and a peaceful solution. However, Arthas rebuffed the elves' overtures for peace, leading his undead army onward toward Quel'Thalas. The elves were compelled to take up arms to defend their homeland. In the ensuing conflict, the elves exhibited unwavering resolve and valor. They wielded their magic and archery skills to inflict significant damage upon the undead. Nevertheless, the sheer numbers of the undead proved overwhelming, and the elves gradually found themselves in dire straits. In a crucial moment, some elves rose to the occasion, choosing to sacrifice their lives to protect their homeland. They unleashed potent spells, merging their souls with the World Tree to form a formidable shield, safeguarding Quel'Thalas. Through a collective effort, the undead were ultimately repelled. Quel'Thalas was preserved, but the elves paid a grievous price. This battle imparted a profound realization to the elves. The threat of the undead was very real, and unity was essential to confront it. Upon hearing of Lordaeron's demise, many elves were engulfed in shock and sorrow. Their deep-seated bonds with Lordaeron, forged through battles fought side by side, made witnessing the land consumed by evil unbearable. An elder named Ileana, her eyes brimming with sorrow, tremulously proclaimed, "We once fought alongside the warriors of Lordaeron. Now, their homeland lies in ruins. This is a pain we cannot endure." Simultaneously, Arthas's atrocities instilled fear and concern among the elves. They recognized that the threat of the scourge loomed ever closer, and the fall of Lordaeron might merely herald the beginning. Their own nation could face a similar fate. Queen Sylvanas understood the gravity of the situation and urgently summoned the commanders of the elven forces, resolutely stating, "We must be thoroughly prepared to confront the impending battle. We cannot allow the tragedy of Lordaeron to repeat itself." However, Arthas's actions deeply eroded the elves' trust in humanity. Some began to question whether humans were indeed trustworthy or capable of standing with them against the scourge. General Aurelia furrowed her brow, expressing her concerns. "We can no longer overly rely on human strength. We must depend on our own to defend our homeland." This sentiment of distrust gradually spread among the elves, exacerbating tensions in their relationship with humanity. Fueled by anger and a thirst for vengeance, some elves yearned to assemble an army, joining forces with other allies to confront Arthas and the Scourge, seeking retribution for the fall of Lordaeron. Elven Ranger General Sylvanas Windrunner gripped her bow tightly, her eyes gleaming with determination, declaring, "We shall make Arthas pay for his crimes." Her words ignited the flames of battle within the hearts of the elves. As Chunyu was transported back to Quel'Thalas, the sight before him tightened his heart. The elves were fervently preparing for the impending war. In the training grounds, elven warriors wielded their weapons with grace, their movements fluid as they demonstrated unwavering resolve. Artisans toiled in the blacksmith's forge, crafting various weapons and armor, the clanging of metal echoing like the drums of war. Archers darted through the woods, their arrows soaring like meteors, showcasing unparalleled marksmanship. A palpable tension enveloped the city as each individual made final preparations for the looming conflict. While strolling through the city, Chinyu encountered several elves, their faces etched with determination and resolve. Despite their busyness, there was no hint of panic. A priestess named Leah informed Chinyu that they were well prepared and would not allow the scourge to ravage their homeland. In conversing with Leah, Chinyu learned that the elves had implemented various measures to bolster their defenses. They erected watchtowers around the city, remaining vigilant of enemy movements. Additionally, the elves intensified their patrols to ensure the city's safety and stockpiled ample food and supplies in anticipation of a prolonged conflict. Chinyu also observed young elves training in combat techniques, their eyes filled with hope and confidence for the future. Though they understood the forthcoming battle would be brutal, they threw themselves into their training without hesitation. A young elven maiden named Elsa expressed to Chunyu her determination to contribute to the defense of their homeland, even at the cost of her life. Through his interactions with the elves, Chinyu felt their unwavering resolve and confidence regarding the war, and he too resolved to join their ranks in the fight against the scourge. He understood that this would be a grueling battle, but with collective effort, they could overcome any adversity and bring peace and tranquility to their world. With a furrowed brow and a hint of concern in his gaze, Chinyu turned to Sylvanas. Slowly uttering, "Sylvanas, we meet again. I have an important discovery to share with you." Sylvanas lifted her chin slightly, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes as she replied, "Oh, what discovery, Chinyu?" Taking a deep breath, Chinyu continued, "It pertains to Darkan. After some investigation, I have uncovered clues that suggest he may very well be a traitorous elf. We must remain vigilant and take precautionary measures." Sylvanas's brow furrowed even deeper as she inquired, "What leads you to this conclusion?" With a serious expression, Chinyu responded, "I have found evidence of frequent contact between Darkan and the Scourge. He appears to be providing them with intelligence and may even be covertly assisting their operations. This poses a tremendous threat to us." Sylvanas's gaze sharpened, her tone grave as she stated, "If your suspicions are accurate, we must proceed with caution. Darkan is a formidable mage. His betrayal could have severe repercussions for our cause." Chinyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent. I recommend that we enhance our surveillance of Darkan, closely monitoring his every move. Simultaneously, we must prepare for potential acts of treachery and devise appropriate plans." After a moment of contemplation, Sylvanas replied, "Very well, Chinyu, we will take the necessary measures. Thank you for your alertness. We must remain vigilant and not allow traitors to undermine our plans," Chinyu resolutely declared. "Exactly, we must unite and confront our enemies together. Should any irregularities arise, you must inform me immediately." Sylvanas nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, Chinyu. Let us work together to protect our homeland." That moment, both their gazes were filled with unwavering determination. They understood that in the face of potential threats, only through unity and vigilance could they ensure the safety of themselves and their homeland. In the distance, the sound of horns echoed through the air, resonant and profound, as if heralding the arrival of war. All the elves instinctively raised their heads to gaze into the distance. The borders of Quel'Thalas, Arthas led his undead army, treading upon decayed land as they advanced toward the elven territories. Their steps were resolute and powerful, carrying an air of death that seemed to make the very earth tremble. The vastness of the undead army was daunting, composed of various deathly beings, skeletal soldiers, zombies, wraiths, and liches among them. These soulless creatures obeyed only Arthas's commands, charging forward with mindless fervor. Their bodies exuded a putrid stench, and their vacant, cold eyes sent shivers down one spine. At the forefront of the undead horde stood the defense line of the High Elves. The elves are exceptional warriors, adept in the art of archery and the wielding of magic. They stand resolutely behind the defensive line, anxiously awaiting the advance of the undead. Their gazes are filled with unwavering determination and valor, fully prepared to fight for the sanctity of their homeland. As the undead horde draws near, the elves commence their assault. They unleash a flurry of arrows upon the undead, preventing them from advancing. The sound of bowstrings resonates in a rhythmic symphony as arrows rain down upon their foes. Numerous skeletal soldiers and zombies fall victim to the elves' lethal precision. Yet a greater number of the undead breach the line, surging towards the elves with relentless fervor. Undeterred, the elves engage in a desperate struggle, wielding their weapons and magic to combat the encroaching menace. Their swordsmanship is fierce, with each strike cleaving through an undead adversary. Concurrently, elven mages begin to cast their spells, inflicting devastating harm upon the undead. Elemental forces of fire, frost, and lightning wreak havoc on the battlefield, turning the undead to ashes. The clash of battle is brutal. With both sides suffering grievous losses, the elves' defenses gradually crumble under the relentless assault of the undead, compelling them to retreat. The undead pursue relentlessly, offering the elves no respite. Throughout the chaos, Arthas observes the unfolding battle. He notes the elves' formidable combat prowess and effective tactics. If the undead continue their offensive in such a manner, they may incur significant losses. Thus, Arthas resolves to alter his strategy. He commands several liches to employ dark magic to assail the elves. These liches, the sorcerers of the undead army, wield potent dark spells. As their incantations fill the air, a palpable aura of dread begins to envelop the battlefield. The elves sense an invisible pressure weighing upon them, slowing their movements. The dark magic further saps their strength and will, plunging them into a state of fear and disarray. Under the onslaught of dark magic, the elves succumb to confusion. Their offensive and defensive capabilities are severely diminished, rendering them ineffective against the undead's relentless advance. Arthas seizes the opportunity and commands his forces to launch a full-scale assault. The undead surge forward, finally breaching the elves' defenses. They flood into elven territory, commencing a brutal slaughter. Despite their valiant resistance, the overwhelming numbers of the undead and the debilitating effects of dark magic leave the elves in dire straits. Many elves perish in battle, their bodies falling amidst pools of blood. The entire Quel'Thalas descends into chaos and panic. As Arthas leads the Scourge into the Sunstrider Grove, they are met with a barrage of attacks from countless Blood Elves. These Blood Elves, a faction of the High Elves, are skilled in archery and magic, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Scourge's incursion. The Blood Elves unleash their powerful archery skills, a torrential downpour of arrows raining upon the Scourge. Each arrow finds its mark among the Scourge soldiers, inflicting substantial damage. Some soldiers are struck down immediately, while others are wounded, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The soldiers of the Scourge raise their shields in a futile attempt to withstand the Blood Elves' onslaught. Nevertheless, the arrows possess tremendous penetrating power, and even with shielded defense, the soldiers feel the force of the impacts. Arthas, witnessing the Blood Elves' assault, is consumed by a surge of wrath. He recognizes them as his adversaries, and their complete annihilation is imperative. He commands the mages of the Scourge to unleash their own magical onslaught against the Blood Elves. The Scourge's mages begin to chant incantations, conjuring dark energies that coalesce into massive spheres of shadow. These spheres are hurled towards the Blood Elves, exploding upon impact and unleashing powerful shockwaves. The Blood Elves are thrown back by the force, some perishing instantly, while others are grievously injured, incapacitated in the chaos. Seizing the moment, Arthas leads his soldiers in a charge, weapons raised as they advance upon the Blood Elves. The Blood Elves, while fiercely resisting, find themselves outnumbered and overwhelmed by the Scourge's might. Amidst the fierce combat, some Blood Elves attempt to cast spells to thwart the Scourge's advance. However, the mages of the Scourge counter with anti-magic spells, nullifying the Blood Elves' efforts. As time progresses, the Blood Elves find themselves increasingly disadvantaged. Their defenses are breached, and soldiers begin to flee in desperation. Arthas perceives the glimmer of victory and urges his forces to relentlessly pursue the Blood Elves. During the pursuit, Arthas encounters a Blood Elf leader, an agile female adept in potent magic. Determined to confront her himself, he charges forward, brandishing his weapon. The Blood Elf leader, upon sighting Arthas, momentarily reflects fear, yet does not falter. Instead, she channels her magic to retaliate. Arthas feels a rush of exhilaration as he senses her formidable power. He knows that defeating her is crucial in obliterating the Blood Elf threat. Thus, he unleashes his ultimate technique, surrounding himself with a formidable dark energy that coalesces into a colossal sphere of shadow. He propels this sphere towards the Blood Elf leader. As the Blood Elf leader witnesses the oncoming attack, despair flickers in her eyes. Yet she persists, summoning her most potent spell, but a massive bow materializes in her hands, which she draws taut, releasing an arrow aimed directly at the dark sphere. Upon collision, a resounding explosion reverberates through the air as the sphere detonates, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The Blood Elf leader is struck by the force, propelled backward, and blood spills from her lips as she collapses to the ground. With the Blood Elf leader vanquished, a wave of triumph surges through Arthas. He leads his soldiers in the continued pursuit of the Blood Elves. Determined to eradicate them entirely, I end this confrontation. The Scourge incurs some losses, yet secures a momentous victory, successfully annihilating the Blood Elves and laying a solid foundation for their invasion. The Scourge retaliates, wielding their magic and weaponry against the Blood Elves. The forest reverberates with cries of battle and the clash of arms. The Blood Elves fight fiercely, momentarily suppressing the Scourge. However, Arthas' overwhelming strength, coupled with the prowess of Frostmourne, allows him to withstand their assaults and inflict considerable damage upon the Blood Elves. Despite the Blood Elves' valiant resistance, They ultimately cannot halt Arthas and his scourge. This battle leaves a dark scar of death upon the Sunstrider Grove. Sylvanas and her ranger forces utilize the forest-esque terrain for guerrilla tactics, striving to impede the encroaching undead. Sylvanas exhibits remarkable combat skills, her arrows striking true against many undead soldiers. Yet, Arthas' power exceeds her expectations. He wields Frostmourne, systematically toppling Sylvanas' comrades. The High Elves stand at either end of the bridge, anxiously observing the advancing enemy. Their faces pale, eyes betraying a resolute sorrow. They understand that this bridge is the critical pathway for the enemy's incursion into their homeland. Destroying it could grant them precious time to fortify their defenses. Sylvanas silently regards her soldiers, taking a deep breath before issuing her final command. Prepare to blow the bridge. The soldiers nod solemnly, commencing the installation of explosives. As the enemy draws nearer, Sylvanas raises a torch, her gaze resolute and unwavering. She comprehends that this act will irrevocably alter their fates. Yet, for the sake of their homeland and loved ones, they have no alternative. Ignite. Sylvanas' voice pierces the silence as the soldiers light the fuses. The explosives beneath the bridge erupt with a thunderous blast, sending debris and dust soaring through the air. The Elven Rangers watch as the enemy is thwarted by the severed bridge, unable to advance further. A glimmer of hope igniting within them. They realize that the destruction of the bridge has afforded them invaluable time. However, they are acutely aware that this war has only just begun, and they must steadfastly defend their homeland. As the enemy descends into chaos and retreat, the High Elves quietly depart from the shattered bridge. Their faces reflect unwavering resolve and determination, fully cognizant that the struggle is far from over. Yet they have displayed unparalleled courage and unwavering resolve. For their homeland, they shall never falter. Sylvanas lay upon the ground, her breath faint, her body succumbing to the encroaching chill. Arthas stood beside her, the Frostmourne in his grasp radiating a cold luminescence. He cast his gaze down upon Sylvanas, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Despite her status as his adversary, her bravery and tenacity commanded his admiration. Nevertheless, his mission remained unyielding. He must press onward, annihilating all forces that opposed him. Arthas raised Frostmourne, poised to deliver Sylvanas her final blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he hesitated. He recalled her past as the Ranger General of the High Elves, fighting valiantly to defend her homeland. A mad notion began to blossom within his mind. He resolved to transform Sylvanas into an undead banshee, binding her as his loyal follower. Thus, she would be forever barred from returning to her homeland and unable to continue her resistance against him. Arthas focused his will, channeling the power of Frostmourne into Sylvanas' form. Her body began to transform, her skin pallid, her eyes igniting with a blue glow. Her life force was suspended at death's threshold. Yet she did not fully perish. When the transformation concluded, Sylvanas opened her eyes. The defiance and hatred that once burned within them were replaced with a hollow bewilderment. She had become an undead banshee, eternally shackled to Arthas' dominion. Arthas regarded her with a nod of satisfaction, fully aware that Sylvanas would become one of his most formidable weapons. Her combat prowess and leadership would bestow immense advantages upon his army. Sylvanas rose, emanating an aura of frost. Silently, she followed Arthas, now a steadfast adherent. Though a sliver of her former self lingered within, she could no longer resist Arthas' control. Arthas stood at the precipice of the shattered bridge, his countenance cold as he surveyed the raging river before him. His gaze betrayed a resolute and merciless intent, as if the lives of these undead were mere instruments to realize his ambitions. He raised Frostmourne, the blade shimmering with an icy brilliance, as though resonating with his will. Arthas proclaimed with a voice both cold and firm, "Undead, heed my command. With your bodies, pave our path to victory." The undead obeyed without hesitation, obediently plunging into the river, one after another, like a silent battalion. Their forms sank beneath the water, yet they did not vanish. Instead, their bones and flesh began to meld, intertwining to gradually form a robust bridge. This bridge, forged from the cadavers of the undead, entwined with skeletal remains and decaying flesh, exuded a repugnant stench. However, For Arthas and his forces, it served as their passage forward, an essential route to triumph. The undead bore their suffering in silence, their souls long since ensnared by Frostmourne. Unable to defy Arthas's will, they executed his commands selflessly, using their very bodies to lay the groundwork for him. As time wore on, the bridge of the undead lengthened, extending to the opposite shore. Arthas and his army stepped upon this bridge without a trace of hesitation, their footsteps echoing upon the bodies of the fallen. A mockery of their sacrifice. When the last of the undead leapt into the river, the bridge was finally completed. Arthas stood at its end, glancing back at those who had once fought for him. Within him resided no shred of compassion, only an insatiable thirst for victory. He turned forward, leading his army onward. The bridge of the undead trembled beneath their weight, yet it did not collapse, steadfastly supporting their advance. This was a ruthless and brutal endeavor. Arthas had paved his path to victory with the lives of the undead, and those undead could only silently serve as stepping stones for his ambition. The bridge of the undead quaked beneath the tread of Arthas and his army, yet it held firm, preventing their fall into the river. The forces surged continuously across the bridge, the sound of their footsteps and the clatter of hooves reverberating through the bodies below, as if desecrating the innocent souls. Once the final soldier crossed the bridge, Arthas turned, confronting those who had once fought in his name. His gaze was devoid of mercy, as if these undead were nothing more than expendable pawns. He raised Frostmourne, issuing his next command with fervor. "Advance. Our objective is the gates of Silvermoon." The undead, without a moment's hesitation, dutifully executed Arthas's every directive, even if it meant facing further combat and death. The towering walls of Silvermoon stood as an impregnable barrier against external threats. Yet, at this moment, these fortifications faced an unprecedented challenge. Arthas's undead army surged forth like a relentless tide, their overwhelming numbers instilling a profound sense of despair. Once living beings had returned in death, fueled by fervent hatred for life and an insatiable zeal for death. The guardians upon the walls fought valiantly, employing bows, catapults, and boiling oil in a desperate attempt to thwart the advance of the undead. The ground below was littered with the remains of the fallen, yet the undead pressed on, undeterred. Arthas observed from a distance, his eyes gleaming with cold determination, but he understood that while the defenses of Silvermoon were formidable, they could ultimately not withstand his relentless onslaught. He sought not merely the fall of the city, but to instill terror in the hearts of all living beings. The battle had raged for 3 days, yet the wall remained steadfast. Behind Arthas, siege engines began to roll forth, soon joining the ranks of the assault. Under the concentrated attack of the undead army, cracks began to appear in the wall. Some undead scaled the battlements, engaging the defenders in brutal close combat. The guardians wielded swords and axes, fighting for their lives, but the undead seemed tireless, unyielding in their advance. Just as the wall was on the brink of collapse, Chenyu emerged with a mysterious battalion, appearing behind the lines of the undead army. Clad in black robes and wielding shimmering staffs, these powerful mages unleashed spells upon the undead ranks, sowing chaos amidst their ranks. The defenders of Silvermoon seized upon this glimmer of hope, launching a counteroffensive. The undead forces began to disintegrate beneath the renewed assault, but Arthas remained unfazed. He knew that this conflict was merely the beginning. He would regroup his forces and continue his assault on Silvermoon. The battle raged on for an extended period, yet the walls of Silvermoon still stood resolute. Although Arthas's undead army suffered setbacks, they were not extinguished. They retreated into the shadows, biding their time for the next opportunity to strike. The people of Silvermoon, having felt the chill of death encroaching upon them, understood that only through unity could they withstand Arthas's menace. They began fortifying their defenses, preparing for the inevitable resurgence of the undead army. This night descended. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting an air of mystery over Silvermoon. Yet tonight's sky was unlike any other, as a multitude of strange bats suddenly appeared, engaging the sentinels of Silvermoon in fierce combat. These bats were of colossal size, their wings spanning several meters, their skin a sickly shade of dark gray, with eyes glowing with an eerie red hue. Unlike ordinary bats, they bore sharp fangs, seemingly designed to rend their foes asunder. The sentinels of Silvermoon, well-trained, swiftly organized their defenses, employing bows and shields to repel the onslaught of the bats. However, these creatures were ferocious, darting through the air with astonishing speed, evading the sentinels' attacks before swooping down to strike with their razor-sharp claws and fangs. The sentinels fought valiantly, yet the sheer number of bats overwhelmed them. An unending tide of fury in the chaos. Some sentinels fell, injured, while the bats grew increasingly frenzied in their assault. In this dire moment, the commanders of Silvermoon responded swiftly. They summoned the mages and archers within the city. Forming a stronger defensive force, the mages unleashed powerful spells, ensnaring the bats within magical confines, while the archers rained arrows from afar, delivering lethal blows to the creatures. After an intense struggle, the sentinels of Silvermoon finally repelled the bizarre bats. They had showcased resilience and valor in their defense, successfully safeguarding their city. In the aftermath of the battle, the people were left bewildered and concerned by the sudden appearance of these bats. They commenced an investigation into the origins of the bats, harboring the hope of discovering a solution to the predicament and ensuring the safety of Silvermoon City. Meanwhile, Arthas led his army through the ruins of Silvermoon, their footsteps resonating ominously in the profound silence. The undead silently trail behind him, their eyes vacant and bewildered, as if they had lost all sense of purpose in life. Ultimately, they arrived before the grand gates of Silvermoon. This once resplendent city had now succumbed to desolation. Yet, the gates remained steadfastly shut, as if defending the last vestiges of dignity. Arthas halted, fixating on the closed gates, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that crossing this threshold would enable him to fulfill his ambitions and conquer this land. For the glory of the Lich King, he bellowed, the Frostmourne in his grasp glimmering with a chilling light. The undead echoed his cry, their voices coalescing into a formidable force, surging toward the gates. The guardians of Silvermoon stood resolute upon the walls, their faces pale yet resolute. They were acutely aware that this would be a battle to the death. Nevertheless, they were determined to defend their homeland until their last breath. The battle's horn sounded throughout the battlefield, as Arthas and his forces engaged in fierce combat with the defenders of Silvermoon. Blood soaked the earth, intertwining the remnants of the undead with the corpses of the living. Crafting a harrowing tableau, amidst the chaos, Arthas wielded Frostmourne with ruthless efficiency, mercilessly slaying every foe that obstructed his path. His strength and ruthlessness rendered him a nightmare on the battlefield, unmatched by any adversary. In the end, the guardians of Silvermoon were vanquished, the gates shattered, and Arthas, along with his army, surged into the once glorious city. Wherever they tread, devastation and death followed, an atmosphere of fear and despair enveloping the ruins. Arthas stood at the heart of Silvermoon, his gaze cold and resolute. He realized he had achieved his goal. This land would now belong to him. Yet within him a voice whispered, filled with anguish and regret. His former humanity's conscience cried out. But he forcefully suppressed that voice, reminding himself that for the glory of the Lich King, he must forge ahead unwaveringly. The fall of Silvermoon marked Arthas's triumph, yet it was a Pyrrhic victory. Beneath his feet lay countless corpses of both the undead and the living, this once beautiful city now reduced to ruins. Arthas turned away, his steps resolute and unwavering. He understood his mission was far from complete. He must continue onward, conquering more lands to pave the way for the Lich King's return. Behind him, the undead silently followed, their eyes devoid of life and clarity. They had become mere instruments of Arthas, stripped of self-awareness and the meaning of existence. This is a tale of power, ambition, and annihilation. Arthas paved his path to victory with the lives of the undead. Yet along this path, he also forfeited his humanity and conscience. Outside the palace of Silvermoon, King Darkondrather led the royal guards in a desperate resistance against Arthas's undead army. Chunyu, a formidable mage, was tasked with his protection. The tide of the undead surged forth. Seemingly endless in number, Chunyu wielded his staff, chanting incantations, unleashing powerful spells. His magic erupted like dazzling fireworks, fireballs, ice shards, and bolts of lightning cascading from his hands, inflicting tremendous damage upon the undead. The undead crumbled to ashes under his magical onslaught. King Darkon Drather was equally relentless, brandishing his longsword as he engaged the undead in close combat. His swordsmanship was as swift as the wind, each stroke finding its mark with lethal precision. Chenyu and King Darkon Drather collaborated seamlessly. Chenyu conjured a favorable battlefield for the king, enabling him to approach the undead and deliver fatal strikes, while the king's swordsmanship safeguarded Chenyu from the undead's advances. Through their combined efforts, the undead's assaults were repeatedly repelled. However, the undead would not relent easily. They continued to adapt their tactics and launched more ferocious attacks. Chenyu and King Darkon Drather faced mounting pressure. Yet, they stood resolute, firmly guarding Silvermoon. They understood that only by persevering could they protect themselves and their homeland. During a moment of combat, King Darkon Drather inadvertently glimpsed the state of Silvermoon behind him, his heart plummeting at the sight. Once a magnificent city, it was now suffused with the stench of death and carnage. The walls lay in ruins, houses ablaze, streets strewn with corpses and debris. The undead ruthlessly slaughtered every living soul in their path, their blades glinting with cold malice, severing the threads of life without mercy. These undead harbored no compassion. Their eyes only reflected slaughter and death, showing no leniency to the living. Neither elves nor any other beings could escape their grasp. King Darkon Drather beheld his people collapsing in pools of blood, their expressions filled with terror and despair. Some elves attempted to resist, but their efforts seemed futile against the overwhelming might of the undead. The undead's sheer numerical advantage obliterated all, their blades and claws mercilessly tearing flesh from bone. The gardens and squares of Silvermoon transformed into desolation. Flowers withered, sculptures shattered. The once beautiful vistas were reduced to crumbling ruins. A desolate wasteland. King Darkon Drather's heart ached in anguish. He realized the city had lost its former glory, devolving into a wasteland ravaged by the undead. Yet he had no time for sorrow. He knew he must summon his strength. Turning to face the enemy, his eyes ignited with the flames of fury. He vowed that regardless of the cost, he would protect Silvermoon and avenge his fallen people. King Darkon Drather stood upon the walls of Silvermoon, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Confronted by the surging tide of the undead, he showed no sign of retreat. He wielded his longsword, unleashing a final battle cry as he charged into the fray. His sword traced a brilliant arc through the air, severing the heads of one undead after another. Yet ultimately, he was but a solitary figure. The undead were inexhaustible, surging like a relentless tide, overwhelming him. His body became a canvas of wounds, blood staining his armor. Nevertheless, he fought on until his last breath. Ultimately, King Darkon Drather fell to the ground, his eyes filled with defiance and rage. His body grew cold, but his spirit would forever reside in the hearts of the people of Silvermoon. The blizzard continued to descend relentlessly, the wind howling, mingled with ice and snow, creating a world of white. Amidst this tempest, Chenyu, the mage, waged a desperate battle against the undead scourge. Clad in a black mage's robe, his staff shimmered with a purplish glow. His expression was resolute, his demeanor grim, facing the oncoming tide of undead without a hint of retreat. The soldiers of the undead scourge donned decaying armor, wielding rusted weapons, their eyes glinting with malevolence. They surged forth like a tide, emitting guttural growls, seeking to engulf Chenyu. Chenyu intoned ancient incantations, unleashing potent spells. With a wave of his staff, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, decimating a group of undead soldiers. A mere flick of his finger conjured flames from the ground, incinerating the approaching undead into ash. His gaze sharpened. A surge of formidable power erupted from his being, repelling the surrounding undead. Around Chenyu, the wind and snow howled. Magic and undead forces clashed, crafting a dazzling and spectacular scene of battle. His figure flickered amidst the blizzard, resembling a deity battling in an icy realm. Arthas scrutinized the human mage Chenyu, curiosity and skepticism glinting in his gaze. Chenyu's face was obscured by a hood, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet the aura of magic emanating from him spoke of his immense power. "You have followed me since the plague incident." Arthas's voice was cold and deep, laced with a hint of caution. Chunyu nodded slightly, his voice sharp as the biting wind. "Indeed, Prince Arthas, I have been observing you. I have witnessed your power and your madness. The plague and death you have wrought have plunged the entire kingdom into chaos and fear." A hint of disdain flickered across Arthas's face as he inquired, "So, are you here to thwart me? Do you truly believe you can stand alone against me and my legion of the undead?" Chunyu's gaze remained resolute and serene as he replied, "I do not come to impede you. Arthas, I am well aware of your ambitions, your desire to annihilate this world and forge a kingdom of your own. Yet you are mistaken. Your actions will only beget further suffering and devastation." Had Arthas's eyes hardened with icy resolve. "Then why do you persist in following me? You ought to flee alongside those weaklings or join my ranks as my servant." Chunyu shook his head. "I follow you to seek a means, a way to halt your advance. That I believe that deep within you, there remains a flicker of conscience and reason, that I hope to awaken that in you, to make you see the consequences of your deeds." Arthas fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Oh, you truly think you can change me? Do you believe you can save this world?" "You are naive. Chunyu, I have transcended the limits of mortality. I am the embodiment of death itself. Invincible." Chunyu sighed. "Perhaps you are indeed invincible, but we cannot afford to surrender. Even if but a sliver of hope remains, we must strive for it. For if we do not, the entirety of the world shall be consumed by your madness. Furthermore, Your Highness, all that you have experienced is merely a game. What lies ahead is your journey to the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, and subsequently summon Archimonde. The Burning Legion will dismiss you outright. Everything that unfolds is already predetermined." That IT felt as though a fateful game was at play, with Arthas cast as the protagonist, manipulated toward a specific conclusion. Every choice, every action, unfolded according to a scripted narrative. Once he believed himself free, endowed with will and agency. Yet now, doubts began to creep in. Was all of this merely an illusion? The goals he pursued, the challenges he faced, perhaps were all designed to steer him toward that inescapable fate. Lost in contemplation, Arthas pondered his existence and significance. That if all was predestined, what worth did his struggles and endeavors hold? Was this simply a futile farce? A scenario where he was but a marionette? Did this mean his demise was also preordained? He queried, "I shall not perish here. You cannot slay me. I will await your arrival at the Sunwell." Chunyu replied confidently. That Arthas's eyes flashed with irritation. He despised being underestimated, particularly by this human mage who shadowed his every step. "You are overly confident, Chunyu. You presume to control everything, yet you are but a mortal. Your life rests in my hands." Arthas raised Frostmourne, pointing it menacingly at Chunyu. Chunyu smiled knowingly. He was aware of Arthas's might, yet he had his own schemes. This is not arrogance, it is certainty. Though your power is formidable, you cannot alter the course of fate. Everything has been set in motion. You are merely following the script. Arthas furrowed his brow, displeased by such insinuations. He had always believed he was in pursuit of freedom and power, but now it appeared he was merely being led by destiny. "You assert that everything is predetermined. Does that extend to our battle as well?" he asked. Chunyu nodded. "Indeed, our fight is also fated. However, this does not imply that we are devoid of choice. You may choose to continue your quest for power and desire, or you may opt to alter your destiny." Arthas was plunged into contemplation, beginning to question the significance of his actions. "That I do not believe in fate. I believe solely in my own strength," he ultimately declared. Chunyu sighed. "Then let us use our powers to determine our fates." In unison, they charged at each other, igniting an intense clash. Their powers collided, unleashing a torrent of energy and force. This was a battle destined to unfold. Neither Arthas nor Chunyu could evade their fates. They were left with no choice but to wield their strength and conviction to shape their futures. Standing opposite one another, the air around them seemed to solidify. Their gazes locked, each feeling the formidable aura radiating from the other. Arthas struck first, swinging Frostmourne with ferocity towards Chunyu. Chunyu deftly sidestepped, conjuring a staff to unleash a fiery spell upon Arthas. Arthas parried the flames with Frostmourne, the cold emanating from the blade clashing against the fire, producing a hissing sound. Seizing the moment, Chun Yu began reciting an incantation, casting a frost nova that ensnared Arthas within icy spikes. With a tremendous effort, Arthas broke free from the ice, his eyes gleaming with a sinister red light as dark power surged within him. He summoned the Scourge, a horde of skeletons and zombies clawing their way from the earth toward Chun Yu. Unfazed, Chun Yu wielded his staff, casting a mass healing spell that nullified the Scourge's assault. Simultaneously, he summoned a fire phoenix that soared toward Arthas. Arthas cleaved through the fire phoenix with Frostmourne, yet the phoenix, in its final moments, unleashed a formidable blaze that forced Arthas to retreat a few steps. Chun Yu seized the opportunity to launch a rapid series of assaults, first striking Arthas with a bolt of lightning, then encasing him in ice with Frostblade. Arthas struggled against the frost. Anger etched on his face, he raised Frostmourne, preparing to deliver a final blow to Chun Yu. Chun Yu blocked the strike with his staff, but the sheer force propelled him backward. Both combatants appeared fatigued, momentarily halting their onslaught to catch their breath. This confrontation had endured for an extended period, yet neither had emerged victorious. Suddenly, a smile graced Chun Yu's lips as he glanced towards the sunwell, where an extraordinary light began to emanate. "Arthas, I shall await you at the sunwell," he proclaimed. Arthas turned to see the well's entrance radiating with immense energy. Realization dawned upon him, his expression transforming to one of horror. "No, this cannot be," he bellowed. Ignoring Arthas, Chun Yu commenced the final incantation, vanishing before Arthas' eyes. Just before disappearing, he declared, "I am aware of your predetermined fate. Recall what I once told you during the plague investigation, that the king would not send his son to investigate." Though Chun Yu had vanished, his voice lingered in the air. Arthas found himself reflecting on Chun Yu's earlier words, recalling their conversation during the plague inquiry. Now, it appeared that all of this was indeed fated. Confronted by this revelation, Arthas felt a profound confusion and helplessness. He was uncertain of his next steps or the nature of his destiny. All he could do was stand silently, awaiting the arrival of fate. Kel'Thuzad floated nearby, observing Arthas with curiosity. "What troubles you, Death Knight? Have you found yourself ensnared in thought?" Arthas raised his gaze to the hovering figure of Kel'Thuzad, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. He thought to himself how the necromancer's incessant chatter grated on his nerves. "Disregard him. We shall press onward," Arthas stated, his voice cold and resolute. "Yes, my master," Kel'Thuzad replied, then turned to command the other undead soldiers. "Advance toward the sunwell. In Quel'Thalas, there lies a mysterious and potent well known as the Sunwell. This well is one of the purest and most powerful sources of magic in Azeroth, its energies ceaselessly nourishing the land. The waters of the Sunwell are crystal clear, resembling a mirror that reflects the stars and clouds above. The radiance emanating from the well sparkles like the sun, illuminating all that surrounds it. Encircling the well are exquisite stone carvings that depict the history and legends of Quel'Thalas. The energy of the Sunwell can be harnessed to cast formidable spells. It is a sanctum for the High Elves. The waters possess the power to heal wounds and bestow strength and vitality upon those who partake. Tiom Meni. The Sunwell symbolizes hope and power, serving as a reminder of the greatness of magic and its latent perils. Whether friends or foes, all are filled with a profound reverence for the Sunwell. Chun Yu stepped into the Sunwell. The sight before him left him in awe. The once resplendent Sunwell now lay shrouded in chaos and ruin. Here he beheld countless refugees from Silvermoon City, their faces etched with terror and fatigue, their eyes revealing deep-seated anxieties about the future. These displaced souls wore tattered garments, many bearing wounds, having fled their homes devastated by the cataclysm, seeking refuge within the Sunwell. The square of the Sunwell was teeming with refugees, some seated, others lying down, huddled together in search of warmth and solace. The cries of children echoed through the throng, piercing the heart. Some families had lost loved ones, clinging to one another as tears flowed unceasingly. Chun Yu observed the refugees constructing makeshift tents, striving to carve out a semblance of safety amidst the turmoil. They gathered around fires to warm themselves and share their meager rations. The faces of all were etched with suffering and helplessness. In this poignant scene, Chinyu felt the immense destruction wrought by war and the suffering of humanity. He resolved to contribute in whatever capacity he could to help these refugees rekindle their hope and the courage to live anew. Chinyu, we cannot allow these innocents to be victimized by the scourge of the undead. We must escort them away from this place with urgency, Your Highness. Lordaeron. Indeed, Chinyu, we need to devise a detailed plan to ensure their safe passage. Hagelin Brightwing. We can utilize magic to shield these civilians. Chinyu, can your magical abilities assist us? Chinyu. Certainly. I shall do my utmost. I can employ various spells to protect the civilians, such as erecting magical barriers or utilizing healing magics. Archmidromath. Very well. Chinyu, we will also require warriors to safeguard the civilians from potential undead assaults. Chinyu, I can also partake in the combat. I possess some experience in battle and can lend my strength to protect the innocents. Lordaeron. Excellent. Chinyu, we must unite our efforts to safeguard these civilians. Hagelin Brightwing. We must also ensure the supply of food and water for them. Chinyu, could you assist in organizing volunteers to provide essential supplies and aid? Chinyu. Absolutely. I will collaborate with other volunteers to ensure the civilians have sufficient food and water. Archmidromath. We must also consider our route. Chinyu, you are familiar with this region. What suggestions do you have? Chinyu, I know of several relatively safe routes that can circumvent the forces of the undead, that we can cooperate with other survivors, helping one another in search of a secure passage. Lordaeron. Excellent. Chinyu, your advice and assistance are invaluable to us. Hagelin Brightwing. Let us act swiftly to secure the safety of these civilians and preserve hope for our future. Archmidromath. May the power of the Sunwell be with us, guiding us toward a brighter tomorrow. Chinyu. Additionally, once aboard the vessels, we should disperse the fleet to navigate in different directions to ensure we do not encounter the undead simultaneously. Lordaeron. That is a wise suggestion. Chinyu. Dispersing the fleet will mitigate the risk of a full-scale undead assault. Hagelin Brightwing. Then we must determine the course for each fleet and maintain communication along the way. Archmidromath. I can use magic to communicate with the other fleets, ensuring everyone remains apprised of the situation. Chinyu, we could also establish signal points along the route for fleet communication and agree on a rendezvous point a month hence. Lordaeron. Very well. Ramath will oversee magical communication, while you and Hagelin set up the signal points. Hagelin Brightwing. Simultaneously, we must contemplate how to provide timely support should any fleet encounter the undead. Chinyu, we can arrange for swift vessels to serve as support, ready to assist other fleets at any moment. Archmidromath. Furthermore, we must ensure that each fleet possesses adequate defensive strength to counter potential attacks. Lordaeron. Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent. The safety of the civilians is our paramount duty. Chinyu, during the fleet's dispersion, we must remain vigilant, prepared to confront any undead incursions. Hagelin Brightwing. Let us strive together to ensure the safety of these innocents. The vessels carrying the refugees slowly departed the harbor, venturing into the vast ocean. The expressions of those aboard were grave, their eyes revealing apprehensions and uncertainties about what lay ahead at the bow. Lordaeron, Hagelin Brightwing, Archmidromath, and Chinyu silently gazed into the distance, burdened with the solemn responsibility of protecting these refugees, their hearts filled with a sense of duty. Lordaeron spoke softly. We must proceed with utmost caution, ensuring the safety of the refugees. The threat of the undead looms omnipresent. We cannot afford any lapse in vigilance. Hagelin Brightwing nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must remain ever watchful, should any signs of danger arise. We must act immediately. Archmidromath closed his eyes, quietly attuning to the surrounding magical energies. I shall employ my magical prowess to detect any movements of the undead, should anything amiss occur. I will promptly alert you all. Chinyu gripped his staff tightly, his gaze resolute. Your Highness, I trust you will lead a contingent of warriors to patrol the ship, ensuring no undead board. Lordaeron nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with their resolve. We are the guardians of Silva Moon, and for the sake of our people, we must press forward, overcoming every hardship. the vessels gradually receded into the distance, disappearing beyond the horizon. Upon leaving the dock, Chun Yu discovered that the vanguard paladins of the Sunwell had already encountered the advanced forces of the undead. Both sides clashed fiercely, engaging in a brutal melee. The paladins wielded their hammers of holy light, raising them high as they unleashed righteous fury, while the undead retaliated with their skeletal remains and decayed weaponry, resulting in a fierce struggle upon the beach. Neither side yielding ground, the battle raged on. The ground became littered with corpses and debris, blood and wounds mingling with the sea breeze. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Chun Yu's heart surged with sorrow and rage. He resolved to lend his strength to this conflict, avenging those who had perished. The High Elf Knights, clad in resplendent armor and wielding gleaming longswords, galloped forth, launching wave after wave of assaults against the undead forces of Arthas. Their eyes burned with determination and fury, as if they sought to purge the world of all undead on the battlefield. The ranks of the undead surged forth like a relentless tide, their numbers overwhelming, moving swiftly and applying immense pressure on the High Elf Knights. Yet the knights did not falter. They stood united, forming an impenetrable line. Utilizing their exceptional horsemanship and combat prowess, the High Elf Knights continued to batter against the undead's front lines. Their swords traced arcs through the air, cleaving down one undead after another. The undead soldiers sought to invade the lands of the High Elves, yet the knights offered them no quarter. Under the relentless offensive of the High Elf Knights, the undead's formation began to waver. Some of the undead soldiers began to flee the battlefield, but many more chose to fight on, determined to buy time for their master, Arthas. The High Elf Knights showed no mercy, continuing their assault without pause. Ultimately, through their unwavering efforts, the undead army was decisively vanquished, forced to retreat. The High Elf Knights repelled Arthas's undead forces. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The remnants of the undead and the fallen High Elf Knights lay scattered across the once bloody ground, blood staining the earth, and the air heavy with the scent of death. Standing amidst the battlefield, the High Elf Knights bore the marks of battle, their armor smeared with blood and mud. Yet, their eyes shone with the joy of victory and unwavering resolve. They understood that this conflict was merely the beginning. They must continue to unite in opposition against the looming threat of the undead. During a lull in the fighting, the High Elf Knights began to clear the battlefield. Gathering spoils and tending to the wounded, they supported one another, facing together the traumas and fatigue wrought by battle. Despite their physical and mental exhaustion, not a trace of lethargy could be found among them. They were acutely aware that the undead scourge could launch another assault at any moment. Simultaneously, the mages of the High Elves commenced their incantations, healing the wounded and restoring their strength. Harnessing the power of nature, they provided formidable support and sanctuary for the knights of the High Elves. Within the encampment of the High Elves, a grand feast of celebration was underway. The knights gathered closely, sharing in the elation of victory and exchanging tales of their combat experiences. They offered mutual congratulations while also expressing profound sorrow for their fallen comrades. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, the leaders of the High Elves stepped forth. They conveyed their heartfelt respect and gratitude to the knights. Commending their bravery and indomitable spirit, they understood well that without these valiant knights, the High Elves might have succumbed to the undead scourge long ago. Yet the leaders recognized that the battle was far from over. They urged the knights to remain vigilant, to intensify their training, and to prepare for the next confrontation. They grasped that only through continuous enhancement of their own strength could they better defend their homeland against the encroachment of the undead. As the celebration drew to a close, the knights of the High Elves raised their goblets high, collectively vowing to steadfastly hold the line, to protect their homeland, and to fight for the glory of the High Elves. Their voices rang out, echoing through the heavens, articulating their confidence in the future and their yearning for victory. Although this battle had reached a temporary conclusion, the Knights of the High Elves were acutely aware that their mission remained unfinished. They would continue to press forward, engaging in relentless combat against the undead scourge for the future of the High Elves. More undead horrors surged forth, each more grotesque than the last. The immense, stitched monstrosity, its body a patchwork of countless shattered corpses, exuded a fetid stench. With every heavy step, it bore down upon the world, as if to rend it asunder. Eight-legged arachnids scuttled rapidly across the ground, their muscular limbs and razor-sharp claws ready to tear through enemy defenses. Cloaked in hardened exoskeletons, they seemed born to thrive in this realm of death. The flying stone gargoyles circled overhead, their wings shimmering with an eerie luminescence, casting vast shadows that blotted out the sun. These gargoyles loomed over the battlefield like ominous clouds, instilling a sense of endless dread and despair. The undead no longer disembarked from ships upon the shores. Instead, they followed Prince Arthas across the waters and through the skies. Mounted upon his undead steed, Arthas presented an imposing figure, his icy armor glinting with a chilling light. Wielding Frostmourne, wherever he tread, snow and ice swirled. The air thick with the scent of death, the undead scourge spread across the land, enveloping the world in darkness. Their numbers were unimaginable, as if the very earth had been consumed by them. In the sky, the wings of the gargoyles beat with a forceful wind, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun's light. Sunbeams filtered through the gargoyles' forms, casting mottled patches of illumination, yet offering no warmth or hope. Amidst this sea of the undead, the Knights of the High Elves felt unprecedented pressure and challenge. They must unite, showcasing their combat skills and courage in a desperate struggle against these malevolent beings. Only through steadfast belief and relentless fighting could they defend their homeland against the invasion of the undead. In this land besieged by the undead scourge, the Knights of the High Elves confronted challenges beyond anything they had ever faced. With resolute gazes, they gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to engage in a fierce struggle against their wicked foes. Prince Arthas swung Frostmourne, his eyes filled with murderous intent and cold ruthlessness. He commanded the undead army to launch a ferocious assault on the High Elves' defenses. The enormous stitched monstrosity emitted a low, guttural roar, its tendrils lashing against the ground like whips, leaving destruction in their wake. The eight-legged spiders scuttled across the battlefield with alarming speed, their venomous fangs gleaming with lethal promise, ready to strike down their enemies. Yet, the Knights of the High Elves refused to succumb to fear. They met the onslaught of the undead with unwavering faith and fearless courage. They formed tight ranks, their shields creating an impenetrable barrier. Through cooperation and mutual protection, they repelled the undead attacks. Their long swords gleamed with silver light as they unleashed a torrent of strikes, felling one undead foe after another. In the skies above, the gargoyles launched a fierce aerial assault. Their wings whipped up a tempest as they dove toward the High Elves' ranks. The knights reacted swiftly, countering the gargoyles with arrows and magic. Arrows flew like locusts, spells sparkled, intertwining and clashing with the dark powers of the gargoyles in midair. The intensity of the battle escalated, each moment fraught with the trials of life and death. The Knights of the High Elves understood that only through unity and the full expression of their combat potential could they survive this desperate conflict. They defended their homeland with blood and life, fighting for freedom and justice on this ravaged land. The Knights of the High Elves exhibited unparalleled courage and resolute will. Their fighting spirit would forever be etched in the annals of history, becoming a part of legend. Regardless of the enemy's might, they firmly believed that righteousness would ultimately triumph over evil and light would dispel darkness. Under the relentless assault of the undead scourge, the Knights of the High Elves gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite their valiant efforts, the sheer number and variety of the undead began to overwhelm them. Prince Arthas and his undead army continued their merciless onslaught. The colossal stitched monstrosity knocked the knights to the ground with its powerful tendrils, their armor creaking under immense pressure. The eight-legged spiders darted through the battlefield, their venomous fangs and sharp claws plunging the High Elves into peril. The gargoyles circled above, their wings stirring the air with the scent of death. They swooped down upon the High Elves, spewing forth flames that engulfed the knights in a fiery inferno. The knights fought valiantly against these assaults, but the relentless advance of the undead scourge proved too much to withstand. Their numbers dwindled, and their injuries grew increasingly severe. Some knights fell into pools of blood, their souls absorbed by the undead, becoming part of their ranks. Ultimately, The Knights of the High Elves were forced to retreat. Their defenses shattered. Their homeland fell into the hands of the undead scourge. Prince Arthas, astride his undead steed, surveyed the battlefield littered with the remnants of his foes, his victory casting an ominous shadow of fear across the world. By the command of the Lich King, Arthas brought the remains of Kel'Thuzad to the Sunwell. He immersed Kel'Thuzad's corpse in the sacred waters of the Sunwell, initiating the resurrection ritual. Arthas recited incantations and performed the rites. The holy waters of the Sunwell began to darken, and Kel'Thuzad's body gradually stirred to life. His eyes flickered open, glimmering with malevolence. His fingers trembled slightly, as if sensing the return of life. Seeing Kel'Thuzad revived, Arthas felt a surge of exhilaration that he believed he had successfully fulfilled the Lich King's will by resurrecting a powerful undead sorcerer. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had tainted the Sunwell. Bringing calamity upon the High Elves, the polluted waters of the Sunwell erupted with dark, malevolent energy, corroding everything in their vicinity. This force, like a curse, rendered the land barren. Towering spires and ornate structures crumbled under the weight of this power, transforming into mere ruins. Faced with this horrifying spectacle, the surviving High Elves were engulfed in despair. They had once considered the Sunwell their source of strength, never foreseeing that it would become tainted, leading to such catastrophic consequences that, in this dark hour, Chun Yu stepped forward, a mage of formidable magical prowess. He resolved to attempt to purify the corrupted Sunwell, striving to save the world, standing beside the Sunwell. Chun Yu concentrated his energy, commencing his magical incantations. His hands radiated brilliance as he chanted, powerful magic coalescing around him. Yet at the moment his magic interacted with the energy of the Sunwell, a cataclysmic event unfolded. A violent explosion erupted, its shockwave encompassing the entire island. The immense force leveled everything in its path, obliterating all traces of the undead scourge. The army of the undead scourge was utterly annihilated by the force of the explosion, their remnants and ashes strewn across every corner of the island. Chun Yu was hurled back by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Though gravely injured, his eyes still shimmered with steadfast resolve and determination. He understood that while his actions had triggered the explosion, they had also kindled a glimmer of hope for this world. As the tumult of the explosion subsided, a profound silence enveloped the island. Struggling to rise, Chun Yu beheld the mouth of the Sunwell, emanating a faint glow akin to a flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. The surface of the well's water appeared clearer than before, no longer embodying that dark and malevolent visage. However, despite the improved quality of the Sunwell's water, the surrounding environment remained inhospitable to human life. The land lay barren, flora withered, devoid of any semblance of vitality. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, rendering it suffocating and unbearable. But a thin veil of mist hovered over the well's waters, imparting a chilling aura. Approaching the well's edge, one could sense a faint pulse of magical energy. Yet, this magic was unstable, as if poised to erupt at any moment. It was plausible that perilous magical traps or curses lurked around the well, posing a threat to humanity. Perhaps remnants of dark forces or other unknown malevolent entities lay concealed beneath this land. Furthermore, the terrain surrounding the sun well might also be unfriendly to human habitation, characterized by rugged mountains, sheer cliffs, or treacherous swamps, all of which compounded the challenges of survival in this place. Arthas led the Lich King Kel'Thuzad back to the island, where they stood upon the shore, gazing out at the land once ravaged by the undead scourge. In an instant, the island's legions of the undead vanished, as if they had never existed. Arthas and Kel'Thuzad stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. The legions they had painstakingly assembled had now evaporated without a trace. They hastily advanced towards the Sunwell, eager to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Upon their arrival, they beheld a mysterious figure standing beside the well's waters. Chun Yu stood there quietly, exuding a formidable magical presence, the air around him seemingly warped by his power. His gaze was resolute and tranquil, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of Arthas and Kel'Thuzad. "Chun Yu, my old friend, how delightful it is to see you," Arthas declared loudly, his voice brimming with authority and ire. Chinyu turned to face Arthas and Kel'Thuzad, his expression inscrutable, simply replying, "Greetings, your highness, do you really believe you can stop us?" Kel'Thuzad mocked, "You are but a mere human. How could you possibly contend with the might of the undead scourge?" Chinyu refrained from responding to Kel'Thuzad's taunt. Instead, he extended a hand and waved it gently that a surge of powerful magical energy erupted from his palm, enveloping Kel'Thuzad and Arthas in an instant. That Kel'Thuzad felt the overwhelming strength of this force and attempted to resist, only to discover that their own powers paled in comparison. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as they were consumed by this overwhelming energy. Arthas brandished Frostmourne, launching an attack at Chinyu. Chinyu deftly sidestepped, and simultaneously, the ensnared Kel'Thuzad was liberated from the magical grip. Kel'Thuzad immediately unleashed dark magic, and the three became enmeshed in combat. In close quarters, Chinyu and the Lich King fought fiercely, while Kel'Thuzad rained down dark spells from afar. As the battle raged on, Chinyu's wounds multiplied, and he began to struggle against the combined assaults of Arthas and Kel'Thuzad. "Submit to me, mage," Arthas bellowed, his voice heavy with authority and pressure. Chinyu gritted his teeth, striving to hold himself upright. He recognized his disadvantage, yet he refused to concede. The resolute conviction surged within him. He would fight for the peace of the world, for the cause of justice. Suddenly, Chinyu felt an immense power welling up within him, that he closed his eyes, centering his focus, and unleashed an ultimate spell he had never before utilized. Chinyu activated an indomitable skill, rendering Arthas's and Kel'Thuzad's successive assaults utterly ineffective against him. This left them both astonished and perplexed. They had presumed Chinyu to be at the end of his strength, incapable of withstanding their onslaught. Yet now, he appeared to possess an invincible power, rendering their attacks futile. How is this possible? Kel'Thuzad muttered in disbelief. That Arthas's countenance darkened as he realized Chinyu's strength far exceeded their expectations. Yet he was unwilling to accept defeat so easily and resolved to exert his utmost to face Chinyu in a climactic showdown. However, no matter how fervently Arthas and Kel'Thuzad fought, their strikes failed to inflict any harm upon Chinyu. It was as though an invisible shield protected him, causing their attacks to dissipate without effect. Ultimately, Arthas and Kel'Thuzad were compelled to concede their defeat. They departed the battlefield in resignation, leaving Chinyu collapsed beside the Sunwell. After being resurrected by Arthas, Kel'Thuzad emerged as a formidable lich that he elucidated the Lich King's forthcoming plans to Arthas, then opened a portal, summoning one of the leaders of the Burning Legion, Archimonde. Arthas led the undead scourge in accordance with the Lich King's strategy, launching a surprise assault on Dalaran, the leader of Dalaran. Antonidas believed that Arthas would initially strike at the kingdom of Lordaeron. Consequently, he concentrated the bulk of his defensive forces near Lordaeron. However, Arthas executed an unexpected attack, successfully breaching Dalaran's defenses in the ensuing battle. Arthas demonstrated his formidable prowess. Wielding Frostmourne, he charged into the streets of Dalaran, engaging Antonidas in a duel. Although Antonidas was a powerful mage, he ultimately succumbed to Arthas's onslaught and was slain by Frostmourne. This ambush delivered a devastating blow to Dalaran, causing its mages to scatter in panic, plunging the city into chaos. Following Antonidas's demise, Arthas seized the Book of Medivh. The mages of Dalaran rallied in defiance, casting potent spells in an attempt to thwart the invasion of the undead scourge. Yet, Arthas and his undead army proved too formidable, and Dalaran's defenses began to falter. Throughout the conflict, Arthas revealed his ruthless nature, wielding Frostmourne to slay mage after mage. His Death Knights, not to be outdone, charged into the ranks of the mages atop their skeletal steeds, wreaking havoc. That Kel'Thuzad commanded the undead forces from the rear, continuously unleashing various dark spells, applying immense pressure on the mages of Dalaran. Upon acquiring the Book of Medivh, Arthas and Kel'Thuzad unleashed its tremendous energy, opening a portal to the twisting nether in the heart of Dalaran. Kel'Thuzad stood upon a massive platform, surrounded by legions of the undead scourged. He mumbled incantations, his staff glowing with malevolent light, as he endeavored to activate the portal. Arthas, mounted on his undead steed, wielded Frostmourne, directing the undead to guard Kel'Thuzad closely. His gaze was cold and resolute. He understood the portal's significance and knew he must protect Kel'Thuzad at all costs. In the distance, Chinyu commanded the forces of the Dalaran Mage Guild, launching wave after wave of assaults against the undead horde. Mages unleashed a myriad of spells, fireballs, ice shards, and lightning, intertwining in the air, colliding with the deathly aura of the undead scourged out on the battlefield. Paladins locked eyes with the undead, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The undead exuded a miasma of decay, their eyes glinting with malevolent red light, while the paladin gripped the hilt of his sword, radiating a sacred glow. The paladin initiated the attack, brandishing his long sword as he charged toward the undead. His sword shimmered with divine light, inflicting tremendous damage with each strike. The undead, however, were undeterred, clawing and biting at the paladin. Yet, the sacred light enveloping the paladin rendered their assaults feeble, their claws and teeth unable to penetrate his armor. The paladin relentlessly pressed his attack, his swordsmanship akin to a torrential storm, overwhelming the undead forces. The undead began to retreat, sensing the strength of the paladin.